It was merely during enrollment that I inadvertently touched the head of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To my astonishment, I acquired all of his abilities. Not only did I master 5 chakra natures flawlessly, but I also gained access to an array of complex jutsu and forbidden techniques. This occurred right after I had unexpectedly awakened a unique ability upon transmigrating into the body of an ordinary Uchiha clansman. This ability allowed me to acquire the skills of anyone I touched on the head. However, despite having unearthed the bodies of Hashirama and Madara to touch their heads and gain their powers, I found no joy in this newfound strength. As an orphan member of the Uchiha clan, I lacked any resources for training and was of the same age as Kakashi and Obito. It was crucial to remember that 7 years hence would herald the onset of the brutal Third Great Ninja War. Unbeknownst to me, I would likely meet my demise as mere cannon fodder. Moreover, today marked the annual enrollment season for the Ninja Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the third Hokage, had taken the time to attend the opening ceremony. Yet, as he stepped onto the stage and prepared to speak, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from the audience, capturing the attention of everyone present. The sound emanated from a Uchiha boy myself, kneeling on the ground, clutching my head in agony. Amidst the intense headache, I rapidly processed all the memories of my predecessor. The realization that I was in the familiar world of Naruto filled me with despair. Although I was well versed in the storyline, the dangers lurking within this world were omnipresent. Without my extraordinary ability, perhaps I should contemplate fleeing instead. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a mechanical voice resonated within my consciousness. Congratulations, host. System binding successful. This system is the head-touching system. Touching heads grants you the abilities of others. I was taken aback. While my mind had been racing since my transmigration, to an outside observer, I appeared as an Uchiha boy suddenly shouting in the midst of the enrollment ceremony, which surely astonished those around me. The first to take note of my outburst was none other than Obito, also of the Uchiha clan. Since I had become an orphan, Obito and his grandmother had provided me with significant assistance, forging a deep bond between us. What happened to you? Did the excitement of enrollment cause you to lose it? He exclaimed, eliciting laughter from a group of Uchiha youths. If it were that simple to lose it, I would have awakened my Sharingan long ago. I retorted, prompting more laughter from my kin, which left Obito blushing in embarrassment as he tightened his goggles and fell silent. Yet just as I was processing everything that had transpired, an unexpected figure appeared before me. Turning my head, I found myself face to face with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Drawn by the earlier commotion, he approached and crouched down in front of me. "What is your name? What just happened?" His inquiry, though calm and measured, carried an undeniable weight that suggested it was not a question to be dismissed lightly. I gazed upon the third Hokage, crouching before me. I fell into a contemplative reverie. Suddenly, a wicked scheme surged into my mind. My eyes widened as I looked at the third Hokage with an innocent gaze. "Hokage-sama, there is nothing amiss. It is merely that Uchiha Obito has insulted my aspiration to become Hokage to this." Obito, whom I had wrongfully accused, erupted in anger. "Get lost, fire. Well, have I ever insulted you? However, if we were to discuss who is worthy of becoming Hokage, it would undoubtedly be me." The third Hokage, perceiving this as nothing more than childish bickering, dismissed it lightly. "So, you both aspire to be Hokage? Then let us strive together. I believe that one day, you shall achieve your dreams." However, just as he prepared to rise, my next words rendered him momentarily speechless. "Thank you, third Hokage. May I touch your Hokage hat for inspiration?" Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was visibly taken aback, not expecting such a request from a youth. Fearing he might decline, I swiftly reached for his head. Tap! Class Ninja, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. I beheld the array of rewards before me. My breath grew heavy with anticipation. It appeared my gamble had paid off. My first fortune in the ninja world was within reach. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, who was blissfully unaware of my ulterior motives, he assumed my evident excitement was a sign of genuine encouragement. He smiled kindly. It seems the Uchiha clan has its share of spirited youth. Meanwhile, Obito, witnessing his comrade basking in such treatment, was clearly envious. "Hokage-sama, I want that too." However, before he could finish a sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already ascended to the podium, bringing this farce to an end, as a result of my Hokage dream. The third Hokage was greatly inspired, extending the speech by a full hour. Yet, while the children below were becoming increasingly bewildered by the Hokage's rhetoric, I found myself engulfed by an unprecedented fear of choice. The rewards for class ninja were overwhelmingly abundant. Though I yearned for them all, after much deliberation, I finally made my decision. System: I choose 5 types of elemental chakra and their transformations, shadow-level chakra control, the speed of shadow-level hand seals, 10 random ninjutsu, and 1 compound ninjutsu, to be claimed immediately. The moment I concluded my interaction with the system, a violent headache engulfed me. Soon, I felt as if my body contained something new: countless experiences of hand seals and superior chakra control, along with an unprecedented awareness of my chakra pathways. Before I could test my newfound abilities, the chilling voice of the system echoed once more. Now, the host will draw 10 random ninjutsu. My heart surged with excitement. Let me see how many gold coins this ninjutsu can yield. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following ninjutsu rewards. As the draws concluded, I found myself astounded by the scene before me. Aside from a few basic ninjutsu, the rest were genuinely powerful techniques. There exists a remarkably gentlemanly technique of using a telescope, yet what I currently lack most are chakra quantity and combat awareness. Of course, I also require the greatest asset of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan. Having acquired the Sharingan allows me to consider myself a master of ninjutsu. Subsequently, I contemplated the acquisition of a combined ninjutsu. Please select from the following combined ninjutsu: Earth Dragon Flame Flow or Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. As I gazed upon these 2 formidable techniques, I found myself deep in thought. Among the 10 ninjutsu extracted by the system, there was a predominance of fire and earth release, whereas water and lightning release techniques were somewhat fewer and more defensively inclined. Thus, it was imperative to choose the Lightning Water Dragon Bullet, especially in the early stages, where the interplay of chakra attributes holds significant importance. After a brief moment, I had mastered both the method of application and the related experiences required for the techniques. I had initially believed that repeatedly touching the same individual could yield rewards, but the system's subsequent response darkened my expression. System notification: unless the same ninja undergoes changes in abilities and talents at different times, repeated headpats will not yield rewards. It appeared there were no loopholes to exploit. Soon after I claimed my rewards, Yuan Farah's speech finally reached its conclusion. However, when he announced that there would also be an entrance examination, I was taken aback. Is there an exam for enrollment? We are all just kids, what's the point? Beside me, Obito, who had endured several hours of the 3rd Hokage's speech, discerned my bewilderment. You dolt, don't you know? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a test to determine whether someone like you, who lags behind, possesses the qualifications to become a ninja. As for a genius ninja like me, this is the perfect stage. I couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. The Obito before me was not the one who betrayed his mentors and clan, rather. He was a knave, hot-blooded fool wearing goggles. Just as we exchanged banter, an arrogant voice unexpectedly interjected. Obito, you and your companion are nothing but ill-mannered wretches without parents, foolishly declaring your desire to become Hokage, only to bring disgrace upon the Uchiha clan. The speaker was an Uchiha youth who only looked down his nose at others. Upon hearing this, Obito's anger ignited instantly. Say that again, if you dare, he shouted, ready to charge at the opponent for a decisive battle. However, at that moment, a tender hand suddenly pressed down on Obito's head. I, taking advantage of the opportunity, placed my hand atop his head, my gaze surprisingly calm. Though our parents fell on the battlefield, they are the pride of the Uchiha clan and our village. As for true prowess, let us settle that in the training grounds. Feeling his authority challenged for the first time, the boy with the upturned nose instantly erupted in rage. Oh, you know who I am, you brat. Yet before he could finish a sentence, I exploded forth with astonishing speed, halting right before him. Side characters do not require names. Soon after, the entrance examination commenced in earnest. The rules of the examination were straightforward. Teacher Joren would draw 2 students at a time for duels, during which the teachers would observe the movements of each student. Essential conditions for a ninja. This serves as a comprehensive assessment to determine whether a student possesses the qualifications to become a ninja. Thus, this examination is not judged solely on victory or defeat. At this moment, I find myself resting my hand on Obito's shoulder, gently massaging his slightly trembling calf. A brief surge of chakra earlier had allowed me to execute a rudimentary body flicker technique, yet my calf still aches faintly from the effort. Earlier, in a bid to halt Obito, I had placed my hand on his head, inadvertently activating the head padding system. Drank Ninja Uchiha Obito, a budding ninja. Please select one of the following rewards. A savings account cherished by middle-aged women with a balance of 10,000 protective goggles worth 10,000 Ryo. Indeed, during this period, it is unlikely to procure anything of great value. Nevertheless, some savings are always welcome. However, as Obito diligently observed the competition, my heart was somewhat unsettled. Although I possessed ninjutsu and chakra control, my chakra reserves were merely minimal. This meant that aside from the three-body technique, I could only release a single jutsu. To defeat the boy with prominent nostrils, I had to seize the opportune moment to unleash that one jutsu. With this thought, a spark ignited in my mind. While waiting, I spotted several familiar faces of the training ground: Kakashi, Asuma, and others like Ebisu and Aoyama. They all ultimately gained admission. The clash involving Lin captured Obito's full attention, prompting him to rush excitedly to cheer for her. In the end, both Lin and Obito were deemed qualified to become ninjas and receive their acceptance. Yet, the training ground was not devoid of tension. The boy with prominent nostrils, who had previously mocked Obito and me, drew me as his opponent in the ninja duel. I briefly suspected foul play, but felt no fear. I stood confidently and strode towards the training area. Originally, Yunfei, who had been observing the duel between Asuma and Kakashi, intended to rise and attend to business at the Hokage building. But upon witnessing this, he paused. With keen interest, pondering, isn't this the child who just touched my Hokage hat? How intriguing, let us observe his performance. Soon, as the assessment instructor announced the commencement of the written test, I and my opponent formed the necessary hand seals, and in an instant, we distanced ourselves from one another. However, just as I was seeking the right moment to strike, my opponent unleashed a classic technique of the Uchiha clan shuriken. These seemingly simple shurikens subtly sealed off all my escape routes. With no time to deliberate, I swiftly drew a kunai from my tool pouch, closing the distance and deflecting the incoming shuriken. I then shifted my approach, launching a powerful punch. My opponent, taken aback by my sudden proximity, had no choice but to cross his arms in defense. Little did he know, that simple punch produced a resounding thud, forcing him to retreat 10 steps, rolling and scrambling to dissipate the force. The onlooking youths were visibly astonished, their curiosity piqued by the sheer strength I had displayed. Though the children failed to perceive it, the examiners and the third Hokage recognized the truth. I possessed little practical combat experience. Even with a lamentably scant experience in combat, the ability to repel my opponent with a single strike stems from my exceptional control over chakra, which I adeptly concentrated in a specific part of my body. The third Hokage observed this with a nod, recognizing that this technique bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's formidable strength. However, upon realizing the excruciating pain inflicted by my attack, my adversary would no longer remain a passive target. Meanwhile, I rubbed my arm, acutely aware of my many shortcomings. After all, I had just transitioned from a law-abiding citizen of Blue Star into a realm where I had to contend with ninjas meticulously trained from a young age by their clansa. Notion that seemed utterly absurd to navigate this predicament. I understood that I must capitalize on my strengths while avoiding my weaknesses, seeking a glimmer of opportunity amidst adversity. Upon experiencing the potency of my attack, my opponent evidently chose a more agile approach, evading my strikes through constant dodging, waiting for the perfect moment to wear me down. I quickly grasped his fighting style and felt a tremor of apprehension, internally chiding myself for underestimating any supporting character. Was I, a player of Soul Games, truly this cautious? I realized it was time to put my plan into action, preparing to feign a vulnerability. With this thought in mind, I pretended to leave myself open, secretly gathering energy for a counterstrike. However, to my surprise, my opponent seemed to anticipate my move, swiftly retreating. You underestimate me too much. Is this all you've got? He taunted as he began to form hand seals with an awkward finesse. Wait, that seals top him, an instructor exclaimed urgently. Yet the third Hokage, unhurried, quelled the commotion, for he perceived not fear on my countenance, but an unprecedented focus. As I unleashed the fireball jutsu, a colossal sphere of flame surged towards me. At this distance, even the sage of 6 paths could not save you. Embrace your defeat, he declared. Yet, I merely chuckled in response. Look at yourself, doesn't this seem like a backward move? The searing fireball erupted, but as the smoke dissipated, a charred tree stump remained on the ground. The instructor stood in astonishment. The substitution jutsu is impossible. I didn't see him form any seals. The third Hokage, momentarily taken aback, soon remarked that my opponent's ceiling speed was remarkable. Observe, the duel is nearing its conclusion. My adversary, having just expended all his chakra, was now utterly bewildered. Where is he? There's no one around, not even in the sky. Just as he contemplated looking beneath him, a faint wave of chakra emanated from the ground. Suddenly, a small hand emerged from the earth, gripping his ankle with a vice-like hold. In an instant, I exerted my strength, dragging him underground, leaving only his head above the surface. That MY form soon materialized, and I pressed my hand against his head, calmly uttering, "Earth release," with the intent of executing the decapitation technique. Witnessing this scene, the instructor approached and declared, "Uchiha Li Hua and Uchiha Aotian are both qualified for enrollment," promptly rescuing Aotian from the earth. Upon learning of my acceptance, I did not linger, but turned away directly. I made my way towards the place reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage returned to his office. After witnessing my duel, my exceptional chakra control and tactical prowess, coupled with a genius-like speed and hand seals, stood in stark contrast to my complete lack of practical experience. This Uchiha youth piqued my interest. With this thought, the third Hokage instructed his subordinates to investigate the personal information of Uchiha Yowa. Meanwhile, upon returning home, I eagerly opened the system panel, recalling that I had casually patted Aoshin's head. Thus, I mentally uttered the phrase to claim the reward for head patting. Drank Ninja, Uchiha Aoyen. The following rewards were available for selection: 50,000 Ryo, a shipped neck pillow, or a compendium of trash talk. That I decisively chose the monetary reward, having long anticipated that Aoyen would not yield anything particularly amusing. After organizing the gains of the day, I spread out paper and pen, beginning to strategize for the forthcoming developments, especially with only 10 days remaining before the official commencement of the Ninja Academy. The source of the ninjutsu I had exhibited required further refinement. Additionally, while my chakra needed gradual honing, the training in taijutsu and shuriken throwing had to be prioritized as well. Tomorrow, I must procure new ninja tools and weights, while intensifying my physical training to seek out a training partner. The next day arrived swiftly, and I commenced my training regimen immediately upon waking. I first emptied my wallet at the Uchiha Ninja Tool shop, purchasing shuriken and weighted items. However, instead of heading to my family's training ground, I opted for the Konoha training grounds, as my primary aim was to meet my future training partner, my guy. Before I knew it, 9 days had passed. Due to my relentless training, medical expenses and the cost of ninja tools surged. Consequently, I resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the loser would allow the winner to pat their head, earning a substantial income from the children of the Uchiha clan. Everything unfolded smoothly until the evening of the 9th day, when, while completing my final set of push-ups, I fortuitously encountered the Might Guy, father-son duo, who were also training. "Hello there. I am deeply moved by your youthful spirit. May I join you in your training?" Upon hearing the word youth, Guy's excitement surged, for he and his father had faced nothing but mockery since they began their training. Hearing an acknowledgement of their youth from a Uchiha prodigy filled him with hope. As he looked at his father, wishing for his approval, that moment, Guy was teary-eyed. Yet being an adult and a ninja with a keen sense of discernment, he was accustomed to deceit and manipulation. He pondered whether this child was feigning interest in order to learn the forbidden technique, the 8 gates, particularly given the child's Uchiha lineage. However, after observing me more closely, his concerns dissipated, for I was drenched in sweat, my bandages and clothing bearing the unmistakable marks of rigorous training, clearly indicating that I had not just trained for a day or two. After a moment of contemplation, Guy broke into a broad smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. Diligent young Uchiha, come join us and let us together radiate our youth. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day holiday has swiftly passed, and today marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. However, as I awoke and prepared to head to school, I encountered my Guy, training diligently around the village. Though Guy triumphed in the entrance examination this year, he was denied admission due to a lack of chakra aptitude, which has only intensified his resolve to train harder. Seeing his sweat-drenched face from exertion, I offered to wipe his brow and gently patted his head, bestowing upon him the title of Crank Ninja, Might Guy. 3 rewards were presented for my selection: a green spandex suit, thickened eyebrow memory tubes, and the leaf steel fist. Without hesitation, I chose the leaf steel fist. Immediately, a slight headache accompanied the infusion of techniques from the leaf steel fist style in my mind. Moreover, I could sense my muscles strengthening, a significant enhancement to my taijutsu. Elated by my reward, I exchanged a few words with him before heading class. Upon entering the classroom, I was greeted by many familiar faces: Asuma, Kakashi, Yamanaka, and Nara. Yet, my friend Uchiha Obito was notably absent. It seemed he was late. Once more, he finally arrived shortly after class began. The morning lessons passed quickly, yet I found my attention elsewhere, secretly focusing on refining my chakra, eager to resolve my chakra insufficiency. To my astonishment, during the previous 10 days of training, I discovered that my chakra had doubled, enabling me to perform 2 jutsu that I surmised this was linked to my intense training and breaking through limits. Afternoon arrived, bringing with it the much-anticipated highlight: the practical combat exercises. Once again, led by teacher Oshima, the first half of the class focused on kunai, throwing techniques. Although I had not received personal guidance, my diligent practice significantly improved my accuracy. My next objective was to learn the Uchiha kunai, throwing technique. The second half of the class involved sparring in pairs. The first match was Nara Shikaku against Ebisu, followed by Asuma facing Tanjiro Kamado. Soon, it was Uchiha Obito's turn to spar against Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing his name, Obito exclaimed, poking me with his elbow, encouraging me to let him shine. However, unexpectedly, as he took a step, a loud rumble echoed from his stomach, his face changing color in embarrassment. Before he dashed to the restroom amidst everyone's gaze, Obito did not achieve greatness, rather, he faced a great mishap. Teacher Oshima sighed in disbelief, announcing that due to Obito's unfortunate stomach troubles, his absence would extend the turn for Uchiha Itachi against Kakashi Hitaki. I was left in a state of shock, pointing incredulously at myself. Kakashi Hitaki, without a doubt, was a genius among geniuses, graduating from a ninja academy at 6, mastering the Hitaki sword technique. At this stage in his journey, I possessed the capability to outmatch nearly all my classmates at the ninja academy. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, a surge of fighting spirit ignites within me. I yearn to discern the chasm that separates me from the prodigies and to evaluate the fruits of my 10 days of rigorous training. I stepped onto the training ground. I noticed Kakashi across from me, his eyes betraying an expression of utter disinterest, as if my presence failed to stir even the slightest intrigue within him. There were no superfluous words exchanged after establishing our opposing seals. The battle was poised to commence. Prior to the clash, I had meticulously analyzed my strengths and weaknesses. While I possessed a myriad of ninjutsu, my chakra reserves were regrettably limited. To triumph over Kakashi, a master of 17 techniques and swordsmanship, using 2 ninjutsu would be akin to scaling a daunting peak. Moreover, with just 10 days of training under my belt, a significant enhancement to my physical abilities was implausible. Consequently, besting Kakashi in taijutsu would prove to be exceedingly challenging. That I understood that to secure victory in this confrontation, there existed but one strategy: to seize the moment. If I could manage to touch Kakashi during the duel, I would likely receive a substantial boost, given the caliber of his skills. Though it seemed an eternity had passed, in truth, this was merely a conclusion I reached in an instant. As the battle erupted, Kakashi unleashed his full prowess, drawing his blade with astonishing speed to launch an attack against me. However, I remained unfazed, and my subsequent actions evoked wide-eyed astonishment from all present. Kakashi advanced without holding back, his movements swift as he approached Li Hua. However, Li Hua was not inclined to engage in close combat, and as he observed the rapidly approaching Kakashi, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. With an almost ethereal swiftness, he began to form hand seals, his speed so extraordinary that it eluded the perception of everyone present. In a seamless motion, Li Hua reached for his ninja tool pouch, launching a flurry of kunai and shuriken toward Kakashi. Through rigorous training, he had significantly enhanced his accuracy in throwing kunai, effectively obstructing Kakashi's path of movement. Yet, Kakashi was undeterred. He deftly drew a kunai, skillfully deflecting all the shuriken to the ground, which momentarily stilled his forward momentum. This was precisely the opportunity Li Hua had been waiting for. He swiftly closed the distance, yet refrained from a head-on assault, fully aware that his earlier attack had not significantly troubled Kakashi. With remarkable agility, Li Hua surged toward Kakashi, channeling his shadow-level chakra to concentrate at his feet, which he then unleashed in an explosive burst, propelling himself directly before Kakashi. The sudden appearance of Li Hua startled Kakashi, who had not anticipated such rapid speed. In a fluid motion, Li Hua generated power from his legs, initiating a spin. He commenced with a low kick, seamlessly transitioning to a high kick during his rapid rotation, ultimately concluding with a heel strike. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Thanks to his mastery of the Leaf Hurricane, Lihua's taijutsu has seen a remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, he has seamlessly integrated the technique of monstrous strength into the Leaf Great Whirlwind, resulting in an extraordinary display of power. It is evident that even Kakashi feels the weight of this challenge. After successfully neutralizing the initial assault, Kakashi realizes that he cannot face this technique head-on. He deftly evades and sidesteps, narrowly escaping Lihua's onslaught, yet his kunai is sent flying by a swift kick. Kakashi rubs his aching wrist and acknowledges, "You are quite formidable. However, no matter how powerful a technique may be, it is rendered meaningless if it cannot strike its target." This brief clash elicits gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. This is Kakashi, after all, and it is astounding that this Uchiha, Lihua, can hold his own against him. Wow, this Uchiha youth is so handsome. I wonder what his personality is like. Both are incredibly attractive. How does one choose? Lihua pays no mind to the murmurs of the onlookers. His sole focus is on overcoming Kakashi. He contemplates that the duration of his technique cannot last much longer and that a swift resolution is imperative. He subtly glances at a kunai that lies closest to Kakashi. Yet, even the most discreet glance cannot escape the vigilant gaze of Kakashi, who is constantly monitoring Lihua. What is the reason for his glance at the fallen kunai? Although the answer eludes him for now, he must prevent Lihua from succeeding at all costs. In this moment, Kakashi sheds his usual nonchalance, his expression now imbued with seriousness and gravity. This youth named Lihua is no ordinary adversary. It appears that a more earnest approach is warranted. Kakashi swiftly draws a kunai and advances with remarkable speed, his movements markedly different from before. While Lihua could previously anticipate Kakashi's positioning and execute countermeasures, he now finds himself unable to discern where to intercept Kakashi's assault. As Kakashi closes in with alarming rapidity, Lihua finds himself exhaling in relief. Indeed, he has made a crucial discovery. Thankfully, he has noticed. Realizing that he cannot halt Kakashi's relentless charge, Lihua prepares himself with his own kunai, ready for confrontation. However, this close-quarters battle unfolds with a distinctly one-sided nature. No matter how Lihua defends, Kakashi consistently strikes from the blind spots of his guard. Yet, when Lihua attempts to counterattack, Kakashi evades with the agility of a rabbit. Shinobi blade technique. Lihua is taken aback, realizing that even without a short blade, a kunai can unleash such formidable might. This adversary should not be underestimated. Lihua, though I do not comprehend your interest in that kunai, I apologize, but I shall not allow you to prevail. Kakashi grips his kunai tightly and suddenly delivers a diagonal slash downward. Lihua raises his kunai to parry, but is met with the resounding clash of metal, causing his kunai to be knocked to the ground. Yet, a smile graces Lihua's face. Indeed, you noticed it. I am fortunate you did. Suddenly, the kunai that had just been dislodged from beneath him erupts into a burst of energy, transforming into Lihua himself. What? How is this possible? The students present erupt in astonished exclamations. Even the shadow clone technique cannot achieve such a feat. Only Kakashi, Asuma, and a few well-informed students, along with the Chunin instructors, remained silent. They understood that the phenomenon before them was not merely the result of a simple shadow clone technique, but rather a more advanced jutsu, the shadow clone technique itself. By seamlessly combining the shadow clone technique with the transformation technique, the clones transformed into kunai, allowing for a sudden and unexpected strike at a crucial moment. However, what left them perplexed was the timing of when the hand seals for the fire release were completed. The fire release would not afford them such leisure to ponder. The shadow clones launched an immediate assault with astonishing speed and power, executing a spinning kick aimed at Kakashi, Konoha's Gale. The forceful kick prevented Kakashi from continuing his assault on the real body of the fire release. He swiftly evaded the attack, maneuvering out of the reach of the Gale, and with a quick flick of his kunai, the shadow clone was dispelled. But what about the real body of the fire release? A voice emerged from behind Kakashi. Look, isn't this a classic backstab? A hand rested upon Kakashi's head, and in response, he attempted to seize the fire release, aiming to throw him forward. Yet, the fire release suddenly exerted strength, breaking free from Kakashi's grasp and distancing himself like an arrow released from its bow. Ding! Head pat C-rank ninja, Kakashi Hataki. Please select one reward from the following options. Hataki swordsmanship, Konoha's secret transmutation technique, 1,000-year kill, moderate enhancement of physical abilities upon seeing the available rewards. The fire release did not hesitate and chose moderate enhancement of physical abilities. In truth, he was quite conflicted. The 1,000-year kill would be of no use given his current lack of decisive means to secure victory. Although the Hitaki swordsmanship was formidable, it could not be utilized within Konoha, as it was a hereditary technique of the Hitaki clan, and its origins could not be explained. After all, who would believe that a child with no connection to the Hitaki family and whose Sharingan had yet to awaken could swiftly master the Hitaki swordsmanship? Thus, this seemingly unremarkable option of moderate enhancement of physical abilities emerged as the most prudent choice. Rewards have been dispensed, with the cold, mechanical voice echoing. The fire release understood that this battle was drawing to a close. Chapter 9. The Lion's Continuous Assault. Unlike the previous experience of receiving rewards, this time the sensation of enhanced physical attributes enveloped me in a delightful tingling throughout my entire body. Initially, it was merely a subtle numbness, but within a heartbeat, it transformed into an overwhelming wave of paralysis that rendered me momentarily immobile. The intensity of this sensation left me awestruck, immobilized by its sheer pleasure. Kakashi, however, seized upon my momentary disorientation. Noticing my lack of coordination, he swiftly advanced towards me, his hand flicking with deft precision, summoning a kunai as if by magic. With the unpredictable footwork characteristic of the Hitaki style, he closed the distance between us in an instant, appearing before me with the kunai poised to strike at my throat. Thanks to the specially crafted kunai, this blow would not inflict severe harm, which emboldened Kakashi to unleash his decisive attack. Yet, to my astonishment, his movements seemed to decelerate. The once elusive actions now rendered strikingly clear. Had I awakened my eyes? No, it was the enhancement of my physical attributes that significantly elevated my reflexes and dynamic vision. It appeared my choice had proven wise. Suddenly, I crouched low, evading what would have been a lethal strike. Lifting my gaze, I met Kakashi's bewildered expression, my own eyes brimming with fierce determination. Surprised, are we? The best is yet to come. With a swift motion, I executed a spinning kick aimed squarely at Kakashi's abdomen, propelling him into the air. Teacher Oshima gasped internally, recognizing the technique. Shadow Dance Leaf? The sudden jolt of pain momentarily stunned Kakashi. While I concluded my maneuver with a triumphant grin, there is still much to achieve. Regaining his composure, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. In response, I stomped down forcefully, reappearing beneath him. Suspended in midair, I remained unflustered, my left hand pressing against Kakashi's waist. Taste this, I declared, twisting my body as if the heights had become my domain, unleashing a swift and powerful whip kick towards him. Bang! Kakashi raised his arm to block. Yet the impact caused his movements to falter. This was the moment I had been waiting for, Lion's Continuous Assault. As Lihua swiftly turned, delivering a powerful elbow strike that landed squarely on Kakashi's face, he then pushed off the ground, positioning Kakashi beneath him. With a forceful right punch, he sent Kakashi crashing to the ground. After a quick roll to dissipate the impact, Lihua, wary of his opponent, promptly drew his kunai, preparing for the next move. Suddenly, he sensed a faint ripple of chakra emanating from above, a sensation that felt strikingly familiar. In an instant, this moment of contemplation shifted the tide of battle. With a loud bang, the Kakashi who had fallen to the ground suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke. From within Lihua's shadow, Kakashi stealthily emerged. Had he concealed his true form within the shadows? Fortunately, Lihua's heightened senses and reflexes allowed him to react instantly, creating distance between himself and Kakashi. Uchiha Lihua, you are formidable, Kakashi remarked. Hitaki Kakashi, I hope you grow even stronger, Lihua thought silently, adding to himself that this would allow him to continue reaping rewards from their encounters. Just then, Master Oshima appeared, halting the training session. Lihua and Kakashi exchanged a gesture of reconciliation, agreeing to duel again in the future, a proposition Lihua gladly accepted. He realized that continually battling with strong opponents not only sharpened his skills, but also honed his combat techniques. Why not embrace such opportunities? As the practical training neared its conclusion, Master Oshima delivered his summary. Asuma, you need to work on your physical techniques, he advised. Hibiki, your fundamentals are solid, yet your fighting style lacks fluidity. Suddenly, a distant rustle among the trees caught everyone's attention, all except for Master Oshima, who momentarily paused before regaining his focus. Lihua's ninjutsu and taijutsu are both commendable, particularly his original technique, the Lion's Barrage, which showcases remarkable creativity. Upon hearing this, Li Hua felt a flush of embarrassment for his friend, thinking, whoever wields it, it belongs to them. Master Oshima gazed at Li Hua, clearly impressed by his talent. If you wish to improve further, you must dedicate yourself to enhancing your physical techniques. In this duel, your initial physical prowess was lacking. It was only through your superior physical condition that you overcame Kakashi in the end. Li Hua nodded humbly, secretly admiring Master Oshima's keen insights. Had Kakashi, who had just sparred with him, made such observations, it would not have surprised Li Hua, as one can gauge an opponent's state through battle. However, that Master Oshima, having merely observed the fight, could discern such nuances spoke volumes of his expertise. Once Master Oshima completed his evaluations of all the students, the latecomer, Obito, finally arrived. Master Oshima did not comment further, simply instructing him to train diligently to catch up with the others. Soon, the school day concluded, and students left the classroom in groups. Obito turned to Li Hua, inquiring if he would train today. Li Hua nodded affirmatively, mentioning that he had arranged to train with Guy. Obito appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet his spirits lifted upon spotting Rin packing her bag, prompting him to eagerly rush over, leaving the classroom with her, laughter in the air. At that moment, Kakashi approached Li Hua's desk and quietly asked, "Are you going to train after class?" "Indeed, I have made arrangements with a dear friend. May I bring you along?" Upon hearing this, Li Hua's expression momentarily reflected surprise, but he soon regained his composure, comprehending Kakashi's sentiment. After all, it was the first time he encountered a peer who was his equal, naturally igniting his curiosity about the other's training regimen. Raising his gaze, he noticed Kakashi's slightly flushed face, realizing that he had hesitated for too long, leaving Kakashi in an awkward position. Resolutely, he replied, "Of course, I was just thinking of introducing you to my friend. I am confident that you two will become excellent companions." Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, a certain proud figure abruptly stood up and dashed out of the classroom, seemingly off to gather his subordinates for training once more. Li Hua and Kakashi exited the school gate side by side when, all of a sudden, Li Hua felt a peculiar surge of chakra emanating from the sky. Li Hua refrained from any rash actions, for he understood that the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. Having discerned this chakra, he recognized that this hidden card could shift the balance to his advantage. Should he unwittingly reveal his ability to sense this chakra, it would arouse the opponent's suspicion, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, Li Hua remained still, attentively absorbing the essence of this chakra. This chakra was exceptionally unique. It spread across the earth like light. It was exceedingly gentle and subtle. Even seasoned jonin, without specialized techniques, would struggle to decipher it. Li Hua found the method of this chakra's operation remarkably familiar. In the recent clash with Kakashi, he had no time to ponder its nature, but now, with a moment's reflection, the answer dawned upon him. The telescope technique. The third Hokage was spying. Having drawn the telescope technique during his encounter with the third Hokage, Li Hua was acutely aware of the chakra fluctuations it emitted. However, he was uncertain whether the third Hokage was observing him or Kakashi. Realizing that the third Hokage had already spied on them twice, Li Hua suddenly recognized that he bore numerous unexplainable inconsistencies. The most pressing issue was the origin of their ninjutsu. Urgent action was required. Yet, Kakashi was oblivious to Li Hua's contemplations, merely sensing that Li Hua had become distracted. He called out, "Are you all right?" "Huh? My apologies, I was lost in thought. Come, let us have a meal before training. What do you fancy? Fish? You adore the three-colored dumplings, don't you? Let us go. I happen to know a wonderful place." Clearly, it was Li Hua himself who craved the dumplings. Chapter 10. The amplification of In Retreat Chakra as the sun dipped low in the sky at the close of the school day. Teacher Oshima did not head home as expected. Instead, he made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Upon concluding his last class, Oshima received a clear message from the Umbu that the Hokage had summoned him, prompting him to hasten to meet with the Hokage. Entering the Hokage building and traversing the corridor leading to the Hokage's office, Oshima could distinctly sense shadows flickering in certain areas, only to swiftly return to tranquility. This was the concealed Umbu quietly verifying the identity of the visitor. Pushing open the door to the Hokage's office, Oshima found the Hokage engrossed in his duties. Displaying a serious demeanor, Oshima knelt quietly on one knee, awaiting the Hokage's instructions. "Ah, Oshima has arrived," the third Hokage remarked with a slight smile. "Rise. You are no longer part of the Umbu, but merely an ordinary teacher at the Ninja Academy now." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Hokage proceeded to the matter at hand. What do you think of this batch of students? Oshima responded earnestly. They are exceptional. A few even possess the potential to become jonin. Kakashi Hitaki is remarkably strong and is nearing graduation standards. What surprises me most is Uchiha Lihua. This young man rivals Kakashi in strength. However, given his Uchiha lineage, it is not entirely unexpected. Of course, Asuma Sarutobi is also quite impressive, excelling in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. This section is abbreviated for brevity. Alright, enough praise for Asuma. I am well aware of his capabilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, though a smile played at the corners of his mouth that was difficult to suppress. Uchiha Lihua is indeed a promising talent. He deserves our attention, Oshima agreed fervently. After Oshima departed, the Hokage fell into contemplation. The chopping technique, shadow clone technique, seals executed with such speed that even I struggle to discern them. And the rapidly advancing taijutsu. Uchiha Lihua, are you truly a genius? Or, with that thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a member of the Umbu. Call Orochimaru. I want him to investigate Uchiha Lihua. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Lihua. Upon arriving at the dango shop, Kakashi sensed the allure of the place, as evidenced by the throngs of customers, with lines extending outside the establishment. With so many people, do they even have time left for training? Kakashi mused aloud. Lihua, in response, did not reply to Kakashi but instead called out to the shopkeeper, Uncle Asahi, 3 skewers of sweet dango, please. 1 skewer is enough for me. Oh right. I almost forgot about you. Uncle will prepare the skewers. Upon hearing the sound of the sizzling fire, the middle-aged man bustling about in the shop immediately broke into a smile. All right, little Lihua. Before long, a little girl, nearly the same size as Lihua, dashed out. Brother Lihua, here are the dumplings you wanted. Thank you, dear little shopkeeper. Lihua replied with a beaming smile. Observing Lihua's cheerful demeanor, Kakashi felt a twinge of strangeness. After all, in their previous encounters, he had only witnessed Lihua's fierce battle spirit and had never seen him so amiable. Sensing Kakashi's curiosity, Lihua offered him a skewer of dumplings and explained, not long ago, the boss's beloved cat went missing, and they were all quite anxious. Just as they were about to embark on a mission, I happened to go out to buy dumplings and managed to help them find it. How were you able to find it? Kakashi inquired, intrigued. Lihua took a bite of his dumpling, a look of delight spreading across his face. It's simple. The Uchiha clan has a close bond with ninja cats. I know all the happenings in the feline community, big and small. After locating the missing kitten, the boss, in gratitude, gifted me a voucher for free food. I thought the name was rather unappealing, so I renamed it to the No-Q Dumpling Purchase Voucher. Suddenly, both Lihua and Kakashi were startled by a passionate roar echoing through the air. Before Lihua arrives, do a handstand around the entire village of Konoha. If you can't, then do 1,000 push-ups. The voice belonged to none other than their intended destination, my guy. Guy, over here. Lihua joyfully called to his friend. Upon seeing Lihua, Guy came charging over, disregarding all decorum as he enveloped Lihua in a bear hug. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Guy's speed. My good brother, you finally made it. I was so bored training without you. You're just in time. I haven't touched this skewer of dumplings yet, so it's yours. The sudden appearance of a good friend during training, coupled with the offering of a token of camaraderie beneath the early autumn sunset, epitomized the essence of youth. Lihua hurriedly stuffed the dumpling into Kai's mouth, fearing the awkwardness of having to dig out a 3-room apartment again. Kakashi, this is my training partner, Might Guy. We met, Haven Tiwi. I trust you will become wonderful friends and, in time, exceptional ninjas. But he doesn't even know any ninjutsu. Suddenly, a melodious voice interjected. As sweet as a lark. Look at his hands and feet. They bear the marks of rigorous training. He must have worked exceptionally hard. With his determination, he has a great chance of becoming an outstanding ninja. If you doubt it, the supplementary admission list for the ninja school will be released soon. You can check it. The Hokage won't let talented individuals go unnoticed. The trio turned towards the source of the voice and saw a girl clad in the attire of the Nara clan. Her hair was elegantly tied up, exposing her fair neck, while her charmingly beautiful face framed by flowing black locks radiated vitality. At that moment, the girl was in line, holding a finished 3-color dumpling. Lihua recognized her immediately. She was the girl who had dozed off in class, acting as a timer. Out of courtesy, he introduced himself. Hello, my name is Uchiha Lihua. I know, I watched your match with Hitaki Kakashi. This is my guy, my good friend. The girl smiled slightly, her large eyes curving adorably. Nice to meet you both. I'm Nara Shimiao. Noticing the finished three-color dumpling in her hand, Li Hua casually inquired, "Are you still in line?" "Yes, I bought a skewer earlier and found it delicious, so I'm planning to buy another. I have a skewer here that I haven't eaten yet, if you don't mind." Before Li Hua could finish, Xu Miao snatched the three-colored dumpling from his hand and started to relish it. "Thank you," she mumbled through a mouthful. Thus, all of Li Hua's three-colored dumplings were devoured, while he himself had only eaten one, causing him to feel a pang of regret. It seemed not all members of the Nara clan were clever. Some could even be gluttonous, Li Hua mused inwardly. But who would have thought that Xu Miao's next question would send a chill down his spine? At that moment, when your shadow clone failed to execute its attack, why did you not retreat? Instead, you risked being dispersed to pat Kakashi on the head. Why did you feel compelled to do that? Moreover, after patting his head, you swiftly unleashed the lion's barrage. You clearly possess that speed. Why didn't you use it right from the start? Li Hua was startled when questioned, glancing at Lu Miao, who had remnants of colorful dumpling sugar at the corner of her mouth, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. However, to Li Hua, it felt as if he were a perpetrator witnessing Conan meticulously unraveling clues, a sense of impending crisis washing over him. In a moment of desperation, he turned his gaze and devised a rather dubious plan. "It's merely my peculiar interest," Li Hua stated dryly, gently tapping Lu Miao's head, continuing. "I suppose it's just my special quirk." Upon hearing the system prompt, he swiftly withdrew his hand, fearing it might provoke displeasure. Lu Miao paused for a moment, then smiled. "Not everyone is permitted to touch my head, but considering the dumpling you provided, I shall let it slide this time." With that, she continued her way toward the Nara clan, savoring her dumplings. Relieved, Li Hua began to assess the rewards from this encounter. Ding. Head pat C-Rank Ninja, Nara Lu Miao. Please select one of the following rewards. 50,000 yen, Basic Chakra Control, Yin Release Chakra Enhancement. When he saw the last option, Li Hua's eyes widened in surprise. I guessed correctly. He promptly chose Yin Release Chakra Enhancement. Chapter 11. Forgery in this narrative. The character Li Hua contemplates the act of gently patting the head of Lu Miao, primarily to divert Lu Miao's attention. The moment Li Hua executes this gesture, regardless of the underlying motive, it serves as an opportunity for him to shift the conversation. Additionally, he harbors a curiosity regarding the rewards associated with such an affectionate action. Li Hua is not particularly intrigued by the Nara clan's secret techniques, for, akin to the Konoha sword art, even if one were to acquire these clandestine skills, they would remain shrouded in secrecy for a prolonged period. Li Hua possesses a clear developmental objective, much like a player engaged in a roguelike game. An individual adorned with golden attributes may not necessarily be formidable, yet the harmonious interplay of various attributes can lead to a devastating prowess in the game. Li Hua understands that the Nara clan's secret arts revolve around the exquisite manipulation of Yin Release Chakra, which corresponds to mental fortitude and serves as a fundamental power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Consequently, Li Hua decides to take a gamble with Lu Miao, and indeed, he has wagered wisely. Remarkably, Nara Lu Miao should not be underestimated. Despite his tender age, he has attained a commendable evaluation as a C-rank ninja within the system, all without having mastered the Nara clan's secrets. On paper, he stands on equal footing with the current Kakashi, yet in terms of practical combat, the scenario might differ significantly. Ding. System rewards have been issued. As a chilling mechanical voice resonates, Li Hua experiences no pain. Rather, a refreshing sensation floods his mind, akin to the application of a cooling balm. However, the subsequent feeling resembles the invigorating rush after consuming a mint and then gulping down cold water. Gradually, Li Hua perceives that his senses have been amplified infinitely, with a multitude of information inundating his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. As he regains his composure, Li Hua realizes that everything around him has become remarkably clearer. Unlike the previous enhancement which focused on physical augmentation, this time the emphasis lies on sensory perception, particularly on vision. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its formidable Sharingan, leading to tactics in Sunigakure that dictate fleeing in one-on-one encounters against it. Nonetheless, Li Hua is acutely aware of his current state. He has not yet awakened his eyes. The benefits derived from the amplification of Yin Release Chakra enhance his mental capabilities, primarily manifesting in heightened strength upon awakening his eyes and enabling the utilization of stronger ocular techniques. Even before awakening, his immunity to Genjutsu has significantly increased. If he were to face Kakashi now, the unpredictable movements of Kakashi would become extraordinarily lucid in Li Hua's vision, allowing him to detect Kakashi's vulnerabilities. Regaining his focus, Li Hua turns to Kai, who is nonchalantly using a bamboo stick to pick his teeth, and the seemingly bored Kakashi. With a resounding shout, he declares, "Let us begin training. Youth, onward." Eager anticipation had long since built up within them. Subsequently, Li Hua, along with his comrades, arrived at the Konoha training grounds, where they commenced their daily regimen. As Kakashi was new to the group, Li Hua took the initiative to elucidate their customary training methods, pushing oneself to the limits to achieve a physical breakthrough. After explaining, he invited Kakashi to join in. Given that the Konoha blade technique necessitated a robust physique, Kakashi graciously accepted Li Hua's invitation and began to train alongside them. However, during the session, Kakashi was taken aback to discover that both Li Hua and his companion were adorned with considerable weights. This revelation astonished him, so this was the condition under which they battled. Moreover, observing their movements, it was evident they had long since adapted to the additional burden, performing with an effortless grace, especially the one with the pronounced eyebrows, whose physical prowess was undeniably formidable. Witnessing such exceptional talent among his peers ignited a fierce determination within Kakashi, prompting him to train with renewed vigor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their training drew to a close. Out of breath, Guy exclaimed, "Li Hua, how has your endurance improved so remarkably? It feels as though every aspect of your physique has amplified multiple times." In response, Li Hua merely chuckled, attributing it to his extraordinary talent, and refrained from elaborating further, instead contemplating the prospect of increasing their weights. With their training concluded, the trio parted ways, and Li Hua bestowed some coins upon Guy, concerned that without Uncle Dai's presence, Guy might neglect his meals. Upon returning home, Shuo Mao was taken aback to find Kakashi in a surprisingly wild state, despite Kakashi's daily dedication to rigorous training, which typically focused on technique. "Kakashi, did you train with that young fellow in the green jumpsuit?" he asked. "Indeed, father. His name is Might Guy, and there's another named Uchiha Li Hua. Both are exceptionally strong. Is that so? Have you made some new friends? However, their training methods are not suitable for you. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a set of physical conditioning techniques from the Hitaki clan, which complement the Hitaki swordsmanship." "Thank you, father." Upon returning home, Li Hua found an absence of the usual ease and comfort. Instead, tension marked his demeanor. He could not shake off the words of Lu Miao, nor the two observations made by the third Hokage. He understood that he must promptly rectify his vulnerabilities. He recalled the usage of the telescope technique, employing the household mirror as a medium to release his chakra in an almost imperceptible manner around the house. Thanks to his elite chakra control, Li Hua could adeptly maneuver the telescope technique to ascertain whether anyone was spying, without alerting the third Hokage. Once he confirmed there were no observers, Li Hua located the empty scrolls left by his parents and swiftly began to write. The only jutsu he had exposed thus far were the technique of decapitation in the mind and the shadow clone technique. To rationalize their origins, he needed to forge false scrolls. Li Hua quickly penned 2 scrolls, laying them out on his desk to allow the ink to dry swiftly and to create the illusion of diligent study. After completing these tasks, he disarranged the scrolls in his parents' room and wiped away the dust from all scrolls to fabricate the semblance of a search. By the time everything was prepared, Li Hua was drenched in sweat. He understood the necessity of appropriately revealing his strength. In this world, in this clan, the truth of supremacy through strength was revered. Only those with extraordinary talent could obtain more resources and protection. He contemplated the delicate balance of showcasing his prowess, which would solidify his identity as a genius while averting suspicion and envy. Lost in these thoughts, Li Hua succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's estate, within a grand Japanese-style villa, akin to the residence of Sasuke's clan leader, Aotion returned home, dragging his weary body. "Young master Aotion, you have worked hard. We shall assist you with changing and prepare your bath," the butler's voice called out. Hearing this, a middle-aged Uchiha gentleman seated in the hall could no longer remain still and hurried to Aotion's side. "Aotion, you must not overexert yourself. Your father spoke in haste. Notions of worthiness are trivial. Do not jeopardize your health. During the previous match, he had misspoken, but he had apologized. There was no need for such rigorous training now." Aotion understood that his father was concerned for him, yet he resolutely declined. "Thank you, father. But I truly wish to surpass Li Hua. He is my goal." With that, Aotion strode towards his bedroom, leaving the Uchiha clan head momentarily stunned. Since the child wished to grow stronger, there was no reason to impede him. The side door creaked open, revealing Uchiha Ting's younger brother, Uchiha Tang. Ting sighed and commanded, "Tomorrow, arrange for a private tutor for the young master. We shall invest all efforts in his training." After uttering these words, Ting turned to his brother, the warmth on his face dissipating, replaced by a hint of a stern expression. "Who exactly is Uchiha Lihua? A young descendant has recently been making remarkable strides at the Ninja Academy, and today he has reached an equal footing with Kakashi Hitaki. Currently, the Dove faction is gaining considerable influence, while Fugaku's son, in his prime, lacks a semblance of vigor, making it difficult for him to achieve greatness in the future. Meanwhile, the old man, Danzo, remains incarcerated, and the Hawk faction, which is now in our hands, has shown signs of decline. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate exceptional successors. What does my elder brother imply? If Uchiha Lyohoi truly possesses strength, could we not share a portion of our resources to entice him to join the Hawk faction? Might this be too hasty? In that case, we should approach him with respect and emotional appeal, if he is indeed a prodigy. What harm is there in bestowing him with kindness? After all, we cannot allow the Dove faction to gain an advantage. Indeed, Uchiha Aoyin's father is a prominent elder within the current Hawk faction, alongside his brother Uchiha T, who are the decision-makers of the faction. Please inform the young master that I wish to invite Lyohua for a meal in a few days to discuss matters with him. As for the specific timing, let it be decided by the young master. Chapter 12. Spiraling Sphere. The following day, the steward conveyed his father's intentions to Aoyin, who readily embraced the guidance of his private tutor. However, regarding the invitation to Lihua, Aoyin, though unsure of the rationale behind it, could surmise his father's stance on the matter. Since his father had entrusted him with this task, it suggested two things: his familiarity with Lihua and that the matter at hand was not of great significance. Otherwise, it would not have been assigned to him. The young master stated, "Please inform my father that I will extend an invitation to Lihua, but only after I have triumphed over him. I firmly believe that day is drawing near." With that, Aoyin departed for school without a backward glance. In class, teacher Oshima addressed the students. "Class, today let us extend a warm welcome to a new student. Through exceptional talent and diligent effort, he has successfully enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Let us welcome Mike Guy." A vibrant green figure entered the classroom. "Hello everyone. My name is Mike Guy. I am delighted to meet you all, and I hope that my youthful spirit will resonate with yours. Unyielding perseverance and tenacious effort, pressing forward amidst challenges and setbacks. That is the essence of youth. In our future endeavors, I hope to count on your support, and I shall strive even harder to radiate my youth." 200 words omitted. After Dear Meow had taken a nap with earplugs in, Guy was called down from the podium by teacher Oshima. He noticed that Lihua's side was already filled, so he promptly took a seat next to Kakashi. Just as Guy was about to speak to Kakashi, with his deadpan gaze, uttered, "Youthful fool, pay attention in class." Guy refrained from further conversation. Observing the scene, Obito burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, struggling to suppress his mirth. "Did you see that, Lihua? There are villains who can counter villains." Kakashi, with all his pretentiousness, is being thoroughly thwarted by the newcomer Guy. Ha ha. His laughter was so loud that it caught the attention of teacher Oshima at the podium. "Oh, I see our little trumpet has arrived. However, why must you slap your thigh? Why not your own?" With that, Lihua playfully tapped Obito on the head. "Focus on your studies and training. Just look at what your grades have become." Upon hearing this, Obito lowered his head, yet his expression remained indifferent. "This is what I call a gradual accumulation of strength. Once I open my eyes, I will surpass all of you in an instant." Seeing that Obito remained obstinate, Lihua chose not to elaborate further. In contrast, Ao Tian, who stood beside Obito, maintained his usual seriousness. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Lihua did not cease his training. Rather, he intensified it alongside Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi had previously demonstrated the physical cultivation techniques of the Hitaki clan. Yet Lihua and his partner soon realized that this rigorous training method was incompatible with their own. In other words, only Kakashi could achieve exponential results from the training, while Lihua and Guy found their efforts yielding only minimal gains. Nevertheless, the two remained undeterred. As their physical prowess improved, they increased their training volume and the weights they bore. Over the month, Lihua became a regular at the Uchiha Ninja Tool shop, frequently purchasing training supplies. The fruits of their labor were gratifying. Lihua could distinctly perceive a marked enhancement in his physical abilities, and his chakra had multiplied several times over compared to before. What brought Lihua the most joy was the unexpected rewards from the system. Throughout the month, through a mix of persuasion, coercion, and enticement, He managed to pat the heads of most of his classmates. Many could only yield sums between 10,000 to 50,000 yen. However, these small amounts accumulated into a substantial fortune, which Li Hua allocated for training and daily expenses, with the remainder stored in the system space for future needs. Notable classmates revealed some valuable treasures. By patting the head of Ebisu, he acquired mastery of basic knowledge. From Noara Shinu, he received shuriken throwing technique. From Asuma Sarutobi, he gained slight enhancement of physical abilities. From Nara Shikamaru, he obtained Nara secret technique, perception. Li Hua was emboldened to select the Nara secret technique due to its remarkable effectiveness and the fact that its use would not draw attention. The effect of perception was as follows. With closed eyes, one could release chakra to sense the positions, numbers, and characteristics of enemies. With mastery, even the enemy speeds could be discerned in detail. When Li Hua encountered this technique, his heart soared with excitement. This was a rare sensory ninjutsu. Though it could not compare to the Uzumaki clan's divine eye, it was more than sufficient for detecting enemy movements without exposing the user's identity, alleviating concerns of pursuit. Thus, without hesitation, Li Hua chose perception. System, open personal panel. Host, Uchiha Li Hua Ninjutsu, body flicker technique, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, waterfall technique, heart decapitation technique, earth flow wall, shadow clone technique, telescope technique, shuriken shadow clone, water barrier, perception, due to the excessive number of ninjutsu. Some will be abbreviated with ellipses henceforth. Taijutsu, leaf strong fist, shuriken throwing technique, jinjutsu, nun chakra, one of Kakashi Hitaki's chakra, the elite J-nin's chakra amount. While not sufficient for unrestrained ninjutsu, allows for the release of 5 or 6 techniques without exhaustion, strength. Elite Genin there were many attributes such as physical ability enhancement and shadow level seal speed that, although not displayed on the personal panel, had undeniably transformed into a part of Li Hua's strength. Looking at the results of the past month, it would be disingenuous to say Li Hua was not pleased. However, for some inexplicable reason, he had recently felt an elusive sense of impending danger, as if someone were lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Moreover, Uchiha Aotian was no longer observing from the shadows. Throughout the month, Li Hua could constantly sense Aotian's rising fighting spirit, which grew increasingly fervent. In pursuit of greater strength and to prepare for the forthcoming crisis, Li Hua resolved to initiate a plan he had long yearned for, training in the spiral sphere. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, the issue of copyright. At this moment, Minato should still be a mere jonin, diligently mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. The Rasengan was developed by Minato after he had acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, intended to enhance its lethality. If he were to train now, it is conceivable that he could even develop it before Minato. Secondly, regarding the difficulty, the Rasengan, classified as an A-rank technique, was fully demonstrated in the anime through Jiraiya's teachings, greatly diminishing the training's complexity. Thirdly, concerning practicality, the Rasengan, being an unmarked technique, is characterized by its rapid release and formidable power, and it can also incorporate wind release chakra transformation, resulting in the creation of the spiraling shuriken, showcasing exceptional growth potential. Therefore, it is evident that the Rasengan is the optimal choice for Li Hua's training. Following Jiraiya's method, mastering the Rasengan involves 3 steps. First, controlling the rotation by using chakra to burst a water balloon. Second, enhancing the power by using chakra to burst a rubber ball. Third, maintaining the form by creating a membrane around the chakra, synthesizing the first 2 steps, thereby completing the mastery of the Rasengan. This training method would be familiar to anyone who has watched Naruto. After a month of relentless training, Naruto finally mastered the Rasengan. With a resolute determination to train, Li Hua devoted himself fully. While Guy and Kakashi practiced their physical techniques and swordsmanship, Li Hua began his own training in the Rasengan. Li Hua understood that Naruto took a month to learn the technique of using shadow clones to aid in forming the Rasengan. However, with his shadow-level chakra control, he could effortlessly achieve the chakra's transformation, enabling him to execute the Rasengan in its truest sense, instantaneously. To maximize his training time, Li Hua even created 2 shadow clones, one to engage in morning practice, while the other trained alongside him in the Rasengan. Soon, half a month passed. Observing the rapidly spinning light blue chakra sphere in his hand, Li Hua felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Gently pushing it against a tree trunk, the bark instantly splintered, followed by the trunk snapping under the immense rotational force. With a resounding crash, the trunk fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. I've done it. Hearing the loud noise, Guy and Kakashi rushed over. Li Hua, have you finally succeeded? Indeed. Allow me to demonstrate. Li Hua spread his right hand, and a light blue sphere materialized instantly, spinning at high speed while exuding a menacing aura. I've never seen this technique. What is its name? I call it the Rasengan. What? Even Kakashi has never seen it. Is this a technique you created, Li Hua? Precisely. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you if you wish. Thus, Li Hua imparted the training method for the Rasengan to the two of them, considering they would eventually become elite Jonin, inevitably encountering A-rank techniques. The timing of the instruction was inconsequential. Just as Li Hua was explaining how to cultivate the Rasengan, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed, igniting a thrill within him. Ding! Monitoring has detected the host's successful mastery of A-level ninjutsu, marking their advancement to the rank of CH Nin. The novice phase has concluded, and a graduation gift package is now being distributed. Chapter 13. The Simplified Sage Mode. Beep. The system is extracting rewards. Please wait. At this moment, Li Hua had completely forgotten the fatigue of practicing the spiral sphere. His joy was palpable, prompting Kai and Kakashi to jest. Creating an A-rank ninjutsu on your own is truly impressive. I, too, aspire to develop a similarly potent A-rank ninjutsu. Though Kakashi's words carried a hint of envy, Li Hua held an unwavering belief in Kakashi's ability to create an A-rank ninjutsu, even more so than Kakashi himself. The powerful ninjutsu born from the flames of youthful passion was indeed exhilarating. Kai, ever the embodiment of youthful exuberance, was as spirited as ever. Li Hua encouraged the two to continue their training, seizing the opportunity to discreetly distance himself from them. Open the gift package. No sooner had he spoken than the indifferent voice of the system resonated. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the novice phase. You are now awarded the graduation reward, Simplified Sage Mode. Li Hua gazed at the reward before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. As a seasoned veteran, he was well acquainted with Sage Mode. Yet the system's term Simplified Sage Mode left him perplexed. Before he could ponder further, a sudden and intense pain surged through his abdomen, akin to having a spiral sphere pressed forcefully against his stomach. Why must every reward come with such agony? Initially, Li Hua could manage some complaints, but soon he found himself devoid of the strength to utter a word. As the pain gradually subsided, he finally sensed the new changes in his body, or rather, the transformations in the external world. Li Hua could now distinctly perceive the fluctuating energies around him. In light of Sage Mode, these undulating energies could only be the natural energy. Previously, it felt as though a thick barrier surrounded him, isolating the natural energy beyond reach. Now, he could freely absorb this natural energy, signifying that he truly possessed the foundation for cultivating Sage Mode. As Li Hua gradually reminisced about the cultivation method of Sage Mode, he pondered that if chakra represents the perfect fusion of physical and spiritual energies, then Sage Chakra is the harmonious addition of natural energy to these two, achieving an impeccable ratio of 1:1:1. To cultivate Sage Mode, one must possess an immense reservoir of chakra. Otherwise, recklessly introducing natural energy would result in being consumed by it. At this moment, the system's voice, which had been silent for a brief interval, echoed once more. The current reward is the Simplified Sage Mode, which boasts rapid activation and minimal side effects. Correspondingly, its power is significantly diminished, and its duration is shorter than that of the genuine Sage Mode. Upon hearing this, Li Hua understood that this Simplified Sage Mode was akin to a harmless sealing technique, where the seal passively absorbs natural energy to enhance the user's abilities, making it even more challenging to control. With a clear understanding of the pros and cons of the system's reward, Li Hua finally felt at ease. In the original narrative, Naruto utilized Sage Mode to shatter 5 of Pain's 6 paths, cornering Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. He pondered how this simplified Sage Mode would enhance his own strength. Subsequently, Li Hua settled into a cross-legged position, skillfully absorbing the natural energy from the surroundings. Thanks to his mastery over shadow-level chakra control, achieving the 1:1:1 energy ratio was effortlessly within his grasp. He felt no regret in having touched the head of the third Hokage. This ability was invaluable to those who wielded it. Gradually, Li Hua sensed his chakra merging with the natural energy, creating a new form of energy, Sage Chakra, that was both incredibly harmonious and destructively potent. To the outside observer, Li Hua had seamlessly integrated with nature, rendering his presence imperceptible. With a soft command, he declared, "Sage Mode, activate." To his astonishment, the surrounding trees moved without wind, as if an invisible force brushed through them. Li Hua rose, keenly attuned to the changes within his body. System, will entering Sage Mode result in the appearance of eye markings? The simplified Sage Mode will not, but the host can configure it. The complete Sage Mode will certainly manifest eye markings, which the host cannot independently alter. Then I shall forego the eye markings. If they appear, anyone would know I have entered the second phase. Stealthily transforming without them is the true path. Li Hua clenched his fist, feeling his physical attributes enhanced by approximately 30. Moreover, the infusion of Sage Chakra considerably amplified the power of his jutsu. He decided to test his sensory abilities. In the original story, Naruto had pinpointed Nagato from 1,000 miles away using the black rods, demonstrating the enhancement Sage Mode provided to sensory perception. Closing his eyes, he activated Mountain's secret technique, perception. Kai and Kakashi were in the midst of training, and to his astonishment, he could distinctly sense every blade of grass and every tree in his vicinity. However, what was this chilling chakra? Suddenly, within Li Hua's perceptive realm, a pair of emotionless, serpent-like eyes appeared. The unique, chilling chakra emanating from him sent shivers down Li Hua's spine. In the next moment, Li Hua was compelled to relinquish his Sage Mode, collapsing onto the ground. In a daze, he caught sight of a brownish-yellow python slithering away. Was I mistaken? Shortly thereafter, Kai and Kakashi hurriedly arrived. Li Hua, what has happened? Weren't you training your ninjutsu? Li Hua refrained from divulging the truth, for he understood that sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. Subsequently, Kai and Kakashi escorted Li Hua back home. As they parted ways, Kakashi remarked, "I would like to assess the results of this month's training. Once you have recuperated, shall we have a match? I would be delighted to oblige." Early the next morning, Li Hua was awakened by Kakashi's call. "What is it so early? Aren't we supposed to compete? But it doesn't have to be this early. Hurry up. We need to train afterward. Uncle Dai's mission concludes today, and Kai may be unavailable in the afternoon. Where shall we hold the competition?" "At my house." "Oh wait, is Uncle Shuamao at home?" "Of course, my dad is certainly at home." "Are you daft?" Upon hearing that he would meet the legendary Konoha White Fang, Li Hua sprang out of bed, quickly dressing and grooming himself. To leave a good impression on his senior, he even donned a black Uchiha training outfit. Appearing particularly spirited and handsome, at least one-third as handsome as you esteemed readers. "Let us go." "Wrong way. I need to stop by the ninja tool shop to buy some oil for Uncle S. sword. For a first meeting, one must bring a gift, right? That will be 100,000 yen. We look forward to your next visit, young handsome." With a pained expression, Li Hua exited the store, having spent a considerable sum. Despite having amassed a decent fortune from patting heads, this shopping spree indeed constituted a significant expenditure. "Actually, you didn't have to buy such an extravagant gift." "Oh, you wouldn't understand. The sword oil I purchased is of excellent quality, abundant in quantity. One bottle can last 3 generations. The oil remains even after the person is gone. It appears I am not well versed in swords." The two playfully bantered as they arrived at the ancestral home of the Hitaki clan. Perhaps due to a decline in fortune, the Hitaki family did not possess the luxurious estate of the Uchiha, but instead had a quaint and elegant ancestral residence. Upon entering, Li Hua finally laid eyes on the legendary Konoha White Fang. When he first traversed into this world, he had encountered White Fang, feeling as though he was a sword being sheathed, impressed yet perplexed. After more than a month of training, Li Hua had grown increasingly cognizant of the power dynamics within this world, becoming more acutely aware of White Fang's formidable strength. Li Hua understood Kakashi's prowess. Yet Shuo Mao's might remained an enigma. It was akin to encountering a game where levels and health bars appeared as question marks. When confronted by an enemy, one might inquire whether you feel fear. However, at this moment, Shuo Mao transformed from his previous impression, donning an apron and wielding a spatula. Kakashi returned, exclaiming, "Is this your esteemed friend Li Hua? Come in, for I shall prepare the fish momentarily." Li Hua, adhering to the principles of courtesy, promptly replied, "Greetings, uncle. I am Li Hua, a friend of Kakashi. I have long heard of your remarkable prowess, and upon seeing you, it is indeed extraordinary. I have brought a small token of appreciation, and I hope you will graciously accept it." Kakashi smirked, remarking on the flattery. Following this, the three exchanged pleasantries, and Li Hua could distinctly sense that this elder bore no airs. Rather, he was exceedingly amiable. Ultimately, Shuo Mao accepted the oil for the knife and promised to guide Li Hua's training. Subsequently, Shuo Mao served Li Hua the fish he had personally cooked, the taste of which was exquisite, prompting Li Hua to sing its praises. After reaching a comfortable fullness, Li Hua and Kakashi consciously set down their chopsticks. For overindulgence would not serve them well in their endeavors. The two stood in the backyard of the Hitaki residence, adopting their stances, as the battle was poised to commence. Chapter 14. The Genius Showdown begins. Two figures rapidly collide with one another as Shomo timely appears in the backyard, leaning against the doorframe, smiling as he observes the duel between the two. Attention! The essence of this contest lies in discerning one's strengths and weaknesses. The outcome is of little consequence. Both participants nod in agreement, then swiftly entangle themselves in combat. They tacitly refrain from using kunai to test each other's capabilities, primarily due to their profound understanding of one another, rendering such probing unnecessary, and their unwavering confidence in each other's abilities, believing that kunai would pose no threat. Thus, the battle erupts into an intense display of martial prowess. Kakashi makes the first move, advancing towards Li Hua with a footwork that is as unpredictable as it is captivating. Yet, owing to the enhancements from physical augmentation and in-attribute chakra amplification, Li Hua's dynamic vision and reflexes have significantly improved compared to just a month prior. Your steps are futile before these eyes, Li Hua remarks, prompting Kakashi to change his tactics. His movements become increasingly erratic and chaotic, yet his speed remains unaltered. You have yet to truly awaken. Do not boast, he retorts, eliciting a chuckle from Shomo, who muses about Kakashi's audacity to employ the reverse Konoha technique. Unable to decipher Kakashi's footwork, Li Hua refuses to remain passive. With a fierce stomp, the ground beneath him cracks slightly as he charges towards Kakashi at an astonishing pace. Kakashi twists his body, leveraging the momentum to deliver a horizontal kick towards Li Hua, who deftly blocks the assault with a horizontal arm. Soft and gentle. Now it's my turn, Li Hua exclaims, swiftly throwing a powerful punch aimed at Kakashi's face. Realizing the imminent danger of the approaching fist, Kakashi attempts to intercept with his palm, but the force behind Li Hua's blow proves overwhelming, sending him hurtling backward. He rolls twice upon the ground before coming to a halt. Yet, the onlookers understand that Li Hua's punch did not achieve its full impact. Despite its formidable strength, Kakashi's preceding maneuvers had dissipated much of the force. For Li Hua, the strike felt akin to hitting cotton. Li Hua, your strength has indeed intensified. Need you ask? Without granting Kakashi a moment's respite, Li Hua swiftly closes the distance, raising his right fist high. Astonishingly, a swirl of pale blue, high-density chakra envelopes his fist. You must evade. Though he vocalizes this warning, Li Hua shows no signs of hesitation as he unleashes a punch at Kakashi. Too slow. Kakashi sidesteps and rolls, narrowly avoiding Li Hua's attack. Bang! To the surprise of both Kakashi and his father, he unexpectedly finds himself on the ground, wincing in pain. How could this be? I clearly evaded your attack, Kakashi exclaims, bewildered. Shomo also appears momentarily taken aback, before an expression of understanding dawns upon him. Li Hua had gathered chakra around his palm, expanding the range of his hand strikes. The attack, although evaded by you, still permits the chakra nearby to strike you. Li Hua internally lamented the sharp perception of Shuo Mao while feeling a sense of joy at this blow. It seems the idea of combining immense strength with the frog hand technique, as seen in Naruto's Sage Mode, is indeed a sound one. Substituting chakra for natural energy can yield equivalent results. Kakashi, appearing somewhat disheveled, rose to his feet and brushed off the dust. Now, I shall be serious, Kakashi declared, lightly waving his right hand near his ninja tool pouch, where a kunai seamlessly appeared in his grasp. Li Hua could sense a shift in Kakashi's aura. The kunai in his hand resembled a razor-sharp dagger. With a swift motion, Kakashi launched an aggressive assault, prompting Li Hua to draw his own kunai. His eyes whirred rapidly, striving to discern each of Kakashi's attacks. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither conceding ground. Though Li Hua struggled to defend against Kakashi's relentless onslaught, he managed to evade each strike with remarkable agility. Ultimately, Kakashi raised the kunai and delivered a sudden, powerful slash, so swift that even Shuo Mao was taken aback. Li Hua, recognizing Kakashi's intent, hastily raised his hand to defend, but unexpectedly, Kakashi altered his attack. The kunai danced like a dragon, slipping past Li Hua's defenses and striking his calf with ferocity. Li Hua instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling away just before Kakashi could pursue him. Through this intense confrontation, Both combatants realized their physical skills were evenly matched. The next phase would be a battle of ninjutsu. Kakashi quickly leapt backward, exerting every effort to distance himself from Li Huo while simultaneously forming hand seals. Shuo Mao could not help but wonder why Kakashi was so desperately trying to create space. Soon, the answer became clear. Li Huo, not forming any seals, swiftly closed the gap between them with astonishing speed. When the distance between Li Huo and Kakashi dwindled to mere paces, Li Huo spread his hand, conjuring a pale blue chakra sphere in an instant. Even from afar, Shuo Mao could sense the formidable destructive power of this technique. Just as Li Huo's Rasengan was about to collide with Kakashi, Kakashi finally completed his hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi bellowed, as a wall of earth rapidly erupted from the ground. While it lacked the ornate artistry of the original work, it effectively obstructed Li Huo's attack path. Bang! As the sound of the earth crumbling echoed around, Li Huo stood before Kakashi. I concede, Kakashi admitted. His unmarked ninjutsu is exceedingly swift. With a sigh of resignation, he continued. Shuomo approached the two, brushing the dust off their shoulders, and remarked, Kakashi, your swordsmanship has indeed advanced significantly, yet you place too much emphasis on technique while neglecting physical conditioning. You should diligently practice the body training methods I have imparted to you, and enhance the speed of your hand seals and ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Li Huo was undeniably a rare talent, exhibiting remarkable chakra control and exceptional application of chakra. Alongside his self-created unmarked ninjutsu, achievements that many aspire to but seldom realize in a lifetime. Upon hearing this praise, Li Huo felt a twinge of bashfulness. However, Shuomo continued. Should you wish to progress further, consider the seamless interplay between your physical prowess and chakra. In your battles, I often observe that after a single strike, you pause momentarily before launching your next attack. Unbeknownst to you, this brief hesitation often reveals a fatal vulnerability. If you can achieve a fluidity in your strikes, I believe it will greatly benefit you. Li Huo comprehended Shuomo's intent to strive for canceling the recovery time with a basic attack. After this insightful critique, both Kakashi and Li Huo garnered substantial insights, for not everyone is afforded the opportunity to receive the patient guidance of an elite jonin. After a leisurely conversation, Li Huo prepared to take his leave when Shuomo called out to him. Little Li Huo, I recall that your self-created ninjutsu is an unmarked one, correct? Indeed, uncle. Li Huo replied. I happen to know a junior who is also delving into unmarked ninjutsu. I believe that, given the chance, you two could engage in a fruitful exchange. Li Huo's heart raced. Who else could be developing unmarked ninjutsu at this time? Yet he maintained an expression of curiosity. Uncle, who is this junior you speak of? He is the disciple of an old friend of mine, and like you, he is also a genius. Wonderful, uncle. Please inform me when he has time. I shall certainly come. By the way, I have yet to inquire. What is your senior's name? Namikaze Minato. Chapter 15. Confrontation with the boar deer butterfly. After several days of rigorous training between Li Huo and Kakashi, on this particular day, Guy was at school while Li Huo and Kakashi, in an unspoken agreement, utilized their shadow clones to skip class and engage in training at the training ground. However, just as they were immersed in their exercises, Li Huo suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head. Ouch! 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 Before Kakashi could inquire about the cause of his distress, he too emitted a muffled groan. Rubbing his own head, it turned out that teacher Oshima had announced that there would be a midterm examination the following day, mandating all students to participate in person. This revelation disrupted the connection between Li Huo and Kakashi's shadow clones, utilizing the unique ability of the clones to relay information. Teacher Oshima's methods are rather ruthless, aren't they? He must have been displeased by our use of shadow clones in class, and is now seizing this opportunity for revenge, Li Huo remarked. Just then, a green figure dashed towards them. It was Guy, just released from school. Hey, my beloved comrades. Tomorrow marks a vibrant gathering, the midterm examination. We are well aware. So let us hasten our training. Li Huo playfully slapped Guy on the shoulder, interrupting his spell casting, and the trio resumed their training with unwavering determination. The next day, the midterm examination commenced as scheduled, with teacher Oshima personally overseeing the proceedings. As Li Huo and Kakashi entered the classroom together, teacher Oshima approached them with a friendly demeanor, delivering a playful knock on each of their heads. What? How can teacher Oshima treat us this way? Li Huo exclaimed indignantly. How else could I distinguish whether you two are truly here or merely shadow clones? After all, my eyesight is rather poor, Teacher Oshima chuckled before walking away. Li Hua turned to Kakashi. This is undoubtedly a personal vendetta. Teacher Oshima has such a twisted sense of humor, doesn't he? Kakashi, however, wore a serious expression. There's no escaping this. With our skills, even the average nin would pose a challenge. Yet, why can we not evade Teacher Oshima's fists? Li Hua too adopted a more solemn demeanor. Indeed, the ninja world is filled with hidden talents. One must not underestimate it. As they returned to their seats, a melodious voice called out to Li Hua. Ah, isn't this the Uchiha prodigy who insists on attending school with shadow clones? Li Hua turned to see Nara Shikamaru. Her captivating eyes fixed on him, brimming with playful sarcasm. Oh, I thought I recognized someone, Nara Shikamaru. The sleeping god who ensures a solid 8 hours of rest during class every day. Neither was willing to concede defeat in their verbal sparring, and thus their exchange was particularly sharp. I had intended to use this secret to take you down a notch, but now, thanks to Teacher Oshima, it has been exposed. To compensate me, how about treating me to a skewer of dango? Li Hua found himself amused by the request. All right, walk with me after school. Sure thing, boss. Just then, the sharp ring of the school bell interrupted their banter. The midterm examination officially begins. The examination comprises 2 segments, a written test and a practical exercise. The written portion, which assesses the foundational knowledge acquired over the past 2 months, has been meticulously crafted by the esteemed Teacher Oshima. This set of questions includes both straightforward inquiries and more challenging ones. With diligent study, scoring 80 points should pose no difficulty, declared Teacher Oshima with confidence. However, achieving a perfect score of 100 is far from simple. Thanks to the mastery of foundational knowledge obtained from Ebisu, the questions on the test were a mere walk in the park for Li Hua. With fluidity and grace, he completed the entire suite of questions. Meanwhile, his companion Obito was visibly distressed, scratching his head in bewilderment. At that moment, Li Hua, with a composed demeanor, set down his pen and took a moment to relax. Suddenly, Obito nudged him with his elbow, seeking to initiate a private conversation. Li Hua, do you have the answers? I beseech you. Did I not advise you to study diligently? Li Hua responded. Oh dear, allow me to share a tale. Just then, a piece of chalk flew through the air, striking Obito squarely on the forehead like a shuriken. Uchiha Obito, what mischief are you up to? Hurry and write. Teacher Oshima admonished. Witnessing Obito's plight brought immense joy to Li Hua. Did I not mention you? Can you not answer the questions? Li Hua approached the podium and gently placed his exam paper down. I shall now prepare for the second round of the examination. To his astonishment, Teacher Oshima exclaimed. You got them all correct. He understood that if Li Hua had resorted to cheating, he would not have evaded the keen eyes of a former Umbu member. Therefore, it was evident that Li Hua had answered the questions on his own. Could it be that the shadow clone technique enhances one's study efficiency? Meanwhile, Obito lamented, once. A perfect exam paper lay before me, and I failed to cherish it. Before long, the examination concluded, and Teacher Oshima collected the papers, marking the end of the first assessment. After a brief intermission, the second examination commenced officially. The rules of the examination are quite straightforward. Form teams of 3 and engage in battles against one another. The assessment does not consider victory or defeat. Rather, it evaluates the performance exhibited during the competition. Li Hua naturally formed a team with Kakashi and Guy, striving for a swift completion of the test in order to return to training. However, the formidable presence of the trio instilled a sense of intimidation in others, discouraging them from entering the fray. Similarly, the newly formed Ino Shikicho team, led by Nara Shikamaru, faced a parallel predicament. Unlike the exceptional individual prowess of Li Hua's team, the reluctance of others to confront Shikamaru's team stemmed from their remarkable synergy and collaboration. Consequently, the 2 isolated teams naturally became adversaries, drawing considerable attention to their impending clash. As the examination progressed with fervor, the next matchup featured Uchiha Li Hua, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy against Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji. Both sides took to the field, dispelling any signs of hostility with a solemn gesture. And the battle was poised to commence without unnecessary banter. The Ino Shikicho combination had long been renowned since the Warring States period, primarily for their exceptional teamwork, rendering this confrontation one that Li Hua could not afford to underestimate. Li Hua reflected upon the intelligence he had gathered regarding his opponents. Shikamaru, undoubtedly formidable, bore a C-rank evaluation within the ninja system, a testament to his impressive capabilities. Moreover, The true strength of the Nara clan often lay not solely in physical prowess, but also in intellect. Yamanaka Ino, typically quiet, possessed an unclear level of strength. As for Akimichi Choji, it was expected that he would be somewhat overweight. However, unlike others of his clan, Choji sported a rather rebellious hairstyle, exuding an air of defiance. Yet, Lihua sensed that Choji might be the most formidable among the trio. Positioned in a triangular formation, Shikamaru smiled as he addressed his teammates, stating, "We have all mastered our clan's secret techniques. You must be cautious not to lose." Turning to the two behind him, he instructed, "Hold them back for 3 minutes." No sooner had he spoken than Ino and Choji sprang into action, dashing towards Lihua's team. The two exchanged grave glances, recognizing that, despite the seemingly disorganized stance of Lihua's trio, there was no discernible flaw to exploit. Lihua subtly gestured to Guy and Kakashi, "You two go ahead. Don't boss me around." Kakashi retorted, yet both he and Guy swiftly charged forward. At that moment, the previously silent Shikamaru made his move, swiftly unleashing shuriken to create distractions. Lihua was already aware that Shikamaru would not remain passive. Given the significant disparity in strength, only strategy could alter the course of the battle. "Whatever your intentions may be, I shall ensure you do not succeed," Lihua declared, as he deftly deflected Shikamaru's shuriken one by one with his kunai. However, he failed to notice that Shikamaru had already utilized that brief moment to set a trap in front of him using explosive tags. "Ah!" Ino and Choji exclaimed in pain as they engaged with Kakashi and Guy, who, due to their overwhelming strength, swiftly dispatched their opponents. Shikamaru's expression turned serious as he softly uttered, "Do you understand now?" "Understood." Dai and Jingwen spoke in unison, "Understood. Fire." At this moment, Jingwen utilized the secret technique of a clan within the mountains to temporarily establish a communication network, enabling truly encrypted conversations. Jingwen, after painstakingly retreating from the trap, summoned his chakra, preparing for what lay ahead. "Dai, I need to obscure their line of sight." "Understood." Multiplication technique. In an instant, Dai's physique swelled rapidly, emanating a perilous power. "Meet tank." Dai charged forth with incredible speed, prompting Kakashi and his companions to nimbly evade the oncoming assault. Yet, Dai's onslaught failed to inflict any harm upon them. "As long as it doesn't hit, this technique is meaningless," Kai proclaimed with pride. "No. The dust on the battlefield has been stirred up. We have lost our visibility." Chapter 16. Explosion. Amidst the swirling dust on the battlefield, the visibility for Lihua and his companions was completely obscured. "Is this considered a smokescreen?" Lihua jested, though the surrounding individuals could discern that his usually calm demeanor had turned serious. As the brain of the Zhulu Dai, Lu Miao would not engage in such superfluous actions. They could not afford to remain idle in this situation. "Break through," Lihua commanded, and the three of them dashed in different directions, striving to swiftly escape the haze. Just as Lihua was sprinting forward, he suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation of chakra. This chakra swept over him like a radar, albeit somewhat immaturely wielded, which alerted Lihua to the unfolding situation. At this moment, the clan's secret technique, perception, revealed a dire predicament. Their location was completely exposed. Meanwhile, Lu Miao and his companions could not see Lihua and his two allies, shrouded as they were in the dust. However, Jingwen, who had retreated back to the trap, utilized the perception ninjutsu to ascertain Lihua's movements and promptly relayed the information to the others. "Dai, entangle Might Guy," Lu Miao instructed through a secure line. This is indeed a daunting task. Dai raced off towards Guy. "We are short on time. Act swiftly," Lu Miao urged, launching shurikens with precision to disrupt Guy's advance. "Jingwen, quicken your pace," Lu Miao said anxiously. Beside him, Jingwen, having exhausted himself from continuous use of ninjutsu, struggled to remain upright. Yet he persevered in gathering his chakra. At this juncture, Lihua and Kakashi, hindered by the dust, remained unaware of the battle's location and continued their desperate escape. Suddenly, Dai arrived just in time to intercept Guy before he could break free from the dust cloud, and the two engaged in combat. Unsurprisingly, Dai was swiftly taken down. "Rest here for a moment. I must break through," Dai exclaimed, though he added, "No. I cannot relent. This is a mission entrusted to me by the boss." Dai, trembling, struggled to rise. "If I let you go, it would cause me considerable trouble." Guy recognized that Dai's condition was far from ideal. The intense use of the Akimichi clan's techniques, coupled with relentless battles, had left him utterly exhausted. With great effort, Dai spread his arms and slowly stated, My task is to hold you back, so I absolutely will not give up. Very well. I acknowledge your spirit. Let us engage in a duel. With that, Guy leaped forward with a powerful strike. Dai managed a strained smile. I have never used this technique before. You shall be the first to experience it. Partial expansion technique. Bang. A pair of enormous hands firmly gripped Kai within their grasp. It was Dai. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You three are truly deserving of the title of geniuses. And you, Lu Miao and Jingwen, your talents are realms beyond my reach. No matter how fervently I pursue them. However, I am aware that I possess my own strengths, and that is to serve as the most steadfast weapon for the mind. Unwaveringly executing Lu Miao's plans. Lu Miao, are you ready? Jingwen whispered. Dai, I apologize for the wait. Lu Miao suddenly crouched down, forming hand seals with fluid precision. And in an instant, a shadow surged forth from beneath him. Kai gazed at the youth before him with immense admiration. I may lack the ability to wield ninjutsu, relying solely on relentless training to enhance myself, yet you have mastered the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan at such a young age. My friend, you are the true genius. With that, Kai bowed his head, an unprecedented strength surging within him. This is bad. It seems Kai is truly serious now. Li Hua exclaimed anxiously. What is happening? Kai declared loudly. Let me confront them with my utmost power. Yet, before he could finish, words failed him. Shadow mimicry technique. Successful. Lu Miao said with difficulty. Jingwen, act swiftly. Jingwen nodded silently. Mind turn technique. A surge of spiritual energy rushed toward Kai, causing Jingwen to weaken and collapse behind a trap. What an exhilarating power. Kai's voice echoed, resonating with an unprecedented tone. Lu Miao quickly withdrew the shadow mimicry technique, commanding, take advantage of our hidden strength and strike them down one by one. Not a chance. Li Hua leapt high into the air, breaking through the enveloping dust. And soon after, Kakashi dashed in from another direction. The classmates, finally grasping the entirety of the situation, gasped in astonishment. They beheld Kai, covered in dirt, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dai and Lu Miao, facing off against Li Hua and Kakashi. Oh no, Kai has been ensnared by the mind-turn technique. Li Hua remarked with intrigue. You three are quite formidable, using a trap formation to protect Jingwen's body, allowing Dai to deploy smoke bombs, and then utilizing the shadows of the shurikens on the ground to extend your shadow mimicry technique's range while controlling our combat strength with the mind-turn technique. Truly impressive. Listening to the opponent's praise, Lu Miao felt no joy as she discerned no trace of panic in their expressions. Li Hua continued. But can Jingwen truly master Kai's body flawlessly? Or do you think we are so weak? With that, Li Hua and Kakashi surged forward toward the trio, with Jingwen launching the first strike, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Li Hua's face. You certainly do not hold back. But have you trained in the Leaf Village's strong fist? Li Hua deftly evaded the heavy blow, raising his leg for a sweeping kick that struck Kai's calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. However, Li Hua did not pursue the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he charged towards the trap formation, knowing that once he controlled Jingwen's physical body, the battle would be concluded. Kakashi faced Dai, who was already weary. Although Dai's attacks remained powerful, Kakashi's elusive footwork, which even Li Hua could not decipher, left Dai bewildered. At last, Lu Miao stood before Li Hua. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, he remarked playfully, though his expression was grave. Of course, this victory shall be mine. Let us see you get past me first. Lu Miao leaped forward. Unlike Kakashi's intricate footwork or Kai's brute force, Lu Miao's taijutsu flowed like water, graceful and elusive, making it impossible to strike her or shake her off. Li Hua's Leaf Village fist was momentarily ineffective against her, yet relying on his superior physical prowess, he forced Lu Miao to retreat step by step toward the trap formation. Surrender. You have no chance. Behind you lies an array of explosive tags, he taunted. Yet, Lu Miao wore a smile that hinted at a devious plot, which Li Hua found somewhat endearing. Who has explosive tags behind them? I believe that would be you, she retorted, deftly maneuvering to slip behind Li Hua. Realizing her intentions, Li Hua understood her plan. If she could create the illusion that explosive tags were in front of him, Lu Miao could employ her shadow imitation technique from behind, compelling him to walk into the trap while she remained unharmed, thus securing her victory. However, Li Hua was not about to let her succeed, and they became entangled amidst the explosive tags. Unbeknownst to them, one of the explosive tags suddenly illuminated, emanating a perilous aura. Engaged in combat with Li Hua, Lu Miao remained oblivious. While Li Hua caught sight of the ominous development, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Danger! I cannot hold back, he exclaimed, shaking off several kilograms of weight that fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simple Sage Mode, activate. A gentle breeze emanated from Li Hua, spreading outwards in all directions. At that moment, Teacher Daishima also noticed the precarious situation and rushed with remarkable speed to rescue Jing Wen's physical body and the fallen Kai. But before he could save anyone else, boom, the explosive tag detonated, sending Kakashi and Dai flying far away. Daishima had no choice but to immediately erect a simple barrier to protect the surrounding children. Dust swirled and smoke enveloped the area. Where's Li Hua? Kakashi anxiously inquired. Boss, are you all right? With great effort, Dai shouted as Li Hua tightly embraced the unscathed Lu Miao. He could sense the girl trembling gently out of fear. So he slowly patted her back, soothing her with tender words. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Miao, still anxious, opened her eyes to find Li Hua's face before her. She could feel the immense heat and shockwaves that had severely injured the boy's back, yet he continued to comfort her. Tears streamed down Lu Miao's face as she realized the depth of his concern. Seeing that Lu Miao was unharmed, a heavy burden lifted from Li Hua's heart. However, as the simple immortal mode dissipated, waves of exhaustion crashed over him, causing him to faint. Teacher Daishima rushed towards the two, only to discover a small white snake along the way. Chapter 17. The Sun Escape Chakra. Teacher Oshima, preoccupied with urgency, rushed towards the epicenter of the explosion. He anticipated that the two children would have sustained severe injuries from such a violent detonation. However, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Princess Liu Miao was seen struggling to approach him, cradling Li Hua in her arms. Despite their disheveled appearances, both appeared to be only lightly injured. Much to Teacher Oshima's delight. Quick, find the medical team. When Li Hua regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. The faint scent of disinfectant pervaded the room, and opposite him lay an array of fruit baskets and flowers, the most striking of which was an enormous set of antlers. As he turned his head slightly, he noticed Liu Miao dozing off at the table, clearly having kept vigil over him for quite some time. Previously, he had only glimpsed her silhouette napping in class. Now, witnessing her slumbering face, he realized that this girl possessed an added charm even in her sleep. Before Li Hua could further survey his surroundings, a dull pain began to emerge in his back. Soon, the discomfort intensified, causing him to involuntarily cry out, which startled the sleeping Liu Miao. Ah, you're awake. I'll go call the doctor, Liu Miao exclaimed, darting away like a startled rabbit. The doctor arrived promptly, assessing that there was no significant harm, merely a result of excessive fatigue leading to his unconsciousness, compounded by injuries from the explosive device. He explained that due to Li Hua's prolonged training, his muscles had become overstrained, and if this continued, it could lead to latent injuries. Li Hua nodded, acknowledging the information. Doctor, how long have I been asleep? Not long, just a day. You should thank your little girlfriend. She has been here with you the entire time, the doctor replied. Li Hua's face flushed instantly. No, that's not our relationship. Before he could elaborate, the hospital door swung open abruptly, revealing Teacher Oshima, who still held a triangular ruler, indicating he had been in class when he received the news and rushed over. Li Hua, you're finally awake. How do you feel? The doctor tactfully excused himself, leaving the teacher and student alone. Before Li Hua could explain his situation to Oshima, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Li Hua, my good brother, you have worried me immensely. It was Kai and Kakashi, followed closely by the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji. Liu Miao, exhausted from her frantic dash to deliver messages, was visibly breathless with a flushed face. The teacher and students exchanged warm greetings. And upon learning that Li Hua was not in grave danger, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, urging him to rest well and not overexert himself. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Since his journey began, he had formed many connections and friendships, an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. He propped himself up, gazing at Akimichi CHG, beckoning him closer. CHG, I heard what you said during the battle. I truly commend your courage and perseverance for the team. And look, we are not geniuses. We are simply individuals who strive diligently. With that, he gently ruffled CHG's hair. Clink. The C-rank ninja, Akadu Dai, was presented with a selection of rewards. Choose one, said the voice in his mind. Keep it up, Dai. I have faith that you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. In the past, Dai may have regarded this encouragement with indifference, but after their encounter, he realized just how formidable Li Hua truly was. Being acknowledged by someone stronger than many of his peers left Dai somewhat astonished. Li Hua, I brought you an assortment of snacks, all of which I adore. Thank you for encouraging me. Dai's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting hearty laughter from those around him. After exchanging a few more words, Teacher Oshima called everyone back to class, suggesting that they would return to assist Li Hua upon his discharge from the hospital. The students then returned to the Ninja Academy, while Lu Miao volunteered to stay behind, claiming she would look after Li Hua. Teacher Oshima smiled knowingly, approving of her choice. At that moment, only Li Hua and Lu Miao remained, and the atmosphere in the room inexplicably grew more enigmatic. Li Hua felt his heart race slightly. The room seemed a touch warmer than before. As their eyes met, Lu Miao spoke first. Why did you wait until the end to use your incredible strength? Because this was merely a contest, not a true battlefield, he replied. Why risk injury to save me? Lu Miao recalled the moment vividly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Li Hua understood that if he were to utter any touching words, it would profoundly affect the young girl, yet he chose to remain true to his convictions. It is not only you. I would strive to stand up for any comrade in peril, for you are my allies. Lu Miao was taken aback by Li Hua's words. For reasons unknown, she sensed an undercurrent of solitude within him, veiling the young man before her in a shroud of mystery. My parents are very grateful to you. They wish to invite you to dinner in a few days. I hope you will grace us with your presence. With that, Lu Miao fled the room. As she departed, Li Hua felt a heaviness settle upon his heart. He had heard the doctor mention that if he continued such intense training, he might sustain hidden injuries. Yet, how could he survive in a world fraught with peril without such training? Both aspects were indispensable. Thus, he contemplated patting Dai's head. For Dai possessed something Li Hua had yet to attain. System, extract the reward. Beep. C-rank ninja, Akidu Dai, please select one of the following rewards. Sham 8 style teaching. Een release chakra, 100 bags of chips. Here it came. Truly, there was something. I choose Een release chakra. The reward has been dispensed. Instantly, Li Hua felt as though he were enveloped in the warmth of a hot spring, devoid of any pain, as if caressed by a spring breeze. This sensation urged him to linger a while longer. However, the warmth was fleeting, and soon he sensed an unfamiliar presence of chakra within him, one that did not belong to him, and could be said to be entirely alien to the Uchiha clan. Een release chakra. With the mastery of shadow-level chakra control, Li Hua instantaneously comprehended the essence of yang release chakra. Yang release epitomizes the strength of the body, and its techniques infuse vitality into physical form. However, due to Li Hua's lack of six paths power, specifically the sage body and sage eyes, he could not wield Een and Yang release with the same potency as Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Nonetheless, through rudimentary development, Li Hua has entirely grasped the significance of Yang release for himself. Firstly, as a passive skill, Yang release augments the body's healing speed, recovery rate, and enhances both vitality and physical constitution. Unlike the system's physical enhancement, Yang release chakra provides a gradual and enduring improvement to one's physical attributes, leading to an increasingly formidable physique over time. Secondly, as an active skill, Li Hua independently developed the Yang release secret technique, life restoration. Indeed, he drew inspiration from the world of One Piece and refined it, employing exquisite chakra control to infuse Yang release chakra into various organs of the body, enabling it to act according to his will. This includes, but is not limited to, rapid ingestion followed by accelerated digestion, enhanced metabolism for swift wound healing, controlled heartbeats to achieve a state of suspended animation, and the treatment of internal injuries. Li Hua immediately commenced experimentation, voraciously consuming the fruit baskets and food presented by others, fervently activating life restoration. His stomach became akin to an abyss, voraciously absorbing nutrients. Consequently, he experienced rapid recovery, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. This power is simply extraordinary, Li Hua exclaimed with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully gathering 7 types of attribute chakra. A hidden mission, Bloodline Gathering, has now been unlocked. Chapter 18. The challenge of Li Hua. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Hua's frenzied eating came to a sudden halt, and a surge of elation washed over him as he began to contemplate the implications. In the original text, Bloodline Net is a power that transcends both bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. It is a unique fusion of the 7 elemental transformations: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. This ability is an authentic divine power, one that can only be possessed by celestial beings, often referred to as the power of Tsutsuki. Now, with the system designating Bloodline Net as a hidden mission, Li Hua was left pondering its significance when the system promptly provided an explanation. Mission details: fulfill certain conditions to exchange for the corresponding bloodline limit or bloodline elimination each year. Additionally, if one possesses a celestial body and celestial eyes and meets specific criteria, one may exchange for Bloodline Net. This revelation implied that he could acquire any bloodline limit. Bloodline limits form the foundational logic of this world. No ninja has ever possessed a bloodline limit without achieving remarkable feats. With a bloodline limit, I would possess the resources to contend within this shinobi realm. This thought filled Li Hua with immense excitement. System: exchange for wood release. Wood release requires 20A rank or higher earth release jutsu, 20A rank or higher water release jutsu, a celestial body, and a touch count of 162-1500. System: exchange for Sharingan. Single Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Bloodline, touch count 162-500. Upon seeing such steep requirements, Li Hua's interest waned. Indeed, formidable power was not easily attained. In the ensuing time, Li Hua devoted himself to studying the exchange system. He discovered that the requirements for exchanging bloodline limits could be broadly categorized into two types. The first involved the requisite reserve of jutsu corresponding to 2 elemental chakra types, while the second required the touch count to meet a certain threshold. The more potent the bloodline limit, the higher the required count. Additionally, there existed a category of particularly unique requirements, which Li Hua categorized as special conditions. For instance, wood release necessitated a celestial body, while Byakugan required its own lineage, and Sharingan demanded the Uchiha bloodline. Though this might appear to be a jest, Li Hua uncovered a critical insight upon further examination. Taking Sharingan as an example, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Li Hua inherently possessed the Sharingan bloodline limit. In contrast, characters like Kakashi and Danzo, who had undergone transplantation of the Sharingan, could not wield it with finesse. However, if Kakashi possessed the system, he could leverage its capabilities to truly transform the Sharingan into his own bloodline limit. Similarly, Ao of the Mist Village, who had received a Byakugan transplant, was unable to fully harness its potential. Yet, if Li Hua were to acquire the Byakugan through transplantation, he could genuinely master its complete capabilities with the aid of the system. After meticulous selection, Li Hua finally identified a remarkably powerful bloodline limit. System: I wish to exchange for. At that moment, a cacophony of anguish cries erupted from outside. Li Hua, you must not be in danger. Li Hua? The person who arrived was none other than Obito. He hurriedly pushed open the door and saw his friend Li Hua squatting beside the fruit basket, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Li Hua, I thought you were on the brink of death. Li Hua looked at his friend, his anger boiling over. Uchiha Obito, I've heard of students being late, but I've never encountered someone tardy, even when visiting a patient. Teacher Oshima and the others left ages ago. What took you so long? Obito chuckled awkwardly, then picked up an apple and began to munch on it. Li Hua, unfazed, continued, Obito, what have you discovered through this examination? What can be discovered? That you're quite impressive? No, it's that you are genuinely weak. Regardless of whether it pertained to foundational knowledge or practical exercises, your deficiencies are glaring. All right, I understand. It's not easy to visit you, and yet you lecture me so much. I know you're recuperating, and both my grandmother and I are very concerned about you. We bought you some supplements, so remember to take them. With that, Obito left without looking back. Li Hua wondered if Obito had taken his advice to heart. However, Obito was aware that from that day forth, he would dedicate his afternoons to rigorous training. As he watched Obito depart, Li Hua chose to access the blood limit. System: I wish to exchange for demonic escape. Indeed. This was the demonic escape employed by the villain Obito from the movie, with its signature technique being demonic escape, absorption hole. This book references the version of demonic escape used in the film rather than the one from the War with the West. The practitioner releases absorbed chakra in the form of blue flames for attack. The ability to absorb chakra was a significant reason why Li Hua chose this technique. It is well known that in the movie, Obito boldly claimed that ninjutsu would be ineffective against him. The capacity to devour ninjutsu and launch an attack left Li Hua envious. And the exchange conditions were not overly demanding. Demonic escape, 2B rank or above earth release techniques, 2B rank or above water release techniques, sage body. and touched the heads of 162 out of 150 people. Exchange successful. The instant the system's voice echoed, Li Hua's entire body was engulfed in intense pain. It had been a long time since he experienced such a familiar ache of empowerment. The pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and Li Hua instinctively grasped the method of utilizing demonic escape, along with its signature technique, absorption hole. Correspondingly, two diamond-shaped symbols appeared in the palms of Li Hua's hands, serving as the foundation for employing absorption hole. Regarding demonic escape, Li Hua felt as though he had practiced it countless times, achieving a level of mastery that was nothing short of remarkable. In his heart, Li Hua silently chanted, "Simple Sage Mode, activate." Thanks to the minimal side effects and rapid activation of the Simple Sage Mode, Li Hua was able to swiftly enter this state, which enabled him to rescue Lu Miao at a critical moment. Upon entering Sage Mode, Li Hua's perceptive abilities significantly heightened. Sitting cross-legged, he channeled his chakra, activating the secret technique of the mountains, perception, keenly attuning himself to his surroundings. Once he confirmed that Shizhou was safe, Li Hua raised his right hand, palm open, directing it towards the absorption point. An invisible force emanated from the center of his palm, while his left hand spread out, forming a pale blue Rasengan that exuded an ominous aura. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Hua pressed the Rasengan against the technique seal in his right palm, only to find that the Rasengan could not touch the absorption point seal and was instead converted into chakra, absorbed by the technique. This technique is formidable, Li Hua marveled, satisfied as he concluded his experiment. This could serve as my secret weapon, allowing for a surprising advantage, he mused. Suddenly, within Li Hua's heightened perception, a familiar figure emerged in the hospital corridor, slowly approaching his room. It was Uchiha Aotian. Li Hua hastily ceased the absorption technique, restoring the room to its original state in anticipation of Aotian's arrival. Aotian entered, placing the assortment of gifts he had brought on the table. "Li Hua, how is your health?" he inquired. "Thank you, Aotian. The doctor said there is nothing serious," Li Hua replied. Unlike Li Hua's other friends, Aotian did not casually sit down to chat, but instead stood silently, a contemplative expression on his face. "Aotian, is something the matter?" Li Hua asked, perplexed. "Li Hua, you are incredibly strong and have been growing stronger at an astonishing pace. I initially intended to wait until I felt fully prepared to challenge you. However, I fear that if I delay any longer, I will never catch up to you. Therefore, I wish to issue you a challenge." Li Hua understood that ever since he had defeated Aotian, the latter had dedicated himself to relentless training, surpassing even the likes of Obito by leaps and bounds. Aotian's objective had long been clear, to surpass Li Hua. Thus, Li Hua felt no surprise at this development and readily agreed. "Very well, I accept your challenge. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in these past 2 months. Let us settle this. Once you have recovered, we shall engage in a fair match." Chapter 19. The pride of Aotian. Following the formidable challenge posed by Aotian, Li Hua exhibited no signs of lethargy. He voraciously consumed an array of foods, utilizing his life restoration ability to convert them into the energy necessary for his body, thereby recuperating his strength and alleviating his hidden injuries. Within a day, Li Hua's wounds had healed remarkably, astonishing Kakashi and the attending physician. At Kakashi's insistence, Li Hua underwent a comprehensive examination, and the physician declared that Li Hua's body had returned to a state of basic health, thus permitting him to resume training. However, the doctor noted that the cellular strength of Uchiha Li Hua had diminished significantly, as though it had been forcibly depleted. Kakashi gazed at Li Hua with a puzzled expression, seemingly conveying that he would not permit Li Hua's discharge unless a satisfactory explanation was provided. Delighted by Kakashi's concern, Li Hua elaborated, "This is a secret technique of mine." Kakashi ceased his inquiries but proceeded to clarify the situation with the doctor. The physician explained that, in cases like Uchiha Li Hua's, a few days of rest would typically suffice for cellular strength to gradually recover. However, should he continue to employ the secret technique, it could potentially lead to the disintegration of his physical form. Upon hearing this, Li Hua grasped the gravity of the situation and pledged to refrain from using the technique unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, the two completed the discharge formalities, and Li Hua shared the news of his release with his friends, leaving everyone, including teacher Daishima, in a state of disbelief. "What an extraordinary recovery ability," exclaimed Dai. "After your recent hardships, the school has decided to grant you a 7-day leave," teacher Daishima remarked. discreetly noting that this leave had been specially requested from the third Hokage. As long as there are no lingering side effects, take the next few days to rest well, Lu Miao added, not forgetting to inject a bit of her trademark sarcasm. After receiving the blessings from his mentors and friends, Li Hua embarked on his 7-day reprieve, during which he and Ao Yin reached an agreement. The first 5 days would be devoted to recuperation and preparation, culminating in their duel on the 6th day. In the remaining time, Li Hua frequented Kakashi's home, becoming a regular visitor primarily to receive guidance from Shuo Mao. Since their last confrontation at the Hitaki residence, Shuo Mao had departed to undertake an A-rank mission, not the one from 3 years later. Upon Li Hua's recovery, Shuo Mao returned, and Li Hua eagerly seized the opportunity to seek his counsel, recognizing that the guidance of an elite jonin was a rare treasure. Shuo Mao was equally fond of the diligent and amiable Uchiha youth, offering his insights without reservation. However, the fact that Li Hua always brought along a large jar of blade oil proved to be a source of exasperation for Shuo Mao. In Li Hua's words, he could not allow Uncle Shuo Mao to provide guidance without compensation. Shuo Mao mused to himself, do kind-hearted individuals only offer one type of gift? Couldn't you at least bring a sword sheath? During these 5 days, Li Hua diligently trained at the Chimu household by day, returning home at night to reflect and enhance his skills. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, so fervently that even Kakashi urged him to take proper rest. Yet, Li Hua responded, I have a duel with Ao Tian. Of course, I must prepare diligently. Kakashi, perplexed, remarked, with your abilities, defeating Uchiha Ao Tian would be as effortless as a breeze. However, Li Hua earnestly asserted, Ao Tian has been preparing for this match for months. He regards it with utmost seriousness, and I must endeavor to match his dedication. I believe he is also diligently honing his skills at this very moment. As Li Hua anticipated, Ao Tian was indeed engaged in rigorous training. His father, Uchiha Ting, had expended considerable resources to enlist elite jonin from the Uchiha clan to mentor Ao Tian's progress. When the private tutor reported back to Ting, he stated, young master trains with remarkable intensity, consistently pushing himself beyond limits. I am uncertain what his ultimate goal is, but I can discern that this ambition instills within him a profound sense of urgency. Time swiftly passed, and the 5 days of training culminated. Li Hua finally mastered the art of swiftly regrouping for a subsequent attack without revealing any openings following a misstrike. The moment for the duel had arrived. The venue designated as an abandoned training ground of the Uchiha clan, an area long forsaken, overrun by weeds, with rusty training stakes standing as remnants of a bygone era. How did you manage to find this place? Li Hua inquired. Indeed, it is you, Ao Tian replied, having brought along all his subordinates. A gathering of at least 20 or 30 individuals, while Li Hua stood alone. You possess quite the charisma. What is this? Are you planning a group assault? Li Hua jested, though he understood that Ao Tian's rigorous training was not intended for a mere brawl. They were merely there to observe, Ao Tian assured him calmly, albeit with a hint of anxiety lurking within. Without further conversation, the two arrived at the training ground, where Ao Tian's followers instinctively formed a circle, maintaining a hushed silence as they watched intently. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the weeds on the training ground. Suddenly, 2 figures collided, only to swiftly rebound, marking the official commencement of their duel. After a recent trial, Li Hua has gained a preliminary understanding of Ao Tian's formidable abilities. Compared to his prowess upon entering the academy several months prior, Ao Tian has made remarkable progress. His speed, strength, reflexes, and skills have all seen significant enhancement. This fellow truly is diligent, Li Hua mused. Suddenly, Ao Tian reached into his ninja tool pouch, producing a shuriken with fluid precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it forth, swiftly following up with a series of expertly thrown shurikens, as if these movements had been rehearsed countless times. Li Hua's keen eyes swiftly calculated the optimal escape route, and with a decisive stomp of his foot, he launched himself away, nearly evading the encirclement of shurikens. However, in a display of youthful arrogance, Ao Tian let loose one final shuriken, targeting the very one he had thrown earlier. This last shuriken triggered a chain reaction. Those still airborne suddenly accelerated, ingeniously sealing off all of Li Hua's escape paths. It was the very Uchiha shuriken throwing technique that Li Hua had struggled so hard to master. As Li Hua found himself on the verge of being riddled with shurikens, he deftly swiped his right hand across his ninja pouch, smoothly summoning a shuriken into his grasp. With a flurry of movement, Li Hui utilized both hands and feet to deflect the incoming barrage of shurikens. To the eyes of his subordinates, the seemingly doomed Li Hui transformed his fate, employing a whirlwind-like martial technique to elegantly resolve the dire situation. Is Uchiha Li Hui truly this formidable? One of his subordinates mused. I never believed it before, but now I finally understand why the boss trained so tirelessly. If it were me just now, I would have met my demise 8 times over. In contrast to the astonishment of his subordinates, Ao Tian remained unfazed by Li Hui's agile evasion. He firmly believed that such prowess could hardly pose a challenge to Li Hui. What he sought was to swiftly close the distance while Li Hui was preoccupied. Ao Tian surged forward, executing a rapid and precise punch. Li Hui, of course, noticed Ao Tian's approach. This shuriken is no longer so soft, he thought, deftly sidestepping the attack. Yet, unexpectedly, Ao Tian landed a hit on Li Hui. Although Ao Tian had diligently trained, he could not surpass the tenacity of Li Hui, who possessed a unique advantage. Thus, the punch did not inflict severe damage. Instead, it piqued Li Hui's curiosity. I clearly evaded that. How did you strike me? If I win, I'll tell you. With that, the two engaged in a fierce exchange once more. However, within 3 moves, Li Hui discerned a pattern. He closely observed Ao Tian's actions, realizing they were not straightforward attacks. Rather, they served as bait to predict his evasive maneuvers, allowing Ao Tian to strike at the locations he would dodge to. Then, what if I evade in a manner unpredictable to my opponent? Or even choose not to evade at all? In Li Hui's eyes, a frenzied expression emerged. In that fleeting moment, Ao Tian's piercing punch surged forth once more. Yet Li Hui remained seemingly frozen in place. Had the Uchiha Li Hui lost his wits? What do you know? He has been rendered utterly powerless by the boss's onslaught. However, the ensuing scene left the spectators astounded, for Ao Tian's fist unexpectedly struck the left side of Li Hui, a place where he typically evades. It appears my conjecture was correct. This renders your strategy rather meaningless. Taste this. Li Hui abruptly swung his fist, his speed so astonishing that Ao Tian could not perceive it. Instinctively, Ao Tian dodged, narrowly escaping the swift assault, yet in the next instant, his face contorted as if struck by a speeding freight truck, and he was sent flying. I had thought the Uchiha fluid technique could subdue you, but it seems I have suffered a setback instead. The Uchiha fluid technique. I have never heard of such a thing. The Uchiha fluid technique is an exceptionally reliant martial art that hinges on the Sharingan. It utilizes the Sharingan to predict the enemy's evasion direction, allowing for preemptive strikes, and employs illusions within the martial technique to disrupt the opponent, making it a formidable art. Ao Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Alas, my talent falls short, rendering me unable to wield it effectively. Li Hui regarded Ao Tian earnestly. Do not underestimate yourself. Remember your original intentions. The duel is far from over. Chapter 20. Acknowledging the elder brother upon hearing Li Hui's words, Ao Tian's confusion and self-mockery gradually dissipated, leaving only a fervent fighting spirit ablaze within him. The contest of physical prowess was far from over. I shall not concede to you. In an instant, Ao Tian surged toward Li Hui, launching a flying kick that initiated a new round of competition. Yet, no matter the techniques Ao Tian employed, Li Hui effortlessly countered each one. While Li Hui remained composed and unperturbed, Ao Tian's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. This spectacle left the onlooking subordinates in utter astonishment, for they were acutely aware that prior to their leader's entry into the entrance examination, they had been notorious pranksters within the Uchiha clan, often inciting ire from their uncles and aunts. However, since their leader's participation in the entrance exam, everything had changed. Their leader began to train them daily, and day after day, many of the younger members found it unbearable. Yet, whenever someone contemplated retreat, they would glance at their leader, who consistently undertook double the training regimen of his subordinates. This was the very reason the younger members persevered. Yet now, the leader, who had always exhibited formidable strength and an unyielding demeanor, revealed a moment of vulnerability. Li Hui suddenly emitted a tremor, causing Ao Tian to stagger back 10 steps. Li Hui spoke softly. Your fundamentals are indeed solid, and your efforts commendable, but the lack of time for accumulation and the need for improvement in physical conditioning remain. Enough with the platitudes. Time is of the essence. Ao Tian exclaimed in a fit of frustration, only to seem to find solace moments later as he calmly stated, Uchiha Li Hui, I recognize your strength. There is no need for further comparison of ninjutsu. You have already triumphed. However, I yearn to understand the depths of your power. Might you allow me a glimpse of what true genius appears to be? Li Hua discerned that the youth before him was unwilling to accept defeat. Nevertheless, out of respect for his opponent, Li Hua resolved to unveil his true capabilities. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my utmost strength in a state of normalcy, he declared. With that, Li Hua trembled, and an inaudible shockwave erupted from his being, the weights he bore crashing to the ground and creating a small crater upon impact. Is this for real? Those weights are utterly astounding. The surrounding subordinates could distinctly sense the marked difference in Li Hua. His aura was escalating exponentially. Suddenly, Li Hua vanished from sight, only to reappear, almost spectrally, before Ao Tian, with a sharp kunai poised against Ao Tian's throat. You have lost. Ao Tian, in a daze, lowered his head. Observing this, Li Hua inquired, perplexed, why do you strive so fervently to surpass me? Disheartened and utterly despondent, Ao Yan finally confided in Li Hua. From the moment I began to comprehend my surroundings, my father has been sighing, as if it were an inherent trait of his. Yet, whenever he stands before me, he always wears a mask of nonchalance. I overheard a conversation between him and my uncle, revealing that the current state of the Uchiha clan is far from optimistic. However, I find myself powerless to assist. After suffering my first defeat at your hands, I yearn for my father to seek vengeance on your behalf, only to realize that I have long lived beneath the sheltering wings of my father. As I observed your relentless training, I pondered whether, if I too trained with fervor and grew strong, I could alleviate my father's perpetual sighs. As he spoke, Ao Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. After all, he was still a child, his heart not yet fortified. Li Hua gently placed a hand on Ao Yan's shoulder. The Uchiha clan boasts a thriving population. Why then is the situation so dire? Ao Yan lifted his gaze to Li Hua, as if seeing this prodigy for the first time. It was unexpected that you possess such ignorance regarding the Uchiha clan. With the Hokage's oppression, the hawkish faction led by my father finds its space for survival increasingly constricted, while the dovish faction continues to grow. Yet, relentless compromise and indulgence can only lead to gradual erosion. Li Hua could hardly believe that the young Ao Yan could harbor such thoughts, suspecting that he gleaned this information from eavesdropping on his father's conversations. Nevertheless, Ao Yan's words were not without merit, as the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan's extinction in subsequent years would attest to this reality. Li Hua inquired, what do you intend to do? Ao Tian stood frozen for a moment, then bitterly replied, I do not know. However, his expression soon transformed into one of unwavering resolve. But I do know one thing. In the Uchiha household, strength reigns supreme. Since I have been bested by your prowess, I shall naturally acknowledge you as my elder brother. Li Hua was taken aback, and the surrounding younger members were equally astonished. Boss, please don't abandon us. No, boss, we can't bear to lose you. Ao Yan turned to survey his companions, and in that moment, he truly exuded the essence of a leader. Everyone acknowledged Li Hua's formidable strength, and having interacted with him, I recognized him as a benevolent individual. I trust him. From this day forth, I shall regard him as my elder brother, and if you all have faith in me, then join me. Seeing the hesitant expressions on the faces of his peers, Ao Yan raised his voice, declaring, let us greet brother Li Hua. With Ao Yan leading the way, the younger members promptly followed suit, and 2 or 3 dozen Uchiha youths chorused, we greet you, brother Li Hua. Li Hua, unfazed by such a display, remained composed amidst the fervor. Thank you all for your trust. I shall not betray your faith. In the days that followed, while Li Hua was relentlessly training, he also sought to understand the circumstances of his subordinates under Ao Tian. To his astonishment, he discovered that Ao Tian's followers constituted nearly 2/5 of the entire Uchiha youth of this generation, a considerable number indeed. The fact that Ao Tian could manage such a large group with remarkable order speaks volumes of his leadership abilities. Adhering to the principle of trusting those he employed while not doubting their capabilities, and in order to allocate more time for his own cultivation, Li Hua entrusted the entire management of the team to Ao Tian. Drawing from his own training experiences, he compiled a simplified regimen for physical conditioning suitable for the age of his younger companions. Although rudimentary, this regimen, if practiced consistently, would enhance their physical prowess. Furthermore, based on his past experiences, Li Hua authored a guide titled On How to Properly Establish a Spirit of Unity, Friendliness, Mutual Assistance, and Harmony within the Uchiha clan and entrusted it to Ao Tian, instilling a correct set of values in the Uchiha youth from an early age. Initially, the young ones paid little heed, and even Ao Tian was oblivious to Li Hua's true intentions. However, once they genuinely assisted their clansmen and received praise from others, they began to enthusiastically aid their Uchiha kin. As days turned into weeks, half a month swiftly passed. At Aotion's residence, he remarked, "Father, I have completed my match with Li Hua. I am already aware, my son," replied his father. "What could possibly escape my notice? Even that guide you mentioned, I have read it. So, father, what do you think? I must say, the writing does not resemble that of a mere novice entering the ninja academy. It bears the hallmark of seasoned political propaganda akin to that of the third Hokage. However, I find no fault in its content. The essence is mutual assistance among clansmen. As long as it benefits the Uchiha clan, I see no issue with it. Not only that, but I also took the liberty of promoting this young man's work." "What? Father, have you recommended this book to others?" "Indeed. I even discreetly printed copies of it and distributed them among other Uchiha children. Isn't that tantamount to distributing pirated copies?" "Uchiha Ting, mind your own business." "Father, I plan to invite Li Hua over in 3 days." "Ah, so you remember this matter. Very well. I shall ensure your friend receives a warm welcome." Aotion promptly conveyed this news to Li Hua, who could not decline such kindness, though he privately pondered why Aotion's father would extend an invitation at this juncture. Meanwhile, in a hidden base of the Root organization in Konoha, a cold-blooded member of Root respectfully placed a book on the desk of the leader, Danzo. "Sir, this is a book that has recently begun circulating within the Uchiha clan." "Just a book? What significance does it hold?" "The publisher is Uchiha Tori, a powerful elder of the Uchiha Hawk faction." "Oh." Danzo's interest was piqued, and he began to read intently. Bang. Utter nonsense. Within the clan, mutual assistance flourishes. Yet he dares to place the village hidden in the leaves in jeopardy. Such perilous thoughts. Author, Uchiha Li Hua. Very well, proceed to investigate Uchiha Li Hua, but remember, do not stir the grass and alert the serpent. With that, Danzo, brimming with intensity, strode toward the Hokage's office, clutching the book. Chapter 21. The family banquet of Aotion in the evening. The Hokage office stood in stark contrast to the bustling day, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lingered in the dim corners, silently accompanying the Hokage. Suddenly, an incongruous figure barged into the Hokage building, striding purposefully toward the Hokage's office. The hidden Umbu, lurking in the shadows, allowed this intruder to proceed unchallenged upon recognizing him. With a resounding bang, the door to the Hokage's office was thrust open, revealing the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared somewhat taken aback. "Danzo, what brings you here without prior notice?" he inquired, feigning a polite gesture of offering tea to Danzo. However, as longtime comrades who had faced life and death together, Danzo saw through Hiruzen's pretense. "Stop pretending. It's well past working hours, and you deliberately lingered here because you anticipated my arrival." Unfazed, Hiruzen remained composed behind his desk and asked, "What brings you this time? Is there trouble with Root?" Danzo's chaotic thoughts, momentarily interrupted by their old friendship, swiftly regained clarity as he slammed the guidelines onto the table. "Hiruzen, take a look at what this Uchiha brat has written. He recklessly elevates his clan above all else. What does he think of Konoha?" The third Hokage casually leafed through the document, though Danzo could discern that Hiruzen was not entirely unfamiliar with its contents. After perusing it, Hiruzen simply smiled. This young man certainly has ambition. Just months ago, he was clamoring to become Hokage, and now he wishes to extend his care to the Uchiha. Danzo, frustrated that his old friend did not recognize the gravity of the situation, stomped his foot in exasperation. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, the contents of this publication are detrimental to the village. It is printed by the Uchiha hardliners. Do you comprehend the chaos that would ensue if this material circulates among all Uchiha?" Hiruzen fell silent, lost in thought, prompting Danzo to stoke the flames of his argument. "This Uchiha Li Hua, he is filled with ambition and cannot be allowed to remain free. He should be handed over to Root. Enough about Uchiha Li Hua. I dispatched Orochimaru to investigate him months ago," interrupted the third Hokage. "What? Orochimaru is not conducting experiments at Root for the sake of. For a mere boy? You have stated yourself that this child is quite extraordinary," Hiruzen remarked, hinting yet not explicitly stating his thoughts. Danzo paused, then declared with conviction, "Regardless of your perspective, this publication must be banned, and Uchiha Li Hua must be under Root's supervision." Sensing Danzo's stubbornness, Hiruzen sighed softly. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." These words ignited Danzo's fury. memories flooding back like a tidal wave as he stormed toward the door. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage merely chuckled dismissively. Danzo, with your disposition, you are destined never to become Hokage. At this moment, the Uchiha clan harbored long-standing grievances, and it was wiser to seek reconciliation rather than resort to repression. Should one rashly attempt to ban the publication, it would only invite petty gossip. It is crucial to understand that resolving issues often proves far more challenging than addressing the individuals who raised them. As long as we can align Uchiha Ryohua's heart with that of the village, even if he is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing, his ambitions will be firmly tethered to the village. Contemplating this, Hiruzen could not help but burst into laughter, only to suddenly pause, as a thought struck him. He had heard that Narashikaku intended to host a banquet for Uchiha Ryohua. Why not seize this opportunity to win him over? With that in mind, Hiruzen subtly raised his hand, and a shadow swiftly emerged from the corner. You, fetch an A-rank Jinjutsu scroll and deliver it to Narashikaku. He will understand my intentions. Furthermore, inform Orochimaru to continue observing Uchiha Ryohua, and when necessary, he may test him. You departed silently, and Hiruzen prepared to conclude his day. Meanwhile, Ryohua was diligently training with Guy and Kakashi in the training grounds. Why do you think Aoyen's father is looking for me? Ryohua panted, seated on the ground, clearly exhausted from the grueling training. How would I know? Perhaps he learned that you defeated his son and wishes to set up a trap to teach you a lesson? Kakashi, having spent more time with Ryohua, had also adopted a sharper tongue. Why bother with such concerns? Youth is about forging ahead boldly. Hesitating like you is unacceptable. The youthful fool contributed his opinion. Enough, enough. It's truly a challenge to deal with you two emotionally oblivious fellows. Let's just continue training. A few days later, Ryohua returned to school, and the anticipated Uchiha family banquet was scheduled for that evening. Thus, Ryohua inquired early about the Uchiha family's preferences and procured gifts, understanding that arriving empty-handed would be discourteous. Accompanied by Aoyen to his residence, Ryohua was astounded by the grandeur of the mansion before him. Wow, Aoyen, you never mentioned that your house would be this large. Impressive, indeed, such affluence. Of course, my friend. Just look at who my father is. Having relinquished his burdens, Aoyen gradually became more cheerful. If you desire, I can gift you a set, a voice, resonant and steady, emanated from behind Ryohua. That would be splendid. Ryohua responded with delight, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Father, how did you come out? Aoyen exclaimed joyfully. I merely wished to see what kind of talent has emerged from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ting replied with a smile. At that moment, the awkward Ryohua, who had been nervously fidgeting, finally regained his composure. Greetings, uncle. I am Uchiha Ryohua. I apologize for my earlier presumptuousness. Please accept this gift as a token of my respect. Observing that the gift Ryohua presented was to his liking, Uchiha Ting could not contain his joy. He mused silently that this young man, possessing strength, character, and decorum, was indeed an exceptional Uchiha. Yet outwardly, he remarked, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Come, come, let us sit indoors. He then led the way into the house. It was only then that Ryohua realized he had been unaware of Uchiha Ting's presence behind him, just as he had been with teacher Dazhong and Aoyen's father. How curious it was that both men concealed their true depths so well. Upon entering the room, the three took their respective seats and engaged in light conversation, which revolved around trivial matters, sharing experiences, and other inconsequential chatter. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes savored, the gathering began to reach its conclusion. Yet, Ryohua instinctively sensed that this dinner was far from ordinary. Little Ryohua, Ting suddenly posed a question, in your view, which holds greater weight? A village or a clan? Despite the haze of alcohol surrounding him, his eyes shone with clarity. Ryohua, having learned from Aoyen prior to his arrival that Uchiha Ting was a pragmatic elder of the hawkish faction, understood that this inquiry was the true purpose behind the family gathering. I was born into the Uchiha clan, raised by my uncles and aunts. They are my closest kin. As Ryohua chose not to respond immediately to the question, Ting remained unfazed, instead growing more favorable towards the young man before him. To be honest, Uncle does not engage in convoluted discourse. I possess only a sincere heart. To this end, Uncle personally invested in helping you publish and distribute your work to a greater number of Uchiha youths. I hope Xiao Ryohua does not mind Uncle's good intentions. Upon hearing Ting's words, Ryohua felt a chill run through him. This was not mere politeness, but rather a subtle scheme. If you choose not to take his side, I shall take one for you. Li Hua could easily imagine the thoughts of various factions upon realizing that the publisher belonged to the Uchiha hawkish faction. Undoubtedly, Li Hua was already half-bound to their ship of war. Before Li Hua could ponder further, Ting immediately posed another question. If two factions arise within the clan, one favoring the interests of the family and the other advocating for the welfare of the entire village, how would you handle it? Ting's previously dazed demeanor suddenly took on a commanding presence. He believed that a youth of this age would typically hesitate when confronted with such a dilemma, and coupled with his formidable aura, it would easily catch the opponent off guard. However, Li Hua, instead of hesitating, boldly declared, regardless of whose interests are at stake, if it harms the innocent, I shall fight to the death against it. Ting was taken aback by this response. He was astonished by Li Hua's decisiveness and sensed that there was a deeper implication in his words. Satisfied with Li Hua's answer, Ting waved his hand grandly and activated a secret technique, scattering coins. Not only would he cover all of Li Hua's training expenses, but he would also provide a fixed amount of training resources and funds monthly. Elder Ting, you know I also have some resources of my own. Li Hua's implication was clear. He wished to enhance his strength. Ting chuckled heartily. Li Hua's insatiable ambition did not displease him, but rather eased his mind. For he understood that the Uchiha clan would never truly be considered geniuses unless they possessed the talent and knew how to utilize it. Moreover, nurturing an outstanding Uchiha talent would benefit the clan both publicly and privately. I shall also grant you a scroll of an A-rank ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Li Hua could not help but be overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, the generosity was evident. He expressed his gratitude to Ting and accepted the offer. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Hua appropriately took his leave. On his way home, Li Hua could not help but reflect. It was certain that with the growth of his strength, he had already captured the attention of many significant figures, and it was only a matter of time before he would engage with them. He must hasten to enhance his power. After all, strength was the ultimate currency. Upon returning home, Li Hua discovered a key lying quietly on his desk. The address inscribed on it pointed to the most prosperous area of the Uchiha clan's territory, indicating that it was an additional gift from Ting. Chapter 22. The Emergence of the Serpent's Shadow. To my astonishment, the Ao family indeed possesses considerable wealth, casually bestowing a residence located in the most prosperous area of the Uchiha clan. However, Li Hua harbored no desire to reside there. Aligning oneself with a faction is not a trivial matter. At present, he is merely an aspiring Uchiha prodigy, and the Uchiha clan is not lacking in talent. Enjoying benefits that do not align with one's actual standing can easily render one susceptible to the schemes of others. Moreover, Li Hua was acutely aware that one should not declare allegiance too hastily. His previous performances had been marked by a careful concealment of his true capabilities. Apart from his trump cards, he had revealed a significant portion of his strength, aiming to attract the attention and resources of various factions. Yet, had he chosen to affiliate himself from the outset, opposing forces would undoubtedly withhold any resources from him. While accepting the house was not burdensome, actually residing there would certainly bring discomfort, Li Hua mused. In the days that followed, he continued attending school, as usual. To bolster his confidence in gathering resources, he doubled his training sessions with Kai and Kakashi, striving to enhance his prowess. During this time, he frequently visited Kakashi's father, Shusuke Hitaki, seeking guidance on combat techniques. After this period of training, he could now exchange over 10 moves with Shusuke without the latter unleashing his lethal techniques. Little Li Hua, your progress is indeed remarkable. If you continue to train like this for a few more years, we older fellows might find ourselves obsolete, remarked Shusuke. Uncle Shusuke, your vigor is truly impressive, and the reputation of Konoha's White Fang is indeed well-deserved. Li Hua expressed earnestly, not merely flattering him. It is known that there are no erroneous names, only misapplied nicknames. The title of Konoha's White Fang was forged in the crucible of blood and battle. Each time he sparred with Shusuke, Li Hua felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. A feeling of helplessness that no matter the tactics employed, escape from his grasp was an elusive endeavor. Uncle Shusuke, do you know the whereabouts of the renowned Jonin, Minato Namikaze, who is developing the Flying Thunder God technique? I have some questions regarding the development of certain jutsus that I would like to consult him about. Li Hua inquired, seemingly casual yet with intent. After all, the illustrious Yellow Flash was a legendary figure, and acquiring the famed Flying Thunder God technique through him would be a tremendous boon. Although Li Hua had already mastered the foundational 5 elemental jutsus, they were merely transitional tools. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique could be regarded as a culmination of space-time ninjutsu, a definitive asset for the grand finale. Furthermore, it was highly likely that Minato had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. How could Li Hua not feel a twinge of envy? Shoumao, despite his doubts, gently patted Li Hua's head, patiently explaining that he was currently engaged in an A-rank mission, one that only he could fulfill, and thus could not offer guidance at this time. All right, when you have the chance, do help me with an introduction, Li Hua replied with a smile. Yet inwardly he was eager to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After bidding farewell to Shoumao, Li Hua promptly made his way to the training ground to practice with Kai and Kakashi. Observing Li Hua's retreating figure, Shoumao couldn't help but marvel at how this child was approaching the strength of a Nin. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. As days passed, Lu Miao informed Li Hua that he would soon extend an invitation for a feast in gratitude for Li Hua's life-saving assistance. Naturally, Li Hua accepted with delight. Moreover, he astutely sensed an underlying significance in Lu Miao's words. It appeared that the Nara clan had devoted considerable time to this gathering, unlike the Uchiha clan, who promptly invited him for a feast shortly after he defeated Ao Tian. The Nara clan's lengthy preparations seemed rather peculiar. Furthermore, as loyal supporters of the Hokage, it was plausible that this feast also bore an olive branch from the third Hokage. Li Hua couldn't help but wonder what delightful offerings awaited him. Nonetheless, he quickly shifted his focus to school, seizing the opportunity to pat the head of Yuhi Kurenai. Although he had previously contemplated this moment, given that Kurenai's genjutsu, while not particularly formidable, was still a baseline to work with for someone like him, an unawakened Uchiha. Yet, Asuma's watchful eyes had thwarted his attempts to approach her. This time, however, Li Hua evidently seized the chance. Quite a pleasant sensation, he mused as he swiftly made his escape, effectively evading Asuma's impending protests. Congratulations. You have patted the head of D-rank ninja, Yuhi Kurenai. Please select one of the following rewards. 10,000 yen. A girl-themed plush bear minor enhancement of Jinjutsu talent. Li Hua gazed at the rewards, a wry smile creeping across his face. He had anticipated that such a young child would not yield anything of great value. The second option held no allure for him whatsoever. It might suffice to amuse Asuma, but he had no use for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hua opted for the minor enhancement of Jinjutsu talent. System: what exactly does this minor enhancement of Jinjutsu talent entail? Host: as the name implies, this talent will enhance your Jinjutsu capabilities and slightly increase your resistance to Jinjutsu. Embracing the philosophy that even the smallest of sparrows is still a morsel of meat, Li Hua chose the minor enhancement of Jinjutsu talent. The system's upgrade was swift, departing as quickly as it arrived, and Li Hua barely sensed the ancestral pain that typically accompanied such enhancements. However, he soon experienced the benefits of the minor enhancement of Jinjutsu talent firsthand, as he discovered that he could slightly disrupt the chakra of others. In the world of Naruto, the fundamental principle of Jinjutsu lies in the ability to disrupt, hinder, and even control an opponent's chakra through various means, rendering them incapacitated and potentially shattering their spirit. With this innate talent, Li Hua has acquired the ability to manipulate others' chakra to a minor extent, suggesting that his future endeavors in learning and utilizing Jinjutsu will be considerably more effortless. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to focus on enhancing his own formidable strength, for only through the augmentation of such power can he encounter mightier adversaries and grasp the essence of true strength, Li Hua mused. Subsequently, Li Hua immersed himself in rigorous training. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location within Konoha, at the underground base of the Roots, a laboratory erupted with commotion. With a thunderous crash, the laboratory door was forcefully flung open, and a dozen Root members filed in, an aura of menace enveloping the entire space. Following them, Danzo entered, his visage contorted with fury. Orochimaru, do you have no respect for the rules? Since you chose to cooperate with me, you must adhere to the regulations of the Root. Instead of conducting research in the laboratory, you heed the orders of Hizashi to investigate a mere Uchiha brat. I offer you two choices: either collaborate or face mutual destruction. With the clandestine activities you have undertaken, I assure you that your reputation in Konoha will be utterly tarnished. In stark contrast to Danzo's domineering presence, the individuals within the laboratory remained silent from the onset. However, this silence bore an immense weight, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the Root members, who immediately adopted a defensive posture upon entering. Indeed, The only individual worthy of such attention from the shadowy figure of Danzo was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for his formidable prowess. Huh, Mr. Danzo, do temper your rage. Otherwise, my pet may become frightened. Orochimaru finally spoke up after a prolonged silence. As his words fell, a white serpent stealthily materialized around the necks of each Root member. What? When did this happen? The typically cold and unfeeling members of the Root could not suppress their shock, as none wished for their lives to be held in the balance by another. Without granting the assembly much opportunity to recover from their astonishment, Orochimaru continued, Mr. Danzo, I assure you that my research will be completed on time. As for the present, it seems I have stumbled upon an intriguing little fellow. Chapter 23. The Art of the Nirvana Abode. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of whom you speak, Danzo declared with a commanding voice. The Root is not to be trifled with. Even at a tender age, he has been stirring up trouble within the Uchiha clan. If we allow his growth unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Uchiha Ryohwa, this young man has indeed surprised me on many occasions. Orochimaru seemed to imply something. Yet Danzo was not fond of his subordinate's cryptic remarks. However, he was acutely aware that he still needed to rely on Orochimaru's intellect. Furthermore, to easily manipulate Orochimaru, the current strength of Root was still lacking considerably. Orochimaru, regardless of your true intentions, you must first attend to your duties. Understand that our collaboration is pivotal to the future of Konoha. With that, Danzo swept away, leaving behind a single, understated remark, if possible, recruit Uchiha Ryohwa into Root. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated as the members of Root, who had been on high alert, retreated like shadows, silently disappearing from sight. Orochimaru, however, displayed no change in expression, maintaining an air of calm detachment. He strolled leisurely among the myriad of test tubes and experimental apparatus, his pale hand gently grazing the petri dishes. The future of Konoha? How amusing. I believe this experiment pertains more to your ambitions, he mused. Uchiha Ryohwa, the more I observe you, the more intriguing you become. I eagerly await the day we cross paths. I trust that day is not far off. With that, Orochimaru returned to his research. Another complete loss of vital signs. The cells of Hashirama, you truly are formidable. Just as he prepared to summon the members of Root to dispose of the experimental subjects, the life sign detection device suddenly emitted a faint sound once more. Beep, beep, beep. To Orochimaru's ears, this sound was like music from the heavens. He dashed towards a petri dish, his eyes fixated on the boy submerged in the nutrient solution. Brimming with fervor, he swiftly assessed all of the boy's vital signs, and the results confirmed that this youth had indeed survived the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Oh, it seems this direction is indeed promising, Orochimaru chuckled. I wonder if it is mere coincidence. Days later, Ryohwa finally received a formal invitation delivered by Liu Miao. Is it really necessary to be so ceremonious for an invitation to a simple meal? For the first time, Ryohwa received such a formal invitation, and a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. I am uncertain, as my parents have asked me to deliver this to Liu Miao. Observing the young man before her, she feigned nonchalance, yet deep within, she felt a flutter akin to a fawn prancing about. How can someone be so remarkably handsome? Liu Miao mused silently, though she did not allow her thoughts to manifest outwardly. Well, please extend my gratitude to your uncle and aunt, Ryohwa said with a smile, accepting the invitation. Upon seeing Ryohwa accept the invitation, Liu Miao felt an inexplicable thrill within her. She patted Ryohwa's shoulder and said, Come on, let me take you shopping. Huh, what are we buying? Don't you always bring gifts when you interview elders? I will help you choose one. Ha ha ha, that could serve as my thanks to you. Let me treat you to some three-colored dumplings, Ryohwa replied, smiling as she set off with Liu Miao. Their journey was marked by silence, and at last, they arrived at the appointed evening. Ryohwa, bearing an exquisite gift, made her way to Liu Miao's home. From a distance, she spotted Liu Miao waiting at the door, clad in loungewear adorned with the emblem of the Nara clan. As she peered around anxiously, she lightly massaged her slightly sore calves. That annoying Ryohwa has made me wait here for so long, she thought, although there were still 10 minutes until their agreed time. Could this foolish one not arrive a tad earlier? Hearing Liu Miao's mutterings, Ryohwa couldn't help but chuckle as she approached her swiftly. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon hearing Ryohwa's voice, Liu Miao quickly halted her movements, her face tinged with a slight blush. Who's that? Me? I happened to step out for a stroll. And since you are here, do come inside quickly. Li Hua spoke no more, merely uttering a polite apology before entering the house alongside Lu Miao. Upon crossing the threshold, Li Hua immediately sensed the ambience of a harmonious household. Although in this lifetime he was without parents, he could distinctly perceive that Lu Miao's home was meticulously arranged, indicative of a capable mistress. Moreover, the various details suggested that the master of the house was also involved in domestic affairs, a sign that no discord would arise concerning household matters. Lu Miao's parents welcomed Li Hua with warmth, and the two parties found it easy to converse. After some pleasantries, upon noticing the gifts Li Hua had brought, their expressions turned slightly serious and contemplative. Lu Miao had previously mentioned that Li Hua was quite polite, and upon witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed confirmed. However, we cannot accept these gifts, for your invitation was intended solely as a gesture of gratitude for saving Lu Miao. How could we accept your offerings? Indeed, please take them back, young Li Hua. Li Hua did not insist further, and soon transitioned formally into the dining portion of the gathering. During the home banquet, he acutely felt the distinction between Lu Miao's family and the Ao Tian household. At Ao Tian's, the conversations often veered towards profound and serious subjects, leaving little room for interjections, while at Lu Miao's home, he found Lu Miao frequently chiming in, eliciting bouts of laughter from everyone. Li Hua mused that perhaps this was the true essence of a home. As the wine circulated and the dishes were savored, Lu Miao's father rarely adopted a serious demeanor, as if he wished to convey something of importance to Li Hua. Moreover, all present were astute individuals, and even Lu Miao understood that this gathering was not merely a simple act of gratitude for a life saved. Li Hua, what are your thoughts about the village? Lu Miao's father inquired first, posing a question far too profound for a child of a ninja academy to answer. Yet, Li Hua was undaunted, for he recognized this as a formal test from the Hokage lineage. Before the founding of Konoha, the era was one of warring states, with continual strife and insecurity. However, since the establishment of Konoha, under the leadership of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and my ancestor, Madara Uchiha, an environment of peace was forged, even though disputes persisted thereafter. I have experienced an abundance of care within Konoha. This sentiment stemmed from his heart, as since his arrival in this world, he had keenly felt the harmonious atmosphere permeating Konoha. Despite occasional instabilities, the residents here celebrated and supported one another. Kakashi, Dai, Lu Miao, and teacher Oshima, each bond naturally enhanced Li Hua's sense of belonging to Konoha. Lu Miao's father was evidently astonished by Li Hua's articulate response, having not expected such eloquence from the youth before him. Subsequently, he posed additional questions, to which Li Hua responded adeptly. He was well aware of how to precisely address the concerns of the Hokage lineage, and thus his answers often resonated with Lu Miao's family, painting him as a devoted and virtuous young man in their eyes. Young Li Hua, it is clear to me that you are a boy who loves his village. I shall refrain from further inquiries, he remarked. In fact, your Hokage grandfather anticipated your arrival today, and in recognition of your brave act in saving Lu Miao, we have prepared a gift for you. Li Hua understood that the moment he had long awaited, the unveiling of the coveted gold coins, was finally at hand. Two venerable elders, you possess the potential to unveil extraordinary treasures. First and foremost, our family extends our heartfelt gratitude to you. As a token of our appreciation, we present to you a finely crafted set of ninja tools, along with 3 boxes of the most exquisite military rations. The side effects of these rations have been minimized to the utmost, making them suitable for emergency situations. With that, Lu Miao's father graciously offered the gifts to Li Hua. Li Hua gazed at the offerings in his hands, his heart swelling with joy, especially as he realized that greater rewards awaited him. Indeed, Lu Miao's father continued with a smile, the leaders of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans are aware of your prodigious talent, and specifically informed me that they will cover your training expenses for the next 6 months. He added, furthermore, should you require assistance from the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans in the future, we shall not hesitate to lend our support, should the Hokage permit it. Upon hearing these words, Li Hua's heart blossomed with delight. It was evident that these 3 clans were making a significant investment, indicating that the Hokage indeed had intentions of fostering a relationship, or else these clans would not be so generous. Lastly, the esteemed Hokage presented a special gift as well. Acknowledging Li Hua's commendable skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu, yet recognizing his shortcomings in jinjutsu, he bestowed upon him an A-rank jinjutsu. At this revelation, Li Hua was momentarily speechless. Goodness, what a remarkable fortune. How many trials would one have to endure to acquire an A-rank ninjutsu? To receive such a gift so readily was astounding. Thank you, esteemed Hokage, the 3 clan leaders, and you, dear uncle. Pray tell, what kind of jinjutsu is it? Lihua eagerly inquired. The Nirvana Temple Technique. Chapter 24. The Serpent's Shadow awakens the art of the Nirvana Sanctuary. A technique that many readers may have long forgotten is a high-ranking illusion technique of A rank. Unleashed by Kabuto during the Nin exams. It casts the audience into a deep slumber, serving as a signal for Orochimaru's assault on the Sand Ninja Village. Upon the release of this ninjutsu, white feather illusions descend from the sky, allowing the caster to induce hypnosis. Those who behold the feather illusion fall into a deep sleep. This technique excels in its vast control over the battlefield. However, its drawbacks are equally pronounced. The learning curve is steep, yet it can be unraveled by Jonin, Nin, and even adept genin skilled in illusion techniques. Thus, although classified as an A-rank illusion, its effectiveness in one-on-one combat may be minimal. As a gesture of goodwill, it serves to showcase the Hokage's regard while withholding more formidable jutsu, a most fitting arrangement. Lihua understood the implications of this, yet chose to remain discreet. After all, even the smallest mosquito yields a drop of blood. Despite its limited utility in direct combat, this ninjutsu possesses significant strategic and tactical value. One can never predict when it might prove advantageous. Gratefully accepting the gift and expressing his thanks once more, Lihua, after the business at hand was concluded, returned to a state of familial warmth, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Before long, Lihua expressed his intention to take his leave. As the night had grown late and lingering was unwise, Lu Miao wished to see him off, but he politely declined, reasoning that it was better for her to return alone, which would be more convenient. Lu Miao understood this as well, remarking on the kindness of his sentiment and advising him to travel safely. Lihua nodded in agreement, bid farewell to the Lu Miao family, and set forth on his journey home. The Nara clan's territory lay far from the Uchiha clans, and as the night had darkened, Lihua wished to avoid wasting time on the road. He was eager to study the Nirvana Sanctuary technique, hoping to bolster his strength further. Thus, he sprinted swiftly through the architectural labyrinth, careful not to disturb the residents' repose. Halfway through his journey, an unexpected chill ran down his spine. A surge of danger surged in his mind. Instinctively, he waved his hand over his ninja tool pouch, summoning a sharp kunai into his grasp. Bang! A shower of sparks erupted in the night as Lihua deftly deflected the kunai that had been aimed at him. To his surprise, the finely crafted kunai he had just acquired now proved invaluable. Lihua mused internally, while vocally declaring, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Who dares to ambush within the confines of Konoha? I advise you to reveal yourself quickly. The Umbu of Konoha are no trifling matter." Though his shouts appeared to be chaotic and uncoordinated, his mind was as clear as crystal. An ambush at such an hour likely indicated careful preparation. Moreover, by its very nature, an ambush is meant to be clandestine. It would be improbable for the assailant to reveal their position due to mere words. Thus, Lihua's proclamations were a mere ruse to buy time, and while he engaged in this vocal maneuvering, he focused his thoughts. Simplified Sage Mode, activate. A gentle breeze swiftly spread westward from the center of Lihua, elevating his momentum dramatically. Although the simplified celestial mode activated quickly, its duration was fleeting. He needed to conclude matters expeditiously. In the darkness, an elusive assailant seemed to sense the shift in Lihua's aura and moved rapidly. Attempting to flee, are we? Utilizing the mountain secret technique, perception, a minuscule amount of chakra, infused with natural energy, rapidly expanded around him. Through this method, Lihua perceived everything in his vicinity with clarity. Even the swiftly moving figure could not evade his awareness. Found you, Lihua grinned, suddenly propelling himself forward like a cannonball toward the assailant. The night was already sparsely populated, and given his high velocity, it was improbable that such an accurate shuriken was thrown without intention. Rest assured, I must uncover your identity. The two figures pursued each other relentlessly. One fled. The other chased. Neither could escape the other's grasp. Before long, Lihua cornered the silhouette in an abandoned training ground. Now, where will you run? He declared. Speak. Why did you deliberately ambush me? Upon hearing this, the assailant ceased his evasive maneuvers and slowly emerged from the shadows. As Lihua discerned the assailant's appearance, his pupils contracted, and he immediately assumed a combat stance. The assailant appeared to be in his 20s, tall and slender, clad in a Konoha Jonin vest. The emblem reflecting the moonlight faintly, his complexion pale. However, what truly astonished Li Huo was the realization that within the Jonin vest of the assailant, there seemed to be an unknown object, resembling another forehead protector. Could this be a ninja from another village? An alarm rang in Li Huo's mind. His muscles tensed, striving for the swiftest response. I merely wish to observe this newly minted Uchiha prodigy. The assailant's seemingly relaxed yet flawless posture heightened Li Huo's vigilance. If your intention is merely observation, then why throw shuriken? Li Huo questioned, while secretly maximizing his shadow clone technique and earth-style jutsu, aiming for a brief escape underground. As long as he evaded the ninja's perception range, his shadow clone would be safe. What? You inquire where my shadow clone has gone. Naturally, it has headed to the Konoha Guard. That is the bastion of the Uchiha. Who would be foolish enough to engage in combat with an unknown ninja alone? Summoning reinforcements was the only sensible course of action. Yet, unexpectedly, with a loud bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Li Huo's shadow clone 100 meters away dissipated. Subsequently, the memories of the shadow clone surged back into Li Huo's mind, and to his horror, he discovered the formidable strength of the individual before him. Incredible! This opponent is overwhelmingly powerful. It became evident that the assailant had intentionally lured him here. Such trivial skills should not waste our time here. The ambusher still appeared nonchalant. Yet Li Huo understood that this battle might be the most arduous he had faced since his arrival in this realm. He must employ every means at his disposal to have any chance of victory. Observing the individual before him, who showed no intention of making a move, Li Huo hastily summoned the system to review his abilities. Host: Uchiha Li Huo Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Waterfall Technique, Earth Flow Rampart, Telescope Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Water Barrier, Sensing, Spiraling Sphere, Taijutsu, Leaf Village's Gentle Fist Technique, Thousand Needles Throw, Life Restoration, Uchiha Shuriken Throwing Technique, Basic Frog Hand Technique, Jinjutsu, Nun Chakra, 1/10 of Kakashi Hatake S Chakra, the Elite J-Nin. Although unable to fully unleash ninjutsu, he can execute 8 or 9 techniques without succumbing to exhaustion. Bloodline Limit, Infernal Release Strength, Ch-Nin. Indeed, after a period of diligent training, Li Huo had reaped considerable rewards. Not only had he mastered the complete Gentle Fist technique, but he also sought guidance from Ao Tian and his private instructor regarding the Uchiha Shuriken throwing technique. Through relentless effort, Li Huo finally grasped these 2 exceptionally practical skills. Furthermore, as his strength grew, so too did his chakra, enabling him to unleash 8 or 9 ninjutsu without losing consciousness. His overall prowess had ascended to the level of a Ch-Nin. Gazing upon his attribute panel, a spark of inspiration ignited within Li Huo's mind. He needed to ascertain whether the individual before him was from the Leaf Village, friend or foe. If they were from the Leaf, diplomacy would take precedence. He could always seek retribution later. However, if they were an enemy, a bloody confrontation was inevitable. Should he unleash all his methods, he must ensure the enemy was thoroughly dealt with. Moreover, contemplating such a formidable opponent, Li Huo began to imagine the rewards he might reap upon besting him. How long will you remain in a daze? If you do not make a move, I shall. The ambusher's cold words snapped Li Huo back to reality. But before he could react further, the ambusher advanced. To Li Huo's astonishment, he did nothing but slowly approach him. From Li Huo's perspective, it felt as though he were gazing upon the greatest terror in existence. Chapter 25, Uncontrollable. In the eyes of Li Huo, the approaching figure was not merely a humanoid entity, but rather an embodiment of terror itself. If one were to define the essence of horror, Li Huo could assert, based on nearly 30 years of existence across lifetimes, that what lay before him epitomized it. It exuded an aura of murderous intent, intermingled with the stench of corpses and blood, infused with a chilling malice. Li Huo trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware that any movement on his part would surely lead to his demise. How could one possibly conquer such an overwhelming presence? How could something be so fearsome? His mind screamed in panic, yet his body, paralyzed by dread, was incapable of any response, rendering him a mere spectator as the adversary advanced with deliberate steps. Think of a solution. Quickly devise a plan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the incident involving Erjuzi during the Chunin exams, when he, too, had been paralyzed by the intimidating aura of Orochimaru. How had he managed to overcome that predicament? Through pain. He had inflicted harm upon himself with a kunai. A flicker of clarity illuminated Li Hua's eyes as he bit into his own tongue, the sharp agony rekindling his bodily autonomy. Almost instantly, he perceived that the previously acquired illusion technique enhancement was now in effect, indicating that his opponent had employed Jinjutsu, amplifying their own menacing presence. Such a clever stratagem. However, instead of acting impulsively, Li Hua maintained his facade of terror, feigning fear as he watched his opponent draw ever closer. Witnessing his trembling form and horrified expression, one could easily envision him receiving an Oscar for his performance. The adversary remained blissfully unaware, continuing to chuckle. So this is the newly minted genius, Uchiha Li Hua? Hardly impressive. With each step the enemy took, Li Hua recognized that this was indeed the opportune moment. Should he fail to strike decisively now, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly prove more arduous. His mind raced, striving to formulate the most effective assault strategy. Ultimately, he resolved upon a plan that was both perilous and prudent. As the enemy approached, Li Hua sprang into action. With explosive force, he propelled himself backward, having mastered the technique of immense strength, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the immense reaction force. During his retreat, his hands moved with lightning speed, combining the control of shadow-level chakra and rapid hand seals, enabling him to unleash multiple jutsu in an instant. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, two identical clones of Li Hua materialized beside him. Having completed the preparatory phase, he did not afford his adversary a moment to react. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged toward the enemy, while his clones swiftly executed their own hand seals in unison, declaring, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Suddenly, a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, charged towards the opponent. If the grand fireballs of the second pillar and Outyin represent the standard prowess of a Uchiha youth, then this fireball from Li Hua epitomizes the caliber of an elite chunin among the Uchiha. Following closely were innumerable smaller fireballs, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, swiftly closing in on the enemy and subtly sealing all avenues of escape. At this moment, Li Hua deliberately slowed his pace, employing the Uchiha kunai-throwing technique to launch a harrying assault. Oh, how intriguing! Have they organized an attack so swiftly? In the face of such a formidable display from Li Hua, even a chunin must steel themselves to respond. Yet, this enemy remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The first to arrive was Li Hua's kunai. Although lacking the enhancement of the Sharingan, Li Hua had perfected this technique to an art form. The kunai danced rapidly in the air, colliding and twisting, effectively blocking all avenues of evasion for the adversary. However, the enemy casually flipped their hand, revealing a kunai that was hurled forth without hesitation. This kunai collided with Li Hua's, disrupting the seemingly inescapable advantage he had orchestrated. Without the Sharingan, the kunai's trajectory appeared somewhat rigid. Remarkably, the opponent even had the leisure to comment. Subsequently, the massive fireball and phoenix fire arrived. Despite their grandiose display, these techniques were too easily evaded by this formidable adversary. With a few nimble steps, the enemy deftly escaped the range of the ninjutsu. Boom! The enormous fireball struck the ground, erupting in a brilliant flash and a cacophony of sound, sending clouds of dust swirling. Yet, it failed to strike its intended target. Li Hua was not disheartened by this outcome, for his true aim was not to inflict harm, but to draw the attention of the guards and umbu with the spectacle of light and sound. After all, the sheer intensity of his presence was daunting. This opponent was undoubtedly formidable, and reckless aggression would only lead to an untimely demise. The enemy landed lightly, a casual smile gracing their features. I advise you to abandon your little schemes. I have erected a barrier here, rendering those outside blind to our conflict. Unexpectedly, the seemingly immobile form of Li Hua emerged from the thick smoke, appearing like a specter at the enemy's back. Found you. Li Hua spread his hand, a pale blue sphere of chakra materializing, exuding an aura of danger. This sudden formless ninjutsu seemed to throw the enemy off balance. Rasengan. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hua thrust the Rasengan towards the opponent. To his astonishment, the adversary grasped Li Hua's wrist with an overwhelming force, forcefully driving the Rasengan into the ground. Boom! The sound of the Rasengan striking the earth reverberated, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, the ground fracturing beneath the impact. Li Hua was taken aback by the enemy's reaction and the sheer magnitude of their strength. Who on earth were they? Yet, the opponent appeared intent on seizing this hard-won opportunity, launching themselves forward with a kick that sent Li Hua hurtling several dozen meters away. Cough, cough. The flame of departure was gravely wounded by that strike. The body, honed through countless trainings, seemed utterly fragile before this adversary. Yet, he did not yield. Rather, an indomitable spirit of combat surged within him. He had already sensed the truth. As this foe had indicated, the area was ensconced within a barrier. Defeating him was the only means of escape. For the first time since his arrival, which had been marked by unbroken success, the flame of departure faced such a formidable challenge. The thrill of life and death hung in the balance, and it was rather exhilarating. As he felt the fleeting nature of his rudimentary celestial form, he understood that he must act swiftly and decisively. An effective strategy to subdue his opponent needed to be conceived rapidly. Given the inadequacy of his own strength, he had no choice but to resort to external aids. While he hastily utilized the life restoration technique to mend his injuries, he simultaneously pondered his next move. With a slight shift of his gaze, a brilliant idea struck him. To date, the only ability he had yet to reveal was the elusive nether escape. This was his greatest asset, and he must employ it to catch his opponent off guard, seizing the opportunity to strike at his head. Only by acquiring the adversary's power could he hope for even the faintest chance of victory. The flame of departure swiftly formulated a battle plan, and as the dense fog began to dissipate, his body was nearly restored. The final confrontation was poised to commence. Chapter 26. Ding. The A-rank ninja, Orochimaru. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the voice of the enemy echoed from a distance. He, the self-created A-rank ninjutsu, indeed wields considerable power. Uchiha Riwo. You truly deserve the title of genius. The tone was deep and slightly hoarse. Although it was a self-praise, Riwo felt no joy. For he understood that despite employing various strategies, they had all been effortlessly countered by his opponent. Oh, it seems you have also mastered some form of medical ninjutsu? The voice drifted closer, laced with a hint of mockery. Riwo realized that the Reaper technique was his final trump card, and he must seize the opportunity to touch his opponent's head in order to grasp a glimmer of hope. Before Riwo could contemplate further, the smoke had begun to clear. This is taking far too long, he declared. Wind release, great breakthrough. As the slightly hoarse voice resounded, Riwo could distinctly sense a violent surge of chakra emanating from afar. The magnitude of this wind technique was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a colossal whirlwind surged toward him, carrying a cutting sensation. Accompanying this tempest was the swift removal of the surrounding dust. As the fierce wind approached with alarming speed, Riwo's heart raced with alarm. I cannot withstand this attack head-on. With a powerful push from his feet, Riwo barely managed to evade the onslaught of the gale. Boom. The ferocious wind ultimately struck a wooden post in the training ground, which shattered under the overwhelming force. To Riwo's astonishment, the broken post was riddled with numerous deep scratches. He understood that the earlier great breakthrough had been infused with wind nature transformation by his adversary. Though it did not reach the level of Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, it had undeniably elevated a mere C-rank ninjutsu to A-rank destructive capability. This individual was undoubtedly a master among masters. He must not be allowed to seize the momentum again. With this thought in mind, Riwo wasted no time and charged toward his opponent with all his might. Not bad speed, but your trajectory is too predictable, the enemy remarked, rapidly forming hand seals aimed at the advancing Riwo. Wind release, wind cutter. The air was laced with a chilling aura as, suddenly, countless minuscule wind blades erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Riwo. Understanding the lethal nature of these seemingly insubstantial blades, Riwo felt a wave of regret for not having sought advice from Shuo Mao regarding his footwork. His own clumsy and expansive movements were utterly inadequate for evading the encircling wind blades. In the face of such dire circumstances, Riwo was consumed by a surge of rage, his frustration boiling over. He resolved to trade injury for injury. Without slowing his advance, he would evade as many wind blades as possible. And for those he could not escape, he would retaliate with all his might. Success or failure hinged upon this single moment. As he observed the relentless advance of the fiery departure, the enemy could not help but express surprise. Oh, has the strategy changed? I cannot allow you to approach so easily. With that, he intensified the output of his wind blades, forming an impenetrable web of attacks before him. However, through his rapid approach, the fiery departure had already reached the enemy's front. As the wind blade net surged towards him, A dangerous aura rushed toward his forehead. His pupils constricted, and he extended his left hand forward. Void technique, absorption hole. In an instant, a tremendous suction force erupted from his left hand, transforming the previously lethal wind blades into docile energy. A vast number of wind blades dissipated instantly, transmuting into pure chakra that flowed into the fiery departure's body. What a rush! He felt an overwhelming surge of power, his chakra nearing the limits of his capacity. Observing the enemy momentarily stunned before him, he grinned widely. That kick from earlier is coming back to you. Before his words could fade, the fiery departure swiftly extended his right hand, brushing against the enemy's head, followed by a powerful whip kick directed at the still-dazed foe. Crash! The enemy was sent flying backward, transforming into a shadow that crashed into several great trees before finally coming to a halt. Emerging from the smoke, the enemy slowly rose. Ding! Congratulations on the head pat. Feeling the abundant chakra within him, and witnessing the enemy who had previously overpowered him, the fiery departure could no longer contain his rising fury. A bold idea surged into his mind. In my lifetime, I have never fought such a prosperous battle. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he shall face this move. Ignoring the system prompt echoing in his mind, the fiery departure swiftly formed hand seals, and two shadow clones materialized beside him. He spread his hand, and a light blue spiral sphere swiftly took shape. But that was not all. The two shadow clones assisted him. One maintained the form of the spiral sphere, while the other infused it with wind attribute transformations using shadow-level chakra. Success hinged on this moment. Sensing the rapidly depleting natural energy, the fiery departure knew his rudimentary sage mode was nearing its end. Wind release, spiral shuriken. A colossal chakra shuriken materialized in his hand, spinning rapidly and emitting a piercing sound, generating countless wind blades that surged around him. With great force, he hurled the shuriken at the enemy, and at that instant, his rudimentary sage mode completely dissipated. As he watched the spiral shuriken dart away with incredible speed, the fiery departure steadied his mind. For he knew this was his strongest move. By the way, system, whose head did I just pat? I must choose my rewards wisely. If he survives, I might extract even more. Ding. Head pat A-rank ninja. Orochimaru, please select 3 rewards from the following. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the old acquaintance, Orochimaru. Wait, Orochimaru, isn't he a ninja from the enemy nation? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through Li Hua's mind. Why did he disguise himself as a ninja from an enemy nation? And why did he choose to attack me? My secrets have been laid bare. What consequences will this entail? These thoughts entwined around Li Hua's heart, leaving him uncertain about where to begin his contemplation. As he watched the shuriken darting away, he silently resolved to prioritize the rewards. What? Saving someone? Even a formidable opponent like Jainin Kakuzu could survive the spiraling shuriken, let alone Orochimaru, who possesses the most formidable survival capabilities among the Hokage. Li Hua harbored no worries regarding Orochimaru's survival, for he was certain of the outcome. He understood that this battle would fundamentally alter his status within Konoha. Whether for better or worse remained uncertain. If he did not swiftly enhance his own strength, he would merely become a hapless victim, lying quietly on the butcher's block, awaiting his fate. As the spiraling shuriken struck its target with precision, countless minute chakra blades erupted in an instant. Due to this being his first attempt, Li Hua did not achieve the terrifying lethality of Naruto's cell-slicing technique from the original work. Nevertheless, such destructive power was sufficient to trouble even elite Jainin. System. Claim rewards. Ding. You have defeated the A-rank ninja, Orochimaru. Please select 3 rewards from the following options. Erase facial technique, 5 elements seal summoning technique. Triple Rashomon significant enhancement of physical abilities random selection of 3 Orochimaru ninjutsu random selection of 5 wind release techniques. What a bountiful selection. Li Hua gazed at the array of rewards before him, momentarily dazzled by the choices. Although he lacked the powerful techniques like the Edo Tensei and the 8-headed serpent that Orochimaru would later acquire, these rewards were sufficient for Li Hua to upgrade his arsenal. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized that once the residual effects of the spiraling shuriken dissipated, Orochimaru would reappear, and that moment would mark the final phase. He must do everything possible to enhance his bargaining power. System, I choose. Chapter 27. Mastery at your fingertips. Triple Rashomon. Significant enhancement of physical qualities. Random selection of 3 Great Serpent Ninjutsu rewards are immediately dispensed. With a fervent cry from within, a familiar sensation of pain swiftly coursed through Li Hua's entire being. Yet this time, rather than feeling wearied, he experienced an overwhelming sense of tranquility. For in the presence of this man, only those possessing ample leverage and intrinsic value could earn the privilege of engaging in equal dialogue. Enduring the agony of his enhanced physique, Li Hua silently observed as the spiraling shuriken wreaked havoc upon the very area where Orochimaru had previously lingered. The selection of these 3 rewards was not made lightly. The enhancement of physical attributes was self-evident. The recent incident where Orochimaru forcefully pressed the Rasengan into the ground served as a prime example. Without commensurate physical capabilities, even the most exceptional ninjutsu would yield little in the way of results. Furthermore, Triple Rashomon and Great Serpent Ninjutsu were chosen, revealing Li Hua's ulterior motives. As evidenced by the battle today, it was almost inevitable that with the augmentation of his own strength, he would attract the attention of increasingly predatory individuals. Encounters with adversaries employing diverse tactics were bound to occur, and Triple Rashomon would become one of Li Hua's trump cards in the future. Triple Rashomon, derived from the original Hokage's 5 Rashomon, functions as a formidable defense technique. Its effect lies in summoning a barrier, Rashomon, that can absorb all forms of attacks. By conjuring 3 such barriers simultaneously, it manifests the physical defense art employed by Orochimaru. The first gate withstands direct assaults, the second diminishes the force of the attack, and the third disperses the pressure of the onslaught. With the distinct functionalities of these 3 gates, any attack reaching the practitioner is significantly weakened. Since the time of the first Hokage, only Orochimaru has possessed the capability to wield this ultimate technique of absolute defense. The accolades of Rashomon are indeed remarkable. It was previously utilized by Orochimaru to defend against the tailed beast bomb unleashed by Naruto, underscoring its extraordinary defensive prowess. Lastly, the Great Serpent Ninjutsu was a gamble Li Hua wished to take. Dissolving appearance was excessively cruel, and he had no immediate need for wind-release ninjutsu. The 5-element seal appeared of little use to him at present. Moreover, he could later seek out Kushina to acquire sealing techniques. Conversely, Great Serpent Ninjutsu was exclusive to Uncle Serpent, and its Great Serpent substitution technique was a coveted life-saving skill among many traversers. Its efficacy was well documented. Uncle Serpent had escaped peril with it, and the second pillar had transformed danger into safety. Thus, the value of this technique for survival could not be overstated. After enduring the harrowing transformation, Li Hua, whose body had been ravaged by relentless combat, suddenly felt an immense surge of power within. For him, this enhancement of physical qualities represented a monumental leap in capability. The departure of Li Hua is assured. His physical prowess has now surpassed that of Kai, who has trained day and night. Should Li Hua engage in combat with Kakashi once more, relying solely on taijutsu, Kakashi would be sent sprawling to the ground within no more than 50 exchanges. This consideration includes the enhancement provided by the Konoha blade technique. If the opponent were Orochimaru, Li Hua would not find himself in the same dire straits as before. The Triple Rashomon is swiftly unleashed, and Li Hua has become adept at employing Rashomon for defense, demonstrating a level of proficiency that rivals that of Orochimaru. A cold, mechanical voice reverberates through Li Hua's mind, commencing the random selection of 3 types of Orochimaru-style ninjutsu. He understands that this moment may determine his survival. Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-rank ninjutsu, Shadow of the Serpent. The signature technique of Uncle Snake. Congratulations, host, you have obtained soft body modification. Li Hua. Oh, congratulations, host, you have obtained Orochimaru-style body replacement technique. Li Hua. Li Hua's heart swells with joy, for he realizes that with these pivotal ninjutsu, even if he were to confront Orochimaru and sever ties with Konoha, he would possess a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, the methods for utilizing these 3 techniques manifest in his mind. However, it is somewhat disheartening for Li Hua to learn that the Shadow of the Serpent requires a summoning contract with the Dragon's Cave for its application, a stipulation that applies to both Orochimaru and Anko in the original work. Nonetheless, he has fully mastered the other 2 techniques, enabling him to evade death akin to Orochimaru using the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique. At last, Li Hua has assimilated all the rewards bestowed by Orochimaru, and the lingering effect of the spiraling shuriken has dissipated entirely. The area once struck now reveals a massive crater, filled with countless marks left by the slicing winds of the shuriken. No creature has survived within the depths of this pit, save for the earth itself. Suddenly, a white serpent, as thick as an arm, bursts forth from the depths of the crater, evidently having burrowed underground prior to the explosion of the spiraling shuriken. As anticipated, the serpent's maw opens at an astonishing angle, and from its gaping mouth emerge a pair of pallid arms. Orochimaru. Soon after, Orochimaru's entire form emerges unscathed from the serpent's jaws. Although he is coated in a viscous substance, a ninja capable of surviving the onslaught of a spiraling shuriken is indeed a rarity. Haha. Have you integrated a change in nature into the self-created A-rank ninjutsu, resulting in an exceedingly powerful S-rank technique? Orochimaru's hoarse voice once more reaches Lihua's ears. Yet, Lihua can discern that his voice carries a hint of weakness. It is evident that escaping death under the S-rank technique has taken a toll on Orochimaru. What a formidable youth you are, Uchiha Lihua. You increasingly pique my interest. Orochimaru extends his elongated tongue, brazenly licking his lips. Do not test me any further. Lord Orochimaru, I am well aware of your true identity, Lihua declared loudly, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed the trepidation that lay within his heart. He was engaged in a high-stakes gamble, wagering on his ability to maintain a tranquil existence in Konoha. Oh, Orochimaru exclaimed, feigning surprise before swiftly removing the mask from his face, a grin spreading across his features. How did you discern it was me? His mastery of wind-release jutsu exuded an aura as formidable as a mountain of corpses, complemented by his exceptional physical prowess, acute combat awareness, and the uncanny ability to escape even S-rank ninjutsu. In Konoha, no one but Orochimaru possessed such capabilities. Lihua's lengthy, seemingly flattering remarks were, in truth, genuine admiration for Orochimaru's strength. Ha ha ha, I never expected a younger generation to remember me. It is indeed an honor, Orochimaru chuckled, yet his words carried an undercurrent of coldness. Uchiha Lihua, you know me, and I certainly know you. However, I must ask you a few questions. First, why this obsession with petting heads? Dun dun dong. If it were Rukio posing this question, Lihua might not feel such apprehension. Yet, with Orochimaru asking, it implied he likely had a firm grip on the matter. According to Teacher Oshima's report in the Umbu's accounts, during your first battle with Kakashi, you initially faltered, only to suddenly elevate your performance. With the only intervening factor being a head pat, Orochimaru approached Lihua gradually. Including today's skirmish, countless individuals have been patted by you. Can you enlighten me as to why? As Orochimaru closed in, a familiar sense of dread enveloped Lihua once more. This time, it felt akin to the panic of having a secret exposed. Lord Orochimaru, everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? Perhaps I am merely concealing my lack of skill. Concealing your lack of skill? Orochimaru chuckled, non-committal. Then might I inquire about the origin of your ability to absorb natural energy to enhance yourself? Upon hearing this, Lihua suddenly recalled the chill of dark chakra that had once lurked as he first activated his rudimentary sage mode. It was Orochimaru. Furthermore, how did you manage to burst forth with astonishing speed at a critical moment to save that girl from the Nara clan? What? He knows about that too? Lihua was struck by the memory of the small white snake that Teacher Oshima had casually mentioned during his visit. So, Orochimaru had been observing me from the shadows, testing me all along. Indeed, initially, it was the third Hokage who tasked me with monitoring you. But who would have thought you would continue to surprise me in ever more remarkable ways? With this declaration, Orochimaru finally stood before Lihua. Chapter 28. The Transaction and Apprenticeship. Orochimaru gradually crouched down, his cold, serpentine gaze fixed upon Lihua's eyes. He resembled a concealed viper, poised to strike as soon as it appeared within sight, signifying the imminent approach of death. While Lihua's mind raced to formulate a strategy, Orochimaru could not help but marvel at the boy before him. Truly an extraordinary prodigy. His physical prowess, ninjutsu, and psychological resilience were far beyond what one would expect from a child of his age. It was not inconceivable that he had been manipulated by enemy ninjas utilizing forbidden techniques to seize control of his mind. Contemplating this possibility, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within. If he indeed posed a latent threat, then this boy must not be spared. Although Orochimaru had already dabbled in forbidden experiments, he had not yet entirely lost faith in Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. At that moment, Lihua spoke up. So, what is the purpose of your visit, Lord Orochimaru? I have already stated it. I need you to answer my questions. Upon hearing this, Li Hua straightened his posture. Yet Orochimaru's gaze remained unyielding. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, but that is my secret. Oh, Orochimaru's aura erupted instantly, a wave of deathly energy spreading like a tempest. With Li Hua, closest to him, bearing the brunt of it. The overwhelming pressure crashed against Li Hua's mental defenses, making him feel as though he were a fragile boat battling a ferocious storm. Yet, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Li Hua clenched his fists. His gaze locked onto Orochimaru. He was gambling that Orochimaru would not kill him, hoping that the enigmatic secrets he harbored were still beyond Orochimaru's comprehension. He wagered that his recently acquired identity, backed by the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage, was sufficiently formidable to prevent him from being slain without cause. However, as time wore on, Li Hua found himself unable to endure the mounting pressure. The usual physical techniques and ninjutsu proved utterly ineffective against Orochimaru's might. To Orochimaru, it appeared that Li Hua's pupils were beginning to dull, a result he had anticipated. He relentlessly assailed Li Hua's psyche, intertwining Jinjutsu with his overwhelming presence. I ask you, do you wish to destroy Konoha? Orochimaru's deep, gravelly voice resonated, yet to Li Hua, it sounded almost surreal. At times, it thundered like a bell, shaking Li Hua to his core. At others, it whispered like a specter, evoking his innermost thoughts. No, Konoha holds my friends in bonds. I would never harm them, Li Hua declared vehemently. In that instant, Orochimaru's oppressive aura receded, and the terrifying atmosphere in the air gradually dissipated. Li Hua collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Acutely aware that had he answered incorrectly moments ago, he would have already met a grim fate at the hands of Orochimaru, a figure of profound terror. Orochimaru, with a knowing smile upon his lips, understood that his interrogation techniques were as formidable as the secret arts of the mountain clans. Unless one possessed strength far surpassing his own, resisting the compulsion to divulge one's innermost thoughts was utterly futile. Since you pose no threat to Konoha, I suppose the mission entrusted to me by the third Hokage is accomplished, Orochimaru remarked, rising with a tone that suggested a slight relaxation. There remains another task. Would you consider joining the route? Li Hua's heart sank. Indeed, the old dog Danzo had taken notice of him. At this moment, he could not afford to reveal any weaknesses. What is the route? Li Hua feigned ignorance. After Orochimaru briefly delineated the purpose of the route, Li Hua resolutely declined Danzo's invitation, for no sane individual would willingly align themselves with such an organization. Very well, the mission for Danzo is also complete, Orochimaru stated with a hint of boredom, as though his patience was wearing thin. Just as Li Hua believed Orochimaru was about to take his leave, the latter crouched down once more, his eyes glinting with a curious yet dangerous gleam. Now, we must address my inquiry. Uchiha Li Hua, I require your assistance in studying natural energy. The amplified state you enter upon absorbing natural energy bears some resemblance to the aura emanating from the two toads summoned by Jiraiya. I must obtain this power, Orochimaru declared, a fervent expression illuminating his face. Without hesitation, Li Hua retorted, no, this is my secret. Oh, Uchiha Li Hua, I assume you wouldn't want your secret to be known by everyone, would you? If that were to happen, could your hidden cards still be deemed as such? Li Hua internally scoffed. What kind of ridiculous line is this? Yet, his mind raced with contemplation. It is possible, but this is my closely guarded secret. Oh, are you implying it comes at a price? Ha! It has been quite some time since I've encountered such an amusing little brat. One daring enough to negotiate with me. Speak, I can offer you ninjutsu, money, anything you desire, Orochimaru smiled. I wish to become your apprentice, Li Hua declared, resolutely voicing a long-held ambition. Silence. Upon uttering this statement, both fell into a contemplative hush. Why? Orochimaru arose, scrutinizing the youth as if encountering him for the first time. This is my condition. In the Ninja Academy, I am destined for stagnation. Under your tutelage, I can grow stronger. Haha. Orochimaru seemed to find the notion laughable. Stronger? Little do you know, following me, you may very well meet your end. Upon speaking, Orochimaru found himself inexplicably engulfed in a rare wave of melancholy, an emotion seldom exhibited by this man. He reminisced about the boy who once fervently aspired to become Hokage and recalled the harrowing scene where that very boy was grievously wounded by an explosive tag. A moment seemingly beyond the reach of even divine intervention. If this were the peril one must endure to attain strength, I would willingly confront death. Although not imposing in stature, his words resonated with weight. What compels you to yearn for such power? Orochimaru fixed a cold gaze upon Li Hua, as if seeking to extract his true sentiments through this scrutiny. I have already expressed it. It is to protect those I hold dear. Li Hua replied with unwavering composure, undeterred by the intensity of the moment. A protracted silence ensued. Very well, for the sake of studying natural energy and to closely observe you. A suspect from the Uchiha clan, I consent to become your mentor. However, do ensure that you do not perish. Li Hua respectfully acknowledged his new teacher. The following morning, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regarded Orochimaru and Li Hua with a gaze full of skepticism. Are you serious, Orochimaru? You intend to take Li Hua as your apprentice? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Orochimaru as though witnessing the impossible, a rooster laying an egg, a hen crowing, an iron tree blossoming, or a man giving birth. Ah, Sensei Sarutobi, I wish to take this genius as my disciple. Upon receiving confirmation, the third Hokage turned to Li Hua, scrutinizing the promising young man who had recently garnered much attention. So, what is your stance, young Li Hua? I am willing to take Orochimaru as my esteemed teacher. Ha ha. In that case, it is settled. With a decisive wave of his hand, the third Hokage solidified the master-disciple relationship between Orochimaru and Li Hua. However, Li Hua is still attending the Shinobi Academy, Lord. Third, I will apply for early graduation. Ha ha ha. It seems you have already made your plans. Very well. I shall speak with Owashima. If you can graduate early, you may proceed to study under Orochimaru. Thank you, Lord. Third. Chapter 29. Graduation Preparations Before long. Orochimaru and Li Hua emerged from the Hokage building. In an instant, the once close mentor-student duo became remarkably estranged. Li Hua glanced at his future master, intending to speak, but was taken aback as Orochimaru, disregarding his image, opened his mouth wide. Ugh! Accompanied by an unpleasant sound, a scroll wriggled from his throat into his mouth, ultimately coated in mucus, which he then held in his hand. It appears you have indeed mastered a remarkable ability for rapid recovery. Otherwise, your injuries from yesterday could not have healed so swiftly. This is beyond the capabilities of ordinary medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru remarked with keen interest. Well, that's not something you need to concern yourself with, Li Hua retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction at Orochimaru's probing demeanor. Come now, let us not be so formal, Orochimaru chuckled, extending the scroll toward Li Hua, and stated earnestly, I surmise that you did not hold back yesterday. Thus, I have devised a rigorous training regimen tailored to your true abilities. Though it may sound boastful, if you adhere strictly to this plan, you will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Suppressing his discomfort, Li Hua accepted the scroll from Orochimaru and began to read it with great attention. As he delved deeper into the text, he marveled at Orochimaru's astute insights and the uniqueness of the training methods. He was certain that, should he follow this regimen, his strength would soar to new heights. It must be said that while Orochimaru's methods are ruthless, as a mentor, he is as dedicated to his students as Jiraiya is. In the original narrative, throughout 3 years of training, he not only cultivated the formidable prowess of the two pillars, but also laid a solid foundation for Sasuke in analyzing enemy capabilities and formulating strategies. This is also the reason why Li Hua chose Orochimaru as his mentor. Currently, Li Hua is indeed not receiving much enhancement at the Ninja Academy. Graduating early and being assigned to a 3-man team would surely not provide the same benefits as being personally trained by one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Moreover, as Orochimaru mentioned, last night was the only occasion when he fought without holding back. Thus, only Orochimaru is capable of devising the perfect training regimen for Li Hua. Little Li Hua, successfully graduating early will be my first test for you. Do not let me down, Orochimaru remarked with a smile, suggesting deeper implications. Having said that, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind the contract scroll for the Dragon Cave. TCH, who do you look down upon? Li Hua muttered dismissively to himself. Graduating early is a trivial matter that cannot thwart me. At this stage, a mere demonstration of my understanding of natural energy would suffice for you to study for several years. With this thought, Li Hua couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing about? Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind. It was Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi, what brings you here? My father received a mission from the Hokage and is about to depart, so I came to see him off. A task that requires Senpai's involvement must be quite significant. Ah, I wouldn't know about that. But what are you doing here? Kakashi asked, slightly puzzled. Li Hua recounted the details, omitting the part about his intense battle with Orochimaru, simply stating his intention to apprentice under him. Oh, the Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? He is indeed a formidable ninja. Indeed. Would you like to join me? No. I plan to continue training in the Hatake sword techniques after graduation. Kakashi's response was predictable for Li Hua, considering Kakashi's current focus on swordsmanship, which did not align with Orochimaru's teachings. Then how about you graduate early with me? After all, there is little left to learn at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi pondered for a moment before raising his head. Then it is settled. What about Guy? Li Hua inquired. Knowing that while Guy's taijutsu was exceptional, he struggled in other areas. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, his prowess is unquestionable. Yet he has not met the graduation standards in other aspects. Then he shall continue to hone his skills. With that, both of them laughed and headed towards the training ground to share this good news with Guy. Their lack of concern about leaving Guy behind did not stem from indifference. Rather, the three of them shared a mutual understanding that each individual has their own path. The journey need not be identical, nor must it adhere to rigid companionship. What mattered was knowing that friends were striving together along the way. They were confident that with Guy's abilities, he would undoubtedly become a capable ninja in the future, while their own focus remained on becoming stronger. Upon receiving the news, Kai intensified his training efforts. The following day, Kakashi and Li Hua, unusually, did not employ shadow clones to attend school. Instead, they personally approached Teacher Oshima after class. Observing the two young boys before him, Teacher Oshima was filled with profound emotions. Since transitioning from the Anbu to a teaching role, he had developed a deeper appreciation for the terrifying potential of genius. While their peers toiled diligently at their studies, these true prodigies had already matured into ninjas capable of standing on their own. I have heard about your early graduation, Teacher Oshima stated solemnly. What I must convey to you is that the standards for your assessment will be significantly more stringent than those for regular candidates. After all, I would not wish for my negligence to lead to the demise of my students during missions. Upon hearing Teacher Oshima's words, Li Hua and Kakashi finally regarded the upcoming examination with the seriousness it warranted. Subsequently, Teacher Oshima meticulously explained the rules of the graduation exam. Unlike the graduation tests experienced by Naruto's generation in the original story, the current assessments were exceptionally rigorous. Firstly, there would be an evaluation of foundational knowledge, strictly adhering to the content that graduates are expected to master. Moreover, as there were only 2 candidates, the number of proctors would exceed that of the examinees, rendering any possibility of cheating non-existent. Secondly, there would be a practical combat segment. At this point, Teacher Oshima emphasized, I am aware that both of you possess formidable strength, as I have observed during your daily training. Other students, apart from Kai, cannot even touch your shadow clones. The practical exercise would entail a battle against an examiner, who would assess and grade your performance throughout the encounter. Therefore, whether during the examination or in future missions, do not underestimate your opponents. The 2 responded affirmatively, and Teacher Oshima proceeded to impart some additional details, concluding with, the assessment date is set for half a month from now, coinciding with the final examinations. I hope that both of you geniuses will prepare thoroughly and wish you success. After expressing their gratitude to the teacher, the 2 exited the school. Reflecting on Teacher Oshima's admonitions, Kakashi remarked, I sense that this examination will not be simple. Who could disagree? Especially regarding the foundational knowledge, we still have much to cover. It's you, not us, Li Hua retorted. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't this knowledge have been mastered before enrollment? Li Hua now understood why Kakashi had achieved the rank of Chunin at the tender age of 6. This is truly intense. I shall dedicate this half-month to reinforcing my foundational knowledge, he declared nonchalantly. As for the practical exercise, I feel quite assured. They surely wouldn't pit us against AJ Nin. With that, Li Hua excused himself, citing home study as his reason for parting ways with Kakashi. Upon returning home, Li Hua retrieved the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave, gifted by Orochimaru. As for why Li Hua was unconcerned about his foundational knowledge, in jest, it is noted that the foundational knowledge mastery attained by the character, Hirakawa, is sufficient to tackle the majority of examination questions. As for the remaining challenging problems, a mere consultation with a few senior academic prodigies tomorrow will suffice. Li Hua declares that learning is an impossibility, an endeavor unattainable in this lifetime. Unfurling the summoning scroll, the name of Orochimaru is prominently inscribed. Faced with the summoning scroll of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Dragon Cave, Li Hua felt no hesitation, decisively signing his name. After pricking his thumb, he pressed his handprint beneath his name, sensing a faint connection to an unspecified realm. Alas, Li Hua lacked the proficiency in summoning techniques. Otherwise, he would have conjured a serpent to amuse himself. Subsequently, he delved into the rigorous training regimen devised by Orochimaru, adhering strictly to the outlined plan. Before long, the following day arrived. Li Hua returned to school, activating his rudimentary sage mode upon entering. Shedding his burdens, he maximized his speed and, with astonishing swiftness, patted the heads of every student and teacher in the school. As he did so, he exclaimed, "Do not scold me. I am Kakashi Hitaki. Should you dare to rebuke me, I, Uchiha Aoyin, shall not spare you." Experience the prowess of Uchiha Bido. Except for a select few exceptionally skilled teachers who evaded him, everyone fell victim to Li Hua's playful antics. Since he would not remain here much longer, he hastened to reap his rewards. After an earnest harvest, Li Hua experienced the joy akin to that of diligent farmers. The rewards for head patting predominantly ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 yen, while several teachers and classmates revealed enhancements such as comprehensive ninja knowledge, advanced knowledge mastery, and slight increase in physical abilities. Accumulating these rewards, this escapade at the ninja school proved to be remarkably fruitful. Alongside the pain associated with the distribution of rewards, Li Hua joyfully and painfully enhanced his prowess. "Uchiha Li Hua, what have you done?" The furious bellow of teacher Oshima echoed from afar. Feeling guilty as if caught in the act, Li Hua hastily fled, shouting, "I am not Uchiha Li Hua. I am Might Guy." In the ensuing days, while teacher Oshima busied himself with the reports on his desk, Li Hua diligently trained to solidify his strength. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Examiner. While Li Hua diligently prepared for the graduation examination, a discussion regarding the upcoming assessment was taking place in the Hokage office. The attendees were few. The third Hokage, teacher Oshima, and Orochimaru. Yet they were the ones most familiar with Li Hua and Kakashi. The purpose of summoning the two was to deliberate on the selection of examiners for the practical training. Orochimaru chuckled, remarking, "Given their capabilities, selecting an appropriate opponent is indeed a challenge." Teacher Oshima, with a serious demeanor, proposed, "Why not allow me to be their adversary?" His expression revealed the remnants of his experience in the Umbu. The third Hokage raised a hand, signaling Oshima to ease his tension. "Ha ha, Ryuzaki. I appointed you as a teacher precisely because of your injuries sustained during missions. It would be unwise to deploy you now. Konoha is rich in talent, and we need not rely on a retired Umbu." A prolonged silence enveloped the office, as if everyone were searching for a suitable candidate. The third Hokage then exclaimed, I have an idea. Is there not a former prodigy who has recently returned to prominence?" Oshima's face displayed profound confusion, as his current position left him unaware of the village's personnel developments. However, Orochimaru appeared to ponder the suggestion with interest. If it were him, the ensuing battle would indeed be captivating. Seeing his disciple's agreement, the third Hokage felt a surge of joy. "Perfect. Shikamaru has taken on the task of patrolling the borders of the Cloud Village, so he has some rare free time. He shall be our mysterious guest." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced towards a shadowy corner of the office and instructed, "Please summon the Jonin." Meanwhile, Li Hua continued to process the bountiful rewards from the recent collective head patting. Oh dear, if these were not merely 100 children, but rather 100 shadow-level powerhouses, I would be immensely formidable. It was no wonder that Li Hua's mind wandered, for the system had bestowed an abundance of gifts. The monetary rewards alone would suffice for him to live a comfortable life. Additionally, he had received 3 enhancements, including a slight increase in physical fitness. Given Li Hua's current physical condition, even a minor improvement required tremendous effort. Thus, his exuberance was justified. In recent days, Li Hua had somehow obtained past graduation papers. Although he had never studied the material, the question seemed effortlessly simple to him. Advanced knowledge mastery truly lived up to its reputation. Every day, Li Hua diligently practiced according to Orochimaru's meticulous plan. To his astonishment, he discovered that training under Orochimaru's methodology facilitated a more comprehensive and rapid development. This revelation only served to strengthen Li Hua's resolve to take him as his mentor. Although he was acutely aware that this path resembled a double-edged sword, Li Hua felt confident in his ability to wield it wisely. Before long, a fortnight had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Li Hua and Kakashi refrained from dispatching even shadow clones to school. Some classmates from influential families learned through various channels about their impending graduation. especially those like Lu Miao and Ao Tian, who were supported by prominent clans. However, they collectively chose not to disturb them. Even the boisterous Abido, who had been clamoring for Li Hua to restore his reputation, remained surprisingly subdued. At last, the highly anticipated final examination arrived, and Li Hua and Kakashi faced their own graduation test designed for prodigies. Typically, Teacher Oshima would personally oversee the final exams, yet this time, he unexpectedly did not appear in the classroom, as he was required at a more significant venue. The teacher's office was deserted, for all the faculty members had already gone to proctor the various classes. At that moment, led by the third Hokage, Orochimaru and Teacher Oshima entered the office with Li Hua and Kakashi. "This is the venue for your theoretical examination," the third Hokage announced. "You have 120 minutes, and no cheating is permitted. Begin when you are ready." Li Hua and Kakashi exchanged glances, each recognizing the confidence reflected in the other's eyes. "Let us commence, Lord Hokage," they said in unison, and promptly began to write with fervor. In truth, individuals of Orochimaru and the third Hokage's caliber would not typically feel the need to personally observe such proceedings. Yet, surprisingly, both had chosen to be present this time, placing considerable pressure on Teacher Oshima, especially since he was the one who had crafted the examination. Outwardly, Teacher Oshima appeared calm, yet internally, he was in turmoil, realizing that he had set the questions far too challenging. At that moment, Teacher Oshima had been dealing with complaints from the entire school community regarding Li Hua's actions. Some criticized Ao Tian, others Abido, and even Might Guy faced complaints. Teacher Oshima had witnessed Li Hua burst through the door, patting the heads of all the teachers. Had he not evaded quickly, he would have faced dire consequences. This incident left Teacher Oshima extremely irate. "Ah, Uchiha Li Hua, is this your parting gift for me as you graduate? Well then, I shall ensure you do not graduate." Thus, the examination gradually evolved into the most challenging paper in history. Now, while Teacher Oshima's anger had subsided, the paper could not be retrieved. Teacher Oshima thought to himself, "This is disastrous. If these two children cannot graduate due to my momentary lapse in emotion, I would truly be committing a grave sin. Moreover, I have now entangled myself with the Uchiha and the Hitaki clans. How can I possibly continue to navigate life in Konoha? Oh no." Hiroki has raised his hand. This is surely a report. With this thought, Teacher Oshima was filled with regret. "I've completed the paper, and it was exceedingly simple," proclaimed the third Hokage. Teacher Oshima's complexion turned pale. "You see, I told you." Hiroki said this paper was too easy. "What? Easy?" Teacher Oshima exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you even realize what you are saying? This is a paper I painstakingly crafted. Theoretically speaking, it was indeed the most difficult paper ever devised." In disbelief, Teacher Oshima hastily approached and took Hiroki's paper. The third Hokage and Orochimaru, noticing Teacher Oshima's fervor, also leaned in to scrutinize Hiroki's answers. The third Hokage found himself momentarily stunned by the paper. "Ah, my future disciple truly astonishes me," Orochimaru remarked in admiration. Only Teacher Oshima voiced the stark reality. "Hiroki, your handwriting is rather challenging to describe. It resembles that of a ninja hound scrawl." This made Hiroki slightly bashful, as he had been too busy honing his skills since his arrival to practice his writing even for a single day. However, setting aside the unfortunate handwriting, the three were astounded to discover that Hiroki had answered every question correctly. "Is this what true genius looks like?" Teacher Oshima marveled. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Young Hiroki, you truly have enlightened the third Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen continuously praised Hiroki, and even Orochimaru patted Hiroki on the shoulder, offering his commendation. Without a doubt, Hiroki's knowledge assessment was flawlessly passed, earning unanimous approval from the three examiners. Not long after, Kakashi also completed the paper, successfully passing the examination. The time both candidates took to finish was even swifter than that of their contemporaries, such as Outyin. "Congratulations on passing the first round of knowledge assessment. You now have a 2-hour break," Teacher Oshima informed the two after glancing at the clock. "No need, Teacher Oshima. We are in excellent condition right now," they replied. "The sooner we finish, the better." Upon hearing this, the three examiners exchanged knowing smiles. "Oh dear, it seems our examination has been underestimated. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." After receiving confirmation from the two, Teacher Oshima announced, "The practical exercise now begins. In a training ground within the Hidden Leaf Village, to avoid disturbing fellow students. Your practical examination will take place here." The rules will once again be announced by Teacher Oshima. The regulations are quite straightforward. Seize the bell. The examiner will carry a bell with him at all times, and as long as you manage to obtain it, you will be deemed competent. Upon hearing this, Li Hua was immediately filled with a sense of incredulity. This bell-snatching examination has evidently been passed down through generations. It has been utilized since the time of Sarutobi Hiruzen in teaching his disciples, and even Kakashi employed it with his students. Is there truly no innovation whatsoever? However, the three examiners did not perceive the inner thoughts of Li Hua and continued speaking. And today, your examiner is none other than him. Hearing this, Li Hua instantly began to look around with great curiosity, eager to discover the identity of his examiner. Yet, despite his efforts to stand on tiptoe, he could not spot any traces of a ninja. Just as he was about to employ his perception technique, he noticed the third Hokage leisurely crouching down and subsequently inserting a specially crafted trident kunai into the ground. With a flash of golden light, he asked, "Am I late?" Chapter 31. Am I facing Minato Namikaze? Is it for real? Upon encountering Minato Namikaze, Li Hua truly sensed the terrifying prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique. In one fleeting moment, one could be anywhere, undertaking any action, only to find oneself in a desired location the very next instant. As long as that place was marked by the Flying Thunder God seal, Li Hua scrutinized Minato during this period. He was clad in a dark blue inner garment, accompanied by a ninja vest, and his flowing golden hair danced in the wind. Observing this attire, Li Hua silently critiqued to himself. At this moment, Minato appeared significantly younger than during his tenure as Hokage, his visage still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, resembling that of a young man. Wait, a young Minato. My apologies, sir. I failed to recognize you earlier. Regrettably, the lively mutterings of Li Hua went unheard by others. The third Hokage clapped Minato on the shoulder and addressed Li Hua and his companion, saying, "Your opponent for this bell test is none other than this esteemed Jonin of Konoha, Minato Namikaze." Upon hearing this, Minato offered a somewhat bashful smile, then turned his attention to Li Hua and his companion. "Kakashi and Li Hua, is it? My esteemed predecessor, SHM, has spoken of you both, especially you. Young Li Hua, after our spar, we can delve into discussions about ninjutsu." Li Hua nodded in agreement. "Then it's a promise, Minato-senpai." Teacher Oshima interjected at the opportune moment. "You have half an hour to strategize." In half an hour, the practical exercise would commence. Li Hua and Kakashi nodded. This was not akin to a theoretical examination, as their opponent was Minato Namikaze, and they dared not underestimate him. Moving to a position far from the examiners, Li Hua glanced at Kakashi, noticing the gravity etched in his eyes. "What is the matter, Kakashi? This isn't like you. Aren't you the one who prides himself on being a genius?" "Enough with the jokes. You've seen it too, his mastery of space-time ninjutsu," Kakashi replied, his expression serious. Li Hua responded earnestly, "Indeed, Minato-senpai is formidable. My father mentioned him as a once-in-a-century talent. If he truly employs space-time ninjutsu, how shall we contend with that?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, while Li Hua placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Come on, let us not inflate others' egos. The crux lies in how we strategize against him. I have a tactic in mind. I'm uncertain of its efficacy," Li Hua whispered into Kakashi's ear. "Your insight remains as sharp as ever," Kakashi remarked. "Let us proceed as you suggest. Rest assured, I guarantee success," Li Hua confidently declared, patting his chest. Subsequently, the two meticulously outlined the intricacies of their plan, and before they knew it, half an hour had swiftly elapsed. When the third Hokage and others beheld Li Hua and Kakashi, they noted the fierce determination radiating from the duo. "Ha ha, what an impressive spirit." Rinosuke announced the commencement of the assessment, Oshima-sensei proclaimed. Upon receiving the cue, he exchanged a confirming glance with Minato, ensuring he was ready, and then declared loudly, "The practical exercise begins now." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Kakashi surged forth like a leopard, employing the distinctive footwork of the Hitaki sword technique, rendering Minato unable to predict his movements. However, Minato, being a seasoned jonin and having undergone meticulous training under the legendary Jiraiya, possessed undeniable prowess. He did not hastily deploy his Flying Thunder God kunai, as this was an assessment rather than a genuine battle. Thus, he too summoned his strength and charged towards Kakashi. With a piercing gaze, Minato positioned his hands at the location of his ninja tools, lowering his stance to find the optimal point for exertion. Once fully prepared, he swiftly raised his hand, unleashing kunai that shot forth like bullets from a chamber, colliding midair and swiftly obstructing all of Minato's escape routes. Witnessing this, Minato's expression turned solemn, for he understood that without revealing his true capabilities, he might find himself at a disadvantage. The two youths were far beyond the level of mere graduates from the Ninja Academy, both subtly approaching the strength of Chunin. With this in mind, Minato swept his hand across his tool pouch, revealing a kunai that glinted in his grasp. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as he deftly struck down the kunai, clearing a path for himself. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Kakashi had already closed the distance, and the two engaged in an intense exchange of taijutsu, executing dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Such a level of confrontation would be difficult for even an average Chunin to fully comprehend. Among those present were only two elite figures and a retired Umbu, alongside a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, all of whom could discern the ferocity of the battle. It was evident that Minato was holding back, as this was merely a graduation exam and not a Chunin examination. Should Minato unleash his full might, Kakashi and his companion would stand no chance of victory. Yet, even in restraint, Minato was subtly gaining the upper hand, forcing Kakashi to retreat. Lihua recognized Kakashi's predicament but remained rooted in place, as if contemplating something. Gradually, Lihua's harassment lessened, intensifying Kakashi's pressure. In that moment of opportunity, Minato delivered a powerful blow that sent Kakashi flying, unnoticed by all, a series of fine characters imprinted upon Kakashi's chest. If one were to observe closely, they would see the characters forming the words "sword of patience." It was, indeed, Minato's flying thunder god technique. At the instant Minato propelled Kakashi away, Lihua sprang into action. Despite not utilizing the Rasengan, the subsequent recovery was still manageable. With muscles taut, Lihua stamped his foot, releasing chakra that erupted beneath him, propelling him forward like a cannonball, his target, Minato's bell at his waist. From the outset, the duo's objective was never to defeat Minato, but to seize the bell. How could Minato possibly overlook the situation? Though he was momentarily hindered by Lihua, he remained remarkably composed. As he observed Lihua charging towards him, a silent lament echoed in his heart. If Kakashi exhibited peculiar footwork and lacked sufficient strength, Lihua was a force to be reckoned with, overwhelming in his might. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato's extensive combat experience urged him to retreat immediately. Confronted by the advancing Lihua, Minato maintained his calm demeanor, deftly sidestepping to evade Lihua's outstretched hand that aimed for the bell. This masterful evasion showcased Minato's exceptional combat awareness. Unexpectedly, much to everyone's astonishment, the bell soared away on its own volition. This remarkable turn of events was orchestrated by Lihua, who had anticipated Minato's evasion and executed the simple frog hand technique during his assault. Onlookers were mere spectators, while those with expertise discerned the underlying technique. Regrettably, everyone present was well versed in the art. With just a glance, they comprehended Lihua's ingenious application of chakra. Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at the creativity behind such a technique. Indeed, although it was a minor skill, it proved to be immensely practical, as the third Hokage noted. Minato, realizing that the bell had vanished, prepared to reclaim it, only to be obstructed by Kakashi. "I'm afraid you cannot pass," Kakashi declared. Meanwhile, Lihua surged forward with astonishing speed, intent on snatching the bell. Yet, Minato remained unperturbed. He swiftly launched a kunai, which struck precisely beside the bell. Witnessing this scene, Lihua, who was sprinting at full speed, felt his pupils constrict as he instinctively prepared to retreat. In a flash of golden light, Minato appeared beside the bell. "You both are quite formidable. It's somewhat challenging without employing the flying thunder god technique," he remarked. Lihua understood that Minato was merely being modest. As a jonin, his strength could easily overpower both of them. However, Minato deliberately restrained his power, presenting himself as an opponent with merely average capabilities yet possessing a frustratingly intricate mechanism. As Minato produced additional kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, Lihua instantly retreated, launching kunai of his own to disrupt Minato's formation. Yet, despite Kakashi and Lihua's relentless efforts, the kunai of the flying thunder god had already embedded themselves throughout the ground. With a serious tone, Minato declared, "You two are destined to lose." To which Lihua grinned. "Who says we are going to lose? Since you have so earnestly posed the question," he continued, "I shall graciously inform you. Have you not realized that we are on level ground? Indeed, we deliberately lured you away from the forest." Minato interjected, "I truly did not inquire. Why are you explaining this on your own?" We anticipated your use of the Flying Thunder God technique long ago, Li Hua explained. Earlier, we disrupted the trajectory of your kunai. Now tell me, does the landing point of your kunai align with your expectations? Upon hearing this, Shui Min could not help but adopt a grave expression. Indeed, the initially dispersed shuriken were intended for greater maneuverability. However, due to the interference from Li Hua and others, the dispersion had significantly diminished. It appears you have already disowned this, Li Hua remarked. I wonder if you have also noticed that I have not employed any ninjutsu since just now. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing chakra with reckless abandon. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Chapter 32, The Youngest Genin. A sudden fame known across the land. The speed at which Li Hui executed his hand seals left all present in astonishment, particularly the renowned Minato Namikaze. Others had either witnessed Li Hua unleash his jutsu or had engaged him directly in combat, thus aware that his sealing speed rivaled that of a Kaguya. Yet, only Minato fell victim to the misinformation he had received. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. As the words left Li Hua's lips, his hands, which had already blurred into an afterimage, came to rest on the final seal. Before them, the parched earth beneath Li Hua's feet began to bubble forth with gushing spring water, rapidly accumulating into a vast pool at his feet. Prepare to receive my attack, Li Hua bellowed. In an instant, the water from the pool rose into the air, forming a circular barrier behind him. The roar of the rushing water resonated loudly. Subsequently, torrents of water surged forth from the barrier, cascading down like a mighty waterfall. Witnessing this spectacle, Minato's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. When it came to water style, the second Hokage was unrivaled, capable of wielding powerful water techniques even in arid conditions. For someone as young as Uchiha Li Hua to achieve such a feat was beyond mere genius. The third Hokage mused, acknowledging the weight of his words. Being the individual most qualified to comment on the second Hokage's prowess, Oshima, observing from the sidelines, understood that when one's water style could be compared to that of the second Hokage, their mastery was certainly profound. Yet, the ever-composed Minato did not appear overly anxious. He recognized that Li Hua's technique was not intended as an assault, but rather aimed at strategically addressing the kunai embedded in the ground. With Minato's tactical acumen, he swiftly conceived a method to counter the impending threat. However, he chose to refrain from immediate action, understanding that this was merely a graduation exam for the students, not a deadly confrontation. Overly stringent measures could undermine the confidence of the young duo. With this thought in mind, he decisively formed hand seals, watching the surging water with intent, and then clapped his hands together. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A robust and expansive earthen wall sprang forth, entirely shielding Minato from the onslaught. To everyone's surprise, this wall was not a mere flat surface, but a pointed shape, directed squarely at the roaring waters. All present understood that Minato had relinquished control, yet they remained unaware of the ingenious solution he had devised in that fleeting moment. They simply believed in Minato Namikaze. The man who had miraculously triumphed countless times would not find himself helpless in such a predicament. With a thunderous crash, the formidable torrents collided with the earthen wall. Yet the structure effortlessly bifurcated the water, neutralizing the force with ease. With a dismissive scoff, Li Hua remarked, "Only defending and not attacking? How underestimated I am." Yet, as he observed the flying thunder god kunai scattered chaotically by the great waterfall technique, he understood that his objective had been accomplished. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi, seizing the opportunity while their opponent lacked visibility. In a flash, the two figures darted towards Minato, who, sensing their approach from behind the wall, reacted swiftly. He halted abruptly and propelled himself backward, narrowly escaping the earthen barricade just as Li Hua and Kakashi arrived. Kakashi immediately engaged Minato in combat. At that moment, Li Hua swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Nirvana Temple Technique." Indeed, since acquiring this illusion technique from the Kumano household, Li Hua had mastered it within half a month of preparation. Thanks to his illusion technique talent amplification, he grasped this A-rank illusion with relative ease. Haha, the ninjutsu I gifted you, the third Hokage chuckled, glancing at Orochimaru and Oshima, as if boasting about something. However, the beleaguered Minato had no time to contemplate the origin of this technique. He merely noticed a feather delicately landing upon Kakashi, followed by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. "Break!" Minato exclaimed, dispelling the encroaching fatigue that had enveloped him. This development was entirely within Li Hua's expectations. For the strength of the Nirvana Temple technique lay not in its force but in its extensive control range. A ninja like Minato could easily dispel such an illusion. Yet, he hesitated for just a moment. It was precisely this brief pause that allowed Li Hua to seize the opportunity, channeling all his strength to reach for the bell with the swiftness of lightning. However, just as he was about to make contact, a flash of golden light erupted, and the bell vanished before him. In that instant, Li Hua's mind raced, strategizing his next move. Kakashi, why didn't you engage with Minato-sensei in the plan? Kakashi asked, perplexed. The user of the Flying Thunder God technique could stealthily mark others, necessitating the presence of a supporting individual. Li Hua realized that with the other kunai swept away, the only place he could teleport to on this battlefield was the living Flying Thunder God. At that moment, Li Hua's reaction reached its zenith. He spread his hand, and a pale blue Rasengan swiftly materialized. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and aimed it at Kakashi, executing the entire motion fluidly and seamlessly. The melodious chime of the bell resonated as Minato's voice echoed beside Kakashi. I concede. You truly are remarkable. As the applause resonated throughout the room, the three judges unanimously expressed their genuine admiration. What a thrilling confrontation it was. The third Hokage remarked first, indeed, it has truly broadened our horizons. Orochimaru, observing Li Hua with keen interest, added, yes, it was quite enlightening. Teacher Oshima could not conceal his pride, wearing a heartfelt smile upon his face. Li Hua is not your pupil. What are you so proud of? He murmured under his breath. Then, with a serious demeanor, Teacher Oshima proclaimed, congratulations. Uchiha Li Hua and Hatake Kakashi, you have successfully passed the early graduation examination and are now official ninjas of Konohagakure. At this moment, the benevolent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached with a warm smile, personally bestowing upon the two the forehead protectors that symbolize their status as ninjas of the Leaf Village. The cold touch of the protector sent a wave of disbelief through Li Hua. Am I truly now a ninja of Konohagakure? You have not disappointed me, Li Hua. From this day forth, you shall be my apprentice, adhering strictly to my training regimen. Furthermore, should I require your assistance, I will communicate through the snake of ninjutsu. Orochimaru insinuated before swiftly departing, citing pressing matters. The third Hokage also took his leave after imparting the will of fire, leaving only teacher Oshima behind. Observing the teacher's hesitance, Li Hua, feeling somewhat disheartened, said, Teacher, please speak your mind. We have ample time. To his surprise, the usually stern Oshima stepped forward and embraced both Li Hua and Kakashi. I am proud of you. As you step into the life of a ninja, take care of yourselves. With this brief message, he vanished in an instant. In that moment, Li Hua gained a deeper understanding of teacher Oshima. Subsequently, he and Kakashi returned to share the monumental news with their brothers and friends. Daitu, what? You've truly become a ninja? I knew you could do it. Even this arrogant Kakashi has also become a ninja. I will surpass him sooner or later. Kai, that's fantastic. Youth is about infinite struggle and endless progress. I must double my efforts, starting with 10,000 push-ups. If I fail to do so, Rukamaru, I never imagined, Uchiha Li Hua, that you possessed such prowess. As Li Hua shared his joy with his friends, the third Hokage returned to his office. He issued directives. From this moment, the personal abilities and growth records of Uchiha Li Hua and Hatake Kakashi shall be classified as top secret. No one is permitted to access these files without my authorization. Additionally, release a statement widely publicizing their achievements, proclaim that, in a week's time, at the Elder's residence in Sunagakure, we will announce the youngest genin of Konoha, the prodigious boy of the Uchiha clan and the legacy of the White Fang. This infuriates me. The White Fang has killed my son and daughter-in-law, yet he roams freely. Convey my orders. Chio exclaimed, Sister, please remain calm. It is not the time for reckless actions. Then what do you propose, Aizu? After a moment of contemplation, Aizu grasped his sister's hand and replied, Sister, we could approach it in this manner. Unbeknownst to them, the prodigious puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand, who was merely 2 years older than Li Hua, overheard their conversation with crystal clarity. What Sasori did not realize was that since that day, a specialized task force had been established within the information department of Sunagakure, dedicated solely to monitoring Konoha. Chapter 33 Ding. Patting the head of an A-rank ninja, Minato Namikaze, youth, in an undisclosed location within Konoha, at the root headquarters, Danzo meticulously perused the intelligence delivered by his subordinates. It seems that Uchiha Lihua has not only become Konoha's youngest Genin, but has also taken Orochimaru as his mentor. He spoke slowly, concealing some devious plot in his mind. Raising his hand slightly, a root ninja appeared instantly. Retrieve all information regarding Uchiha Lihua. Sir, the third Hokage has classified the files on Uchiha Lihua and Kakashi Hitaki as top secret. We do not possess the authority to access them. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's voice was laced with suppressed fury, as if he were displeased with a former friend's decision. Then go find Orochimaru and instruct him to bring Uchiha Lihua to the root. Upon hearing this, the core member of the root displayed a troubled expression. And even Danzo sensed the dilemma hidden beneath the mask. Speak plainly. Yes, sir. Lord Orochimaru has explicitly rejected the root's proposal to recruit Uchiha Lihua. Moreover, he stated that your relationship is merely one of collaboration and requested that you do not overstep your bounds. Bang! Danzo's arm slammed forcefully onto the table. Such insolence. The table, not made of iron. How presumptuous. While the rakeage could smash a table to pieces, your strike merely bruises your arm. It was indeed a moment of rage. However, in his fury, Danzo disregarded these thoughts and immediately sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen for a confrontation, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. Furthermore, Lihua's ascendance as the youngest Genin stirred considerable excitement within the Uchiha clan, especially among the hawkish faction, who felt vindicated in their investment. Not only the Uchiha household, but numerous hawkish elders offered financial support or ninjutsu, vowing to win Lihua over. Even Uchiha Shana, still imprisoned, sent emissaries to convey his sentiments. As a result, the household gained formidable prestige within the hawkish faction and the Uchiha clan for its discerning eye. Additionally, the dovish faction hastily sent generous commendations to Lihua. This time, Lihua truly felt as though he had struck gold. Is this the sensation of a diligent student receiving a scholarship? How exhilarating, Lihua mused. While tallying his recent gains, Lihua also received an invitation from Minato Namikaze. Having witnessed Lihua's use of the Rasengan during the recent competition, Minato wished to discuss the development of non-elemental ninjutsu with him. Naturally, Lihua readily agreed, as he had previously missed the opportunity to showcase his abilities to Minato and was eager to seize this chance. After all, he had long coveted the Flying Thunder God technique. In the training grounds of Konoha, Lihua gazed at Minato with an expression of eager curiosity. Could you demonstrate your unique ninjutsu once more? Of course, but Lihua's hesitant demeanor suggested an underlying conflict. What troubles you, Lihua? Please feel free to speak if it poses any inconvenience. After all, this is a technique I painstakingly developed. Lihua's expression wavered between difficulty and amusement, reveling in the thought of teaching Minato his own technique. Observing Lihua's struggle, Minato's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. My apologies, Lihua. I have overstepped my bounds. He began to turn away. Wait. That's not it. I was hoping to negotiate for a fee. Minato raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You should have said so earlier, little Lihua. What is it you desire? Lihua's eyes flickered thoughtfully. He realized that merely asking for a head pat might raise Minato's suspicions. In this world, there were many astute ninjas, and Minato was among the most intelligent. Revealing a flaw could expose him to those with ulterior motives. With this in mind, Lihua devised a clever plan. I wish to learn that technique of yours that allows for swift movement. Oh, you mean the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato's expression turned enlightened. Well, that might be quite challenging. Firstly, you need a talent for space-time ninjutsu. Secondly, to be frank, Lihua, the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden art developed by the second Hokage, and even I do not have the authority to teach it to anyone. Anticipating Minato's response, Lihua remained unfazed. No worries. Please test my space-time aptitude later. If I possess the talent, I would appreciate it if you could inquire with the Hokage on my behalf. Seeing Lihua's genuine desire to learn, Minato ceased his reluctance and agreed. As for testing his space-time aptitude, a mere formality. After the head pat, everything would follow. There is one more condition. May I have the pleasure of patting your head? Unfolding an extensive map of Yin Nation, Lihua finally revealed his most pressing concern. A head pat? Certainly, but may I ask why? Without granting Minato additional time for contemplation, as soon as he consented, Lihua swiftly patted his head. Hey, now that's a proper cap. Ding. Head pat received from A-rank ninja, Minato Namikaze, young. For the moment, Lihua disregarded the reward, as he had a promise to fulfill. Minato-senpai, please observe closely. With an outstretched hand, A pale blue chakra sphere materialized in his palm. The faint hum generated by the rapidly spinning chakra hinted at the technique's formidable destructive power. Upon witnessing the technique again, Minato immediately recognized it as one that suited him perfectly. Minato-senpai, would you like me to explain the underlying principles? Upholding a spirit of exceptional service, Lihua thoroughly elucidated the cultivation methods and advantages of this technique to Minato Namikaze, all the while marveling at the prodigious talent of the latter. It was astonishing how, with just a few subtle hints from Lihua, Minato could grasp concepts instantaneously, even drawing inferences from them. In contrast, despite having perused the original work, Lihua found himself unable to answer some of Minato's queries. Little Lihua, he mused. This technique epitomizes the ultimate manipulation of chakra's transformation. Might one incorporate variations in chakra nature into it? This question stirred profound reflections within Lihua. As avid fans of Naruto are aware, in the original narrative, Minato had once proposed this very notion after creating the Rasengan, but tragically, his untimely demise left it for Naruto to realize. This remains a significant regret among Naruto enthusiasts. Of course, but I cannot demonstrate it here. Lihua replied with a hint of humor. However, you might inquire with Orochimaru. He has been on the receiving end of it and knows quite well. Subsequently, Lihua shared his concepts regarding the Utama Rasengan and the Rasen Shuriken with Minato, including the method Naruto employed using shadow clones to coalesce the Rasengan. Be cautious. The Rasen Shuriken not only possesses immense destructive power, but can also harm your own chakra pathways. If you have not found a suitable means to mitigate this, do not attempt it, Lihua urged seriously. He certainly did not wish for a moment of oversight to lead to the downfall of a genius. Minato nodded in understanding, and the two engaged in delightful conversation from morning until dusk. Finally, Lihua added, this ninjutsu is called Rasengan, so please refrain from renaming it indiscriminately. Although Minato held the true naming rights, Lihua sincerely hoped his childhood memories would not be overshadowed by whimsical titles such as Glowing Wheel Popsicle or Inspiration from Jiraiya's Double Style. Upon hearing this, Minato chuckled. At last, having resolved all his lingering doubts, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lihua, saying, Thank you, little Lihua. Lihua smiled back. Actually, I should be thanking you. Minato, not forgetting his promise, proposed testing Lihua's space-time abilities. At that moment, Lihua finally accessed the system rewards. Ding. Pet Head A-Rank Ninja, Minato Namikaze. Young, please select 3 rewards from the following. Godly Naming Talent. Significant enhancement of space-time ability. Flying Thunder God Technique. Substantial increase in affinity. Dramatic improvement in reaction time. Oh my goodness. All splendid options, exclaimed Lihua, excluding the first with a whisper. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively declared, System. I choose significant enhancement of space-time ability, Flying Thunder God Technique, and dramatic improvement in reaction time. The rewards were promptly dispensed. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Lihua, who had long grown accustomed to enduring intensified suffering, eliciting a muffled groan from him. However, after a brief moment, the pain gradually subsided, and the enhancement had been thoroughly achieved. Lihua now possessed complete mastery over the Flying Thunder God Technique, encompassing both the intricacies of its formulation and its practical application. His proficiency had reached a level comparable to that of Minato and the second Hokage. While the increase in reaction time was not markedly evident, Lihua understood that when employing the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, reaction speed was a crucial component. Although it could not trigger a counterattack, it proved invaluable at critical moments. Furthermore, the enhancement of his space-time abilities was remarkably comprehensive, as it fortified all ninjutsu related to space-time. Firstly, the range of the Flying Thunder God Technique had expanded. Secondly, through a significant augmentation of his space-time talents, Lihua was even able to sense the existence of the 5-elemental gate, a technique once utilized by the first Hokage to withstand Uchiha Madara's onslaught. However, even if Lihua were to exhaust all his chakra, he would be unable to summon the 5-elemental gate. In summary, all ninjutsu associated with space-time had undergone substantial enhancement. At that moment, Minato was also prepared to initiate the testing of his space-time talents. Chapter 34. 3 months of training. Lihua gazed at Minato with curiosity, eager to discern how one might assess an individual's spatial time affinity. Perceiving the question in Lihua's mind, Minato gently elucidated. This is a method chronicled in the scroll of the Flying Raijin Technique by the second Hokage. By infusing my chakra into your body, I can gauge your sensitivity to spatial time perception. Should a member of the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan activated, cast their gaze upon Minato, they would observe that his chakra was circulating in an exceptionally unique manner. Minato approached Li Hua swiftly, tenderly grasping his hand. Suddenly, a gentle surge of chakra flowed into Li Hua's meridians, navigating through a predetermined path. Li Hua understood that this was Minato's chakra. As Minato carefully guided his chakra to explore Li Hua's pathways, he devoted part of his focus to reassuring him. Little Li Hua, I too have spent many years studying this spatial time ninjutsu, and I have only recently mastered it. Though it may seem boastful, this technique is currently known only to myself and the second Hokage. Hence, should the outcome not align with your hopes, it is only to be expected. Listening to Minato's comforting words, Li Hua felt a profound appreciation for the depth of care Minato extended towards his comrades. Kaze no Minato, you truly possess an irreplaceable charm. Li Hua mused inwardly, though he replied, It's all right, Senior Minato. However, if I genuinely possess a talent for spatial time ninjutsu, you must inquire with the third Hokage about how I might be permitted to train. Minato shook his head slightly, reflecting, the youthful spirit. Little do they realize that each person has their own strengths, and those adept in spatial time ninjutsu are exceedingly rare. After probing further, Minato's brow furrowed in contemplation. It was indeed exceedingly rare. He meticulously examined Li Hua's channels once more, ultimately concluding, It is remarkably fortuitous, little Li Hua. You possess an extraordinary talent for spatial time manipulation. Among all whom I have encountered, you are the most gifted. If you are unable to practice the flying Raijin technique, then truly no one else could. Minato exclaimed joyfully to Li Hua. Although this outcome was anticipated, Li Hua felt elated upon receiving Minato's sincere praise. Then, Senior Minato, you must certainly ask Lord Third on my behalf. Of course, Minato replied enthusiastically, leaving behind a kunai marked with the flying Raijin seal. In the next moment, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Li Hua exclaimed in surprise, Wait, is this polite? Is mastering the flying Raijin truly so impressive? Uchiha Li Hua secretly felt envious. However, Li Hua did not have to wait long, as Minato soon reappeared at the location of the kunai. I sincerely apologize. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I neglected to inform you beforehand, Minato said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Li Hua, filled with curiosity, inquired, Senior Minato, do you also leave a mark in the Hokage's office? This statement startled Minato significantly, for at present, he was merely a genin. Not yet the Hokage who could stroll into the Hokage office as if it were his own home. What am I saying? How could I dare to perform techniques right within the Hokage's office? I have merely placed them before the Hokage building. After exchanging a few lighthearted jests, Minato transitioned to the main topic. After learning about your situation, the third Hokage expressed considerable astonishment, proclaiming you to be an all-encompassing genius. Even though Li Hua had encountered numerous challenges, receiving praise from a Kage still brought a hidden delight to his heart. The Hokage decreed that upon your successful promotion to genin, you would be entitled to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, with me serving as your mentor to guide your training. It was evident that Minato felt joy for Li Hua, and Li Hua found the conditions set forth by Sarutobi Hiruzen quite reasonable, thus he readily agreed. After all, he had already fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. This procedure was merely a formality to ensure its legitimate application. Moreover, in critical moments, Li Hua would undoubtedly hold nothing back. As night descended, Li Hua and Minato exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Upon returning home, Li Hua found himself unable to rest. Sage mode, activate. He commanded. Perception, activate. A finely woven network of chakra swiftly unfurled, encompassing all beings and objects within a kilometer radius around Li Hua. To thwart the third Hokage's telescope technique, Li Hua had ingeniously devised a counter-telescope technique based on its principles, completely eliminating the possibility of being secretly observed. Subsequently, he grasped a finely crafted kunai, feeling its cold touch, and pondered, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is the sword of love. What then is my Flying Thunder God technique? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Li Hua, and a wicked sense of humor arose within him. He then channeled chakra through his body. If Minato were present, he would surely be astonished, for the chakra fluctuations Li Hua emitted were identical to those he produced when utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Before long, 3 small characters, ding ding dong, materialized on the handle of the kunai in his hand. gazing at his kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. A swell of pride surged within Li Hua. After placing the kunai in his bedroom, he ventured into the living room and softly declared, "Ding ding dong." Within the bedroom, the inscription on the kunai emitted a faint glow, and in an instant, Li Hua teleported to the location of the kunai. It truly worked, Li Hua exclaimed in exhilaration. Throughout that night, leveraging his exceptional reflexes, he honed the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan to perfection. It could be said that if Li Hua were to participate in the Third Shinobi World War now, he would emerge as the new Yellow Flash. However, after this night of rigorous training, Li Hua recognized his sole current shortcoming, the quantity of chakra. During the course of practice, Li Hua frequently had to pause to restore his chakra, which significantly diminished his ability to engage in prolonged combat. The following day, Orochimaru dispatched a serpent to convey a message, urging Li Hua to embark on a training journey. Naturally, Li Hua acquiesced, increasingly convinced that he had chosen the right mentor. Although both he and Orochimaru had their own agendas, Orochimaru's professionalism as a teacher was indisputable. On the journey, Li Hua encountered Kakashi, who revealed that he had been assigned to Minato's team and was currently under his guidance. "Li Hua, I've come to realize that I may have overestimated the capabilities of the lower-ranked shinobi," Kakashi remarked earnestly. Li Hua retorted, "Come on, just look at our strengths. We are far from ordinary lower-ranked shinobi." "Precisely. I am preparing to participate in the Chunin exams today," Kakashi declared. Li Hua responded, "Well, you go ahead. I shall adhere to Orochimaru-sensei's arrangements." Before long, Li Hua arrived at the designated training ground in Konoha, where Orochimaru awaited. "Ah, little Li Hua. It seems you have grown stronger in just a few days," Orochimaru observed astutely upon their meeting, acknowledging his keen perception. Orochimaru continued, "I have summoned you to formulate a strategy for your upcoming training." He smiled as he spoke. "Your abilities are now sufficiently developed. The key lies in how to integrate them effectively. I shall teach you how to utilize your skills appropriately in battle. Furthermore, I will impart to you the entirety of my self-created Orochimaru-style ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Li Hua nodded in agreement. Moreover, Orochimaru paused, licking his lips. "You will also need to collaborate with me weekly in studying natural energy." Li Hua assured him, "Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, I will assist you in collaborating on the study of natural energy." Thus, under Orochimaru's guidance, Li Hua commenced a rigorous training regimen. Before long, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. At the Konoha training ground, Li Hua bellowed, "Shadow Snake Hands." As he did, 5 colossal white serpents surged forth from his sleeves, crashing forcefully into the wooden posts of the training ground with a resounding boom. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, and the wooden stakes were sent scattering by the impact of the colossal serpent. The illustrious Orochimaru approached, clapping his hands together, and remarked, "I find myself rather humbled. Dear Li Hua, I believe I have little left to impart to you. It is time for practical training." Li Hua gazed up at Orochimaru with a hint of bewilderment. "I shall personally accompany you on missions, not the D or C rank tasks, but those of B rank and above." Li Hua comprehended that tasks of such caliber would likely entail confrontations with other ninjas, the inherent risks of which were evident. Sensing Li Hua's apprehension, Orochimaru chuckled. "You must hone your skills through real combat. Prepare yourself, young Li Hua. I shall notify you when it is time to depart." With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, leaving Li Hua to tidy up his training equipment while reflecting on his progress. First and foremost was his own strength. Although he had not experienced the meteoric rise that comes with the headband, 3 months of dedicated practice had refined his abilities significantly. In battle, he felt increasingly at ease, confident that he could easily triumph over the self he was 3 months prior. Additionally, he had fully mastered Orochimaru's ninjutsu, demonstrating commendable prowess, as evidenced by the scattered wooden stakes around him. Moreover, during these 3 months, Li Hua had traversed nearly every corner of Konohagakure, marking key locations with his Flying Thunder God technique for future use. As for natural energy, he was generous. Besides providing blood samples for Orochimaru's analysis, he occasionally offered unique insights, endearing himself further to the renowned ninja. On one occasion, Orochimaru genuinely exclaimed, "Li Hua, were it not for the test results indicating you are indeed a child, I might suspect you to be the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths." The relationship between Li Hua and Orochimaru had evolved from that of subject and experimenter to collaborative researchers. As Li Hua gathered his belongings in preparation to leave, he was called from a distance by Kakashi's voice. "Ah, Li Hua, there you are. Upon laying eyes on Kakashi, Li Hua could distinctly sense the growth in his strength. I am here organizing my training equipment. What about you? Kakashi replied, I am preparing to participate in the CH Nin exams a month from now. At this, Li Hua could not help but marvel at Kakashi's remarkable achievements. Becoming a CH Nin at 6 and AJ Nin at 13 seemed almost mythical. Unfazed by Li Hua's admiration, Kakashi continued, inspired by your Rasengan, I intend to develop an A-rank ninjutsu of my own. Chapter 35, The Return of SHM. The conspiracy of Danzo. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Li Hua straightened slightly, pondering that this was the moment to develop Chidori. Indeed, it felt as though he were witnessing history in the making. Kakashi continued, the Rasengan you have developed has pushed the transformation of chakra to its limits. Its immense rotational force is not to be underestimated. However, my ambition for ninjutsu extends beyond that. I aspire to create a technique that intertwines both the nature transformation and form transformation of chakra. At this juncture, Li Hua, wishing to offer some guidance, gently steered the conversation towards Kakashi's abilities. Have you tested your chakra attributes? He inquired. I have long since conducted the test, Kakashi replied. The results indicated that I possess 5 chakra attributes, with the lightning attribute being particularly robust. With this knowledge, Li Hua suggested, why not develop a lightning release ninjutsu? It would be relatively straightforward for you to master. Moreover, lightning release is renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities and remarkable speed, making it well suited to your combat style. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Li Hua's insight. He then stated, in order to maximize the potential of both nature and form transformation, I do not intend to develop a ninjutsu that requires hand seals. Li Hua expressed his approval, and thus the two delved into a discussion regarding this new technique. Drawing upon his knowledge as a traveler, Li Hua offered numerous suggestions regarding Chidori, greatly benefiting Kakashi in the process. In the following days, while Li Hua engaged in his own training, he collaborated with Kakashi on the development of ninjutsu. It was undeniable that Kakashi's talent was extraordinary. Within less than half a month, Chidori had already begun to take shape. One day, after finishing their training, Kakashi informed Li Hua, I will not be joining you for training tomorrow. My father is expected to return from his mission. Upon hearing this, Li Hua immediately rose to his feet. Uncle SHM is coming back. I have missed him dearly. Let us go together to welcome him tomorrow. On the following day, at the gates of Konoha, Kakashi and Li Hua arrived only to be astonished by the sight that greeted them. A throng of enthusiastic villagers had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the return of Shuamao. Uncle, why are you also fervently waiting for Uncle Shuamao? Li Hua inquired curiously of a nearby villager. However, just as the uncle was about to respond, he caught sight of the Uchiha emblem on Li Hua's chest. His mouth opened, caught in a struggle between speaking and remaining silent. Li Hua, sensing the uncle's hesitation, shrugged towards Kakashi. He could surmise the man's thoughts. He was reluctant to converse with a member of the Uchiha clan, fearing potential repercussions. Kakashi, perceiving Li Hua's discomfort, stepped forward and asked, Uncle, might you share your thoughts with me? Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, the uncle shed his previous shyness and replied, It is not a matter of great consequence. It is simply that Lord Shuamao apprehended a member of the Cloud Village's Umbu who had come to gather intelligence on our village while stationed at the borders of the Land of Lightning. The news reached us yesterday, and we have all come prepared to warmly welcome the hero of Konoha. Indeed, the tidings had arrived in Konoha a day prior. But Li Hua and his companion had been so engrossed in their training that they had not received the information. Just then, the street became alive with commotion. The villagers suddenly bustling with excitement as they rushed forward, calling out, Lord Shuamao, thank you for safeguarding the village. Lord Shuahao is truly handsome. Even the Hokage seldom receives such accolades, which now seem to echo endlessly. It appears that Uncle Shuahao is indeed quite popular, Li Hua remarked sincerely. What an exemplary ninja he is. Upon hearing his friend's praise, a rare blush crept across Kakashi's face. It seems we shall not see father for now. Let us return home and wait. In the evening, Shuahao returned home, weary after delivering his mission report to the Hokage. The tantalizing aroma of delicious dishes greeted him upon his arrival, crafted by Li Hua and Kakashi, who prepared a warm welcome for Shuahao. During the meal, they engaged in extensive conversations. Due to confidentiality, Shuahao could not divulge too much about the mission. Instead, he shared tales of the customs and culture of the Land of Clouds. which left the two who had never ventured beyond the village utterly astonished. "Father, I wish to advance to Ch Nin," Kakashi stated directly, seeking his father's opinion on the matter. "I've heard about this from Lord Third," Shuahao replied without hesitation. "No one knows you better than your father, Kakashi. I am aware of your capabilities. The Ch Nin exams will not pose a challenge for you. However, remember that the Ch Nin exams are not merely a test of promotion, but also an excellent opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and solidify your skills. Therefore, you must prepare diligently." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Shuahao then turned his gaze to Li Hua. "Little Li Hua, I hear you have taken Orochimaru as your master." Li Hua then recounted the circumstances to Shuahao, who pondered for a moment before responding. "Orochimaru is indeed formidable, and his teachings are thorough. He is undoubtedly a good teacher. However, be wary, for he is a man driven by self-interest. Exercise caution in your dealings with him." Li Hua understood that Shuahao genuinely regarded him as a younger disciple, willing to risk offending others to offer such counsel. Grateful, Li Hua assured Shuahao that he would heed his advice. Subsequently, the trio discussed the A-rank ninjutsu that Kakashi had developed. With Shuahao's exceptional swordsmanship and unique insights into ninjutsu, both Li Hua and Kakashi felt inspired by his guidance. Thus, a joyous family feast warmed the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo's mood was decidedly grim. "Kakashi Shuahao, you truly possess great audacity to capture a member of the Yunin Umbu. Do you not fear inciting a war?" Danzo paced angrily in the hall, aware that his ire stemmed not from this act alone, but from the fact that another competitor had emerged on his path to the Hokage position. As he reflected on Shuahao's remarkable achievements and the enthusiastic welcome from the villagers, Danzo could no longer contain his jealousy. "Why? I have contributed so much to Konoha in secret. Why does he receive such treatment?" With a flick of his hand, Danzo summoned a member of the Root organization, who appeared like a specter from the shadows. The dim light illuminated his mask, accentuating an aura of cold menace. "Have any members of the Sand Hiddens Umbu been captured by us in recent days?" Danzo inquired in an icy tone. "Yes, my lord," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Danzo produced a scroll, its contents unknown, and after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from employing any sealing technique. He understood well that the sealing arts of the Sand Hidden were far too sophisticated for them to unravel, while those of a lesser caliber would be utterly ineffective. He handed the scroll to his subordinate, instructing, "Find a plausible excuse to return him, and ensure this scroll is delivered to Kaiza and that old woman." Understood. Despite the audacity of such orders, the Root member exhibited no sign of doubt, having been trained into a ruthless machine, obedient solely to Danzo. "Kakashi Hitaki, do not blame me. For the sake of Konoha's rightful leadership, I must eliminate you." Danzo's face was swallowed by the darkness, leaving behind this bitterly ironic proclamation. Unbeknownst to Li Hua and his companions, a grand conspiracy was set into motion at that very moment. Days passed, and during this time, Orochimaru kept Li Hua confined within his laboratory, assisting in his research. Indeed, after more than 3 months of interaction, Orochimaru finally acknowledged Li Hua's scientific capabilities. In his own words, he remarked, "Though your practical research skills are virtually non-existent, your unexpected ideas invariably inspire me." Thus, he formally inducted Li Hua into his experimental team. On this particular day, Orochimaru unveiled his most clandestine research to Li Hua. "Little Li Hua, you must understand that after witnessing my research, you may find yourself in peril," he warned, his eyes filled with a caution that seemed to serve as a deterrent. However, as a time traveler, Li Hua was well aware of Orochimaru's endeavors and could only surmise that having chosen to become Orochimaru's disciple, he had already charted a course for the inevitable aftermath of Orochimaru's defection. Chapter 36. Exploring would release. Departing from Sunagakure, he gazed up at Orochimaru, declaring, "I am prepared." "Teacher Orochimaru." A hearty laugh escaped Orochimaru as he regarded Li Hua with approval. "Your scientific attitude aligns perfectly with my expectations, little Li Hua. Speak your mind." With that, he turned away, leading Li Hua toward the laboratory's entrance. Li Hua was filled with curiosity. Could it be that Orochimaru already possessed another secret base at this time? However, as they approached the entrance, Orochimaru halted before a wall adjacent to the door. "Open." With a commanding shout, the once solid wall gradually transformed into an ethereal illusion, revealing a hidden chamber. Li Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not fathom how he had passed by this wall numerous times without noticing. Sensing Li Hua's surprise, Orochimaru, with a hint of pride, remarked, "This is not an illusion, but a sealing technique capable of completely isolating the internal aura. As your teacher, I do possess some foundational skills." With that, he stepped into the secret chamber, prompting Li Hua to hastily follow. Upon entering, Li Hua was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of life energy, invigorating every cell in his body. Since acquiring the Yang release chakra, his sensitivity to life energy had significantly heightened, yet he had never encountered such an abundance before. "You may have already sensed that this place differs from the outside world," Orochimaru stated nonchalantly. "It is filled with formidable life energy, and its source lies over there." He pointed toward a corner of the chamber. And as Li Hua followed his gesture, he beheld a piece of biological tissue submerged in a petri dish. Could this be? Indeed. It is the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru had anticipated that Li Hua would be startled by this revelation, even envisioning a scenario where Li Hua would flee to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. To his surprise, however, Li Hua's reaction was merely one of curiosity, which undoubtedly elevated his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. "You may be curious about how I obtained Hashirama's cells," Orochimaru mused. "I am not curious," Li Hua replied. "Then you must be curious why I created this chamber." "I am not curious." "Surely, you must be curious about what I intend to do with Hashirama's cells." "I am not curious." Orochimaru, taken aback, exclaimed, "You should be curious." Sensing an almost imperceptible aura of malice in the air, Li Hua discerned that his mentor's demeanor was somewhat amiss. He then ventured to elucidate the origin of the Hashirama cells, asserting that he would refrain from prying into matters not divulged by his teacher, for such knowledge was evidently not meant for him. The abundance of life energy in this place was overwhelming. If not sealed properly, it would soon attract unwanted scrutiny. As for the final point, the first Hokage was renowned for his would-release techniques aimed at pacifying tumultuous times. It was only natural that Orochimaru, his teacher, would delve into this research. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing Li Hua's deductions, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted from irritation to admiration. "I must admit, young Li Hua, you are quite remarkable," he remarked. "This research has finally yielded results." Orochimaru led Li Hua to a petri dish, within which lay a boy of approximately 5 years of age. Gently caressing the dish with his pale fingers, Orochimaru revealed that this child was the sole experimental subject to survive after the transplantation of Hashirama cells. This implied that, Li Hua interjected, "It implies he will eventually wield the power of wood release." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but the risks associated with transplantation remain exceedingly high. Aside from the subject before you, no one has successfully integrated Hashirama cells." There was a hint of disappointment in Orochimaru's tone, yet Li Hua proposed, "Why not consider localized transplantation of the Hashirama cells?" Orochimaru replied, "Localized transplantation would pose an even greater risk, as the Hashirama cells would uncontrollably absorb the subject's chakra, ultimately resulting in the growth of a massive tree. Is it not possible to diminish the vitality of the Hashirama cells, rendering them controllable?" Li Hua inquired. Orochimaru shook his head. Diminishing the vitality of the Hashirama cells would only strip them of their inherent functionality. Subsequently, drawing inspiration from the original work featuring Obito and Danzo, Li Hua proposed a concept to Orochimaru, which sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Orochimaru's eyes. "Your suggestion is quite fascinating and appears to hold substantial feasibility." Orochimaru's tone betrayed an unmistakable excitement, as if he had already conceived a practical approach. Subsequently, he engaged in a discussion with Li Hua regarding the mysteries of natural energy. As a seasoned fan of the Hokage series who had watched the Pain Invasion 10 times, Li Hua was more than capable of elucidating the concept of natural energy to Orochimaru. However, Li Hua chose not to do so, aware of the adage, "When the birds are gone, the skilled bow is put away when the cunning rabbit dies." The hounds are cooked. As Shuaimo had articulated, Orochimaru was a man who would not rise early without a benefit. To exhaust one's trump cards prematurely, especially in the absence of overwhelming strength, was perilous. Thus, Li Hua opted to gradually reveal his knowledge, thereby extracting greater advantages from Orochimaru. Both understood that in their master-student relationship, sentiments were secondary to interests. While exploring the realms of science with Orochimaru, Li Hua acquired immense knowledge, insights that the Ninja Academy had never imparted, true cutting-edge science. It was no wonder that Kabuto had become so formidable, having inherited Orochimaru's legacy, Li Hua mused. The two engaged in spirited conversation until evening approached. Orochimaru sensed the waning light and addressed Li Hua. Do you recall my mention of practical exercises? Li Hua nodded in response. There is an A-rank mission to escort a ninja from Sunagakure back to their village, which I have accepted. We depart in 3 days. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Li Hua inquired, why are we tasked with escorting the ninja back to Sunagakure? Orochimaru nodded. His previous statement was, in fact, a simple test of Li Hua's analytical abilities. A failure to scrutinize the mission details could lead to dire consequences. The ninja in question was, in reality, a rogue who had stolen Sunagakure's secret techniques and was ultimately captured by Konoha. The escort mission was, in essence, a guise for extradition. Realizing the nature of the task, Li Hua understood, so we must guard against those coveting this secret technique, correct? Indeed, Orochimaru confirmed, for this technique is immensely powerful, attracting many who would seek to possess it. Observing Li Hua's grave expression, Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly. Oh, do not be so serious. I shall accompany you as well. Li Hua nodded, reassured by Orochimaru's presence. Though the prospect of embarking on his first mission, a rank A task, caused a flutter of apprehension within him. Very well, let us conclude our discussion for today. Utilize these 3 days wisely to bid farewell to your friends. This journey will require no less than half a month. Orochimaru remarked as he escorted Li Hua out of the laboratory. In the ensuing days, Li Hua diligently prepared for the mission, ensuring he had all necessary provisions and notifying his friends and elders. Obito, Rukio, and Kai, still engaged in their studies, all cautioned Li Hua to be careful on his journey. Kakashi was busy preparing for the Chunin exams, and it was anticipated that Li Hua would return to find him promoted to Chunin. Among the well-wishers, Shua Mo's advice was particularly cherished. Upon learning of Li Hua's impending journey to Sunagakure, he took a moment to reflect before removing his treasured blade. Little Li Hua, this knife is named White Fang, and I am lending it to you. Uncle Shua Mao. A chilling sensation coursed through Li Hua's hand as he beheld the knife meticulously maintained by Shua Mao, faintly sensing the sharp aura contained within its blade. Uncle Shua Mao, you know I do not wield a knife, Li Hua remarked, casting a questioning glance at Shua Mao, uncertain of his intent. Shua Mao smiled gently. This knife is not for you to use. Rather, it is for them to see. This blade serves as both a talisman of protection, Li Hua interjected, and a harbinger of death. Shua Mao nodded in approval. This knife conveys to enemies that if they wish to take your life, they must be prepared for the relentless pursuit of Konoha's White Fang. It also serves as a means to attract those who harbor enmity towards Konoha's White Fang. Li Hua suddenly comprehended. His uncle intended to use this method to temper him. Shua Mao nodded in affirmation, with Orochimaru in the fray. The worst outcome can only be one of alarm without peril. Thus, this knife is yet another layer of assurance I provide you. Moved by Shua Mao's heartfelt intentions, Li Hua felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. 3 swift days passed, and Li Hua was fully prepared for departure, unaware that a vast conspiracy awaited him. Chapter 37. Undercurrents. In the early morning at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, Li Hua waited eagerly, his heart racing with excitement, as this marked his first venture beyond the village. Today, he had donned the sleek black training attire of the Uchiha clan, with the emblem of S.H. Mu's White Fang emblazoned on his back, exuding an undeniable charisma. Essential supplies were neatly stowed within a sealing scroll, nestled in his ninja tool pouch. Although the scroll's storage capacity was limited and somewhat cumbersome, it alleviated the burden for a novice like Li Hua in the art of sealing techniques. In addition to daily necessities, he had also packed kunai, explosive tags, and military rations within his pouch, ensuring quick access to these vital items. An undercurrent of anxiety coursed through Li Hua's mind. After all, this was his inaugural A-rank mission, and the challenges and uncertainties loomed over him like a shadow. Fortunately, it was not long before Orochimaru approached the village gates, accompanied by a man who followed closely behind. As Li Hua spotted Orochimaru, he eagerly beckoned them over. Upon their arrival, he scrutinized the man accompanying Orochimaru, dressed in exquisite ninja gear and wearing a serious expression. The shinobi bore the forehead protector of Sunagakure, emanating an aura of danger that suggested he was already at the level of A.J. Nin. It seemed evident that this individual was the target of their mission, Li Hua mused. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, as if something were amiss. Before he could dwell on it further, Orochimaru had completed the necessary exit procedures and signaled for Li Hua and the man to depart. Bidding farewell to the village's guardians, Li Hua finally set foot on the land beyond the village. Observing the scenery before him, though it mirrored that of Hidden Leaf Village, he could not suppress his exuberance. Reminiscent of a youthful Naruto. Wow, the grass is truly grass. The trees are indeed trees, he exclaimed, rushing to a towering ancient tree. Its trunk was so thick that it would take 10 people to encircle it, undeniably a relic of nature's grandeur. Turning his back to the two men, the earlier excitement faded, replaced by a composed demeanor. Li Hua slowly placed his hand against the tree trunk, akin to a child marveling at the wonders of the world, before pivoting back to join Orochimaru, resuming their journey as if nothing had transpired. However, had anyone been nearby, they might have discerned 3 characters etched upon the ancient tree, a testament to Li Hua's flying thunder god technique. Given the perilous nature of their mission, Li Hua harbored concerns about whether his technique would prove effective at a critical moment. Thus, he resolved to leave a flying thunder god mark at intervals along their path as a precautionary measure. After a while, as the trio continued onward, Orochimaru suddenly halted, gazing westward while muttering to himself, we have now arrived at an uninhabited area. Just as his words faded, without warning, Orochimaru sprang into action. Suddenly, his neck elongated, lunging toward the sand shinobi with a velocity akin to a bullet, rendering any response impossible. He opened his gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. With a chilling cry from the sand shinobi, Orochimaru retracted his neck and languidly licked his lips. What have you done? The shinobi gasped. Orochimaru, unfazed, replied, Your name is Sand, isn't it? The mission brief mentioned it. Rest assured, I merely injected a toxin into your body. Hearing this, Li Hua let out a sigh of relief. I thought it was something worse. It's just poison. Poison? Orochimaru continued. This toxin suppresses chakra. Fear not. Once you arrive at the Sand Village, both the toxin and your wounds will fully heal, leaving no trace. However, for now, it would be wise for you to cooperate with us. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. He said this without glancing at the shinobi's expression, instead beckoning Li Hua to continue their journey. Sand discreetly gathered his chakra, and upon realizing the truth of Orochimaru's words, he relinquished his resistance. For one who so openly intends to inject toxins, resistance is futile and likely to lead to fatal consequences. Meanwhile, as Li Hua and his companions pressed on, 3 figures emerged outside the Hidden Leaf Village. They moved with agility, emanating a subtle chakra fluctuation, unmistakably ninja, yet dressed not in the leaf-esque vests. Instead, they wore black attire under silver vests. Their muscular arms exuded strength, adorned with matching tattoos, and each wore an animal mask. These were the Umbu of Konoha. Unlike the coldness of the root, this group radiated an air of lethal intent, undoubtedly the elite Umbu under the Hokage. At this stage, 3 renowned Umbu served under the 3rd Hokage, Elephant, Clear, and Horn. These 3 had been dispatched on a secret mission by the Hokage. Concealed outside the gates of Konoha, they deliberated on how to proceed with their task. Unexpectedly, it was the strongest and most senior, Orochimaru's subordinate, Elephant, who spoke first. This complicates matters. If it were an ordinary Jonin, we could easily initiate action. The immediate priority is to inform Lord Orochimaru of this situation. But the Hokage stated that this mission is classified, replied Clear. Can you complete the task without Lord Orochimaru's knowledge? The 3 were confident they lacked the capability for such a feat, ultimately leaving the decision to Elephant. Execute the mission. With a command that resonated like a clarion call, 3 shadowy figures surged forth like arrows released from their bows, racing towards the trio of Orochimaru. Meanwhile, far away in the vast, desolate desert of the Land of Wind, a squad of Sand Hidden-esque covert operatives was taking a moment to rest and replenish their supplies. To the discerning observer, the garb of these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the captured sand shinobi, Sabaku. A sand ninja took a sip of water, casting a glance at his captain and inquired, Captain, we have been searching for a week without any leads on Sabaku. Should we continue this pursuit? The captain, his eyes bloodshot with fatigue and frustration, shot a glare at the questioner. Sabaku vanished near the borders of Konohagakure and is likely in the clutches of their ninjas. He possesses crucial intelligence. Thus, we must either bring him back alive or recover his remains. Can we not request support from the village? This endless search seems futile. The ninja persisted. Have you lost your mind? Do you not feel the shame? If this reaches the higher-ups, both our heads will be on the chopping block. As the captain's ire escalated, he signaled for the team to resume their journey towards the borders of Konoha, intent on locating the missing sand shinobi. Little did they know that the very Sabaku they sought was en route to Sunagakure under the escort of 2 individuals from the Akatsuki. After several days of travel, the trio arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. "I can't go any further. I'm utterly exhausted," Sabaku wavered, his steps faltering until he ultimately collapsed beside a large tree. Orochimaru approached him slowly. "Mr. Sabaku, you seem to be struggling with your current predicament." As Orochimaru drew closer, the oppressive aura surrounding him intensified. Despite Sabaku's pallor, he remained steadfast, refusing to budge. It appears we have encountered a tenacious one." Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. But just then, a bird flitted across the sky. To the untrained eye, it appeared ordinary, yet for Orochimaru, a sly smile crept upon his lips, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. "Since you desire rest, why not indulge in a slumber?" With a swift motion, he knocked Sabaku unconscious. Turning to his companion, he instructed, "He lacks chakra and will not awaken any time soon. Remain here while I attend to a matter." His companion nodded, understanding that Orochimaru was reluctant to divulge the details, and pressing further would yield no fruit. As Orochimaru vanished in an instant, his companion began a meticulous examination of the sand shinobi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru unexpectedly confronted 3 members of Konoha Zumbu. "Speak, what is your purpose in summoning me using the 3rd Hokage's communication methods?" Chapter 38. Mutual scheming. Before them stood Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, instilling a profound sense of terror in the 3 Umbu operatives. Previously, during their missions, they had only instilled fear in others. However, in the presence of Orochimaru, their status, experience, and strength paled in comparison to the overwhelming dominance he exuded. The leader, half kneeling on the ground, struggled to maintain his composure and reported in a steady voice, "Lord Orochimaru, we have been dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to undertake a covert mission. Our target is not a rogue ninja bearing forbidden techniques, but rather the Umbu of Sunagakure." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding as he licked his lips. "No wonder I found his attire so familiar." The leader continued, "A few days ago, he was captured by Root, yet he now intends to stealthily return to Sunagakure. The Hokage suspects a conspiracy and has sent us to uncover the truth." After briefly summarizing their mission, he lowered his head, awaiting Orochimaru's response. "Is this the handiwork of Danzo? I never anticipated that the first mission of my dear disciple would encounter such complications." Orochimaru swiftly assessed the situation and devised a plan. "You 3 will follow from a distance, obeying my commands. I shall investigate this matter personally. I cannot allow my beloved disciple's first mission to go awry." With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, leaving the 3 Umbu operatives feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Konoha gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru. Kinju turned to the leader. "Captain, what should we do?" Without hesitation, the leader replied decisively, "We shall act in accordance with Lord Orochimaru's directives. We must not take any action without his command." Meanwhile, RIH was scrutinizing the figure of Sha before him. From the moment he laid eyes on him, an unsettling feeling nagged at him. Now, he finally realized that something was amiss with his attire. One must wonder, what kind of rogue ninja would don such exquisite gear, complete with a meticulously worn headband? The identity of this ninja may not be as simple as we perceive. As this thought crossed RIH's mind, alarm bells rang in his head, prompting him to swiftly pull Sha aside. Indeed, on the tree trunk where Sha had just leaned, an unfamiliar mark had appeared, one that RIH could not decipher. It was unmistakably a sign left by Sha. Without hesitation, RIH created 2 shadow clones to keep watch over Sha while his original self approached, extending his hand with a fierce determination, pressing a pale blue Rasengan against the mark. Crack! The overwhelming destructive force not only obliterated the mark, but also uprooted the entire tree. After meticulously inspecting the surroundings for any lingering traces left by the sand, Lihua secured the sand with a rope he carried and marked himself with the Flying Thunder God technique. Adhering to the principle of exercising caution during his first A-rank mission, Lihua also created shadow clones to thoroughly examine the path they had taken, striving to leave no trace behind. Once this was accomplished, Orochimaru returned to their side, observing the fallen tree, the tightly bound sand, and the exhausted Lihua. Drenched in sweat, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. However, he promptly briefed Lihua on the recent developments. Upon confirming his suspicions, Lihua felt grateful for his swift response. The master and disciple deliberated on how to outmaneuver the sand, but let us momentarily set that aside. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Wind's Sunagakure, Granny Chio was engaged in a clandestine conversation with A.J. Nin. The Fire Serpent's unit had failed to relay any intelligence for over a week, suggesting that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Kisame, your official mission is to accompany Scorpion for training, but in truth, you are needed to investigate the whereabouts of the Fire Serpent team discreetly. Upon hearing this, the J-Nin nodded and vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the talented puppet master of Sunagakure, Sasori, received a summons from his teacher, Kisame. After ensuring the well-being of his parents, Sasori retrieved the recently crafted puppet, Crow, originally made by Sasori and later possessed by Kenkuro, and set off with Kisame towards the border of the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, the Fire Serpent team, which had been missing for an entire week, found themselves in dire straits. Boss, let us return to the village. We've reached the border of the Land of Wind. If we linger any longer, we'll be in grave danger once the village notices our absence. Upon hearing this, the once resolute Fire Serpent began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up, disheartened, and said, "Let us pack up. We'll use my summoning beast for one last reconnaissance, and if that fails, we'll head back to the village." With that, Fire Serpent summoned a dozen lizards, which immediately scattered to conduct one final search for the team. Meanwhile, Sand awoke groggily, only to discover that he had been tightly bound. To his utter dismay, he realized he was completely stripped of his clothing. All of his belongings lay at Li Hua's feet. "What are you doing? Is this how you treat a client?" Sand glared angrily at Orochimaru and Li Hua, who were idly toying with his possessions. Hearing Sand's accusations, Orochimaru smirked and leisurely approached him, gesturing towards the tree that Li Hua had felled. He spoke softly. "Did you think I was unaware of your actions?" A rogue ninja daring to relay information in secret, although his minor schemes had been exposed. Upon realizing that they remained unaware of his true identity, Sha was relieved, his previously anxious heart settling at last. Suddenly, Orochimaru cast a glance, sensing something amiss. In an instant, he opened his mouth wide, his tongue darting forth with the swiftness of a frog snatching its prey. With a resounding crack, a nearby branch snapped, sending dust swirling in the air, while a feeble lizard lay prostrate on the ground. As a wisp of white smoke floated by, the lizard vanished, an entity of summoning. Li Hua exclaimed in astonishment. "It seems your pursuers have arrived," Orochimaru remarked languidly. In his heart, Sha mused, "At last, you have come." With the lizard's disappearance, Li Hua sensed a disturbance in the distance. Without hesitation, he summoned his team. This group, which had traversed the desert for an entire week, now surged forth with renewed vigor. The Fire Snake team raced towards Li Hua and his companions. At that moment, Li Hua, brandishing a torch, shouted fiercely at Sha, "How dare you resort to tricks?" With that, he hurled the torch violently towards all of Sha's garments. In an instant, flames ignited, the crackling sound echoing in Sha's ears. His eyes fixated on Li Hua, filled with a burning desire to devour him whole. At that moment, Orochimaru lazily interjected, "Little Li Hua, it appears you are mistaken. During a fire, a person does not first look towards what is most important, unless what is most important to him is you." Orochimaru chuckled, seemingly amused by his own jest. Yet, Li Hua abruptly emerged from his frenzied state, clearly having been merely performing. He glanced at Orochimaru and calmly stated, "Master Orochimaru, there exists another possibility, that this fire has not harmed what is truly important to him." Suddenly, Li Hua darted forward, reaching out to touch Sha's head. A powerful perception permeated Sha's entire being. Ding. Touching head B-rank ninja. Sha, please select 2 rewards from the following. Ignoring the system's notification, Li Hua's hand delved into Sha's interior. With a squelch, as flesh was pierced, a bloodied scroll materialized in Li Hua's grasp. Chapter 39. Confrontation. Holding the bloodstained scroll in his hands, Li Hua felt neither sorrow nor joy. Perhaps it was due to having traversed into the world of ninjas for too long. His heart had gradually acclimatized to the ways of life here. The ninja realm was perpetually drenched in blood. Li Hua briskly approached Orochimaru, disregarding the bleeding sand. Since sealing the scroll within his body, Sha had anticipated a day when it would eventually be retrieved. Thus, he had deliberately sealed it in a non-lethal location. Orochimaru took the scroll, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he placed it in his mouth and swiftly formed hand seals with his hands. A fire-release ninjutsu soared into the sky. Although it bore no offensive capability, It was sufficient to alert the ever-vigilant Umbu in the distance. Act decisively. One of them commanded. Lord Orochimaru has signaled. Charge forward. The fiery serpent team, who had already been racing towards Li Hua and his companions, felt their resolve strengthen upon witnessing the fire release and quicken their pace. A grand battle was imminent. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Li Hua and his master displayed no signs of panic whatsoever. On the contrary, the unsealed scroll before them captured the undivided attention of both. Li Hua, are you not curious about what is inscribed within? Orochimaru inquired, licking his lips with a playful glint. However, having grown accustomed to Orochimaru's demeanor, Li Hua showed him no regard, bluntly responding, "Spare me, teacher. You know this is a hot potato. If the mastermind discovers that we've seen the scroll, you'll be unscathed. But I would be in dire straits." Orochimaru chuckled, choosing not to open the scroll. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary troubles until his research was complete. Amid their banter, Orochimaru seemed to sense something, quietly stowing away the scroll. Li Hua, ever vigilant, entered a combat stance. Suddenly, several kunai shot forth from the shadows. For a moment, Orochimaru stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear, but Li Hua understood that he was merely exhibiting his characteristic laziness. Drawing a finely crafted kunai from his pouch, Li Hua intercepted all the incoming kunai with a flurry of sparks. "Ha! You underestimate me far too much," he exclaimed with a grin. Emerging from the shadows were 5 ninjas clad in matching Sunagakure uniforms. The harsh winds and relentless sun had weathered their appearances, yet the murderous intent etched on their faces remained undiminished. It was none other than the rapidly approaching fiery serpent team. Among the 5 ninjas, Huashi and 2 others possessed the strength of J-Nin, while the remaining 2 were of Ch-Nin rank, together with the J-Nin Sha, bound and restrained. The fiery serpent team boasted a formidable battle prowess comprising 1 J-Nin and 2 Ch-Nin. Orochimaru, through years of experience dealing with the hidden sand, discerned that this was undoubtedly an elite unit from their border defense's covert operations. It seemed that the newcomers bore ill intent. The playful glint in Orochimaru's eyes faded slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Li Hua, too, recognized the formidable prowess of the fire serpent team, his expression turning grave. The leader of the fire serpent swiftly assessed the situation, and upon spotting the elusive sand he had been desperately searching for, he could no longer contain his fury. "Kill!" No sooner had he uttered the command than he, along with 2 other J-Nin, surged toward Orochimaru like cannonballs. The adage of capture the leader first resonated in Fire Serpent's mind. He understood all too well that this chilling man before him was inscrutable, even to himself. If he did not neutralize him first, this mission would inevitably culminate in failure. Meanwhile, Orochimaru leisurely imparted a single phrase to Li Hua: "Eliminate those 2 Ch-Nin. It will serve as a test of your 3 months of training." With that, he engaged in combat with the 3 members of the Fire Serpent. Though the trio launched a ferocious assault, Orochimaru remained unfazed, moving with grace and ease. The reason for this was singular. It was not that the enemies were intentionally holding back. Rather, Orochimaru's strength eclipsed that of everyone present. He deliberately chose to delay them to create an optimal environment for Li Hua's growth. Sensing Orochimaru's intentions, Li Hua wasted no time and charged toward the 2 Ch-Nin. At that moment, the Ch-Nin were not idle. One was tasked with freeing the sand, while the other attempted to restrain Li Hua. However, the bindings were exceedingly secure, impervious even to kunai. After 3 months of rigorous training, Li Hua had ascended to the level of a special J-Nin. In a flash, he appeared before one of the Ch-Nin, who was taken aback, fear etched across his face, for he could not track Li Hua's movement. This Uchiha brat. The Ch-Nin hastily formed hand seals in an attempt to unleash ninjutsu against Li Hua, but Li Hua denied him any opportunity, tightly grasping the Ch-Nin's arm. A sickening crack echoed as the Ch-Nin collapsed to the ground, incapacitated by pain. Yet Li Hua was relentless. He raised his leg and crushed the Ch-Nin's other leg, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Hua's actions were not born of cruelty nor indifference. He understood that once hostilities commenced, there was no room for leniency. To show mercy now could easily result in his own downfall. The second Ch-Nin, witnessing the brutal display, felt his pupils constrict, having never encountered a youth so powerful and ruthless. Nonetheless, he did not abandon his objective. He recognized that liberating a J-Nin was far more valuable than engaging Li Hua in a futile struggle. But Li Hua would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, he dashed towards the Ch-Nin. At that moment, Sha had not anticipated that the seemingly foolish youth possessed such terrifying strength. With no time to ponder, he shouted at the Nin, who was busy cutting the ropes with his kunai, used ninjutsu. The Nin momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure and began to form hand seals. Finally, as the flames of Li Hua materialized before them, the Nin completed his final seal, exclaiming, "Wind release, wind blade." With a fierce yell, a razor-sharp wind blade shot forth from his back. Yet Li Hua remained unfazed. The rigorous training under Orochimaru over the past 3 months had perfectly compensated for his previous shortcomings in agility. Moreover, he had ingeniously combined soft body modification with sensory perception, developing a novel martial art known as paper drawing. Through his acute awareness of external dangers, Li Hua could swiftly execute evasive maneuvers thanks to his soft body modification. Owing to its resemblance to the paper drawing technique from One Piece, he aptly named his martial art paper drawing as well. As the perilously charged wind blades approached, Li Hua strolled leisurely, unperturbed, merely sidestepping to evade all of them. What? How is this possible? Before the Nin could dwell on his astonishment, Li Hua had already appeared before the last Nin, preparing to incapacitate him in the same manner. However, he noticed Sha slowly rising to his feet nearby. With a shake of his body, the once resilient ropes fell limply to the ground. The cause of this was the multitude of wounds carved into Sha's body by the wind blades. So the true target of the wind blade was you, Li Hua remarked nonchalantly. The Nin behind him attempted to ignite an explosive tag, while Li Hua was momentarily distracted. But he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a single punch from Li Hua, unconscious. Crack. This was the sound of Sha cracking his knuckles. Although he had been injected with a toxin to suppress his chakra by Orochimaru, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, as a seasoned operative with countless battles under his belt, Sha's superb combat skills and formidable physical techniques were more than sufficient to pose a challenge to Li Hua. However, Li Hua's attention seemed to be elsewhere. Sha, you little brat, losing focus in battle is a grave mistake. Li Hua, while that is true, he gestured towards Sha's burnt clothing. Fighting without attire is also a grave mistake. Sha. Oh. Chapter 40. The Scorpion of the Red Sand, you wretched little imp. Sha articulated each word with a deliberate slowness. Yet, Li Hua remained undaunted by his demeanor. Rather, he found himself admiring Sha's audacity. After all, parading a bird in broad daylight was not a feat everyone could accomplish. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Li Hua, Sha could no longer contain his mounting fury and, like a cheetah, lunged towards him with remarkable speed. However, Li Hua, unperturbed, calmly recited within his mind, "System, extract rewards." Ding. A-rank ninja. Sha, please select 3 rewards from the following options. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Moderate enhancement of physical attributes. 100,000 yen. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Mastery of assassination techniques. Upon seeing the rewards, Li Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, as expected from the Umbu, the mastery of assassination techniques was an enticing offer. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his choices. I select mastery of assassination techniques, vacuum sphere, and moderate enhancement of physical attributes. No sooner had he spoken than a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Rewards have been dispensed. A familiar pang of pain surged through Li Hua, causing his brows to furrow. Subsequently, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body. Moreover, he had acquired the knowledge of utilizing the vacuum sphere and an array of assassination techniques. If he had previously been a novice in the art of assassination, he could now be regarded as an exceptional master of the craft. How could one still dare to be distracted in battle? With a fierce shout, Sha finally revealed himself before Li Hua and swiftly delivered a kick aimed at him. Bang! Li Hua raised his arm to block Sha's enraged strike. And it was evident that, endowed with the moderate enhancement of physical attributes, his strength had significantly increased. This action took Sha by surprise, allowing him to regain his composure amidst his fury. The two then became entangled in combat once more. Although Sha possessed the prowess of an elite jonin, his inability to utilize chakra, compounded by the wound inflicted by Li Hua, had considerably diminished his power, rendering their battle surprisingly even. As for Li Hua, despite his formidable ninjutsu and superior physical capabilities, he found Sha, now calm and slippery like an eel, elusive, leaving him struggling to devise a swift method to secure victory. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. However, at that instant, A violent surge of chakra erupted in the direction of Orochimaru and the three Jonin. Li Hua's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the Umbu of the third Hokage had arrived, tipping the scales of fortune. Sha, too, realized this and cast a glance towards Orochimaru before turning and sprinting towards the borders of the Wind Country. Li Hua, of course, could not allow him to escape so easily, for he held crucial intelligence that could not fall into enemy hands. If Sha were to return to Sunagakure, all information concerning himself and the village would undoubtedly be compromised. Yet, rather than hastily pursuing, Li Hua remained composed. Simple sage mode, he declared, activating it. In an instant, a formidable surge of natural energy radiated from Li Hua, the epicenter of the phenomenon. Without a trace of hesitation or concern for whether Orochimaru and his companions would take notice, Li Hua immediately unfurled the most intricate sensory net. With the enhancements provided by Sage Mode and the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, he discerned the states of Orochimaru and others with remarkable clarity. At that moment, all the Jonin engaged in the chaotic melee simultaneously sensed Li Hua's unabashed scrutiny. Although this perception was rather crude, Orochimaru recognized the chakra of his former student. As the Konoha ninjas gradually lowered their guard upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the sand-hidden Jonin wore solemn expressions. Fully aware that the battle on their side had likely reached its conclusion, and the two Jonin were likely facing dire consequences. Once assured that Orochimaru and his team had no time to focus on them, Li Hua held his breath, concentrating all his mental energy, and softly uttered, "Flying Thunder God technique." To ensure safety, he had previously marked the sand with the Flying Thunder God seal. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Hua vanished from his location, leaving behind only a fleeting crimson shadow of the Uchiha clan emblem. As he raced through the desert, Sha beheld the borders of the Land of Wind in the distance, with the vast, unending desert stretching before him. After experiencing so much, Sha found himself strangely nostalgic for the desert he had once grown weary of. Suddenly, accompanied by a flash of red light, the figure of Uchiha Li Hua materialized above Sha's head. "Apologies, but you must remain here." "What? How could you?" As Li Hua spread his hand, a pale blue Rasengan formed instantaneously. Boom. Alongside the tremendous sound was a billowing cloud of thick smoke. However, the principle of where there's smoke, there's no harm seemed inapplicable here. As the smoke dissipated, the ground gradually revealed a massive crater formed by the Rasengan, within which lay Sha's lifeless body. And standing beside it was Li Hua. "It's finally over." Li Hua wiped the sweat from his brow, momentarily easing his vigilance. Yet, at that moment, an ill-timed sound of footsteps broke the silence. "It appears you have slain a member of the Sands Umbu at the border of the Land of Wind." Young one from Konoha. It was none other than Kayashiro and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sensing their approach, Li Hua instantly entered a combat-ready state and remarked coolly, "Just when one storm subsides, another begins." Kayashiro chuckled coldly in response. "Who exactly are you, and why do you carry the short sword of the illustrious Konoha White Fang?" Upon hearing this, a figure concealed in the shadows, Scorpion, slowly raised his gaze, scrutinizing Li Hua intently. In that moment, Li Hua recognized Scorpion and thought to himself, "So, this is the Scorpion of the Red Sand? While his presence may not be overwhelmingly intimidating, my instincts warn me of the significant danger in engaging him." Although he was aware that SHM had slain Scorpion's parents, Li Hua chose not to dishonor the noble intentions of his predecessor SHM and opted for honesty. "Konoha White Fang is a revered elder of mine. What is it? Do you wish to meet him?" Though Li Hua spoke with audacity, there was not a trace of anger in Gue Lang. The formidable reputation of Konoha's White Fang loomed large, and I knew that facing him in combat could lead to dire consequences. However, in the territory of Sunagakure, you have slain our Umbu. What punishment do you deserve for such an act? Upon hearing these words, Li Hua realized that the incoming adversaries were not to be intimidated by the mere name of Konoha's White Fang. Faced with two powerful opponents, a glimmer of inspiration crossed Li Hua's eyes, and he swiftly formulated a plan. He lowered his guard, allowing his arms to hang by his sides, and raised his chin defiantly towards Gue Lang. "You of Sunagakure seek to pilfer Konoha's confidential intelligence, and I shall enact justice upon you here and now. Do you still wish to attack me? Is it that you desire to incite war?" Gue Lang, momentarily taken aback by such a sharp retort, pondered. Is this how the script is written? He had just arrived at the border and had yet to conduct any investigation. Now, being accused by someone from Konoha left him instinctively wanting to clarify the misunderstanding. However, as he attempted to explain, Li Hua discerned that he had already taken the bait. Li Hua recognized that Gue Yilang was also an elite jonin, and that Scorpion was formidable in his own right. Should conflict erupt now, it would surely be Li Hua who would suffer the consequences. He surmised that Orochimaru would soon notice his absence. As long as he could prolong the situation, victory would inevitably belong to him. If he were to decisively employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape at this moment, his greatest trump card would be revealed to Sunagakure, something Li Hua was keen to avoid. Just then, a mechanical sound echoed, clack, clack, as a puppet named Crow charged towards Li Hua. This unexpected turn of events did not disrupt his composure after multiple enhancements to his physique. Such speed appeared trivial to him. With a flick of his wrist, he activated paper drawing, deftly evading Scorpion's assault while relentlessly applying pressure on Gue Yilang. As a jonin, do you not oversee your subordinates? Should I interpret this as a declaration of war against Konoha? In terms of strength, Gue Yilang's reputation as an elite jonin was renowned within Sunagakure. Yet, when it came to politics, he was utterly oblivious. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Scorpion interjected, stating, regardless, he has slain a sand ninja, and that alone is sufficient grounds for retribution. Li Hua's heart sank as he saw the hesitation in Gue Yilang's eyes dissipate, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Gue Yilang coldly declared, I know not whether you declare war or not. All I know is that you have killed my comrade. In response, Li Hua scoffed, acknowledging Scorpion's reputation as the most talented puppet master of Sunagakure. Yet Scorpion paid no heed to Li Hua's words, coldly insisting, tell me your connection to Konoha's White Fang, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Such audacity compelled Li Hua to assume a battle stance, unleashing his full power. An intense clash was now inevitable. Chapter 41, Poisoned. Li Hua had never faced such a formidable battle alone, confronting a peak elite jonin and an exceptionally gifted puppet master. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. The most prudent strategy was to conserve his energy and delay until Orochimaru's arrival. However, what seemed to be a simple plan proved to be immensely challenging in execution. Gue Yilang excelled in physical combat, and despite Li Hua's body having undergone multiple enhancements, he could only barely withstand the onslaught. With a resounding thud, Gue Yilang delivered a powerful kick that sent Li Hua sprawling. Meanwhile, Scorpion remained relentless, manipulating a puppet laden with an array of mechanisms and toxins, launching a series of lethal assaults. Recognizing the dire situation, Li Hua understood that any further delay would only exacerbate his predicament. He had to reveal his trump card. With swift motions, he formed a series of seals, and in a puff of white smoke, 3 shadow clones emerged beside him. No matter what you intend to do, you shall not succeed, Scorpion remarked indifferently, commanding the Raven puppet to unleash a vicious attack with its poisoned rotating blades. At the same time, Gue Yilang surged forward with an uncanny speed, appearing like a specter before Li Hua and his clones. In that moment, Li Hua shed his earlier disarray, his gaze now imbued with calm resolve. As both adversaries launched their simultaneous assault, Li Hua responded with unflappable composure. 2 shadow clones charged towards the incoming puppet, akin to cannonballs hurtling through the air. Shadow Snake Hand. One of the clones bellowed, as its sleeves expanded rapidly. 5 robust white giant serpents erupted forth from the sleeves, swiftly ensnaring the Raven puppet, threatening to reduce it to mere splinters. Scorpion's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Li Hua's hidden prowess. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, the puppet began to disintegrate. Regaining his focus, Scorpion deftly flicked his fingers, akin to a pianist conjuring a haunting melody. In that instant, the previously inert puppet seemed to awaken, as countless spinning blades erupted from its body, swiftly severing the serpents that bound it. Just then, another of Li Hua's shadow clones sprang into action. Rasengan. With a powerful shout, the clone leaped high and forcefully pressed the Rasengan against the puppet's form. The Raven, which had just exhibited its formidable prowess, was suddenly struck by a tremendous impact. Bang! The rapidly spinning chakra obliterated the puppet's chest, scattering splintered wood across the ground. The crow plummeted to the earth like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's battle had reached its conclusion. With the addition of 3 Umbu operatives, the Fire Serpent team's disadvantage became glaringly apparent, leading to a swift and decisive defeat at the hands of Orochimaru and his associates. Well then, the mission has been successfully accomplished, Orochimaru remarked with an air of ease, entirely unfazed by the intensity of the battle. It's time to return to the village with Li Hua. He extended his senses, meticulously probing for Li Hua's location. In the next moment, his brow furrowed tightly. Li Hua has vanished. In an instant, an overwhelming aura akin to a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood surged forth, crashing against the 3 Umbu operatives present. They knelt in unison, their captain trembling slightly as he spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, how may we assist?" Orochimaru seemed oblivious to the captain's words, relentlessly amplifying his perceptive reach. Upon reaching the borders of the Wind Country, his pupils constricted in realization. Li Hua was engaged in combat with an elite J-Nin and a CH Nin. Where on earth has this child wandered off to? With no time for contemplation, Orochimaru reached for his ninja tool pouch, extracting a secret scroll carried by Sand and tossing it to the captain. "Return and report." The captain caught the bloodstained scroll, opening his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Orochimaru's exceedingly cold visage, he instantly swallowed his words. "Yes." With a hand signal from the captain, the 3 Umbu dashed toward Kanehagakure like phantoms, eager to deliver the scroll to the Hokage at the earliest opportunity. As the Umbu departed, Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly grim. If Jiraiya and Tsunade were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as the countenance of a man poised to kill. In the next moment, Orochimaru propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his destination set upon the site of Li Hua's confrontation. "Faster!" a voice echoed in his mind. He recalled the boy who had perished from an explosive tag on that rainy night. Since that moment, Orochimaru had come to profoundly understand the frailty of humanity. With this thought, he quickened his pace, whispering, "Please don't die." Little Li Hua. Meanwhile, as Li Hua's 2 shadow clones inflicted severe damage upon Scorpion's puppet, Li Hua's original form and 1 shadow clone faced off against Gue Yilang. Without unnecessary banter, Li Hua opted for a brutal hand-to-hand combat with Gue Yilang. Although aided by his shadow clone's distractions, Li Hua found himself struggling to land a decisive blow against Gue Yilang's formidable taijutsu. Yet, despite this, Li Hua did not reveal a hint of frustration. Instead, his eyes remained clear and focused. Suddenly, Gue Yilang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Li Hua's abdomen. Remarkably, Li Hua made no attempt to evade the strike. Gue Yilang, taken aback, looked at Li Hua and discerned an unfathomable madness in his eyes. As Li Hua spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands brushed against Gue Yilang's head. "Ding!" Patting the head of A-rank ninja, Gue Yilang, "Please select 3 rewards from the following." In an instant, Li Hua was propelled backwards, leaving behind the flying thunder god mark on Gue Yilang. Spitting blood, Li Hua coldly glared at Gue Yilang, silently reciting, "Extract rewards." Significantly enhanced physical attributes. Mastery of sand hidden combat techniques. 100,000 yen. Significantly enhanced reflexes. Significantly enhanced coordination. Without hesitation, Li Hua chose the 3 options that promised substantial enhancement. Suddenly, a searing pain jolted through his entire being, and he felt as if his body was on the verge of melting. Gue Yilang did not grant Li Hua a moment's respite, reappearing before him like a malignant shadow. With a fist like a hammer, he struck towards Li Hua's chest. Bang! Contrary to expectations of Li Hua being crushed to pieces, he deftly evaded the lethal blow like a startled rabbit. That was a close call. Li Hua dusted himself off, acutely aware that his physical prowess had ascended to the level of A.J. Nin. That pesky brat. Without uttering a word, Gue Yilang charged forward again, engaging Li Hua in a fierce melee. As the battle progressed, Gue Yilang increasingly sensed that the youth before him had inexplicably grown stronger in an instant. What was once an overwhelming advantage for him had now become an evenly matched contest. Gue Yilang's expression darkened, while Li Hua's eyes sparkled with determination. Just then, a scorpion, commanding a battered crow in a desperate struggle, suddenly sprang into action. With an expression as calm as still water, his fingers danced through the air, manipulating fine chakra threads to control the movements of the puppet's spirit. Bang! The 2 shadow clones that had once held the advantage exploded in an instant, an excruciating pain shooting through Li Hua's mind, momentarily halting his movements. Yet, this fleeting moment provided Gue Yilang with the opportunity to strike. Delivering a merciless blow with his iron fist, puff! A kunai shot forth from the crow's arm like a bolt of lightning, its blade reflecting a ghostly green light. Evidently laced with venom, Li Hua's body flew backward like a rag doll, the kunai striking true into his shoulder. The situation took a dire turn. Li Hua felt his condition deteriorating rapidly, his body succumbing to the numbing effects of poison. Summoning every ounce of strength, he rose to his feet, valiantly suppressing the toxins within his body at the cost of his own vitality. With an explosive surge of strength, he charged towards Sasori at a speed so swift that even the latter failed to react. Although Sasori was a master puppeteer, his physical prowess had reached the level of a mid-ranking ninja, yet he could not escape the grasp of fire. He was unable to retract his crow defense in time. As the fire's hand made contact with Sasori's head, the lethal poison within him erupted completely, and he collapsed before Sasori. With a soft thud, Orochimaru appeared before the three of them, and behind him lay the devastation of the forest, ravaged by his rapid sprint. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Aikir exerted all his strength to urgently shout at Sasori, "Run!" Meanwhile, Orochimaru, gazing down at the fallen fire, slowly lifted his head and proclaimed, "None of you shall escape." Chapter 42. Orochimaru's Madness. The escaping scorpion in both the original narrative and the interactions with Orochimaru, one has never witnessed this man succumb to anger. He consistently conceals his emotions, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Yet now, it seems as though Orochimaru has lost even the strength to mask his feelings. Gazing at Li Hua with a complex expression, "Humanity is truly feeble," he mused. "Rest assured, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself." When Orochimaru's gaze shifted back to Gue Ilong and the others, it was filled with boundless fury and madness. Gue Ilong exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Run!" In the next instant, Orochimaru's tongue pierced through Gue Ilong's right palm. Had it not been for the protection on his hand, that tongue would have impaled his heart. Witnessing his teacher so effortlessly incapacitated, Scorpion finally comprehended the formidable strength of their adversary. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and fled with great swiftness. Observing Scorpion's decisive retreat, Gue Ilong felt no surprise. He understood that Scorpion was a rational individual, capable of making the most suitable decisions based on circumstances. However, Scorpion was not devoid of emotion. Gue Ilong recognized that this child, who had lost his parents at a young age, harbored deep-seated insecurities yet retained a flicker of benevolence within. Thus, Gue Ilong believed that Scorpion's flight was not an act of cowardice, but rather a quest for reinforcements that could provide aid. With this thought in mind, Gue Ilong disregarded his wounded hand, retrieving a purple pill from his ninja tool pouch and swallowing it without hesitation. Orochimaru observed Gue Ilong's actions, his eyes narrowing. He had encountered such pills during the Second Shinobi World War, crafted by Chiyo of Sunagakure. Their purpose was to maximize a ninja's potential, albeit with significant toxicity. If a Genin did not receive treatment within 10 minutes of ingestion, he would face immediate death. Casting a glance at the fallen Li Hua, Orochimaru realized he could no longer afford to engage Gue Ilong in protracted combat. "I must swiftly eliminate you, my adversary," he declared. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Though the technique was familiar, Orochimaru's execution was evidently more potent than Li Hua's. 7 massive, deep brown pythons erupted from his sleeves, charging towards Gue Ilong. Moreover, these serpents were ferocious beyond measure, their menacing aura capable of momentarily disorienting anyone who beheld them, akin to a minor jinjutsu. In that moment, it was evident that Gue Ilong had fallen into a trap. Instantly, 7 colossal serpents ensnared him, tightening their grip around his form. Meanwhile, the heads of these serpents were not idle. Torrents of venom and toxic gas erupted from their maws, corroding Gue Ilong's skin and body. If Orochimaru were to unleash this technique with full force, being ensnared by the giant python would be tantamount to a death sentence. Clearly, Gue Ilong, caught at the heart of this monstrous embrace, was enduring excruciating torment, for the constriction of the python was beyond the capacity of even an elite Jonin to escape. However, he had long since consumed a poison pill, and through its activation, his strength had surreptitiously approached the pinnacle of Jonin prowess. With a sudden thrust of his body, an invisible shockwave erupted forth, generating a minuscule sonic boom. The serpentine corpses fell to the ground, yet Gue Ilong's momentum continued to ascend. Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Li Hua, realizing that delay was no longer an option. Swiftly, he performed a series of hand seals, releasing his chakra with unprecedented speed. Earth and Dragon Flame Flow. Indeed, as a prodigy of ninjutsu, Orochimaru had flawlessly mastered the renowned combined technique of the third Hokage. Before him, a colossal earthen dragon swiftly coalesced, opening its abyssal maw to unleash a torrent of mud, surging toward Gue Ilong. Not only that, But the dragon also expelled searing flames in the next moment. These two terrifying natural elements, infused with a sense of annihilation, surged toward Gu Ilong. Though he wished to evade, he found himself locked in by Orochimaru's ominous presence, and the wounds inflicted by the shadow snake hands had severely curtailed his abilities. He had no choice but to endure the onslaught. The impact of the tremendous energy generated an overwhelming shockwave and sound. Far away, Scorpion felt a chill run through him upon hearing the noise, yet he compelled himself to quicken his pace. This commotion also roused the already unconscious Li Hua. With the scant strength remaining, he summoned the essence of life to examine his own body. The toxins had infiltrated him, and if not treated promptly, his life was in grave jeopardy. In his mind, Li Hua silently recited his intention to extract rewards. In the fleeting moment when Scorpion focused his attention, Li Hua had already devised a strategy to utilize the rewards obtained from the head-patting Scorpion to break the impasse. Ding. Head-patting B-rank ninja, Scorpion. Please select 2 rewards from the following options: Advanced Puppet Crafting, Advanced Puppet Manipulation, Advanced Mechanisms, Top-tier Pharmacological Knowledge. Upon seeing the final reward, Li Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should Scorpion fail to provide a method to counteract the poison, he would be left to fate's mercy. In his mind, Li Hua resolutely chose top-tier pharmacological knowledge and advanced mechanisms. The rewards have been dispensed. To his surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive. As he attuned himself to his senses, he realized that the toxins were gradually beginning to disrupt his perceptual system. Yet, the dispensation of rewards signified that Li Hua had now ascended to the status of a pharmacological master, rivaling even Scorpion. Li Hua beheld the poisoned kunai, which had lain quietly on the ground since it struck him, sensing the toxins coursing through his veins. Observing the hue of the venom upon the weapon, he swiftly deduced its composition and comprehended how to concoct the antidote. Yet, he found himself utterly drained of strength. A chilling sensation enveloped him. And as an expert in pharmacology, he understood that he was likely beyond saving. Suddenly, a figure emerged within Li Hua's line of sight, Orochimaru. With a thud, the head of Gu Ilong was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, its expression grotesque and terrifying, as if Orochimaru had encountered the most horrifying sight in existence. He quickly assessed Li Hua's condition, and upon discovering that Li Hua still clung to life, a rare expression of relief crossed Orochimaru's features. Seeing Orochimaru's arrival, the weight that had burdened Li Hua's heart finally lifted. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he whispered the method to save himself before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Orochimaru, not daring to waste a moment, placed his faith in his disciple, a mere boy of 6 or 7 years who had repeatedly wrought miracles. At last, after administering the antidote, Li Hua's breathing gradually stabilized, and warmth began to return to his body. "Ah, young Li Hua, you truly are a boy of miracles," Orochimaru remarked as he carried Li Hua on his back, embarking on the journey back to Konoha. Along the way, he meticulously erased any traces of their battle to avoid unnecessary complications. While Li Hua emerged from his ordeal, Scorpion's fate was far less fortunate. "I implore Lord Kazekage to dispatch reinforcements." Scorpion's expression remained inscrutable, yet his tone betrayed an underlying urgency. "You said it yourself. Gu Ilong has ingested the poison pill. The odds are already grim, especially against an opponent as formidable as Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas." The third Kazekage paused, the implication of his words unmistakable. "Please, Lord Kazekage, do not abandon Gu Ilong," Scorpion persisted. "Enough." The third Kazekage's voice thundered, his authority as the village leader instantly palpable, causing Scorpion's already pale face to grow even more ashen. "Do you wish for my ninja forces to march to their doom?" At that moment, Chiyo, who had been listening nearby, interjected, "Enough, Kazekage. Scorpion is still young and naive." With that, the scroll of the 10 Guardians of Kenmatsu slipped quietly into her grasp. "Scorpion, stand down." Scorpion wished to argue, but seeing his grandmother's stance, he felt a profound despondency wash over him, his eyes losing their luster as he slowly exited the room. He reminisced about his parents, recalling Gu Ilong, who had resolutely stood before him. In that moment, his gaze became as vacant as a desolate desert wasteland. Chapter 43 Epilogue. In the outskirts of Konoha, within an unremarkable cave. This natural cavern had been transformed by Orochimaru into a temporary refuge. The firewood crackled, emitting a warm glow that contrasted with the chill of the cave. At this moment, Li Hua, who had been in a deep slumber, slowly awakened, and was greeted by the sight of flickering orange flames. Saved at last, Lihua thought, vowing never to take such risks again. Oh dear, isn't that our Konoha's genius, Jinin? How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Orochimaru's teasing voice floated through the air, yet Lihua discerned a hint of amusement in his tone. Propping himself up with his hands, Lihua gradually stood and gazed at Orochimaru, who lingered in the shadows. Teacher Orochimaru, have our enemies been dealt with? Orochimaru nodded, his voice slightly raspy as he replied. The red-haired brat escaped, but I have taken care of that Jainin. Lihua nodded in response. Although he had been unable to prevent the leakage of his intelligence, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having resolved a significant threat. However, what astonishes me most is your knowledge of antidotes. Orochimaru remarked with a hint of curiosity and jest. That red-haired brat is a master of poison. Even I found myself at a loss against it. His potential is boundless. I had presumed I would need to carry you to Tsunade. Little Lihua, you truly surprise me, he continued. Hearing such sincere praise from Orochimaru brought a smile to Lihua's face. Yet, to be prudent, he turned to Orochimaru and asked, Teacher, what about the traces of our battle? At this, Orochimaru laughed as if he had heard a delightful jest. Little Lihua, do you truly underestimate your teacher? Rest assured, all traces of battle have been meticulously eradicated, leaving no intelligence behind. Moreover, aside from that red-haired imp, every enemy has been vanquished without exception. Orochimaru spoke these words with a hint of ominous intent, prompting Lihua to recall that his mentor was a seasoned veteran who had endured the brutal ninja wars. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lihua signified his understanding. Orochimaru continued, Little Lihua, this skirmish must have yielded significant insights for you. Lihua was aware that Orochimaru referred not to mere accolades, but to the invaluable experience gained in combat. Extending his index finger, a sharp surge of chakra coalesced at its tip. Lihua could sense the formidable power within this chakra, capable of slicing through steel. Yet, Orochimaru utilized it to sketch a small figure on the cavern wall, pointing at it as he spoke. Suppose this figure represents you, your physical techniques, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. With each aspect he articulated, he annotated corresponding symbols beside the figure. I perceive that through this training, your physical prowess has seen a remarkable enhancement, placing you firmly within the realm of a Jainin. As for your ninjutsu, Orochimaru paused momentarily. Your reservoir of ninjutsu now rivals that of an average Jainin. The more he spoke, the more he regarded the youth before him as exceptionally gifted. Recalling his own days at the Ninja Academy at a mere 6 or 7 years of age, your only limitation lies in the quantity of chakra. Orochimaru tapped the figure's dantian, and Lihua understood, for it was indeed his greatest shortcoming. The Uchiha clan's average chakra capacity is not insignificant, with at least the prodigious members typically possessing the chakra of a Jainin. However, due to his age, his chakra level remained at the Ch-nin stage. Orochimaru looked at Lihua, reassuring him, but there is no need for concern at this moment. As you age, your chakra capacity will cease to be a hindrance. The two then engaged in a discussion regarding the recent mission, with Orochimaru's wealth of experience providing Lihua with invaluable insights. In the following days, the master and disciple took time to recuperate before embarking on their journey back to the village. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office within Konoha, the third Hokage was simultaneously reviewing documents while listening to a report on the recent mission. At critical moments, Sarutobi Hiruzen would nod in acknowledgement. Upon completion of the report, the informant knelt in anticipation of the Hokage's inquiries. So, this scroll was indeed dispatched by Danzo? The informant nodded. Based on the analysis of the scene, that is correct. It was discovered by Orochimaru and Lihua, with Uchiha Lihua cleverly uncovering the location of the concealed scroll. Well done. I shall inquire further about the details upon their return, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, waving his hand. The informant vanished into the shadows like a specter. The secret scroll lay quietly on the Hokage's desk, and Sarutobi Hiruzen took it up, scrutinizing its contents with great care. Audacious. Danzo, how could you dare to lay hands on Shikaku? A surge of fury welled up within the heart of the third Hokage. Summon Danzo to see me. At this very moment, Danzo had learned from the members of Root about the failed mission and the loss of the scroll. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless wretches. With a resounding crash, Danzo's fist struck the massive desk, sending a ripple of force through the air. After a moment of contemplation, a series of icy commands were issued. Withdraw the personnel monitoring Hataki Tsukumo. Immediately dispatch a team of Umbu to the borders of the land of fire and the land of wind to stand guard, while also searching for traces of the deceased sand ninja. Just as Danzo was methodically organizing the aftermath, the head Umbu burst into his office. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your immediate presence. Without waiting for Danzo's reply, the Umbu vanished like a specter. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, damn Orochimaru, and Uchiha Lihua. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood face to face with an old friend, engaged in a heated debate. Frustrated, Danzo exclaimed, Hatake Sakumo's strength poses a destabilizing factor for Konoha. My actions are for the sake of the village. Nonsense, Hiruzen retorted, now thoroughly incensed. Effective immediately. I am cutting the route budget by 20% and reducing its personnel by 30%. What? Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. These words struck Danzo like a heavy blow to his most vulnerable spot, and he stormed out in a fury. He seethed inwardly, Hatake Sakumo, Uchiha Lihua, and Orochimaru. I will remember you. This matter is far from over. Though Konoha was rife with undercurrents of tension, on the surface it appeared vibrant and bustling, as it was time for the much-anticipated Chunin exams. At this moment, on the stage of the final match, Kakashi emerged victorious with outstanding performance. Congratulations to Kakashi for becoming the youngest Chunin in Konoha, the examining officer exclaimed excitedly. How could such a historic moment not stir emotions? Yet, Kakashi maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, surveying the crowd before addressing the spectators. Uchiha Lihua, I have become a Chunin. Come and surpass me. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Kakashi had boldly called out to Lihua. Indeed, there was a mutual admiration between geniuses. Wow, Kakashi is so cool. PFF. Kakashi can't compare to my own handsomeness and strength, a certain anonymous Uchiha youth remarked. Meanwhile, the much-discussed Lihua was on his way back to Konoha with Orochimaru. Days later, 1,000 miles away, in the land of Earth, within the Tsuchikage Tower, a diminutive old man clad in the Tsuchikage ceremonial garb sat at the head of the table. It was the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. He listened intently as the Iwagakure Umbu reported intelligence from the ninja world. Oh, so it seems that the Sand Village has made an enemy of Konoha this time? Understood. Carry out my command to incite discord between the Sand and Leaf villages, stirring the waters as tumultuous as possible. Just as the Umbu of the Rock Village were about to depart, Anoki added, Wait, you mentioned a talented youth? What is his name? The Umbu pondered for a moment. Sasori of the Red Sand? No, someone else, came the reply. Uchiha Lihua. Upon hearing this name, Anoki's gaze turned ferocious, as if recalling something significant. Uchiha. He directed his attention to the Umbu and continued, by any means necessary, uncover information regarding Uchiha Lihua. Chapter 44. A hasty year at this moment, Uchiha Lihua, who has garnered considerable attention, has just returned to the village with Orochimaru. After Orochimaru presented their entry credentials, the two gatekeeping ninjas granted them passage. And Lihua finally found himself back in the village he had long been separated from. Upon returning, how does it feel? Orochimaru inquired, sensing the excitement within Lihua. It feels quite comfortable, akin to returning home, Lihua replied. Orochimaru chuckled softly, refraining from giving an opinion, without granting them time to settle in. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dispatched an elite Umbu to request their immediate presence following the announcement of their return. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru was reporting on the mission's circumstances. His account closely mirrored the information provided by the informant, albeit supplemented with details known solely to him and Lihua. Very well, you two have worked hard, remarked the third Hokage with a smile. Given the peculiarities of this situation, even though the mission objectives were not fully met, we shall still consider it a success. Lihua, you completed an A-rank mission on your very first try. The third Hokage exclaimed with a grin directed at Lihua. Lihua scratched his head and glanced at Orochimaru. I was merely assisting. The primary efforts were from my teacher, Orochimaru. The three shared a laugh. And then Orochimaru patted Lihua on the shoulder. All right, Lihua, you may leave for now. I have a few matters to discuss with the teacher. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lihua took his leave, aware that many tasks awaited him. Orochimaru remained in the Hokage's office, well aware of his apprentice's tendencies. If Orochimaru wished to converse privately, it certainly signified the importance of the matter. It seemed that Lihua possessed some form of swift movement ninjutsu. As Orochimaru began to speak, he pointed out Lihua's hidden card. Li Hua could hardly fathom that despite his utmost caution, he had still underestimated the intellect of Orochimaru and his associates. I carefully observed the escape route of the Sand Ninja. There were only his footprints along that path, while Li Hua's tracks appeared as if conjured from thin air. The third Hokage, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, "That is indeed peculiar. Has Li Hua ever displayed such abilities during your training?" "Not at all," Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. "It appears this young lad is deliberately concealing his true abilities." It is likely so, although the reasons remain unclear. The strength displayed by Li Hua is probably not indicative of his actual capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. But since Li Hua holds a deep affection for Konoha, this minor matter is of little consequence." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. "I too recognize its insignificance. However, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from exploiting this situation, it is prudent to report it to you sooner rather than later." Orochimaru indeed harbored a deep appreciation for talent and regarded Li Hua as his own disciple, hence his diligent efforts to eliminate the lurking risks. After conversing with the third Hokage about matters concerning the route, Orochimaru exited the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, after completing his mission and collecting his reward, Li Hua returned home to freshen up. The arduous journey had left him utterly exhausted. Following a well-deserved rest, evening descended, and he calculated that the Ninja Academy had likely dismissed its students. He then gathered his friends from the academy, including Guy, Obito, and Outyen, and proceeded to the Hitaki residence to invite Kakashi, who had just finished training, to join them at the barbecue restaurant. As the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat filled the air, the friends engaged in lively conversation, sharing their recent experiences. Among the topics that particularly captivated their classmates were the exploits of Li Hua and Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi, tell us about your experience during the Chunin exams. We are all quite curious," Guy exclaimed. "Outyen, do share the thrilling details of this A-rank mission. I know you must keep some things confidential, but surely you can recount the more exhilarating moments." The spirited banter heightened the atmosphere, and Li Hua embellished the details of the mission he could share, captivating his audience. "How exhilarating," Guy declared. "I too wish to undertake a mission." Kakashi retorted, "You should first become a ninja before you dream of that, you youthful fool." Kakashi then briefly recounted the events of the Chunin exams, igniting their imaginations. "I long to become a Chunin," Guy expressed fervently. Li Hua, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "While that is a thought, you certainly have an abundance of ideas." His playful teasing only served to enhance the jovial mood among them. Relishing this long-awaited camaraderie, Li Hua beamed a genuine smile. "Come now, enough chatter. Let us indulge in the barbecue." However, as Li Hua focused on the grill, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I under a genjutsu?" he muttered, for the once overflowing grill was now reduced to mere embers. "What's going on? That was incredibly swift," Guy exclaimed. "Who on earth devoured it all?" Outyen inquired. Obito wiped his mouth and burped. "It was I, who lacks manners and steals food." The group chorused, "Uchiha Obito." Subsequently, Li Hua could only rekindle the barbecue for several people and enjoy dinner with his friends. The following day, Li Hua received a special one-week leave from Hokage-sama, opting to rest rather than continue his training. After all, solely focusing on arduous training could easily lead to detrimental effects. However, Orochimaru continued to exploit Li Hua's potential even during his vacation, summoning him to the laboratory daily from the first day onward. His intention was not only to cultivate Li Hua as his assistant, but also to leverage Li Hua's keen intellect to aid in finding direction for his experiments. A week later, Li Hua resumed his rigorous training under Orochimaru's guidance. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, Li Hua accompanied Orochimaru on 1 A-rank mission, 5 B-rank missions, and successfully completed 10 C-rank missions solo, thereby gaining invaluable practical experience. Furthermore, with the passage of time, Li Hua's chakra capacity steadily increased, now subtly reaching the level of a Chunin. His overall prowess had ascended to the rank of a special Jonin. It is worth mentioning that following Kakashi's remote encouragement during the Chunin exam, many spectators, relishing the excitement, urged Li Hua to participate. Ultimately, he responded to Kakashi's call and successfully advanced to Chunin with the top score, causing quite a stir in Konohagakure. After all, the emergence of 2 prodigious ninjas was bound to elate the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. However, this stirred envy among other hidden villages. In Sunagakure, Chiyo observed the intelligence report before her, filled with fury. "Damn Konoha! Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Lihua will one day make you pay. In a Wagakure, Inoki floated in the air, meticulously reading the intelligence gathered by the Umbu regarding Uchiha Lihua over the past year. Key information has indeed been sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, hasn't it? The Umbu of a Wagakure knelt and nodded. Uchiha Lihua's strength is indeed astonishing. This child cannot be left unchecked. Yet, Lihua, the protagonist of this affair, felt no pride, believing that his achievement of becoming a Chunin was merely a trivial matter given his strength. Throughout the year, he seized the opportunity to touch Shikaku's head. Shikaku was typically preoccupied with official duties, leaving early and returning late, seldom affording Lihua the chance to meet him. Even when they did meet, Shikaku often sat at a distance, preventing Lihua from finding an appropriate moment to touch his head. This time, however, Lihua finally caught the opportunity. Ding. Head pat A-rank ninja, Shikaku Nara. Please select 3 rewards from the following options. Hitaki Blade Technique. Konoha's Secret Transference Technique. 1,000 Years of Pain. Significant Enhancement of Physical Attributes. 1 A-rank Ninja Blade. Top-tier culinary skills without hesitation. Lihua chose the Hitaki Blade Technique. Significant Enhancement of Physical Attributes. And 1 A-rank Ninja Blade. After a year of practical experience, he fully recognized the importance of strength and hidden cards. Thus, even though he could not use it openly, he decided to learn the Hitaki Blade Technique. As the rewards were distributed, Lihua instantaneously mastered the art of the flagwood blade to an unparalleled degree, and within the confines of the system space. A blood-red renowned blade materialized. Lihua retrieved the exquisite sword, meticulously scrutinizing it and feeling its frigid touch. With a gentle swing, he discerned that this blade rivaled even the legendary White Fang in excellence. Does this sword have a name? He inquired of the system. Flame. The chilling voice of the system resonated within Lihua's mind. Flame? That name indeed complements the fiery hue of the blade. With the final reward of significantly enhanced physical attributes bestowed upon him, Lihua's physical prowess ascended to the level of a high-ranking ninja. As he felt the surging power within his body, a profound sense of security enveloped him. 1 year later, Lihua was presented with his 3rd A-rank mission of his life. Chapter 45. The Succession of the Mizukage, a New Era Begins. What? To the Mist Village? Lihua gazed incredulously at his teacher, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. In response to his disciple's astonished expression, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, Indeed. The Mizukage succession ceremony is about to commence. The Mist Village has extended invitations to the other major ninja villages to attend. Is there a problem? It dawned on Lihua that the current Mist Village was not yet the blood-soaked realm under Obito's control at this moment. Kagaya Shichiro was merely preparing to ascend to the position of Mizukage. Orochimaru elaborated, nestled deep within the mountains, the Mist Village is often shrouded in thick fog, rendering it entirely isolated from other nations. Additionally, it is bordered by the sea to the west, which, due to its distance from the mainland and the barrier of the ocean, results in a significant lack of information. Such a splendid opportunity to broaden one's horizons. Why would you hesitate? Lihua understood that, based solely on his own abilities and status, he was unworthy to witness the ceremony in the Mist Village. It was Orochimaru who had been appointed by the Hokage. His teacher was seizing this opportunity to guide him and expand his knowledge. Realizing Orochimaru's intentions, Lihua eagerly agreed. Noticing his disciple's gratitude, Orochimaru smiled knowingly and began to arrange the forthcoming matters. We shall depart in 5 days. As he spoke, he produced a thick tome and placed it heavily upon the ground. This contains the intelligence gathered over many years concerning the Mist Village. Orochimaru patted the weighty volume. I have removed the portions you are not permitted to see. The remainder, I require you to complete in 5 days. With that, he vanished without a backward glance, leaving Lihua in a state of bewilderment. Lihua lamented, Tot, what a calamity, as Lihua buried himself in his studies, burning the midnight oil. In the secret base of the root, Danzo was in a furious rage. Why? Why should Orochimaru attend the Mizukage succession? Danzo seethed with impotent fury, venting his emotions until he finally calmed down. He sank slowly into his seat, concealing his face in shadow, his murky gaze fixated on the distance, as if contemplating something profound. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi intends for Orochimaru to become Hokage? The thought ignited Danzo's wrath anew. I have dedicated my life to Konoha, only to be treated in this manner. This is intolerable. With that, he gradually closed his eyes, as if concocting a nefarious scheme. Orochimaru cannot be permitted to act. As long as he remains unable to unlock the powers of wood release, he will be unable to move. Yet, if he could tarnish Orochimaru's reputation and bring about his disgrace, thus forcing him to serve only me, would that not be the perfect solution? With this thought, Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Orochimaru's arrogance led to the untimely demise of the prodigious Uchiha Lihua during a mission. Ha 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 ha, what a fitting title. Upon speaking, Danzo's eyes abruptly widened, and the root members, fully prepared, collectively knelt on the ground, awaiting his command. Just as Danzo was about to issue an order, he hesitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already perceived my subtle movements. Should I fail this time, my connection with the Hokage would be irrevocably severed. No, it cannot be. The root must not take action. After a moment of contemplation, a more insidious plan surfaced in Danzo's mind. Perhaps a drive the tiger to swallow the wolf strategy would be more fitting. Suddenly, Danzo spoke. Relay my orders. The Root Intelligence Division must swiftly disseminate the news that Orochimaru and Uchiha Haiwa are set to attend the Mizukage's inauguration ceremony. One of the captains from Root inquired after hearing this. My lord, should we also spread their itinerary? Danzo shook his head. No, that would lead to disbelief. They are only inclined to trust information they have gleaned themselves. Thus, under the pretense of the Mizukage's inauguration, a conspiracy targeting Orochimaru and Haiwa gradually unfurled. 5 days later, at dawn, the gates of Konohagakure. Haiwa, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, awaited Orochimaru's arrival. Should any interdimensional traveler from Blue Star be present, they would surely find Haiwa's appearance reminiscent of a panda. Today, he donned a blue Uchiha training uniform, complemented by white shorts, with a fine bandage wrapped around his wrist, and adorned with knee pads and leg wraps. His ninja tool pouch was brimming with soldier pills, explosive tags, and fire starters, yet conspicuously absent of kunai and shuriken. It transpired that throughout the year, based on Haiwa's concept, he and Orochimaru had collaboratively developed a summoning technique, lightning sword transformation. When utilizing ninja tools, a mere tap on the wrist would summon kunai and shuriken, proving exceedingly convenient. Furthermore, Haiwa's A-rank ninja blade, Flame, was secured within his system space, reserved for unforeseen circumstances. Oh my dear disciple has arrived so early. How surprising. Orochimaru sauntered from a distance, lightly patting Haiwa's shoulder, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he inquired. How have you fared in these past few days? At this, Haiwa nearly unleashed a spiral shuriken in frustration. Teacher, how can you even say that? The tome you provided is vast and cumbersome. I haven't closed my eyes in days. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction, as it seemed you truly recognized the significance of this tome and had perused its contents. Lihua nodded curtly, not disputing the assertion. Soon, Orochimaru completed the necessary formalities to depart the village, and the duo set forth on their journey to the land of water. Upon exiting the village, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Lihua. Little Lihua, allow me to inquire, what would be our best route to the land of water? Lihua understood this was a test from his mentor and, after a moment of contemplation, provided his response. The western coast of the land of water is surrounded by the sea. Thus, we must take a ferry. The safest route would be to head east, reaching the borders of the land of fire, from where we can embark by boat. Orochimaru nodded approvingly. Well done on your studies. However, this remains merely theoretical. Lihua looked at Orochimaru, puzzled by his remark. You have read the book, and I am pleased. But you must realize that word of our journey to the Mist Village has already spread throughout the ninja world in these 5 days. Lihua's expression turned serious. How can that be? Each envoy from the ninja villages should be a closely guarded secret. Orochimaru nodded and retrieved a map of the ninja world from his ninja tool pouch, unfurling it before Lihua. Regardless, to prevent unforeseen complications, we cannot take the usual path. I have decided we shall take a detour through the land of iron. He pointed to the land of iron on the map, which shares a border with the land of fire and also possesses a port leading to the land of water. Lihua nodded in agreement with Orochimaru's suggestion. Moreover, for the sake of caution, I believe we should don disguises. After a moment's thought, Orochimaru concurred. Then let us disguise ourselves as samurai. After all, we shall be traversing the land of iron, and that identity is quite advantageous. The two then employed a transformation technique, seamlessly assuming the forms of a tall and a short samurai. This transformation was executed with such finesse that it would be difficult for anyone below the rank of Nin to discern the ruse. Thus, Lihua and Orochimaru officially embarked on the road to the land of iron. At the Iwagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, an Umbu agent knelt on the floor, awaiting directives. The esteemed Tsuchikage, however, was a diminutive elder floating in the air. Inoki scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his eyes narrowing as if deep in thought. Interesting. Every envoy from the hidden villages is typically a closely guarded secret, yet now Konoha has made theirs public. The Umbu remarked, could this be a bait set by Konoha? Inoki shook his head. If that were the case, what would their objective be? I am more inclined to believe that there is a traitor within Konoha, intent on using us to eliminate these two individuals. The Umbu gasped. Who? Orochimaru? He is a man revered as one of the legendary Sannin by Hanzo the Salamander. Inoki remained non-committal, gazing at the peculiar peaks and valleys of Iwagakure. He may not wish to enter the fray, but I shall ensure he is mired in the mud. Then we shall see if he dares to engage. Furthermore, preparations are underway in the land of Earth, as this time. The Water Shadow's transition will be represented by him at the ceremony on behalf of the Hidden Rock Village. The Umbu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a series of secret orders were issued from the office of the Tsuchikage, causing the entire Hidden Rock Village to commence operations like a finely tuned machine. Chapter 46. The movements of all parties. Are they enemies or allies? In the Hidden Sand Village, a similar scenario unfolds. Within the office of the Kazekage, the third Kazekage sits in the main seat, thoughtfully stroking his chin, as if lost in contemplation. Beside him, Chiyo and Aiz are equally engrossed in a piece of intelligence presented before them. Notably, the most influential figures in the Hidden Sand Village have convened today. Brother, is this intelligence credible? Chiyo inquires, lifting her gaze. Sister, even the Kazekage has shown no skepticism. Why do you doubt it? Chiyo is aware that Aiz oversees the largest intelligence department in the Sand Village. The fact that this intelligence has made its way to them indicates it has undergone rigorous scrutiny. The third Kazekage raises his head, addressing the siblings. What are your thoughts on this matter? Just as Chiyo is about to respond, Aiz discreetly gestures for her to refrain from speaking, and she swallows her words. Aiz looks toward the Kazekage. How does Lord Kazekage wish to proceed? My sister and I are wholly committed to serving. Perceiving their reluctance to divulge information, the third Kazekage decisively proclaims, Orochimaru has ruthlessly slain many of our shinobi during the Second Shinobi World War, a heinous crime. Furthermore, Uchiha Lihua has taken the lives of AJ Nin and 2CH Nin during the Kaikure incident, deserving of severe retribution. At long last, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I propose we assemble the Umbu and prepare for a covert assassination. Upon finishing, an overwhelming aura emanates from the third Kazekage, a sharp intensity only possessed by those of the highest echelon. It is as if his decision brooks no dissent. Aiz stands, bowing slightly. We are eager to serve Lord Kazekage to the best of our abilities. He then disregards Chiyo's fiery gaze, firmly pulling his sister away. Once outside the Kazekage building, Chiyo can no longer contain her anxiousness and breaks free from Aiz's grasp. Brother, can't you see? This is a... Hush. Aiz places his finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent, and subtly glances upwards. Indeed, the Kazekage is observing them from the expansive glass window of his office. Let us discuss this at home. Chiyo, sensing her brother's unusual reaction, reluctantly agrees to return home with him. After Aiz closes the door and ensures they are alone, he gazes into Chiyo's eyes. You wish to say that this is a blatant trap, do you not? Chiyo asserts, if not. It is undoubtedly Konoha's deliberate release of information regarding Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua. This could very well be a cunning scheme to incite betrayal. With a grave expression, Heilazang fixed his gaze upon his sister. It is not only you. Both Fengying and I have discerned this glaring trap. Yet, you did not perceive it. Lord Fengying has ensnared us in an invisible snare, Heilazang continued. Now, the matter of Kiro has begun to circulate within the village, and some villagers are already accusing us of weakness in this affair. Chiyo retorted, that was Lord Fengying's decision. Moreover, the circumstances at the time were wholly unsuitable for deployment. And what of it? Heilazang replied. What Lord Fengying desires is the villagers' unanimous praise. Upon hearing this, Chiyo suddenly comprehended. So, Heilazang nodded. Thus, Lord Fengying's repeated inquiries were merely to lead us to voice our refusal to mobilize. In this way, he can preserve the strength of Sunagakure while shifting all blame onto us. Chiyo, upon digesting this revelation, sank heavily into her chair. How did I not realize this? She lamented. But brother, once we deploy, confronting Sunagakure could yield nothing but disaster. Upon hearing his sister's words, Heilazang narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, not necessarily. If we choose the right moment, we might yet achieve a decisive victory. In the land of lightning. At the village of Kumogakure, within the thunderous gorge, a tremendous cacophony echoed like rolling thunder. A towering figure, an ebony-skinned man dazzling with radiant lightning, was engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Eight Tails, a creature vastly larger than himself. The terrifying Eight Tails was surprisingly held in check by this man, who was none other than the third Raikage. With a roar of defiance, the Eight Tails unleashed a tremendous bellow, gathering a pitch-black tailed beast ball within its maw. Observing from outside the gorge, the Cloud Ninjas felt a surge of anxiety for their Raikage as they beheld the ominous tailed beast ball exuding a palpable aura of death. Yet, at that moment, it was immobilized due to the strain of the intense battle. Whoosh! The tailed beast ball shot forth like lightning, striking A, who was in the midst of recuperation. Boom! In an instant, the world appeared to lose its color, as the tailed beast ball expanded into a massive sphere, leaving desolation in its wake. Moments later, as the world regained its hues, gasps erupted from the onlookers. In the vast crater where the tailed beast ball had struck, a figure stood resolutely amidst the swirling smoke, broad-shouldered and formidable, like an iron tower. Though charred, his presence surged with indomitable vigor. It was none other than the mightiest shield. The third Raikage slowly spread his legs and assumed a charging stance, with lightning flickering across his form. Extending a finger, he concentrated an inexhaustible surge of lightning chakra upon it. In a booming voice, the Raikage declared, Hellspike, single strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, AI surged forward like a flash of lightning, charging towards the colossal Eight Tails. With a resounding crash, the Eight Tails succumbed once more in its final clash with the Raikage. Members of the sealing team rushed in, employing the ironclad seal to confine the Eight Tails back within the body of Barubi. Once the dust settled, the Cloud Shinobi hastened to the Yunlei Gorge to offer their assistance. Meanwhile, the Raikage, having just concluded his battle with the tailed beast, was presently receiving treatment from the medical team while attending to his duties. Lord Raikage, we need to send a representative to the Mizukage's inauguration ceremony. The Raikage secretary quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, the Raikage pondered for a moment. Let that kid AI lead the team to observe the ceremony in Kirigakure. Understood. Additionally, Orochimaru and the newly emerged genius from Konoha, Uchiha Lihua, will also be attending. Should we take any precautions? The secretary inquired, making a gesture across his throat. The Raikage flexed his arm, contemplating briefly. Let us hold our position for now and see how the other parties react. The secretary nodded slightly and departed swiftly, leaving behind the medical team diligently working to mend the Raikage's injuries. In the land of water, at Kirigakure, the village had transformed from its previous insular state, now bustling with fresh faces. Their sole purpose for being there was to witness the inauguration of the 7th Mizukage, Yagura. Although he had yet to officially assume office, Yagura was already preoccupied with official matters in the Mizukage's office. Lord Mizukage, I have a report for your review, the venerable elder, Jinshur, offered, extending a document with his aged hands. Yagura swiftly perused the information and then looked up at Jinshur. So, you're suggesting that the Konoha envoy is likely to become a target? Jinshur nodded slowly. Indeed. Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua have harbored a grudge against Sunagakure for the past year, thus it is highly probable that they will seize this opportunity to act. With Inoki's cunning nature, he is unlikely to abstain from participating. Setting the document aside, Yagura rose and began pacing the office. He recognized that this incident would serve as a significant test of his capabilities as the new Mizukage. If mishandled, it could yield detrimental repercussions. Moreover, Yagura was acutely aware that he could not overly rely on Jinshur. This matter required his own discernment. After a moment of contemplation, Yagura spoke with conviction. Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua must not encounter any misfortunes, at least not on the territory of the Land of Water. Otherwise, it would severely tarnish the reputation of Kirigakure. Jinshur, pleased with Yagura's resolve, nodded in agreement and inquired, "What course of action do you propose?" Yagura decisively replied, "We shall secure certain ports under the guise of heightened security and dispatch the 7 ninja swordsmen to provide support." Jinshur hesitated at this. Would that not be overkill? The 7 ninja swordsmen are typically tasked with critical missions such as assassinations. Yagura regarded Jinshur with an unwavering tone. "I have stated that the Konoha envoy must not face any mishaps. Who knows what other hidden villages may stir up trouble. Upon witnessing the resolute intentions of Shuiying, Yuanshi ceased to elaborate further. As he took his leave, he added whether it would be necessary to eliminate them after they departed from the mist-hidden village, for it would indeed be a splendid opportunity to weaken Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yagura shook his head. I have just assumed my position, and my foundation is precarious. It is unwise to take drastic measures. Moreover, if so many hidden villages could not vanquish them, adding our own would be futile. This matter is settled. Yuanshi nodded in agreement and took his leave. Thus, at that very moment, all hidden villages commenced their actions simultaneously. Chapter 47. Ambushed. Within the borders of the Iron Country, howling winds and swirling snow prevail. While the land of fire basks in the warmth of spring, the Iron Country appears to remain ensnared in the grip of winter's chill. In this silver realm of ice and snow, two figures are making their way toward the capital of the Iron Country, Lihua and Orochimaru. Due to a detour, what should have been a 10-day journey to the Land of Fire's port has now stretched into 2 weeks, and they have yet to reach the capital. Master, is it not exceedingly cold here? Lihua inquired, braving the biting wind. Indeed, Orochimaru replied. The unique climate of the Iron Country results in perpetual snowfall. I have only passed through here once during a mission. How much longer until we reach the capital? Lihua asked, glancing into the distance. Approximately another half-day, Orochimaru estimated. Thus, after trudging through the relentless snow for half a day, they finally beheld the capital of the Iron Country. However, at the city gates stood 2 ranks of warriors, scrutinizing those wishing to enter. During this special period, all individuals must declare their identities and submit to inspection. If you are a ninja, please notify us in advance. Otherwise, you will be treated as an enemy. The leading warrior proclaimed loudly. His confidence stemmed not only from the formidable strength of the Iron Country's unique warrior lineage, but also from its distinctive neutral status. Amidst the queue, Lihua whispered, Master, what shall we do? Orochimaru surveyed the inspection checkpoint, observing the warriors utilizing specialized chakra detection instruments to scan each individual. Should they detect the chakra fluctuations of a ninja, the apparatus would sound an alarm. Interesting. I do not recall this procedure being in place previously, Orochimaru mused, his voice raspy with contemplation. I lack certainty in evading this device's scrutiny. Revealing our true identities now would only make us targets. Therefore, we must enter the city covertly. Understanding immediately. Lihua remained silent as the master and apprentice continued to wait in line. Orochimaru subtly gestured, directing a barely perceptible chakra into the shadow of an unfortunate soul undergoing inspection. Instantly, the detection device emitted a sharp alarm. The 2 squads of warriors drew their swords, their chakra coalescing upon the blades, which began to hum ominously. Do not move. Cease all resistance immediately, the leading warrior commanded as he advanced, swiftly subduing the already petrified individual. Upon conducting a thorough search, they discovered that the person was merely an ordinary citizen. Strange. Could it be that the instrument has malfunctioned? The leading samurai spoke with a puzzled expression, urging a swift resolution to this farce. With the samurai maintaining order, the entrance to the city was restored to its former calm. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, 2 individuals who had originally been in line had brazenly entered the city. As they strolled through the bustling streets of the capital, Orochimaru could not help but emit a soft chuckle. Why do you laugh, master? Asked Lihua. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards the city gate. I find amusement in the folly of the samurai and the naivety of the lord. They rely too heavily on their instruments and are excessively arrogant. Clinging to outdated samurai traditions, they remain oblivious to the ever-evolving techniques of the ninja. Lihua nodded in reluctant agreement, recognizing that even minor ninja tactics could easily mislead a formidable samurai. At that moment, another patrol of well-equipped samurai marched down the street. Fully armed, the leader was someone Lihua knew all too well, clad in finely crafted iron armor and with bandages wrapped around his head. It was none other than Mifune, the future host of the 5 Kage Summit. The sight of the renowned Mifune leading a patrol filled Lihua with questions. While Lihua was momentarily lost in thought, Orochimaru had already entered a tea house and struck up a conversation with an elderly man. After exchanging pleasantries, Orochimaru discreetly posed his inquiry. Good sir, do you know why the security here is so stringent at present? Ah, you must be a traveler. You should tread carefully. 5 days ago, an outsider met their demise in an inn. Since that day, there have been daily reports of foreign deaths. This matter has stirred quite a commotion in the city, to the extent that Lord Mifune is personally overseeing the investigation. At this juncture, Li Hua approached, thoughtfully pouring tea for the two men, and inquired, "Is there something peculiar about this case? Why has it remained unresolved for so long?" The old man took a sip of tea, glanced at Li Hua, and replied, "Young man, you are unaware of the strange nature of this case. At the time of the incident, the shopkeeper was at the entrance but claimed to have seen no one enter. The victims all succumbed to a single fatal blow, and within the room, there was not a trace of struggle. One might find this perplexing." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pondering that while this situation might appear strange to ordinary folk and samurai, it was quite commonplace in the eyes of a ninja. Contemplating this, he casually inquired, "Elder, how do you know so much?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "This matter has long been common knowledge throughout the town." After gathering useful information, Orochimaru settled the tea bill and subsequently departed the tea house with Li Hua. Li Hua, filled with excitement, looked at Orochimaru as the detective spirit within him ignited fervently. Orochimaru recognized his disciple's enthusiasm but admonished him sternly, "Do not even entertain the thought. We are here to execute a mission, not to play detectives." Li Hua pouted in agreement with this statement. Without delay, Orochimaru led Li Hua towards the port of the Land of Iron. Although the Land of Iron is perpetually blanketed in snow and ice, the port remains ice-free year-round due to warm ocean currents. However, upon their arrival at the port, they were met with unexpected news. "We sincerely apologize, but due to a once-in-a-century blizzard, ferry services to the Land of Water are temporarily suspended. This route may reopen in 3 days. We appreciate your understanding." After receiving this disheartening news, Orochimaru was compelled to return to the capital with Li Hua. "This aligns with your wishes," Orochimaru remarked, patting Li Hua on the shoulder, "but we must still exercise caution. Though we are unafraid, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications." Li Hua nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Orochimaru's perspective. The two then returned to the heart of the capital, preparing to find a lodging for the night. Unbeknownst to them, as they arrived at the port, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. In the inn, for safety's sake, Orochimaru booked a double room. Upon entering, weary from their travels, Li Hua finally laid eyes on a long-awaited bed and promptly collapsed onto it. After a brief period of tidying up and resting, the hour grew late, and Li Hua, lying on the soft bed, found his eyelids in a relentless battle against sleep. Noticing Li Hua's exhaustion, Orochimaru said, "You should rest. I will keep watch tonight." Overwhelmed by fatigue, Li Hua succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Orochimaru quietly closed his eyes to regain his energy. Due to the recent string of murders, a curfew had been imposed throughout the capital, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Suddenly, a strange bloodline appeared on Orochimaru's neck. Crimson blood gushed from the wound. Thud! Orochimaru's lifeless body fell to the ground, and just like that, a legendary ninja passed away quietly. The first victim had been dealt with. In the depths of night, a transparent ninja stealthily approached the slumbering Li Hua, raising the kunai in hand. Suddenly, a sharp gleam of steel flashed. With a swift motion, the ninja's hand, gripping the kunai, was severed. The once invisible ninja could no longer maintain the jutsu of concealment, and his cries of agony roused the still sleeping Li Hua. Awakened by the unfamiliar sound, Li Hua sprang from his bed, deftly tapping his left wrist with his right hand to summon a finely crafted kunai, instantly adopting a combat stance. Click! The lights in the room flickered on, illuminating the scene. Li Hua, vigilant on the bed, Mitsubun, wielding a blade, the assailant, now missing a wrist, and Orochimaru, casually observing with arms crossed. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru applauded, turning his gaze toward Mitsubun. "The foremost warrior of the Land of Iron. Indeed lives up to your reputation." Mitsubun slowly sheathed his sword, but continued to scrutinize both Li Hua and Orochimaru. "Are you Orochimaru and Uchiha Li Hua? Why do you not reveal your true selves?" Upon hearing Mitsubun so effortlessly unveil their identities, Li Hua felt a pang of anxiety. They had concealed their identities and infiltrated the city by clandestine means, heading straight for the port, with their ultimate destination being the Land of Water. The only individuals fitting this description were the recently exposed Leaf Village envoys, Orochimaru and Uchiha Li Hua. In response, Orochimaru smiled, choosing not to confirm or deny. Mitsubun continued, "You two caused chaos at the city gates, which was indeed a mistake on your part. However, I would like to request a small favor from you, Lord Orochimaru. Let us overlook this matter, shall we?" Li Hua rolled his eyes at the audacity of such a request. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. What is it you seek? Mitsubiun's expression hardened, an aura of menace enveloping him. I need to locate the lair of this group of ninjas and ensure their demise. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. I share the same intention. With that, he raised his hand towards the incapacitated assailant, commanding multiple snakes of the shadow. 7 brown pythons erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, swiftly ensnaring the assailant. Turning to Li Hua, he instructed, Little Li Hua, remain here and keep a close watch on this individual. As for me, I shall make those who attacked us pay dearly. With that, Orochimaru and Mitsubun vanished, setting off to locate the assailant's hideout. Li Hua, however, did not lower his guard. He meticulously set traps throughout the room and left flying thunder god marks on both the room and the assailant, ensuring absolute security. Once all was complete, the assailant succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. Li Hua, administering a potion to sustain his breath, reached out to touch the assailant's head. Chapter 48. The Nation of Iron. Amidst fire and snow. Upon reviewing the reward list, Li Hua was astounded to discover the camouflage concealment technique, a rarity among ninjutsu. Its sole appearance in the original narrative occurred during the Kamakiri Bridge mission, where the elite shinobi from Iwagakure, Oishi, employed this technique to stealthily abduct Rin and inflict injury upon Kakashi. It is noteworthy that Kakashi had just been promoted to J-Nin at that time. The value of an invisibility technique that even a J-Nin could not detect is immeasurable. This elucidates how this particular shinobi was able to infiltrate the hotel repeatedly and execute his grim tasks unnoticed. However, considering the rank of this shinobi, it is reasonable that such a ninjutsu could be unleashed. An A-rank ninja is likely at the level of a J-Nin or even higher. Were it not for the presence of Mitarashi Anko and Orochimaru nearby, capturing a J-Nin and executing a head pat would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In any case, the three of us are undeniably formidable. Li Hua refocused his thoughts, meticulously scrutinizing the reward panel, from which he gleaned 2 crucial insights. Firstly, this ninja was certainly not operating alone. To accurately locate Li Hua and Orochimaru's residence without detection, a formidable intelligence network is indispensable. Secondly, it is highly probable that this organization would endeavor to return. After all, no organization would willingly relinquish a J-Nin. Upon reflection, what initially appeared to be a straightforward guard duty was, in fact, fraught with peril. Stroking his chin, Li Hua mused to himself. Moreover, judging by the rewards, it is highly likely that this organization hails from Iwagakure, given the abundance of earth-based ninjutsu revealed. With this thought in mind, Li Hua did not hasten to claim his rewards. Instead, he promptly fortified the defensive traps. After enhancing the traps within the room, Li Hua seated himself cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes momentarily. Simple Sage Mode activate. With a soft command, a surge of potent natural energy rapidly coursed into Li Hua's body. He slowly exhaled a cloud of stagnant air and opened his eyes. Immediately, he utilized the unique sensory abilities of Sage Mode to meticulously assess his surroundings. After confirming that the area was secure, Li Hua began to select his rewards. I choose Earth Release, Cracking Earth Palm, Camouflage Concealment, and Moderate Enhancement of Physical Abilities. Rewards have been distributed. As the chilling system notification resonated, a familiar sensation of pain enveloped Li Hua's entire being once more. He understood that this was an inevitable part of the process of bodily enhancement. As the pain gradually subsided, Li Hua distinctly sensed that his physical capabilities had improved by an additional 20% compared to before. Subsequently, the techniques Camouflage Technique and Land Fragment Shift were thoroughly mastered by Li Hua. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, the complex patterns flashing before him in a blur. As he whispered Earth Release, Camouflage Technique, he felt as though a chilling liquid enveloped his body. Gradually, he became one with the environment. And had it not been for the distinct sensation of his own existence, he would have doubted whether he still occupied this room. The potency of this cloaking ninjutsu was indeed formidable. Li Hua could not help but express his admiration. He then dispelled the technique and began to staunch Nakashima's bleeding with rudimentary medical supplies. His actions were not born of compassion during the process. He also severed Nakashima's tendons to prevent excessive blood loss, for he was the only survivor among the assailants, possessing invaluable intelligence. Realizing this, Li Hua further dislocated Nakashima's jaw to ensure he harbored no poison within, and stuffed his own sock into the man's mouth. Li Hua did not intend to extract information from him personally, as more skilled individuals would handle that task. By the time he completed these actions, it was already late into the night. He cautiously observed the unconscious Nakashima, while his rudimentary sage mode remained vigilant against any threats from the west. Faintly, he could hear the sounds of a struggle not far away. It was likely Orochimaru and Mitsuba leading a group to encircle the assailants. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lihua distinctly sensed 5 figures intruding into his awareness. An enemy attack. Realizing this, he quickly assumed a defensive posture, yet did not move a step closer to the ensnared Nakashima. The intruders, aware of their discovery, did not rush into action. One of the foreign ninjas swiftly moved to the western corner of the inn and shouted, "Earth release. Tremor core." Instantly, the ninja's chakra poured forth like a waterfall. Boom. The entire inn began to sink with the surrounding ground. Lihua felt the earth shatter beneath him, struggling to maintain his balance. He gazed out the window to find the entire inn engulfed by the earth. A cursory glance revealed that the depth of the subsidence was far beyond any easy escape for him. Moreover, there were foreign ninjas stationed above. Defeating them was the only way to secure his exit. Suddenly, the 5th ninja entered Lihua's perception, meticulously searching through the inn until he quickly located Lihua's position. Bang! The intruder violently kicked open the door to Lihua's room. Orochimaru truly must be blind. Boom! A surge of flames and the sound of an explosion echoed through the air. Lihua glanced at the edges of the door, where he had affixed 50 explosive tags. Cough, cough, little brat, you are doomed. The seasoned shinobi emerged from behind the earthen wall, his figure charred and seething with fury. Had it not been for his timely deployment of the earth flow wall, he would have been obliterated by the explosive force that had just erupted. The tremendous blast roused Nakajima from his unconscious state. Slowly, he opened his eyes. As he became aware of the sock lodged in his mouth, tears began to cascade down his cheeks, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Damn brat! The senior shinobi exclaimed, rushing towards Nakajima in a bid to rescue him. Yet, what awaited him were countless defensive traps set by the cunning enemy. Shurikens, kunai, meteor hammers, sickles, and pickaxes erupted from concealed mechanisms in the shadows. Blasted! Though these projectiles could not inflict significant harm, they successfully diverted the senior shinobi's path, forcing him into a frantic evasion. At last, after fending off the myriad of hidden weapons, the shinobi exhaled a sigh of relief. I concede, you little rascal. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound emerged beneath his feet. He glanced down and chuckled softly. Another trick? What could it be? Ah, a detonating tag. With a resounding explosion, the final detonating tag obliterated the remaining defenses. The outcome was grim. The once arrogant shinobi lay on the ground, his legs shattered and his body scorched, gasping for breath. The prospect of leaving any survivors was utterly out of the question. Guarding a senior shinobi was already the limit of the enemy's capabilities. Swiftly, the cunning adversary approached, and with a kunai, he ended the shinobi's life without a moment's hesitation. To prepare for the impending battle, he resolved to fight to grow stronger. After a quick assessment of the rewards obtained, he chose moderate enhancement of physical attributes and 2 ninjutsu techniques. The rewards were promptly bestowed upon him, and he felt his strength surging anew. Yet, he remained cautious, fully aware that the true battle was only just beginning. The earth trembled as the western shinobi, stationed above, sensed the demise of his comrade, his demeanor now far from the calm confidence he had exhibited earlier. Exchanging glances with his fellow, they spoke no further words but swiftly descended into the fray below. Determined, the cunning adversary vacated the confines of the inn, relocating Nakajima to the open space outside. The western shinobi landed swiftly before him, adopting a combat stance. As he beheld the formidable figure of the western shinobi, a sense of alarm surged within him. Clad in identical Iwagakure uniforms, the shinobi bore expressions of grim determination. Protectively positioning Nakajima behind him, he understood that a monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 49. A Fierce Battle. The identity of the assailant? Without uttering a single word or exhibiting the slightest hesitation, the elite ninja from the IWA clan charged directly at Lihua. Observing the righteous melee unfolding before him, Lihua steeled himself, refusing to allow even a moment of complacency. In this confrontation, he resolved to reveal all of his hidden cards. As the distance between him and the IWA ninja diminished, Lihua remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he struck his left wrist with his right hand, summoning a finely crafted kunai into his grasp. With a powerful swing of his arm, the kunai shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed straight at the IWA ninja. However, Lihua's intentions extended beyond this singular strike. He swiftly formed hand seals. invoking a jutsu he had acquired since his arrival in this world, yet had never dared to employ, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. In an instant, the solitary kunai multiplied into 10, then 100, and ultimately 1,000. A torrential downpour of kunai surged toward the IWA ninja, darkening the sky like a storm of steel. The IWA ninja were caught off guard, despite their heightened vigilance. They had not anticipated that this young boy would reveal such formidable prowess from the outset. Yet, Li Huo was not without his own struggles. The immense chakra consumed by this jutsu left him unable to unleash further techniques. Nonetheless, the sheer volume of kunai was already more than sufficient to pose a significant threat to the elite ninja. It became evident that even the simplest of ninja tools could induce a terrifying transformation when their numbers reached a critical mass. The deluge of kunai bore down upon the IWA ninja, instilling a deep sense of dread. However, the reason elite ninjas attained their rank was due to their extensive combat experience. In response to this overwhelming onslaught, the IWA ninja exchanged glances and quickly formed hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Despite having previously unleashed a large-scale seismic attack, they still possessed the strength to counter. A wall, dozens of times larger than an ordinary earth flow wall, rapidly rose before the IWA ninja, intercepting the multitude of kunai before they could strike. As the kunai embedded themselves deep into the earthen barrier, a chill ran down the spine of the IWA ninja. He knew they had to eliminate Li Huo swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, every kunai lodged in the wall bore Li Huo's flying thunder god marking. At that moment, the sounds of battle reverberating in the background began to fade. Li Huo realized that Orochimaru and Mitsu were nearing the conclusion of their mission, while the expressions of the elite IWA ninja grew increasingly grave. As Li Huo hastily replenished his chakra, the IWA ninja seized the opportunity to quickly strategize. They formed hand seals and simultaneously struck the ground. Boom! The impact stirred up clouds of dust. The IWA ninja poured their remaining chakra into the earth before them. Earth Style, Cracking Earth Palm. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Huo felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, as if it had come alive. Surging with an undercurrent of chakra akin to a ravenous beast poised to strike. With great caution, Li Huo refrained from overexerting himself and swiftly activated his chakra. Suddenly, the space around him trembled as he invoked the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings. At that moment, the ground beneath Li Huo's feet began to constrict violently, akin to a meat grinder, mercilessly shredding everything within its reach. As the earth quaked from the force of his technique, the IWA shinobi, led by Nishin, exhaled a heavy sigh, doubting that Li Huo could possibly escape such a ferocious onslaught. However, reality often defies expectations. With a resonant hum akin to a blade being unsheathed, a formidable gash appeared in the massive earthen wall that had once offered the IWA shinobi a sense of security. In a thunderous crash, the colossal earth barrier was cleaved in two. A figure emerged from the dust, none other than Uchiha, Li Huo himself. In his left hand, he wielded a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, while the scarlet glowing ninja blade known as Huo rested in his right hand, his face a mask of cold ruthlessness. Witnessing this scene, the leading IWA shinobi turned pale with disbelief. He could not fathom how this mere child could stand unscathed before him, especially when even seasoned jonin would surely perish under such overwhelming force. Yet, years of executing missions had instilled in him the wisdom to refrain from questioning the hows and whys, focusing instead on decisive action. He quickly assessed the situation. The imminent return of Orochimaru and Mitsu loomed, while his own comrade's chakra reserves dwindled perilously. In such a dire moment, any hesitation could spell disaster for their mission. Resolutely, his eyes narrowed as he uttered the command, "Execute." Plan C. The leader's teeth clenched at the thought. What was meant to be a contingency measure had now become a necessity. The other three IWA shinobi nodded silently, understanding the gravity of the situation and committing themselves to following their captain's orders without further discussion. In unison, the three jonin brandished their kunai, preparing to engage Li Huo in a desperate battle. Li Huo recognized that despite his enhanced physical abilities, facing three jonin simultaneously would still pose a significant challenge. However, with the augmentation of the Kiki blade technique, the tide of battle could shift in his favor. Gripping his blade tightly, the principles of the Kiki swordsmanship surged to the forefront of his mind. Li Huo deftly maneuvered between the three adversaries. Each step he took leaving behind a fresh wound on his foes. The clash of steel rang out as blood splattered, and in a final decisive blow, Li Hua severed the neck of the last enemy. Blood sprayed across his youthful visage, lending him an almost otherworldly allure. Suddenly, he regained his focus. Something was amiss. Why were there only 3 Jonin? Whipping around, he saw the IWA shinobi captain, who, taking advantage of the time bought by his comrades, had reached the center island. With a cold determination, he thrust his kunai towards his former ally, declaring, "You shall not prevail." In a frenzy, Li Hua channeled his chakra, and at that moment, the flying thunder god mark he had previously placed on the island activated once more. The head of the rock ninja captain was severed in a single stroke. As it soared through the air, he vaguely perceived the flying thunder god mark on Nakajima's body, accompanied by the crimson flash of departing flames. And a relieved smile graced his lips. If it is indeed space-time ninjutsu, I accept my fate. Thud. Observing the rock ninja captain crumple to the ground like a rag. The departing flames evoked no sorrow or joy within him, for he beheld Nakajima's body slowly collapsing as well. In that final moment, although he had successfully decapitated the rock ninja captain, the kunai in his grasp had also been driven forward with precision. Nakajima revealed a liberated smile, gradually closing his eyes. On the vacant grounds of the inn, only the departing flames remained. Despite having executed numerous missions involving slaughter, such a scene still made him lament the brutality of the ninja world. "Ah, the battle is quite fierce, isn't it?" came the taunting voice of Orochimaru from above the pit, alongside the solemn figure of Mitsubian. Both were not in poor condition, yet they bore a considerable amount of dust in the blood of their adversaries, leaving the samurai to manage the scene. Orochimaru first assisted the departing flames out of the pit. In a secluded corner, Mitsubian, Orochimaru, and the departing flames exchanged silent glances. "What do you two believe was the origin of this ambush?" Mitsubian broke the silence. "I suspect it to be the rock ninja. Both their attire and the ninjutsu employed bear striking resemblance to them," he asserted. With systematic backing, the departing flames responded decisively. Orochimaru nodded, affirming, "Mr. Mitsubian and I initially shared the same belief, but upon reaching their stronghold their setup was too reminiscent of the rock ninja." Mitsubian continued, "Whether in decor, tools, or provisions, everything was too akin to the rock ninja. However, if the rock ninja intended to ambush, why not disguise themselves?" This statement left the departing flames perplexed, as it sounded like an intricate riddle of anticipating each other's anticipations. "The crux lies in which level these ambushes are situated," Orochimaru stated coolly. "I reviewed their intelligence. It merely remains within the widely recognized confines of the major ninja villages. It resembles more of a disguised rock ninja base." After pondering for some time, the trio realized that, lacking new intelligence, this was an unsolvable enigma. Mitsubian spoke, "Regardless, the ambush on you two in the Land of Iron is my responsibility. I shall compose a written report to submit to the Hidden Leaf Village." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, acknowledging this method of resolution. Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 50, A Conspiracy? The Unexpected Guests on the Ferry. In the days following their free reading on the Jingwu Novel Network, Orochimaru and Li Hua took the time to recuperate in the Land of Iron. After 3 days, the ferry, which had been halted due to inclement weather, resumed its operations. It was time for Li Hua and Orochimaru to depart. They declined the farewell offered by the 3 ships, opting instead for a discreet boarding. At the dock, throngs of people bustled about. Just as the two prepared to board, Orochimaru subtly tapped Li Hua's shoulder. His hoarse, deep voice reached Li Hua's ears. 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Li Hua calmly glanced in those 2 directions, and, indeed, spotted 2 groups of individuals. One group consisted of robust men with dark skin, proudly displaying the forehead protector of the Cloud Ninja. At the forefront stood a brawny figure with blonde hair and dark skin, resembling a certain basketball player. Li Hua understood immediately. These were undoubtedly envoys sent by the Cloud Ninja to observe. Leading them was none other than the future 6th Raikage. The other group, however, was shrouded in mystery. They donned black cloaks, their faces obscured by black masks, emanating an aura of intimidation. As Li Hua directed his gaze towards these 2 factions, they, in turn, also recognized him. Clearly, their identities had been compromised. Li Hua murmured, "Their intentions are not benign." Yet, Orochimaru replied coolly, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms. When water arrives, we shall bury it with earth." Thus, a ferry laden with formidable individuals set sail from the harbor. gazing at the turbulent sea before him. Li Hua remained unaware of the trials that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received a swift report from the three ships regarding the ambush on Orochimaru and Li Hua, the identities of the assailants remaining a mystery. Sarutobi pondered the information sent by the ships, and suddenly, a thought pierced his mind. No, it seems that everyone in the ninja world is aware that Orochimaru and his companion are envoys of Konoha. Why is that? With a wave of his hand, the third Hokage commanded, "Summon Danzo." Subsequently, in the Hokage's office, a fierce argument erupted between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. "I see you are truly losing your wits. My people are right under your nose, and you accuse me of instigating harm. Then tell me why information marked as confidential by the village is common knowledge in the entire ninja world. That has nothing to do with me," Danzo retorted defiantly, his neck stiff with indignation. Having been longtime friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. "I suspect you are still unrepentant. From this day forth, I shall reduce the route budget by 10% and cut the workforce by 10%. You shall regret this, Sarutobi," Danzo exclaimed, his voice filled with fury. As the iconic conclusion unfolded, the two parted ways once more in discontent. At that very moment in Iwagakure, Inoki sat behind his desk, listening to his subordinates report on the recent operation. To his astonishment, an entire Umbu squad had been annihilated. Inoki sighed, seemingly mourning the IWA shinobi who had perished during the mission. According to reliable intelligence, upon learning of this incident, the third Hokage erupted in fury and immediately summoned Danzo. Hearing this, Inoki's mood instantly brightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was capable. After all, the mastermind behind this chaos had been uncovered. The infiltrators within Konoha were indeed adept at pinpointing their own. Indeed, this was Inoki's blatant scheme. After learning through spies that the duo of Li Hua had diverted to the Land of Iron, Inoki preemptively dispatched an Umbu squad to create turmoil within the capital, compelling Mitsuba to take the field personally. Subsequently, they executed a brazen ambush on Orochimaru. Inoki understood that an assailant who bore no disguise was, paradoxically, the best form of concealment. Unable to discern the truth, Mitsuba would inevitably report this matter to the third Hokage. As long as a seed of suspicion was sown in the Hokage's mind, Inoki could effortlessly incite distrust within Konoha, a mysterious and violent organization that dared to assassinate even Konoha's prodigies would slither like a venomous serpent in the hearts of the villagers. When the intelligence department of Iwagakure fanned the flames, it would undoubtedly sway public opinion in Konoha. Indeed, events unfolded just as Inoki had anticipated. In the ensuing days, the attack on Orochimaru and Li Hua became a hot topic within Konoha, with rumors even implicating Danzo as the orchestrator of the ambush. Although the existence of Root was unknown to the common villagers, many prominent clans were fully aware of it. They understood Danzo had the capability and ambition to execute such a scheme. Led by the Uchiha clan, numerous families collectively urged the Hokage to investigate this matter thoroughly. Even the normally supportive Hitaki clan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans refrained from backing the Hokage this time. In an instant, the entire Konoha was shrouded in the shadows of doubt and suspicion. Ultimately, the third Hokage had no choice but to intervene personally, clarifying the situation and announcing a full investigation into the infiltrators, further diminishing Root's influence to quell public outrage, thereby gradually easing the turmoil. Clearly, Inoki's stratagem had achieved its intended effect, yet he had no intention of pursuing further action. He recognized that his maneuvers had completely enraged the tiger that was Konoha. Should he proceed with further designs, it could spell tremendous trouble for Iwagakure. As Inoki managed his paperwork, he chuckled to himself, deciding that it was best to know when to retreat, especially since the tactics of other hidden villages had yet to be employed. Meanwhile, the sea churned violently as a ferry cut through the waves, heading toward the land of water. A sudden retching sound drew everyone's attention. Li Hua's face was ashen, his steps unsteady and weak. Were it not for Orochimaru's support, he might have collapsed onto the deck. In the Union camp, a towering figure let out a cold snort, seemingly mocking Li Hua's predicament. With such meager skills, you dare venture to Ween village? Perhaps you should return home to your mother. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru lifted his gaze toward the burly man, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of chill emanating from his demeanor. He then turned his attention to Li Hua, who was leaning against the railing, gazing at the tumultuous sea with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if completely oblivious to the scornful words. Tingley, Apologize to the two, a deep voice thundered, belonging to the young man AI, clad in the Yunin uniform. Without hesitation, Ting Lei, who had previously worn a disdainful expression, bowed deeply to Orochimaru and Li Hua. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Ignoring Ting Lei, Li Hua and Orochimaru remained seated on the deck, quietly recuperating. Ting Lei, rising first, exchanged a glance with AI, and the fierce glint in their eyes transformed into a cunning spark. They had gleaned the information they sought from the recent events. First, the bond between the master and disciple was evidently strong, as evidenced by Orochimaru's various displays of concern. Second, Uchiha Li Hua's temperament surpassed that of his peers. These two pieces of information would prove crucial for their forthcoming plans. The people of Yunin village may appear brutish, but underestimating them would lead to dire consequences. As the ferry continued its voyage, the faint silhouette of an island emerged in the distance. Could this be the land of water? Li Hua inquired, surprised that they had arrived after only a few days of sailing. Just as Orochimaru intended to enlighten his disciple, the captain emerged, addressing the crowd. Esteemed guests, we shall rest in the land of soup for 3 days. During this time, you may explore at your leisure. We will set sail promptly after 3 days. So this was the land of soup. Orochimaru continued. The term soup refers to hot springs, and as the name suggests, this is a nation of thermal springs. Among them, the village of Tangyin, which practices pacifism, is also known as the village of forgotten wars. In summary, this is a haven for relaxation and leisure. In just a few brief words, Li Hua's curiosity began to stir. As the ferry gradually approached the shore, Li Hua and the others set foot on the land of soup. Upon entering the capital, Li Hua was immediately met with a wave of warmth, a stark contrast to the climate of the land of iron. After wandering the capital with Orochimaru and experiencing the unique local customs, twilight had already descended. Rather than seeking a lodging, Li Hua and Orochimaru opted to indulge in the hot springs first. Immersed in the soothing waters, Li Hua felt the fatigue of recent days melt away. Orochimaru had deliberately chosen a private hot spring for a more enriching experience. And as they savored the lively ambience of the night market in the land of soup, he leisurely remarked, "Little Li Hua, do you know what secrets lie hidden in the land of soup?" With that, a glint of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Meanwhile, in an izakaya, the group of cloaked figures was engaged in a discussion with AI. Chapter 51. The Cult of the Evil God. The Schemes of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Within the steamy confines of a hot spring, amidst the clamor of the outside crowd, only Li Hua discerned the hushed whispers of Orochimaru. Noticing the glint of fervor in his mentor's eyes, Li Hua understood that his teacher was once again concocting a scheme. Orochimaru continued. This information came to me during the Second Great Ninja War. It speaks of a small faction in the land of water, masquerading as a religious group while engaging in acts of slaughter. His demeanor remained composed. For a seasoned ninja, such grim matters had become routine. Due to the multitude of conflicts, I could not attend to this matter. However, I later learned that this organization is purportedly researching the secret to immortality. As he spoke, Orochimaru's excitement was palpable, and he licked his lips in anticipation. Understand that the human body is the most fragile of vessels. My relentless pursuit of all ninjutsu stems from a desire to develop the art of eternal life. Li Hua nodded, grasping the magnitude of Orochimaru's ambition. Both in this life and the previous one, he sensed the implication behind his mentor's words. Orochimaru continued, "Initially, I was skeptical, but the increasing reports over the years indicate that this faction in the land of water is nearing the secret of immortality. Since we find ourselves in this land, why not?" Li Hua comprehended Orochimaru's intention, and knowing more about the origins of this immortality than his teacher, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is the name of this organization, master?" "The Cult of the Evil God." Meanwhile, in a bustling corner of the vibrant city, a crowded izakaya buzzed with activity. Yet, amidst this seemingly ordinary scene lay an astonishing tableau. A group of burly, dark-skinned men sat conspicuously with figures clad in black cloaks and masks, creating a stark contrast that aroused suspicion. "You summoned us here, yet now you hide in shadows. What is your true intent?" The impatient inquiry came from Ting Lei, whose thunderous voice echoed in the hearts of all present. In response to Ting Lei's challenge, the mysterious figure across the table gave a slight nod before decisively unveiling his right hand, removing the black mask and cloak. To everyone's astonishment, he revealed himself as a ninja wearing the uniform of Sunagakure, complete with a forehead protector. Undeniably, these uninvited guests were ninjas from Sunagakure. Upon witnessing this, AI's expression darkened, a fierce glimmer igniting in his eyes as he growled, "Why have you gone to such lengths to seek me?" However, in an unexpected turn, since the Sunagakure captain had removed his mask, he fell silent, resembling a mute, merely lifting a cup to his lips and drinking quietly. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from AI's hand, which lay upon the table. The flickering arcs of electricity danced like ethereal serpents, leaving behind charred traces in their wake. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Suna Ninja silently set down his cup. Although this scene appeared perilous, it was, in truth, within the control of both parties. Kumo Ninja understood that Suna Ninja had summoned them here merely to discuss the prospect of collaboration. Whether it was the impatient roar of Reikage or the lightning techniques of A, both were merely testing the boundaries of Suna Ninja, a struggle for the initiative. The act of Suna Ninja removing his mask was also a gesture of sincerity towards the other side. "We wish to discuss a partnership," the Suna Ninja leader finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate after a moment of silence. The ultimate goal of this alliance was to completely eradicate Orochimaru and Uchiha Lihua. I was momentarily taken aback by this forthright declaration from Suna Ninja, as he had not anticipated such candor. However, since the intention had been laid bare, I ceased to beat around the bush and asked directly, "What benefits would our village gain from this collaboration?" Without hesitation, the Suna Ninja leader replied, "A significant weakening of Konoha's strength. Is that not sufficient?" Yet he shook his head resolutely. "Not enough. Konoha possesses profound roots and formidable power. Provoking such a strong adversary blindly would be detrimental to Kumo village." After expressing this, he gazed intently at the Suna Ninja leader, awaiting further response. "Farewell," the Suna Ninja leader said darkly, rising from his seat as if to depart. Surprisingly, he made no attempt to stop him. Instead, he remained seated, exuding an air of confidence. As Suna Ninja appeared ready to leave, the situation seemed to reach an impasse. At that moment, the Suna Ninja leader abruptly halted, hesitated for a moment, and then returned to his seat, gritting his teeth and stating, "Very well, we can consider your terms." Upon hearing this, A's previously calm demeanor flickered with a sharp intensity. Clearly, he recognized the gravity of the Suna Ninja's commitment to forge this alliance. A then spoke, "You should discuss the terms with a specialist." At that moment, a young man with pale skin and blonde hair emerged from behind A, starkly contrasting with the group of imposing figures, clearly a sensory ninja. I continued, "My sole condition is to eliminate Uchiha Lihua." The reasoning was straightforward. Orochimaru's power and status were too formidable, and a reckless assassination would bear consequences beyond their capacity to endure. Evidently, the Suna Ninja leader understood this rationale, decisively stating, "Deal." Thus, Kumo and Suna forged a brief alliance with the singular objective of targeting Konoha's most prodigious ninja. As midnight approached, a profound silence enveloped the realm outside the capital of the land of hot water, where a dense forest lay shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie and mysterious ambience. Suddenly, two dark figures darted through the forest like phantoms, stirring a gentle breeze. Upon closer inspection, it was the recently returned Lihua and his master, Orochimaru. Lihua closely followed Orochimaru's footsteps, his mind brimming with uncertainty. "Master, are you truly certain of the location of the evil god cult stronghold?" Orochimaru glanced back at Lihua without breaking his stride, responding in an unperturbed tone, "I do not know." At this answer, Lihua stumbled, suddenly tripped by a branch lying across the path, and fell to the ground. He awkwardly scrambled to his feet, irritation evident in his voice as he retorted, "If you don't know, then why are we wandering about like headless flies in the dead of night?" Orochimaru halted, spreading his hands as he replied, "If we merely linger in the capital, we shall never uncover the stronghold of the evil god cult." Though Lihua still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he recognized the validity of Orochimaru's words. Consequently, he dusted himself off and continued to follow his master. After a lengthy trek, the dawn began to break on the horizon, and they found themselves in a village far from the capital. Gazing at the wisps of smoke rising from the village, a subtle smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he softly suggested, "Let us enter the village and inquire about the situation. Perhaps we will discover the information we seek." With that, he stepped toward the village, prompting Lihua to hastily follow. Unbeknownst to them, in the capital, the Cloud and Sand ninjas were fervently searching for the duo's whereabouts. AI inquired, "What is your plan?" "Keep in mind that Orochimaru will not easily allow you to kill his own disciple." In response, the Sand Ninja captain scoffed, it will not be straightforward. All you cloud ninjas need to do is lure Orochimaru to the designated location. Chapter 52. The Enigmatic Village. Investigating the cult of the Dark God as they approached the seemingly tranquil village, Li Hua and Orochimaru keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Standing at the village entrance were two fully armed villagers, clad in rudimentary armor and wielding sharp blades, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Furthermore, an array of weapons was neatly displayed at the entrance, glinting ominously and exuding a chilling aura. Peering deeper into the village, the wisps of smoke they had initially observed were not merely emanating from the chimneys of ordinary homes. Even the blacksmith shop was enveloped in swirling smoke. One must ponder. How could a mundane village possess such an arsenal? Moreover, the bustling activity at the blacksmith's was decidedly abnormal. Though accustomed to weapons like shurikens and kunai, Li Hua was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer quantity of arms within this small village. He smirked, commenting on the village's impressive martial spirit, pondering what secrets might be concealed within. Beside him, Orochimaru remained notably composed, his penetrating gaze fixed on the village ahead, seemingly discerning the underlying truths. With a calm demeanor, Orochimaru remarked, "We have but 2 short days. We cannot afford to squander our energy here. Given the ambiguity of the situation, we must investigate personally." Upon hearing this, Li Hua swiftly turned to Orochimaru, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Taking a deep breath, Li Hua tensed his muscles, akin to a bowstring drawn tight, poised for action. He focused intently on the village, awaiting Orochimaru's command to surge forth with the force of thunder, eager to uncover the mysteries within. Orochimaru's cold gaze flickered with an eerie light as he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his chakra with remarkable speed. In a moment, a powerful wave of chakra rippled through the village, and the villagers simultaneously beheld a vision of pristine white feathers. Instantly, they succumbed to a profound slumber, collapsing to the ground as if their consciousness had been extinguished. At this juncture, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed, "Nirvana technique." Li Hua's eyes widened in astonishment, for he once again felt the overwhelming and unsettling aura emanating from Orochimaru. Being well-versed in the Nirvana technique himself, Li Hua understood all too well the terrifying potency and complexity of the technique just executed. This technique not only demanded an immense reservoir of chakra to sustain it, but also required an extraordinary precision in its control. Yet, Orochimaru wielded this art with such effortless mastery, as if everything lay within his grasp. Truly deserving of the title of the Three Endurers, Li Hua moved through the village with an ethereal grace, akin to a specter flitting through the shadows. His keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, surveyed every inch of his surroundings. No house, no nook escaped his scrutiny. Finally, he halted before an ancient shrine nestled in a corner of the village. The shrine appeared weathered and devoid of human presence, yet it was remarkably free of dust, indicating frequent visitation. Li Hua sensed that some hidden secret lurked within its walls. With utmost caution, he pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. However, the interior of the shrine revealed nothing amiss. After a thorough search, he discovered a seemingly ordinary tile concealing a hidden door beneath it. Following the staircase hidden behind the door, Li Hua descended into a concealed underground chamber. This space was permeated by a foul and sinister aura, its walls adorned with grotesque masks and totems. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, intricately inscribed with bizarre runes and patterns, clearly the site of clandestine rituals conducted by the cult of the malevolent deity. Surrounding the altar were stacks of forbidden tomes, radiating a disquieting aura of darkness. Li Hua gingerly opened the thick volumes belonging to the cult, poring over their contents with great intensity. To his astonishment, he discovered that, although the cult had yet to achieve the true immortality embodied by Fei Duan, myriad signs indicated their forays into this realm, with clues readily available. Even more shocking was the revelation that the influence of the cult had woven itself into a vast, invisible net, silently infiltrating villages far removed from the capital of Tang. Once tranquil and harmonious, where the inhabitants now lived under the shadow of malevolence. Some individuals, succumbing to the insidious ideologies of the cult, had gradually lost their sense of self, leading to horrific massacres on this once peaceful land. Alarmingly, skirmishes had already commenced between certain villages, signaling the onset of small-scale warfare. The heightened state of vigilance and armament in the village was a direct consequence of these developments. Having gleaned the information he sought, Li Hua swiftly retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch. Unrolling the scroll, and infusing it with chakra, he sealed the valuable data within, preparing to deliver it to Orochimaru at the village entrance. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the village entrance, tightening his chest with unease. He leaped onto the rooftops to behold the scene unfolding below. A menacing group of individuals, their faces twisted with malice and arrogance, had appeared at the entrance. Each one gripped a massive scythe, their razor-sharp blades glinting ominously. These individuals shouted brazenly at Orochimaru, blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited them. Witnessing this, Li Hua's heart raced, and he dashed towards the village entrance with all possible speed. At the same time, Orochimaru stood at the entrance of the village, silently observing the group of audacious individuals before him. Yet, he was not incensed by their insolence. On the contrary, a subtle smile, enigmatic and teasing, graced his lips. "What are you laughing at? Dare to lay a hand on a follower of the Dark God, and you shall find only death," bellowed the leader of the group, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, upon hearing the name of the Dark God, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. After such a prolonged search, he had finally uncovered a lead regarding the cult of the Dark God. The very people standing before him were precisely the targets he had sought so desperately. At that moment, Li Hua rushed breathlessly to Orochimaru's side, promptly divulging the critical information he had acquired. After listening, Orochimaru nodded gently, indicating his understanding of the situation. He then slowly lifted his gaze, once more fixing it upon the incessantly ranting leader of the cult, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "In truth, we have long held a deep reverence for the Dark God. We have come with the hope of joining the cult." Li Hua was taken aback, while the cultists exchanged bewildered glances. Sensing the confusion and astonishment in his disciples' eyes, Orochimaru merely remarked, "Since we cannot find useful clues within the village, let us venture to their stronghold for a closer investigation." His tone was so calm, as if this were merely an ordinary adventure. Li Hua marveled at his teacher's courage and audacity, feeling a genuine admiration that left him momentarily speechless. However, the cult leader was not a fool. His sharp gaze was fixed intently on Li Hua and Orochimaru, a fierce expression crossing his face as he coldly inquired, "Humph, you claim to wish to join the cult, yet you have rendered one of our followers unconscious?" Hastily, Li Hua attempted to mediate at that time. "We had no knowledge that these individuals were followers of the Dark God." Meanwhile, the other cultists whispered conspiratorially to their leader, "Boss, I don't think these two are trustworthy." The leader nodded slightly, acknowledging his subordinate's assessment. Naturally, both Li Hua and Orochimaru were acutely aware of their murmurs. As tensions escalated and a fierce battle seemed imminent, the leader unexpectedly declared, "I agree." In an instant, everyone was taken aback, only for the leader to smirk menacingly. "However, you must leave behind a drop of blood." Chapter 53, The Life-Linking Technique. As Yun Ren prepared to strike, Li Hua raised his hand to gently halt Orochimaru, whose expression instantly turned grave, as if he had sensed that the forthcoming revelation was of great significance. Orochimaru noticed his disciple's unusual demeanor and, with a flickering gaze, pondered inwardly, what secrets does this drop of blood conceal that could provoke such an uncharacteristic reaction from the typically composed Li Hua? Despite his extensive knowledge of the myriad jutsu and secret arts within the ninja world, Orochimaru found himself perplexed and confused by the demands of the cult of the Dark God. Furrowing his brow, he speculated, what sort of technique are these cultists planning to perform with this drop of blood? In a hushed tone, such that only Orochimaru could hear, Li Hua began to elucidate the technique known as Death's Blood Link. The primary requirement of this technique is to obtain a single drop of the opponent's blood. Li Hua's voice was low and somber. Subsequently, the practitioner must ingest this blood, establishing a peculiar connection with the adversary. Thus, when the opponent launches an attack, as long as the practitioner can swiftly step into the pre-drawn magical array, they can unleash the terrifying power of Death's Blood Link, reflecting any damage they sustain, be it from jutsu or physical assault, directly back upon their foe. Pausing for a moment, Li Hua added, however, "It is crucial to note that the effectiveness of this spell is limited to the damage inflicted upon the practitioner after they have entered the array. Any harm sustained prior to entering the array will not affect the opponent, regardless of subsequent actions." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru gazed deeply at the shadowy leader of the cult of the Dark God, fully aware that surrendering this drop of blood would mean the enemy possessed a means to take their lives at will. The small captain of the cult bore a face shrouded in gloom, now illuminated by a chillingly sinister glimmer. He slowly withdrew 2 elongated iron spikes from his sleeve. His tone as frosty as winter. Be honest, I have brought you 2 back to headquarters solely because I recognize your talents. Each of you must let a drop of your blood fall onto these spikes. Otherwise, you shall not accompany me. Faced with this sudden threat, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, the risks involved. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, took a step forward, and without hesitation, allowed a drop of his blood to fall onto the icy iron spike. Upon returning, he calmly remarked to Li Hua, "This technique appears overwhelmingly powerful, yet in truth, as long as one maintains adequate vigilance, it poses no genuine threat." Li Hua contemplated this statement, gradually liberating himself from the seemingly insurmountable conundrum presented by Fei Duan in the original text. He realized that the current followers of the evil god were not immortal. Therefore, when they invoked the blood sacrifice of the dead, they would inevitably avoid targeting vital areas to prevent inflicting the same harm upon themselves. Moreover, with Orochimaru's strength and cunning, successfully executing this technique in their presence would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Li Hua no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped forward, allowing a drop of his own blood to fall onto the cold iron spike. However, they had anticipated that the leader would return to the lair of the evil god with everyone, yet he exhibited extreme caution. Not only did he leave 3 followers as a backup, but he also ingeniously utilized the characteristics of the blood sacrifice of the dead to establish a system of communication at the cost of human life. The leader instructed 2 of them to draw the ritual circle for the blood sacrifice of the dead at the village entrance, and then, with Li Hua's and Orochimaru's blood, stepped into the circle. Instantly, black and white stripes enveloped their bodies, as if marked by some mysterious force. Upon witnessing this, Li Hua prepared to intervene, but was halted by the leader's gaze. The leader calmly took the blood from the 3rd follower and left it on his iron spike. At that moment, Li Hua and Orochimaru comprehended the leader's intentions. Should the leader encounter misfortune on the way, he need only draw the ritual circle in time, and the follower at the village entrance would perish due to the blood sacrifice connection with the leader. Seeing their companion's demise, the other 2 followers would immediately choose to end their own lives to eliminate Li Hua and Orochimaru. Exchanging glances, Li Hua and Orochimaru understood that this expedition into the evil god's domain would be far more intricate and arduous than they had anticipated. Yet, the leader's plan was fraught with flaws. Firstly, he made a critical error, revealing the approximate location of the evil god's lair. Since the blood sacrifice would become ineffective if too far from the lair, from the moment they devised their plan, they had compromised their most crucial information. This undoubtedly became the plan's greatest vulnerability. Secondly, the leader overlooked a more pivotal fact. His opponents were 2 battle-hardened ninjas. Li Hua quietly discarded his wallet onto the ground, and while feigning to retrieve it, he cleverly marked the Flying Thunder God technique on the ground. At the moment the leader announced the return to headquarters, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of Li Hua and Orochimaru. Shortly after their departure, they utilized the shadow clone technique to silently retreat into the depths of the forest, returning to the previous village. The shadow clones acted as their eyes and ears, constantly monitoring the surroundings, ready to take immediate action to safeguard their true selves at the slightest hint of disturbance. However, as Li Hua and Orochimaru approached the headquarters of the evil god, a crisis was quietly brewing. The Cloud Ninjas and Sand Ninjas in the capital finally discovered the traces of the 2. As they hastily departed from the capital, both Li Hua and Orochimaru endeavored to erase their traces using shadow clones. However, due to the pressing nature of time, those traces remained only partially obliterated. Ultimately, an incomplete footprint emerged, akin to a faint signal, guiding the Cloud and Sand Ninjas in their pursuit of the duo. AI gazed intently at the indistinct half-footprint before him. In this desolate wilderness, this fragment of a footprint undoubtedly became the pivotal clue. "Pursue," he commanded, prompting the Cloud and Sand Ninjas to spring into swift action, racing towards the trail left by Li Hua and Orochimaru. Chapter 54. The sudden transformation. The members of the cult appeared utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Li Hua and his companion escaping or memorizing the route. They strode confidently, leading Li Hua towards the direction of their headquarters, without even utilizing blindfolds. Li Hua pondered inwardly, and indeed, as he had previously anticipated, the headquarters of this mysterious cult was not far from the village they had just departed. Before long, they traversed dense thickets and beheld an immense, ancient tree. This colossal tree towered into the clouds, its trunk so robust that even a dozen individuals holding hands would struggle to encircle it. At that moment, the leader of the group nonchalantly withdrew a glimmering, sharp dagger from his waist and, without a hint of hesitation, slashed his wrist. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, the crimson liquid cascading down in a steady stream, each drop splattering against the roots of the ancient tree. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded as, with each droplet of blood, the center of the ancient tree began to take on an ethereal quality. Gradually, a faint, translucent shadow emerged before the onlookers, revealing a narrow stone staircase that extended infinitely downward. This staircase seemed to stretch beyond sight, its width scarcely allowing for a single individual to pass through. From that mysterious entrance emanated an eerie, bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a pungent and overwhelming scent of blood. However, in the face of such a bizarre and terrifying scene, all the cult members exhibited remarkable composure, as if such occurrences were mere routine for them, each bearing an expression of indifference, accustomed to the extraordinary. "Let us proceed," the leader coldly announced, casting a glance back at the others before guiding them onto the shadowy, profound staircase. Li Hua and his companion did not hesitate, descending one after the other. Yet, before stepping down, Li Hua once more touched the trunk of the ancient tree. Thud, thud, thud. Li Hua's flying thunder god marks silently imprinted upon the trunk once again. The cult members, however, were not as careless as Li Hua had imagined. As they entered the staircase, they arranged themselves in the sequence: follower, Li Hua, follower, Orochimaru, leader, ensuring that Li Hua and his companion remained perpetually encircled by the cultists. As Li Hua cautiously descended, the surrounding light seemed to be gradually withdrawn by an invisible hand, fading into nothingness. Furthermore, the stone steps varied in height and width, presenting a formidable challenge for those treading upon this ground for the first time. A moment's inattention could easily result in stumbling over the abrupt steps. The flickering flame, though seemingly insignificant, is, in fact, a meticulously constructed line of defense established by the sinister cult, intended to thwart any intruders from easily breaching their sacred domain. Despite the simplicity and cost-effectiveness of this defensive mechanism, its efficacy is surprisingly profound. As one ventures deeper, the chill from the western expanse becomes increasingly palpable, the temperature steadily plummeting. This cold seems to penetrate the skin, reaching the very marrow and inducing involuntary shivers. Time flows silently in this lengthy and tranquil descent. After an indeterminate duration, a faint glimmer of light eventually emerges ahead, the glow emanating from a torch. Upon traversing the rugged stone steps, Li Hua and Orochimaru finally enter a spacious and imposing stone chamber. However, upon surveying the entirety of this chamber, a wave of disappointment washes over them. They realize that this is not the true stronghold of the sinister cult's higher echelons. The arrangement here is rather rudimentary. In the center of the chamber stands a colossal stone throne, but it deviates from conventional designs, being constructed from an assemblage of weapons stacked to form its shape. The throne size suggests that it was not crafted for human use. Flanking the throne are two neat rows of ordinary stone benches, which evidently serve as the actual seating for the cult's followers. Aside from these two items, the rest of the chamber is cluttered with a haphazard collection of objects. Scattered about are various rusted weapons, some with warped blades and fractured handles, alongside unrolled scrolls lying carelessly as if hastily abandoned, and tattered books with missing pages, leaning against walls or half buried beneath debris. In summary, aside from these items, there is nothing else of note within this space. Upon witnessing this scene, Orochimaru and Li Hua exchange glances, and in that fleeting moment, they discern a shared sense of undeniable helplessness in each other's eyes. They had approached this place with high hopes, having endured numerous trials, believing they would uncover something of great significance, only to find this modest outpost instead. At that moment, the captain approaches, declaring, "This is our headquarters." He gestures towards the uniquely shaped throne in the center. The throne of slaughter was crafted specifically for our lord of the sinister cult, he proclaims with pride. Subsequently, Orochimaru inquires about the particulars of this small outpost, only to discover that it houses merely a handful of cats, and the available documents are far fewer than those left behind in the villages during the cult's expansion. The captain continues his discourse, oblivious to the increasingly frigid air surrounding them. "Well, I believe you have asked all the questions you wish to." At last, the captain ceased his discourse and turned his gaze toward Orochimaru, his eyes revealing a subtle hint of malevolence. Simultaneously, his right hand, which he had kept behind his back, moved slightly, imperceptibly signaling a covert message. Soon, several members of the sinister cult, concealed in the shadows, received the signal and began to converge silently from various corners like phantoms. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The captain, whose wrist had only just begun to heal, suddenly inflicted another wound upon himself. Remarkably, his expression did not waver in the slightest. He did not even furrow his brow, as if the injury were not his own. Swiftly, he crouched down, unhesitatingly smearing his flowing blood upon the ground, his movements practiced and fluid. In the blink of an eye, a bizarre and intricate crimson pattern emerged before the onlookers. It was the blood ritual array of the death god. Instantly, a powerful and malevolent chakra surged forth from the formation, enveloping the captain's entire being. His skin rapidly transformed into a striking black and white under the onslaught of this chakra. Now, it is time for both of you to pay homage to the great dark god, thus officially becoming true disciples of the malevolent deity. The captain raised his head, a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, after a lengthy journey, the Cloud and Sand ninjas finally arrived at the previously visited village. As they approached the settlement, their keen senses detected some anomalies. The first thing that caught their attention was the presence of 3 cultists exuding an eerie aura at the village entrance. However, what astonished them even more was their realization that deep within the jungle lay Orochimaru and the shadow clone of the fire ninja. In an instant, AI made a preliminary assessment of the current situation. Firstly, based on the position of the 3 cultists and the hostility emanating from them, it was evident that they were foes of the fire ninja and Orochimaru. Allies or uninvolved parties would never display such a guarded demeanor in that location. Secondly, the fact that these 3 cultists had provoked the fire ninja to expend chakra to create a shadow clone for covert surveillance suggested that they possessed something of great significance to both the fire ninja and Orochimaru. However, relying solely on these 2 pieces of limited information was insufficient to accurately discern the complexities of the situation at hand. As the group fell into contemplation, AI decisively declared, "In that case, let us first obliterate those shadow clones. This will surely prompt them to address the situation here." Upon hearing AI's words, the Sand Ninjas were momentarily taken aback. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, they recognized that they had no better course of action, and thus nodded in agreement with AI's decision. However, the leader of the Sand Ninjas appeared to have noticed something, and after exchanging a few words privately with AI, he led his comrades away in a swift motion. On the other side, Li Hua, fully prepared for an assault, suddenly sensed the demise of the shadow clone. He raised his hand to subtly halt Orochimaru, who was also eager to take action, signaling that an unforeseen event had transpired. Chapter 55, The Battlefield of Separation. Individual battles, a flicker of doubt stirred within Orochimaru, yet this uncertainty did not impede his advance. He disregarded the menacing gaze of the leader of the evil god sect and proceeded towards Li Hua. As he approached, Orochimaru inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Li Hua's countenance appeared exceptionally grave as he swiftly relayed the intelligence transmitted by his shadow clone to Orochimaru. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that either the Cloud Ninja or the Sand Ninja had located the village. However, my shadow clone had yet to discern the specific assailants before being instantaneously overwhelmed by them. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pallid face did not betray any excessive alarm. Rather, he maintained his composure and continued to seek further critical information. "What is my shadow clone doing at this moment?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Hua replied, "He seems to have successfully attracted and restrained a portion of the enemy." As he spoke, a glimmer of recollection flickered in his eyes. With this, Orochimaru calmly nodded, indicating that the situation had not escalated to an irretrievable catastrophe. However, just as his words fell, his expression abruptly shifted to one of grave seriousness. A resounding crash echoed, as a massive breach was forcefully created in the ceiling of the stone chamber above them. It is crucial to note that this chamber was originally buried deep underground, accessible only through an ancient wooden passage, rendering the current scenario utterly astonishing. With the thunderous sound, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. In this critical moment, Li Hua's keen gaze instantly detected the taut muscles of Orochimaru, who then vanished without a trace. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Hua understood that they could not remain passive. Swift action was imperative for a glimmer of hope. Throughout an entire year of training, Li Hua and Orochimaru had cultivated an exceptional rapport. Simple Sage Mode, activate. Lihuid exclaimed as a surge of formidable natural energy coursed through him. Without hesitation, he abandoned the confrontation with the leader of the evil god sect, who posed a significant threat to his life. In a flash, he darted towards the followers of the evil god sect like a wraith. His blade gleamed ominously, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. With a chilling sound, like a knife piercing flesh, Lihua swiftly claimed the lives of those menacing followers who had previously exuded an aura of malice. In an instant, blood sprayed, and screams erupted. However, on the other hand, Orochimaru remained utterly still. Despite this, Lihua did not dare to let his guard down for even a moment. He was wholly engrossed in perceiving the movements of potential foes amidst the swirling clouds of dust. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the best course of action was to devote himself entirely to the crucial task at hand. Who could have predicted that just as he had decisively dispatched the last of the heretical cultists, a tremendous force would suddenly cleave through his abdomen? In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth from his wound like a breached dam, splattering everywhere. With a painful grunt, he trembled involuntarily, instinctively reaching for the injury in an attempt to staunch the flow. Quickly assessing the situation, he realized that this unexpected assault did not stem from any misstep against Orochimaru. Instead, a group of ninjas clad in the garb of Tsunagakure had stealthily materialized above the stone chamber. There were 7 of them, each an imposing and formidable genin. At that moment, he could clearly see the vibrant chakra rapidly coalescing around each of them, their powerful energy fluctuations seemingly capable of stirring the very winds. In unison, they began to weave hand seals with a fluidity that resembled the flowing of water, completing their intricate formation in one seamless motion. With the conclusion of their seals, countless razor-sharp wind blades materialized before them. These blades, imbued with a fierce momentum, shot forth like lightning in a tempest, relentlessly penetrating the stone chamber. They were so densely packed that evasion seemed utterly impossible, as if they aimed to scour every inch of the space, leaving no untouched corner. The wound he had just sustained was inflicted by one of those wind blades, which sliced through him with ghostly swiftness, leaving a deep gash. Yet, in that moment, he had no time to concern himself with his injuries, nor the luxury to tend to them. The adversary before him, despite being gravely wounded, was not yet vanquished. He watched as the enemy, with great effort, crawled toward the blood that flowed from his own wounds. Recognizing the dire situation, he dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. Thus, he unleashed all his strength, charging at the foe like a ferocious beast. With a resounding thud, he struck the enemy with the force of a tempest, successfully sending them on the path to the afterlife. However, who could have foreseen that this decisive action would once again reveal his position? Though he had deftly evaded the majority of the incoming wind blades thanks to his keen perception and unique paper drawing technique, he had ultimately overlooked a critical detail. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a warm stream of blood erupted from his neck. Another wind blade had exploited the opening, mercilessly slicing through his throat. Fortunately, this strike merely grazed the skin and did not reach the critical arteries. Otherwise, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. At this moment, Lihua had become cold and weak from excessive blood loss, his limbs numb, and his consciousness gradually faded, summoning the last of his strength. He leaped back into the dust and retrieved a soldier's food pill from his ninja tool pouch, placing it into his mouth. For an ordinary ninja, consuming a soldier's food pill would not heal their injuries, but Lihua possessed the extraordinary ability known as life restoration. He swiftly digested the abundant nutrients contained within the pill and harnessed them to mend his wounds. As Lihua fervently utilized life restoration, remarkable changes began to manifest at his injuries. The wounds on his abdomen and neck quickly emitted wisps of white vapor, and astonishingly, they began to heal at a remarkable pace, forming scabs. After a barrage of wind blades was unleashed, Lihua's wounds had almost completely healed. Meanwhile, the dust in the stone chamber gradually settled, revealing a grave-faced Orochimaru and the nearly breathless leader of the evil god cult before him. Chapter 56. The Revelation of the Flying Thunder God. Facing the Cloud Ninja in the fleeting moment when the smoke billowed and obscured the sky, Orochimaru vanished like a specter, his form flickering and disappearing from sight. His speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he surged towards the location of the captain. However, despite Orochimaru's swiftness, locating the captain consumed a considerable amount of his time and energy. At last, he discerned the captain's whereabouts, and, without the slightest hesitation, executed the body flicker technique, propelling himself towards the captain like a tempest. The swiftness of his advance was astonishing. Meanwhile, the captain, sensing Orochimaru's approach, was quick to react. In the instant they encountered one another, the captain's keen eyes discerned Orochimaru's intent. Drawing upon years of combat experience and an acute assessment of Orochimaru's speed, the captain understood that he was no match for his formidable adversary. Faced with such a powerful foe, the captain steeled himself, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his gaze. He widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at the imminent threat posed by Orochimaru, a grotesque grin forming upon his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength and thrust the iron spike he clutched in his hand with blinding speed into his own thigh. A muffled thud resonated as the razor-sharp spike pierced deeply into the captain's thigh muscle, anchoring his leg firmly to the ground beneath the formation. Blood spurted forth, staining the surrounding earth crimson. What followed was a harrowing struggle to the death between the captain and Orochimaru. Observing the captain's injury, Orochimaru discarded all restraint, unleashing a torrent of lethal strikes with relentless ferocity. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, the dust began to settle. Yet in that moment, the captain lay grievously wounded, his breath shallow and labored. Undoubtedly, the third cultist at the village entrance was also severely injured, and the other two would soon spring into action. Orochimaru's typically inscrutable visage bore an unprecedented gravity, a weight that could rival the burden of a mountain. Lihua perceptively detected the subtle shift in Orochimaru's expression, catching a glimpse of helplessness and a flicker of regret. This was the first occasion Lihua witnessed such a countenance from Orochimaru. Unlike the cold-hearted and emotionless demeanor he had exhibited at the story's inception, the current Orochimaru was evidently different. On the contrary, he had buried his true emotions deep within, rarely revealing them to others. Particularly during the Second Shinobi World War, the death of Ju had gripped Orochimaru's heart like a vice, an experience he was reluctant to revisit. Even so, both Orochimaru and Lihua maintained their composure. Orochimaru abruptly turned to face Lihua, refraining from elaborating on the events that had transpired, for time was of the essence. Any superfluous explanation would be excessively extravagant and a waste of precious moments. He spoke rapidly to Lihua, stating, "The incident transpired in less than half a minute. With your abilities, you should still have time, correct?" As he spoke, a rare glimmer of anticipation flickered in Orochimaru's elongated eyes. In fact, he had already highlighted this matter in the mission report submitted to the Hokage during the execution of their first task. Based on the traces left at the scene, it appeared that Uchiha Lihua possessed a technique that allowed for rapid movement. While questioning Lihua, Orochimaru was fervently refining his chakra within. His intention was to invoke the legendary forbidden technique, the eight-headed serpent jutsu. At this moment, he had yet to fully comprehend this technique. If he recklessly attempted to use it, the consequences could be unimaginably severe, possibly inflicting irreparable damage upon himself. However, should Lihua fail in this endeavor, it seemed that no alternative solution would present itself to resolve the current predicament. All these contemplations, though seemingly protracted, transpired in an instant. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja team, stationed at the gap's apex, exhibited no hesitation. As the dust began to settle, they swiftly aimed their razor-sharp wind blades at Orochimaru and Lihua below. Faced with such an urgent situation, Lihua's mind began to race at an astonishing speed. Despite being filled with anxiety and unease, he understood that maintaining composure was vital in critical moments, and thus he endeavored to devise a method to overcome the current impasse. Ultimately, he realized that under the present circumstances, only he, possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, had the capability to thwart the two cultists at the village entrance. With this thought, Lihua cast aside any hesitation. Just as he resolved to take action, a torrent of wind blades, imbued with lethal force, surged down from the gap above. Akin to a tempest, in that split second of impending doom, a flash of crimson light erupted. The next moment, the very spot where Lihua had stood was reduced to mere fragments by countless sharp wind blades, pulverized into dust. Yet, Lihua had vanished, having disappeared with the light. Witnessing this, Orochimaru, who had been gathering chakra, exhaled a sigh of relief. The Flying Thunder God technique, truly astonishing. He then regarded the Sand Ninja team above with a look of amusement, displaying no concern over whether Lihua could eliminate the two cultists amidst the interference from the Cloud Ninja. This calmness stemmed from his profound trust in his disciple's abilities. In the face of the oncoming, razor-sharp wind blades, Orochimaru did not flinch. Instead, he offered a meaningful smile. He allowed the blades, capable of tearing through steel, to slice his seemingly frail body into countless pieces. The Sand Ninja team, having witnessed Li Hua's disappearance, was instantly plunged into chaos and astonishment. They could never have anticipated that the formidable Orochimaru, who was supposed to be restrained by Yunran's meticulous strategy, would unexpectedly become their adversary. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted their formation. Just as the Sand Shinobi were engulfed in shock, the Orochimaru, who had been shattered into countless fragments by a wind blade, seemed to dissolve into the earth as wisps of soil. Meanwhile, the true Orochimaru had silently maneuvered behind the Sand Shinobi, his silhouette appearing particularly austere and enigmatic in the twilight glow. Now we have ample time. Orochimaru's voice was deep and hoarse, each word dripping with a chilling intent to kill. Accompanied by a crimson radiance, Li Hua's figure re-emerged before the two cultists. After witnessing the fall of their third comrade, these two devotees should have unhesitatingly followed the plan to self-destruct and perish alongside Li Hua. However, the looming specter of death instilled a moment of hesitation within them. Just then, Li Hua made a timely appearance. His eyes were as sharp as those of a hawk, fixating intently on the two foes. Every nerve in his body was taut, as if all his strength was coiling in anticipation of the impending eruption. At the moment the two cultists resolved to pierce their chests with iron stakes, Li Hua struck like a bolt of lightning, appearing before them in an instant. His speed was so astonishing that the cultists could only register a fleeting glimpse of shock and despair. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hua unleashed two powerful kicks that swept through like a tempest, sending the cultists hurtling through the air with devastating force. They fell to the ground, rendered utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Orochimaru, engaged in combat with 7 Sand Jonin, suddenly staggered as if struck by an unseen force, flying backwards several dozen meters. His body tumbled through the air, dust swirling, evidently impacted by a significant blow. At that moment, Li Hua also felt a fierce tremor surge within him, involuntarily spewing a mouthful of blood. Almost immediately, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, as though a myriad of steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. Enduring the excruciating agony, Li Hua thought, I never anticipated this kick would be so difficult to withstand. Trembling, he retrieved a soldier's pill from his pocket, recklessly stuffing it into his mouth, chewing laboriously as he struggled to rise. His gaze swept over the blood sacrifice formation on the ground. He grit his teeth against the pain and dismantled the array with his hands. However, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, an even more terrifying crisis silently approached. A blinding flash of lightning erupted behind him, akin to an enraged dragon thrashing in the night sky. The destructive force of the lightning instantly engulfed Li Hua. His figure flickered within the glow, as if he could be devoured by this overwhelming power at any moment. Chapter 57. The Wrath of Justice. The Thunderous Axe. A scarlet glimmer. The terrifying bolts of lightning, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, were unleashed by none other than the leader of the Cloud Ninja team, the young AI, with a speed reminiscent of a lightning strike. He silently appeared behind the unsuspecting Li Hua. AI raised his right foot high, and it seemed as though endless heavenly thunder coiled around his soul. The lightning roared and tumbled within, imbued with a cataclysmic power that threatened to annihilate all in its path. Just as thunder, the wrathful axe. AI's rugged and hearty voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the night sky, instilling a profound sense of dread. Having just emerged from a life-and-death battle, Li Hua, momentarily easing his mental strain, suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of violent chakra approaching from behind like a tidal wave. The mere aura emanating from it made every hair on his body stand on end, stirring an unprecedented sense of peril within him. Li Hua understood that, given the distance between him and AI at this moment, employing ordinary means would leave him no chance to evade this lethal strike. However, fortune favored the prepared. Li Hua was no ordinary shinobi. He mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as AI's foot came crashing down, countless bolts of terrifying lightning struck fiercely at the very spot where Li Hua had been, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Yet, beneath the myriad flashes of lightning, a fleeting red silhouette appeared like a ghost. This was the afterimage left by Li Hua's instantaneous teleportation using the Flying Thunder God technique. Almost simultaneously, Li Hua materialized at his newly designated location, having just been transported. Due to the violent assault from the Sand Ninja, the Flying Thunder God marker on the ancient tree had been destroyed, severely limiting the places to which Li Hua could teleport at this moment. With the chakra he had left, he he could only return to the spot he had just vacated. Realizing he had not struck a physical target, AI quickly responded. He waved his hand, and 3 cloud ninjas instantly appeared behind him, all formidable jonin. A massive man, resembling an iron tower, stood there like a majestic mountain, exuding a suffocatingly terrifying aura, as if he could swallow the entire world. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Li Hua understood that an even fiercer battle was about to unfold. He knew that confronting the formidable Cloud Ninja delegation head-on, especially with a powerhouse like AI, the son of the Raikage, among them, would be a fool's errand. The Cloud Ninjas were not only exceptionally strong, but also backed by the entire Land of Lightning. From both strategic and strength perspectives, the best course of action at this moment was to buy time. If he could wait for Orochimaru to resolve the threat posed by the Sand Ninja and come to his aid, the Cloud Ninja delegation would surely assess the situation and opt for a more prudent retreat. Yet, within Li Hua's heart, another flame burned fiercely. Since embarking on this journey, he has been perceived as a mere soft target by the cunning and ever-changing Rock Shinobi, the sudden onslaught of the Sand Shinobi, and now the aggressive Cloud Shinobi, who have laid traps at every turn, tightening their grip with each step. These provocations have stoked the flames of rage within him, accumulating like oil on a fire. The first strike from the youthful EI served as the spark that ignited this fury. Li Hui abruptly lifted his head and straightened his back, his turbulent chakra surging around him like waves in a tempest. He spoke coldly, "How long will you persist?" Yet, the young EI remained undeterred by Li Hua's intimidation. Instead, it only intensified his murderous intent. With a powerful push off the ground, his robust muscles sprang into action like a coiled spring, propelling him into the air with the sound of cracking earth beneath him. He concentrated his lightning-release chakra to its utmost limit, forming a potent current that enveloped his right hand, wielding it like a blade. In an instant, dazzling flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Lightning release, leveling thunder dance. With a furious roar, he descended upon Li Hua with the might of a thunder god, his hand poised to cleave Li Hua in two. In the original narrative, this technique had been a testament to EI's youthful prowess, capable of severing the left horn of the Eight Tails with a single hand. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A pair of powerful and delicate hands appeared like a specter in EI's path, effortlessly intercepting his lethal strike. Dark release, absorption point. Li Hua's voice was calm and resolute. This maneuver not only nullified EI's attack, but also began to consume the chakra within EI's body. In an instant, the young EI's complexion turned pale as he realized the astonishing speed at which his chakra was depleting, all originating from Li Hua's seemingly ordinary right hand. In the blink of an eye, with a sudden movement, Li Hua's left hand accelerated without warning, delivering a resounding slap to EI's face before swiftly ruffling his hair. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the surroundings, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. EI stood there, incredulous, gazing at Li Hua, who returned his stare with an expression almost mocking. Ding. Head pat A rank ninja. Young EI, please choose 3 rewards from the following options. Significant enhancement of physical abilities, lightning release chakra mode, righteous thunder axe, lightning release, thunderplow heat blade, lightning release, leveling thunder faced with the array of tantalizing rewards. Li Hua felt no overwhelming joy, for he understood that he would soon be confronted with EI's frenzied assault. He needed to elevate his strength immediately. System. I choose significant enhancement of physical abilities, lightning release chakra mode, and righteous thunder axe. Rewards have been issued. In previous instances of reward distribution, Li Hua had always endured an unbearable, piercing pain. Yet this time, the experience was strikingly different. As he fully absorbed the astonishing power of Aina's thunderous Chidori dance, Li Hua felt his meridians surging with a ferocious torrent of chakra. This force galloped within him, bestowing an unprecedented sense of strength while simultaneously dulling his perception of pain, rendering it distant and vague. Damn it! AI unleashed a deafening roar of fury, straining every muscle in an attempt to free his hand from Li Hua's grasp, which felt as if it were forged from steel. Renowned for his physical prowess as a ninja, AI had always been confident in his strength. Yet, at this moment, he was astonished to discover that Li Hua's physical capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap in a brief span of time. As if he had transformed into an entirely different being, his power beyond imagination. Observing AI in distress, the 3 Cloud Ninja nearby could not remain idle. They sprang into action, each employing their specialized lightning techniques, hoping to unite their efforts and rescue AI from peril. However, these potent electric attacks were absorbed by Li Hua effortlessly, akin to a bottomless pit, as if his left hand could devour all lightning chakra. Ninjutsu is meaningless before me. Li Hua's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. Since you wish to kill me, then show me your true abilities. With that, he closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling the chakra absorbed through his mind ninjutsu into his right hand like a tidal wave. At that moment, Li Hua's right hand transformed into a wellspring of power, an outpouring of chakra capable of shaking the heavens and the earth erupting forth, akin to a volcanic explosion. Unstoppable in its might. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently under Li Hua's assault, a deep chasm carved instantly. Dust swirling as trees in the distance snapped under the weight of this force, helpless as leaves swept away by an autumn wind. The power of this attack was not inferior even to that of a small-tailed beast bomb. After the onslaught, Li Hua remained grounded, his right arm rapidly regenerating under the influence of life restoration. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the attack, AI felt his right hand quivering slightly, his previously dark arm now showing signs of charring. As for the other cloud ninjas, they had long since lost their combat effectiveness under the overwhelming surge of chakra, rendered powerless to do anything but watch in shock and despair. Chapter 58. The Formation of 10,000 Serpents. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. At this moment, within the stronghold of the evil god sect, Orochimaru stood like a cold, unyielding statue, holding aloft the severed heads of 6 sand shinobi. His gaze exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The blood on these heads had yet to dry, silently narrating the brutality of the recent, fierce battle. Before him stood the last remaining sand shinobi, his eyes hollow as he stared at this merciless foe, his heart consumed by fear and despair. He had witnessed the fall of his 6 companions, and the sense of helplessness and hopelessness had extinguished any thought of resistance within him. However, at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra, an overwhelming and unfamiliar power that bore an underlying hint of familiarity. His eyes narrowed in response, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. As if the very air around him had solidified, he quickly recognized that this chakra belonged to the fire of departure. What troubled Orochimaru was the sheer magnitude of the chakra emanating from the fire of departure, far exceeding his previous knowledge. This alarming situation stirred a sense of vigilance and unease within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru moved with the swiftness of a phantom, effortlessly decapitating the last enemy. His actions were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, he vanished from sight like a gust of wind, racing toward the location of the battle involving the fire of departure, still clutching the 7 heads. Gasping for breath, AI managed to rise to his feet, his earlier imposing demeanor replaced by an expression of exhaustion and disarray. Behind him, 3 cloud shinobi were similarly battered, their combat strength reduced to a mere fraction, their bodies marred with injuries. Yet, the instigator of this turmoil, fire of departure, remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. However, only fire of departure was aware of his dire condition. Although his previous strike had been immensely powerful, it had drained the majority of his chakra. Furthermore, the volatile and uncontrollable nature of his chakra had severely damaged his meridians, causing a dull ache to throb within him. As the 2 sides remained locked in tension, the atmosphere charged to an extreme. Orochimaru's figure materialized on the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning. His presence disrupted the balance, akin to a pivotal weight on the scale of victory. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru cast the 7 sand shinobi heads onto the ground. This act ignited a profound sense of despair and dread within the hearts of the cloud shinobi. Orochimaru stood beside Raikage, gently resting his hand on his shoulder, meticulously examining his physical condition. His gaze revealed an indescribable complexity of emotions, a blend of concern and anger. The more he scrutinized, the darker his expression became. In a hoarse and indifferent voice, he inquired, "So, how do you wish to meet your demise?" As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, one potent enough to freeze the very essence of life itself. The 2 cloud shinobi collapsed on the spot, their bodies trembling in fear and despair, unable to withstand the terrifying presence radiating from Orochimaru. At that moment, AI's already dark visage turned as pale as parchment, washed over and oppressed by Orochimaru's formidable pressure. Nevertheless, his towering figure remained upright, steadfast as steel, showing no sign of bending or retreating. With all his might, AI summoned his final chakra, materializing the lightning armor. Gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fierce anger, he fixed his gaze intently on Orochimaru not far ahead and shouted, "Enough of your nonsense. Come at me if you dare." Unfazed by AI's defiance, a smirk of disdain crept upon Orochimaru's lips. He lightly patted Raikid's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's figure vanished like a specter. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's sudden disappearance, AI's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Alarmed, he quickly turned around. But the sight that met his eyes took his breath away. Orochimaru had somehow appeared behind him, holding two blood-soaked heads of Cloud Shinobi. The crimson blood splattered wildly, cascading down Orochimaru's pale cheeks, rendering him even more ghastly and terrifying. The unfortunate Cloud Shinobi, their heads severed from their bodies, bore expressions of sheer horror, as if they had never fathomed the ruthlessness of Orochimaru's actions, losing their lives without a moment to react. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, AI's rage surged uncontrollably within him. He threw his head back and unleashed a thunderous roar, lightning release, lightning plow heat blade. As his roar echoed, a torrent of high-intensity lightning chakra surged throughout his body, shimmering like brilliant bolts of lightning that danced around him. Simultaneously, AI raised his powerful right arm, propelling himself forward with astounding speed, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward Orochimaru. He endeavored to harness his formidable strength and the overwhelming might of thunder to deliver a fatal blow to the terrifying adversary before him. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling smile, evoking a sense of dread. He remained unfazed by the ferocious thunder capable of tearing everything apart, watching impassively as it mercilessly struck him. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing event transpired. Instead of shattering as one might expect, the ravaged body transformed instantaneously into a puddle of mud. Concurrently, the true Orochimaru silently appeared behind AI, like a specter. His voice, cold and sinister, seemed to emanate from the depths of hell as he chillingly remarked, "In your next life, remember to be more cautious." This pronouncement felt akin to a death sentence, sending a chilling shiver down AI's spine. Before the words could fully dissipate, Orochimaru's hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, forming intricate hand seals. Upon completing the final seal, he struck the ground forcefully with both palms. In an instant, a complex summoning technique unfurled across the earth like a grand tapestry. The Serpent's Array. Following this, a series of deep, resonant hisses echoed through the air. Enormous, ominous serpents emerged relentlessly from the technique, each with gaping jaws and glistening fangs, surging toward AI with an overwhelming force, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole and tearing him into countless fragments. As AI faced imminent demise at the jaws of the serpents, a peculiar, oversized blade suddenly materialized, intercepting the onslaught. Its hilt was lengthy, and the blade was as broad as a door, solid and formidable. Remarkably, one side of the blade bore a conventional edge, while the other was adorned with a multitude of explosive tags, suggesting a boundless potential for destruction. At that moment, a resounding voice rang out, "Exploding blade technique, devastating strike." As the words echoed, the explosive tags detonated simultaneously, erupting in a blaze of fire and a cacophony of explosions. A powerful shockwave surged toward the west, igniting the very air, which blazed with ferocity. The overwhelming force of the shockwave swept across the land, causing the ground to tremble violently, sand and stones to soar, trees to be uprooted, and even distant mountains to sway precariously, as though the world itself was on the verge of collapse. Orochimaru recognized the blade the instant it appeared. Exploding blade. Fleeting spray, he thought, his countenance shifting to one of grave seriousness. Without hesitation, he darted back to Hano's side with ghostly swiftness and rapidly formed seals with dazzling speed. As he uttered the incantation, Spirit Communication, Rashomon, a colossal and formidable gate of Rashomon abruptly ascended from the ground, standing before them like an impenetrable wall. This gate was intricately adorned with lifelike depictions of the infernal Lord of Hell, and the grotesque visages seemed to mock the futility of their adversaries' attacks with merciless derision. This marked Orochimaru's inaugural display of this formidable defensive ninjutsu in the presence of the fire. However, it soon became evident that his decision was indeed sagacious. For at that very moment, both AI and the last remaining Cloud Ninja, positioned near the epicenter of the explosion, were grievously wounded by the violent shockwave. Their bodies were cast through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The explosive blade. which had instigated this cataclysmic detonation, was propelled high into the air by the force of the blast, only to land firmly in the grasp of an individual, none other than the legendary member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Jinin Akabino. Looming in the shadows behind him stood another figure, wielding variously shaped ninja blades in their hands. Orochimaru's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as the unfolding situation grew increasingly intriguing. Chapter 59, Journey to the Land of Water. On the deck, Terumi, may I believe this farce should come to an end. Without hesitation, Shinpachi called out, his voice resonating through the vast expanse. If anyone has not yet had their fill of chaos, we are more than willing to oblige. With this proclamation, figures concealed in the shadows began to emerge, gradually approaching Shinpachi until they stood shoulder to shoulder with him. One among them was a formidable figure, his face marked by a rugged demeanor, towering like a small mountain. In his grip was a colossal sword, Jiaoji, exuding an aura that instilled dread. This man was none other than the infamous Fugu of Suigetsu Mountain. Another's appearance was strikingly different. He possessed chestnut-colored long hair that cascaded casually over his shoulders. His physique was lithe and athletic, reminiscent of a swift cheetah. He wielded a slender blade, shuni, that gleamed wickedly, a weapon that commanded respect. He was Kurisai Shiranui. Then there was the third individual, whose arms were astonishingly robust, muscles bulging with explosive power. Such strength allowed him to effortlessly bear the blunt blade, D-Guy, upon his shoulder. This was Takusa no Yashiro. Lastly, there stood the fearsome Peepa Shiz, brandishing a decapitating sword that radiated lethal intent, as if poised to sever any adversary that dared to obstruct his path. Witnessing this display, all present were taken aback. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of the seven ninja swordsmen. At that moment, Kurisai Shiranui spoke, addressing the assembly. The envoys from Sunagakure and Iwagakure have already arrived. We now request the representatives from Kumogakure and Konohagakure to accompany us to the Land of Water. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Hohokai exchanged knowing glances. It became apparent that, aside from Kumogakure, the individuals who had previously attempted a surprise attack were, in fact, members of the Umbu dispatched by various villages. The true delegations from these villages had likely set off ahead of time, already en route to Kirigakure. Faced with the tense atmosphere, a cold glint flickered in Orochimaru's elongated eyes, akin to a viper's gaze fixed upon AI. However, merely moments later, the hand he had raised to strike was lowered with deliberation. This did not signify that Orochimaru feared the seven ninja swordsmen. Indeed, given his prowess and temperament, he would not easily cower before anyone. Yet, both he and the observant Hohokai understood all too well that to eliminate AI before the seven ninja swordsmen would inevitably trigger a cascade of dire consequences. Firstly, such an act would undoubtedly enrage the formidable Kumogakure, inviting unending wrath and retribution. Secondly, it would equally provoke the ire of Kirigakure, for this blatant provocation of other ninja villages could shatter the fragile equilibrium among the 5 great ninja villages. The matter is far from concluded. Orochimaru uttered these words through gritted teeth, his voice as frigid as to freeze the very air surrounding him. Having spoken, he turned away without a backward glance, resolutely following in the footsteps of the seven ninja swordsmen, gradually distancing himself from the capital. Meanwhile, the seven ninja swordsmen appeared utterly indifferent to the gravely injured A and another cloud ninja, showing no inclination to offer assistance. In truth, they harbored their own calculations, maintaining neutrality until the full truth of the situation was unveiled seemed the wisest course of action. During the fierce skirmish, although they refrained from intervening to aid A, they had, in an intangible manner, spared his life. To rashly assist these cloud ninja now would likely provoke the capricious Orochimaru, inviting unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Thus, the severely wounded had no choice but to grit his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his bodies, as he laboriously dragged along another injured cloud ninja comrade, trailing far behind Orochimaru and his entourage. With every step, he felt as though his body was on the brink of collapse, ready to succumb at any moment. At this moment, it was consumed with an uncontrollable fury, his eyes nearly ablaze. He longed to charge forward and engage Orochimaru in a life-or-death struggle, seeking vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered. Alas, his battered and weary body could hardly bear the burden, and regardless of his efforts, he could not summon the chakra within to fight. Simultaneously, the injured cloud ninja beside A wore a face of rage. If only Lord B's arrival had been possible, today would not have been so humiliating. Enough. A abruptly interrupted him. Lord BS Eight Tails had just been suppressed by his father. How could he possibly join the fray? It is our strength that is lacking. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. His gaze burned with the intensity of two flames, fervent and filled with an insatiable yearning for formidable power. Yet, unbeknownst to A, as they conversed, a minuscule white serpent, nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings, lay concealed within the nearby grass. It adeptly camouflaged itself, revealing only its nimble and cunning eyes, quietly absorbing every word they exchanged. Meanwhile, in a distant locale, a sly smile slowly emerged on Orochimaru's pale and eerie visage. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling glimmer. Contemplating inwardly, he mused on the unstable Eight Tails. What splendid experimental material, not to be overlooked. Thus, a terrifying plan targeting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was silently conceived within Orochimaru's mind. After enduring 2 long and arduous days of relentless travel and countless heart-stopping battles, the original group of 13 who embarked on the ship has dwindled to a mere 4. They returned to the capital, their weary bodies yearning for respite, and resolved to take a moment to recuperate. During this precious day, the companions seized the opportunity to rest and tend to their wounds, striving to restore their strength and vitality. Meanwhile, Orochimaru accompanied Li Hua, sampling the diverse culinary delights of the land of soup. Following a hearty meal, Li Hua's injuries had miraculously healed to a significant extent. At this juncture, Orochimaru regarded Li Hua with a gaze tinged with curiosity, yet refrained from inquiring about the origins of the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed that both master and disciple tacitly understood the unspoken nature of this matter, choosing to bury it deep within their hearts, transforming it into a secret that would forever remain unacknowledged between them. As the days swiftly passed, the group did not adhere to their initial plan of returning by ferry. Instead, they opted to board the vessel of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As nightfall gently descended, the luminous moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the undulating surface of the sea. The ocean breeze, infused with the distinctive briny scent of the sea, caressed Li Hua's somewhat pallid visage. Alas, he was once again besieged by the discomfort of seasickness. At that moment, Orochimaru was absorbed in the cabin, diligently studying the scriptures of the cult of the evil god. As for the Cloud Ninja and the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had long since vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. On the expansive deck, Li Hua stood solitary against the railing, gazing at the tumultuous waves of the sea. "Hey, you from Konoha, this is too dangerous. If you happen to fall into the ocean, I want to come to your aid." Just then, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark song, unexpectedly reached Li Hua's ears. He turned to see a girl of similar age standing there, her presence vibrant and lively. This little girl was exceedingly adorable, with large, clear green eyes that twinkled. Her chestnut hair cascaded down in a crisscross fashion, the slightly curled ends dancing with the wind. Her rosy lips appeared as luscious as ripe cherries, and her delicate, fair skin resembled the smoothness of mutton-fat jade. Before Li Hua could fully comprehend the situation, the girl deftly pulled him away from the railing, her actions both swift and gentle. "I'm Terumi Mei. What about you?" She tilted her head, beaming at Li Hua, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Hua gazed intently at the petite and charming young girl before him, internally pondering how her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the mature and alluring young woman depicted in the original text. This contemplation, however, rendered Kumei Ming somewhat bashful. Blushing, she exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" before placing a stack of documents in Li Hua's hands, saying, "This is the schedule for the Shui-Ing transition. Hand it over to your teacher, you little lackey." With that, she swiftly departed, leaving Li Hua alone on the deck, feeling rather disheveled. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale as he returned to the railing. Ugh. Chapter 60. Arriving at the Hidden Mist Village. Without wasting too much time, Li Hua took a brief respite on the jostling deck before mustering his energy to stagger towards the cabin. His steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. Upon finally reaching the cabin door, he gently knocked, hearing Orochimaru's voice from within, "Come in." Thus, Li Hua cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Orochimaru was seated at a table piled high with books and scrolls, engrossed in the study of a tome pertaining to the cult of the evil god. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow or shook his head slightly, seemingly perplexed or dissatisfied with the contents. Not wishing to disturb his teacher, Li Hua tiptoed to Orochimaru's side, attempting to remain as silent as possible. However, despite Li Hua's careful approach, Orochimaru slowly lifted his gaze when Li Hua drew near. his eyes glimmering with a peculiar intensity, a fervor that only emerged during moments of deep scholarly engagement. Recognizing this as a sign of his teacher's immersion in research, Li Hua spoke softly. "Teacher, here is the schedule for the Water Shadows transition." As he spoke, Li Hua handed the document to Orochimaru. Orochimaru accepted it and quickly skimmed through its contents. Within moments, he nodded casually, indicating his understanding of the situation. He then placed the document aside and, shifting from his previously somber tone, spoke to Li Hua with a hint of excitement. "Li Hua, I never expected the cult of the evil god to have conducted such in-depth studies on the immortal body." With that, he eagerly retrieved a thick volume from the side and handed it to Li Hua. Upon receiving the book, which exuded a chilling aura, Li Hua felt a wave of cold wash over him. He could even faintly detect the scent of blood emanating from its pages. After thoroughly examining the materials, a sense of unease settled within him, as a chill slowly crept up his spine. It was unimaginable to him that the cult of the evil god could be so ruthless and terrifying. In their fervent worship of the so-called evil god, they sought to invoke its cursed powers, resorting to heinous acts against countless innocents, powerless civilians devoid of any means of defense. The very thought of the gruesome brutality sent waves of nausea and anger coursing through Li Hua. At that moment, the usually reticent Orochimaru spoke up. "However, their research is fundamentally flawed." His tone was resolute and irrefutable. "While their modified bodies may attain the so-called immortal body, this immortality merely implies an inability to be easily slain by external forces. They remain utterly incapable of addressing the issue of natural aging and the death that ensues." Orochimaru's gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if he had completely unraveled the secrets of the evil god cult. He then elaborated further, stating that if an individual lacks exceptionally powerful self-healing abilities, even possessing an immortal body would be futile. In the face of extreme circumstances such as dismemberment, one could only helplessly watch oneself descend into ruin. Li Hua listened intently to every word Orochimaru uttered, his astonishment surging within him like tumultuous waves. He never anticipated that merely skimming through some related materials would enable Orochimaru to pinpoint the future cause of Haiden's demise with such precision. This level of insight and analytical prowess was truly astonishing. In this moment, Li Hua could not help but deeply admire Orochimaru's extraordinary combat intelligence. Orochimaru seemed to sense the overwhelming shock on his disciple's face, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of pride. After a brief pause, he continued, "In my view, a truly perfect immortal body must involve the transfer of the soul. Moreover, even if the possessor is sealed by the strongest of powers, they would still be resurrected through other means." Li Hua was astounded by Orochimaru's forward-thinking concept. Recognizing that this was precisely the reason behind Orochimaru's development of the techniques of impure resurrection and cursed seals. Subsequently, the mentor and his disciple engaged in a deeper discussion regarding this technique. During their discourse, Orochimaru occasionally alluded to subtle remarks, expressing his confidence in addressing Li Hua's chakra deficiency issues. "Master, but the issue of chakra deficiency ultimately stems from my youth," Li Hua asked, his face filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru merely smiled faintly, choosing not to directly respond to Li Hua's inquiry. However, at that moment, his thoughts raced away like a wild stallion, swiftly traversing the vast distance to the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Thus, the vessel continued its voyage and days passed. During this period, Li Hua finally learned that the reason for Terumi Mei's presence on the ship was deeply rooted. Her teacher was the most trusted confidant of the third Mizukage. Consequently, the two of them bore the significant and arduous task of liaising with envoys from various nations. Upon receiving this information, Li Hua immediately lowered his voice and quietly remarked to Orochimaru, "It appears that the third Mizukage has indeed lost much of his former power. His subordinates not only have to shoulder a vast and exceedingly intricate workload, but they also risk becoming scapegoats at the slightest misstep." After pondering Li Hua's words for a moment, Orochimaru nodded gently, signifying his agreement with Li Hua's perspective. Engaging in negotiations with envoys from various nations is fraught with unpredictable variables, undoubtedly rendering it an exceedingly arduous and intricate endeavor. However, if one can deftly navigate and adeptly manage the myriad situations that arise, it simultaneously harbors immense opportunities. As the two conversed, a village shrouded in thick fog gradually emerged on the distant horizon. This was the legendary Misty Hidden Village. As they drew nearer, the fog enveloping the sea thickened considerably. When their vessel was on the verge of reaching the shore, the surroundings were completely engulfed in a white, impenetrable mist. Visibility plummeted, and the atmosphere turned increasingly oppressive. Li Hua couldn't help but ponder. If one were to remain in such an environment for an extended period, it would be inevitable for anyone to cultivate a melancholic and brooding disposition, wouldn't it? At last, as Li Hua and his companions disembarked onto land, they beheld two groups of dark-clad figures, their faces concealed by masks, silently stationed at the harbor, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. Subsequently, under the guidance of Zhao Meiming and her mentor, Li Hua and his companions ventured into the heart of the misty hidden village, arriving at the dwelling meticulously arranged by Xueying. Chapter 61. Investigating the Hidden Mist Village. Intelligence Transmission. As Li Hua traversed the path to his lodgings, he appeared calm on the surface, yet within, he was meticulously calculating and deliberately attuned to his surroundings and the unique topography of the Hidden Mist Village. His gaze was as sharp as that of a keen-eyed hawk, missing no minute detail. Upon nearing the village entrance, Li Hua, seizing a moment when others were distracted, darted into a concealed corner with remarkable swiftness. There, he swiftly formed a series of seals and silently placed a special mark at that location. This was his Flying Thunder God mark, a sigil not easily discernible, and past experiences had proven that such prudent measures were indeed wise. Due to the fact that the main forces of the Umbu were centered around formidable entities like Orochimaru and AI. Coupled with the inherently high secrecy of the Flying Thunder God technique, the Umbu tasked with escorting the envoy remained oblivious to Li Hua's recent discreet actions. Meanwhile, throughout their journey, Li Hua and Orochimaru had been meticulously observing this enigmatic village, seemingly isolated from the world. Li Hua noted that, although the entire Hidden Mist village was shrouded in thick fog, rendering the air oppressively humid, the villagers exhibited a spirited vitality. Perhaps it was the inauguration of the new Mizukage that had ushered in a refreshing atmosphere, filling the streets and alleys with an extraordinary liveliness. Before long, Li Hua and his companions arrived at the designated lodgings arranged for the envoys. It was notable that their accommodations were in close proximity to the building housing the Mizukage's office. This arrangement undoubtedly reflected the Hidden Mist Village's respect and importance placed on their visitors. Conversely, it likely also facilitated easier surveillance of the foreign envoys. Li Hua and Orochimaru were assigned adjacent rooms. After swiftly organizing their belongings, Li Hua unhesitatingly made his way to Orochimaru's chamber. As he approached the door, Li Hua acutely sensed a faint, almost imperceptible chakra carefully surveying him. A realization struck him. This must be Orochimaru's distinctive sensory technique. Such delicate yet omnipresent fluctuations of chakra could only be executed with such finesse by Orochimaru himself. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a slight rustle, the door creaked open. Orochimaru's cold, enigmatic visage emerged from the crack. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised Li Hua from head to toe before nodding gently, signaling him to enter the room. The moment Li Hua stepped inside, he immediately observed Orochimaru swiftly turning to secure the door and windows, even drawing the curtains tightly, plunging the entire room into dimness. Immediately, Orochimaru summoned his chakra, which spread outward like a delicate spider's web, meticulously sensing for any potential observers in the vicinity. Witnessing his teacher's cautious demeanor, Li Hua felt a surge of intense curiosity. He pondered to himself, what could Orochimaru be so meticulously planning? This question lingered in Li Hua's mind, filling him with an insatiable desire for answers. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the mystery was soon unveiled. Orochimaru swiftly approached a table and gently unfurled a minuscule scroll before Li Hua. Upon closer inspection, Li Hua discovered the scroll was densely inscribed with writing. It became clear that Orochimaru had been fervently documenting crucial intelligence at this very spot. The contents of this information left Li Hua astounded. It meticulously recounted their entire experience in the Hidden Mist Village, including various circumstances they encountered and their corresponding strategies. Even more unexpectedly, Orochimaru unreservedly divulged the assassination plans involving the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village, detailing every nuance with clarity. However, he discreetly concealed the particulars of his Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, the observations he had previously made regarding the terrain, geography, and architectural layout of the Hidden Mist Village were thoroughly recorded in the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals, and a diminutive serpent, barely perceptible, emerged from the shadows. After binding the scroll to its body, he instructed it to use reverse summoning technique to travel to Konoha and convey this invaluable intelligence. Once all was accomplished, Orochimaru cautiously surveyed the surroundings. After confirming that no one had detected his actions, he gradually relaxed the tension he had held. Li Hua, standing by, quietly observed the unfolding events. At that moment, he realized that the Hokage had dispatched Orochimaru for this mission not solely due to his formidable strength and status, but more importantly, because of his exceptional reconnaissance skills, making him perfectly suited for the critical task of intelligence gathering. Teacher, what should we do next? Li Hua could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, sinking into brief contemplation. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, and replied in a deep, steady voice, "Shopping, Li Hua." Before long, on the bustling streets of the hidden mist village, passers-by beheld two figures, one large and one small. They strolled leisurely, occasionally pausing, captivated by the enticing aromas of street food or stopping to admire a curious trinket. Indeed, the two individuals in question are Orochimaru and Li Hua. However, their purpose for this outing is clearly far from a mere casual shopping excursion. In reality, they are utilizing this seemingly ordinary activity as a guise to discreetly gather various intelligence regarding the hidden mist village. It is pertinent to note that this village, encircled by the sea, has long been isolated from the outside world, rendering its internal circumstances largely unknown. Thus, obtaining valuable intelligence is no simple feat. The recent transition of the Mizukage presents an exceptional opportunity. Both Orochimaru and the higher-ups in the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly seize this chance to gain deeper insights into the Hidden Mist Village and uncover more secrets. Unexpectedly, however, Orochimaru and Li Hua have not ventured into the core area of the Hidden Mist Village, but have instead found themselves lingering among numerous roadside stalls. With their unparalleled mastery of sensory techniques, they are acutely aware that a whole team of Umbu members is stealthily trailing them from not far behind. Nevertheless, the mere ability to perceive such crucial information is already sufficient to satisfy Orochimaru and Li Hua. As time swiftly passes, in less than a day's span, within the office of the Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen has just concluded a day filled with arduous tasks. Habitually, he employs the telescope technique to gauge the sentiments of the populace. At that moment, he suddenly senses a serpent dispatched by Orochimaru, specifically intended for conveying vital intelligence. After thoroughly perusing the contents of this message, he appears to be struck by an invisible force, plunging him into a prolonged and profound silence. After a considerable duration, he abruptly gestures with his large, powerful hands. Instantly, numerous trained and agile Umbu operatives materialize before him like phantoms. In that moment, the seemingly aged third Hokage radiates the formidable aura reminiscent of the legendary shinobi who once instilled fear across the western lands. He then commands, in an unmistakable tone, to summon all advisors, clan leaders, and elite shinobi to assemble at once. With this proclamation, the most powerful village in the shinobi world, the Hidden Leaf Village, begins to operate with remarkable efficiency and order. Chapter 62, The Counterattack of Konoha, the First Hidden Village. I absolutely disagree, Sarutobi. A sudden roar resonated throughout the office. Danzo abruptly rose to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. His eyes widened in fury, glaring ahead with a countenance full of anger and dissatisfaction. Such actions carry immense risk. Should the other hidden villages become aware, we would undoubtedly become their target, and they would surely band together to attack us. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Danzo's voice thundered, as if it could lift the very roof. Meanwhile, Tsunade turned her gaze towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat quietly, silently puffing on his pipe. Her expression was grave, and she spoke with utmost seriousness. Hiruzen, I understand your feelings, but this matter is of utmost importance. If not handled with care, it could lead to extremely severe repercussions. As the leader of a village, you must exercise the utmost caution. However, in the face of their vehement opposition, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely lifted his head slowly, his gaze calm and placid, devoid of any discernible emotion as he regarded his two former comrades in arms. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the clan leaders and numerous elite genin present, his weathered face revealing no hint of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. At that moment, a voice filled with disdain and contempt broke the tension. Humph, a pair of cowards, unable to protect even the younger generation of your own village. Yet you dare to call yourselves the first hidden village? How laughable. The assembly turned to see the speaker was Uchiha Taka, a prominent elder of the Uchiha clan. As his words fell, 5 or 6 elite Genin from the Uchiha clan immediately activated their Sharingan. In an instant, multiple pairs of gleaming three-tomo Sharingan began to swirl, enveloping the room in an overwhelming sense of oppressive power that made everyone present feel an involuntary tightening in their chests. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, stood silently to the side, his deep-set eyes unperturbed by the escalating tension. Unlike Taka's followers, he did not activate his Sharingan. Instead, he gazed intently at Taka, as if seeking to discern the true thoughts hidden within his heart. Very well, Mr. Taka, the Hokage is already aware of your sentiments. Just then, a broad and powerful hand gently landed on Uchiha Taka's shoulder, belonging to none other than the esteemed elite Genin of Konoha. The leader of the Hatake clan, Hatake Sakumo. Feeling the steady strength conveyed by that hand, Taka's previously taut nerves eased slightly. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Sakumo, who was deeply trusted by the Hokage, he couldn't help but nod slightly, expressing his respect. Meanwhile, several elite shinobi quietly concealed their fearsome Sharingan, causing the atmosphere to ease considerably. Shaka turned his gaze towards the third Hokage, who sat prominently in the center, and spoke softly. However, Hokage-sama, I must assert that Mr. Ting's words are not without merit. If we cannot adequately protect our own younger generation, then what becomes of the so-called will of fire? Upon hearing Shaka's remarks, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, clearly in agreement with his perspective. He then shifted his attention to Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan and another elite shinobi, and inquired, Shikaku, what are your thoughts on this matter? Nara Shikaku stroked his increasingly thick beard, pondering for a brief moment before responding slowly. I believe Konoha requires an opportunity to showcase its strength, akin to other hidden villages. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly rose, lifting the Hokage's ceremonial robe to reveal his black battle attire. In that moment, the most elite shinobi of Konoha felt the daunting aura of their leader. He waved his hand decisively and proclaimed, Convey my orders. Let them remember the might of Konoha. That night, the entire village of Konoha seemed enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness. The usually brilliant lights, reminiscent of stars, were extinguished, plunging the village into a disquieting void. In the oppressive silence, no one could detect the lethal threat lurking within the night. Countless members of the Umbu, clad in black stealth attire and masked, moved like phantoms, traversing the village with astonishing speed under the cover of darkness. Their footsteps were as light as feathers, barely making a sound as they silently infiltrated the abodes of their targets. These designated targets varied, encompassing both ninjas and villagers. However, they shared a singular identity, spies dispatched by rival hidden villages. The trained Umbu operatives struck with ruthless precision, requiring but a single blow to dispatch their foes without a chance for retaliation. Concurrently, there was no need to squander time interrogating these spies, for a battalion of shinobi from the mountainous clans stood ready and vigilant. They quietly employed their unique ninjutsu, preparing to delve into the minds of their enemies, extracting deeply concealed intelligence. On this tense night, numerous Ch-nin and ordinary J-nin received urgent summons, hastily assembling and swiftly making their way to the borders of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was tasked with the Konoha security detail, while elite shinobi teams led by the Aburame, Inuzuka, and High-Ga clans infiltrated the various hostile nations like a silent undercurrent. Their mission was to execute a thrilling retaliation, a tit-for-tat, delivering a formidable blow to those who dared to encroach upon the sanctity of Konoha. In addition, the sealing team and the intelligence department of Konoha were fully mobilized. Following the clues provided by Orochimaru, they hastened towards the site of the attack. Along the way, they proceeded with utmost caution, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for evidence and any potential remnants of intelligence. In an instant, the once tranquil village of Konoha was engulfed in turmoil. Days later, at a lookout post near the border of Iwagakure, a brilliant flash of yellow light streaked across the sky like lightning, followed by a resounding boom. When the light faded, the last of the station J-nin lay lifeless on the ground, his body grotesquely contorted by a powerful force, evidently having suffered a fatal blow. This terrifying strike was none other than the Rasengan unleashed by Minato Namikaze. Yet, Minato did not pause for a moment to relish his victory. His keen eyes swiftly scanned the western region, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished as if a specter. It turned out that his team had uncovered another hidden lookout deep within the mountains. Without a hint of hesitation, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, preparing to engage in yet another battle. Meanwhile, in the distant land of thunder, a dense forest was permeated by a strong stench of blood. Kakashi Hitaki, expressionless, wielded the renowned White Fang short sword with precision and resolve. With each step he took, a storm of blood and carnage ensued, as countless cloud ninjas fell. Their cries echoing in the air, they scarcely had time to discern the shadow of their assailant before meeting their demise. In the land of wind, on a desolate and rarely trodden gravel plain, flames erupted skyward, thick smoke billowing. The ground was littered with the bodies of sand ninjas, some still ablaze, exuding a pungent odor of charred flesh. Uchiha Itachi stood tall amidst the ruins, his icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield, before he gracefully waved his arm. In an instant, several formidable Uchiha Nin followed him in a flash, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, in a bustling izakaya within the land of thunder, a middle-aged man with a head of white hair and a spiky hairstyle sat in a corner, reveling in drink. He downed shot after shot of strong liquor until, soon enough, he was thoroughly intoxicated, collapsing onto the table in deep slumber. Little did anyone suspect that at that very moment, his true self had already stealthily infiltrated the intelligence department of Kumogakure, launching a surprise attack with remarkable swiftness, successfully seizing a wealth of crucial intelligence. Humph. Although I am not entirely certain what the old man is scheming, given the scale of this operation, I, the Toad Sage, certainly cannot remain idle. This enigmatic figure muttered to himself as he carefully concealed the precious intelligence within his robes, then silently departed the scene. Shifting focus to the land of Earth. Beneath a gambling den known as Wanli Show, lay a little-known underground gold exchange. In this chaotic milieu, where shadowy transactions unfold daily, a young woman with flowing golden locks, after yet another debt collection, silently covered her eyes. Beside her, the ever-watchful Shizun was taken aback by the scene. Lady Tsunade, what does this signify? Tsunade, however, merely coldly addressed the debt collectors. You are but a facade of the Iwagakure Finance Department, are you not? The leader of the group sneered in response. And what of it? In light of this revelation, Tsunade, having memorized the enemy's positions, dulled her senses. Shizun, remember to carry me out shortly, then take me for a bath. Following this, Tsunade let out a thunderous cry, painful heaven's foot. Shizun, bewildered, could only react in shock. Chapter 63, The Cost of Failed Schemes. The storm brews at the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning, within the towering edifice of the Raikage S office in the hidden cloud village. A thunderous crash reverberated, bang, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering glass. A table, utterly mangled by a furious fist, was hurled from the second floor of the Raikage's office. Although the onlookers were accustomed to the Raikage's volatile temper, the current scene nevertheless piqued their curiosity. What could possibly ignite the fury of the strongest man in the hidden cloud village once more? Quickly summon Barubi and Yuzuki. Today, I shall wage war. At this moment, Raikage AI was seething with rage, his eyes wide, surrounded by crackling lightning. As if he were a tempestuous bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, the rampant lightning snakes ruthlessly struck everything around, as if determined to rend the very fabric of the world apart. Yet, standing beside him, the Raikage secretary, though equally incensed, understood the gravity of her duty. She suppressed her inner turmoil and indignation, striving to maintain composure while calmly presenting an analysis of the current situation's pros and cons. Raikage-sama, I implore you to think carefully. The secretary inhaled deeply, continuing, our village has only recently suffered the upheaval caused by the Eight Tails, leaving us severely weakened. Furthermore, the outposts along the border of the Land of Lightning have sustained near catastrophic damage, and even our intelligence department is overwhelmed. As the secretary methodically outlined these adverse factors, the once blazing fury in the Raikage's eyes gradually began to clear. Though known for his fiery temper, he was far from reckless. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that a hasty military response would not be prudent. Turning away, he gazed through the shattered window at the hidden cloud village, the remnants of his anger flickering in his eyes. I will find Jiraiya by any means necessary. I shall strip him of his skin. Sarutobi, mark my words. Within 5 years, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. Meanwhile, in the Earth Shadow's office within the hidden stone village, A shadow-cloaked member of the Umbu knelt on one knee before the third Suchikage, Inoki, who sat behind his desk, respectfully reporting an urgent situation. Report, Suchikage-sama. All our outposts within the borders of the land of Earth have been annihilated. The station ninjas, none survived. The Umbu member's voice was low and grave, as if each word bore the weight of immense pressure and sorrow. Inoki's previously closed eyes snapped open, his gaze piercing as he stared at the Umbu member, incredulously demanding, "How is this possible? Who is responsible?" The circumstances suggest that it may be the handiwork of Konoha. The members of the Umbu dared not hesitate for a moment and continued their report. Furthermore, news has just arrived from the Ministry of Finance. The legendary three Sannin, one of whom is Tsunade, has launched a surprise attack on our underground bank, seizing an unfathomable amount of cash. Upon hearing this news, the usually composed and cunning Noki displayed an expression of astonishment and fury for the first time. His eyes widened in rage, veins bulging on his forehead, as his right hand clenched into a fist and struck the desk with great force. As Naka's emotions surged, a dazzling white, transparent cube materialized in his palm. This cube, immaculate in its whiteness, emanated a chilling aura that instilled fear. The Umbu members knew all too well that this was the bloodline elimination technique of the formidable Tsuchikage, dust release. Tsunade, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noki gritted his teeth, forcing out these two names through clenched jaws. His fiery gaze seemed capable of piercing through walls. Aimed directly at the distant village of Konoha. After a moment of composure, he suppressed his simmering anger and inquired, "What is the situation with the other hidden villages?" The Umbu member quickly responded, "According to the latest intelligence, Kumogakure and Sunagakure have also suffered fierce attacks from Konoha, but thus far, they have chosen to remain inactive, refraining from any counterattacks." Upon hearing this, Naka's anger gradually transformed into a deep sense of helplessness. He slowly relaxed his clenched fist, and the dust release in his palm began to dissipate. Gazing out at the undulating mountains, Noki sighed deeply, "Alas. I truly wonder when our Awagakure will produce as many outstanding talents as Konoha." After this lamentation, Noki gathered his thoughts and issued orders. Freeze all assets of the Land of Fire in Awagakure and confiscate them entirely. Additionally, notify that if Awagakure ninjas have the capability to eliminate Konoha ninjas during missions, they are to do so without hesitation. Lastly, help me locate Tsunade. I wish to send her to meet her grandfather. The Umbu nodded slightly, albeit with a hint of confusion, to freeze all assets. What about the Daime? Noki waved his hand dismissively, in the face of a ninja's strength. The Daime is merely a figurehead. Carry out the orders. The Umbu nodded and vanished in an instant. A similar situation unfolded in Sunagakure. Throughout the ninja world, the attitude towards Konoha is caught in a delicate and oppressive balance. Anger without the courage to voice it. This sentiment flows like an underground current, appearing calm on the surface while concealing turbulent undercurrents. Although the major ninja villages harbor dissatisfaction with Konoha's dominant position, the power and prestige of Konoha weigh upon them like a heavy stone, suppressing their rage and preventing it from erupting easily. However, this state is not eternal. It resembles a taut string that could snap at any moment, unleashing a storm that would engulf the entire ninja world at the slightest hint of decay in Konoha. Yet, the time for such upheaval has not yet arrived. The various factions within the ninja realm continue to gather strength in the shadows, awaiting the decisive opportunity. During this period, both Li Hua and Orochimaru, aside from attending various meetings leading up to the impending election of the Mizukage, devoted nearly all their time to the exploration and intelligence gathering concerning the village hidden in the mist. Meanwhile, amidst these seemingly mundane days, an event of seemingly trivial significance transpired. It was the day when Li Hua and Orochimaru first ventured out together to collect intelligence. In a remote corner of the hidden mist village, within an unassuming little house, a few ninjas clad in Umbu uniforms, their expressions stern, issued a command to a despondent elite jonin named Haido. Haido, the elder commands you to set forth immediately to guard the Ghost Wind Islands. Upon hearing this, Haido's eyes flashed with disbelief and resentment. What? But I still wish to participate in the Mizukage election ceremony. The leading Umbu spoke in a frigid tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Your presence at the Mizukage election is unnecessary. Depart at once. With that, they vanished in an instant, leaving Haido in a state of shock. His complexion turned ashen, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable darkness and fury. He muttered to himself, filled with dissatisfaction. Why should I, a trusted aide to the third Mizukage, be relegated to this desolate place, while Ping Hai enjoys the honor of hosting envoys with his female apprentice? The discontent and anger within him spread like wildfire, leading Haido to question the worth of his loyalty. He pondered, the third Mizukage is but a molting phoenix now. How can he compare to the peak of the fourth Mizukage? Had I known this, I would have pledged my allegiance to the fourth from the outset. Yet, reality delivered a heavy blow to him. The tides had turned, and how could he seek to align himself with the new Mizukage? Haido's gaze flickered as a treacherous plan quietly took shape in his mind. He understood that time was not on his side. He must act before the new Mizukage assumed office. A fierce determination and resolution appeared on his face. For his heart had already made a decision. Perhaps a storm was silently brewing. Chapter 64. The Conspiracy of Heidu. Framing? At dawn the next day, Heidu commenced the execution of his elaborate scheme. He donned a black cloak, enveloping himself completely. He adorned his visage with a mask and hat, leaving only his eyes visible, two glimmering orbs that pierced through the morning mist, surveying the surroundings like sharp nails. Eschewing transformation techniques, he relied solely on his attire to obscure his true identity. After ensuring that all was in order, Heidu stealthily made his way to the black market of Wuyin village. Navigating through the bustling market, he finally arrived at an inconspicuous shop. The establishment bore a decrepit faade, with goods haphazardly strewn about. Yet Heidu was aware that it held precisely what he sought. Upon entering, his gaze flitted over the myriad of wares, ultimately settling upon a distinctive katana. One side of the blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness, while the other featured a jagged edge, exuding both menace and practicality. Heidu recognized that this katana would serve as a pivotal instrument in the execution of his plan. The shopkeeper, a shrewd and capable middle-aged man, exhibited no surprise at Heidu's appearance. In the black market, such disguises were commonplace, employed either to conceal one's identity or to evade trouble. However, the shopkeeper sensed an undercurrent of chakra emanating from Heidu, as if he were maintaining some form of transformation technique, yet chose not to confront him about it. Heidu grasped the katana and rasped, 10,000 yen, non-negotiable. Upon hearing this price, the shopkeeper secretly rejoiced, for it was double his original asking price. Nevertheless, he recognized that someone of Heidu's demeanor and garb was no ordinary patron. Thus, he donned a sycophantic smile and replied, it's settled then. Allow me to wrap it for you. The shopkeeper retrieved a few tattered and greasy cloths, carefully enveloping the blade. Please pardon the simplicity, he explained. But I fear that a more ornate scabbard would incite envy from others. Heidu inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the shopkeeper's prudent decision. As the shopkeeper produced a scroll from beneath the counter, he handed it to Heidu. This is a custom scabbard and blade oil, newly arrived at our shop, unique to us. Please keep it safe. Heidu accepted the katana and placed the scroll in his ninja tool pouch. Just as he was about to retrieve his payment, he inadvertently dropped a pendant. It was an exquisite pendant, depicting a hot spring with steam rising elegantly from it. However, Heidu promptly stepped on it, as if fearful of being seen. Yet, despite his efforts, the shopkeeper caught sight of it. What did you see? Heidu glared at the shopkeeper, his tone icy. The shopkeeper felt a pang of alarm but feigned ignorance with a smile. I only saw money, nothing more. Heidu cast a fierce glare at his employer before hastily exiting the shop. Upon returning home, he shed his disguise and concealed the katana in a hidden location. In his mind, he meticulously plotted his next steps, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. For the following days, Heidu left early and returned late, with no one aware of his whereabouts or activities. On a deep night a few days later, Heidu, cloaked in secrecy, arrived at Ping Hai's private residence with a bottle of fine wine. At that moment, it was the time for Li Hua and Orochimaru to roam freely in the hidden mist village. Aware that they could not venture into the heart of the village, Ping Hai wisely chose not to accompany them and granted Yume a day off as well. The two former confidants of the third Mizukage reunited once more. Due to their amicable relationship, Ping Hai welcomed Heidu into his home without hesitation. Heidu's purpose for visiting was merely to reminisce and to inform Ping Hai of his impending assignment to guard the Ghost Wind Islands. Upon hearing this, Ping Hai displayed a look of regret. The Ghost Wind Islands are notorious for their harsh environment. However, he failed to perceive the jealousy and malice lurking beneath the surface of Heidu's eyes. The two shared the wine Heidu brought, but it wasn't long before Ping Hai sensed an unusual difficulty in the flow of his chakra. as if he were tightly bound by invisible chains, and the chakra he could summon diminished steadily. This sudden change stirred a wave of unease within him. He attempted to draw upon more chakra to counteract this anomaly, only to feel his strength dissipating. Furthermore, his body grew increasingly weary, as if weighed down by an unseen gravity, making even standing a struggle. He looked at Heidu in terror, the once familiar face now appearing so strange and cold. "Heidu, what have you done?" Ping Hai managed to cry out, his voice laced with fear and anger. In response, Heidu smiled coldly, his expression contorted and feral. Rising from his seat, he slowly approached Ping Hai and whispered, "Farewell, Ping Hai." With that, Heidu struck Ping Hai's neck with such force that he instantly collapsed to the ground. Swiftly, Heidu enveloped Ping Hai in a blanket, binding his limbs tightly with rope to ensure that no marks were left and to prevent him from breaking free. After completing this task, Heidu meticulously cleaned up all traces he had left in Ping Hai's home, wiping surfaces with great care to avoid leaving any clues. Finally, he bent down and deftly removed a button from Ping Hai's ninja tool pouch, which would serve as evidence to implicate Ping Hai in the future. Satisfied with his handiwork, Heidu quietly departed from Ping Hai's residence. He traversed the dimly lit alleys of the night and returned home, yet he did not rest, for he knew that the plan was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Ping Hai gradually began to awaken the following afternoon. He felt his chakra and strength gradually returning. Although still somewhat weak, he was now able to break free from his restraints. With great effort, he struggled and finally extricated himself from the blankets, the ropes binding his hands and feet coming undone one by one. A sense of confusion and fury filled Ping Hai's heart as he pondered why Haido would act in such a manner. He suspected that Haido might harbor ulterior motives, prompting him to seek answers directly. However, upon arriving at Haido's residence, he discovered the front door firmly shut. No matter how he knocked, no one answered. His anxiety and anger deepened, and just as he was about to force his way in, Li Hua suddenly appeared before him, leading a team of covert operatives, surrounding him completely. Stepping forward from behind Li Hua, the coldly stoic He Chua Leia declared, "Ping Hai, you are now suspected of the massacre of the Snow Clan civilians, and we are here to arrest you." At these words, Ping Hai's heart sank. The operative's accusations bewildered him. He had a vague sense that he had fallen into Haido's devious plot. Chapter 65, The Annihilation of the Yuki Clan. The Involvement of Li Hua, 3,000-word chapter. Upon returning home, Haido patiently awaited the stroke of midnight, ensuring that no one was aware of his presence. He firmly gripped the menacing katana and set forth on his journey to the Yuki clan's stronghold. The Yuki clan possessed a remarkably rare and formidable bloodline limit known as Ice Release. In the original narrative, due to the disdain exhibited by the hidden mist village towards bloodline limits, the sole wielder of Ice Release, Haku, was forced into exile. However, at this juncture in time, the hidden mist village had not yet rejected bloodline limits. More significantly, the Yuki clan was at odds with the third Mizukage. Numerous scandals involving the third Mizukage had surfaced during the latter part of his reign, providing considerable leverage for the new Mizukage. This also served as the justification for Haido to orchestrate the assassination of Yuki clan civilians by his confidant, Ping Hai. In the preceding days, he had meticulously surveyed the vicinity of the Yuki clan's residence, familiarizing himself with the terrain. When Haido finally arrived at the Yuki clan stronghold, he stealthily infiltrated the area, leveraging his prior reconnaissance. Once within the Yuki clan's territory, Haido swiftly maneuvered between the residences, ruthlessly commencing his slaughter. His swordsmanship was both exquisite and merciless, each strike precisely severing the throats or hearts of his targets, ensuring they could neither cry out nor struggle. He carefully placed a button from Ping Hai's ninja gear in the hand of one deceased individual, while a specially crafted pendant found its resting place in the grasp of another. After executing these arrangements, he silently departed from the Yuki clan stronghold. Upon returning home, Haido utilized Earth Release to bury all implements of murder in his backyard. Having completed this grim task, he set off towards Ghost Wind Island. By morning, the patrolling Yuki clan ninja finally discovered the bodies of their kin. Upon receiving this news, the new Mizukage, Shirkara, was consumed by a profound anger. The Yuki clan was a crucial supporter of his, and now, as he was on the cusp of assuming office, they had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Without hesitation, he dispatched 5 elite Umbu teams to the Yuki clan's territory to conduct a thorough investigation, vowing to uncover the true culprit. Such a large-scale mobilization of ninja could not escape the notice of Orochimaru and Li Hua. Observing the swift passage of the ninja teams, Li Hua's expression grew increasingly grave. Based on the intelligence he had gathered in the hidden mist village over the past few days, he quietly remarked to Orochimaru, "They are headed towards the Yuki clan's domain." Orochimaru, intrigued, smiled wryly and nodded. It appears that the hidden mist village is on the brink of yet another upheaval. However, Li Hua shook his head, asserting, "We are emissaries of Konoha. It would be prudent to refrain from entangling ourselves in such troublesome affairs." However, Orochimaru responded nonchalantly, expressing his keen interest in the bloodline limit, particularly as the Snow Clan possesses the ice release, thus necessitating their involvement for his research. Without waiting for a reaction from Li Hua, Orochimaru swiftly set off towards the direction of the Snow Clan. Li Hua, with a resigned expression, followed closely behind, silently lamenting in his heart about Orochimaru's previous words during their encounter in the Land of Iron. Upon their arrival at the Snow Clan's territory, the scene that unfolded before them was harrowing. Over a dozen corpses lay silently at the entrance, silently narrating the brutality that had transpired here. Numerous Umbu ninjas moved about, diligently searching for clues, and the air was thick with tension and oppression. Li Hua observed one of the Umbu reporting to a man wielding twin blades, none other than the bearer of the lightning blade, Leia. At that moment, he had yet to develop the infamous habit of conducting funerals for others, instead serving as the commander for this operation, bearing the significant responsibilities of the Mizukage. Recalling his teacher's request, a daring plan began to form in Li Hua's mind. With a quiet sigh, he positioned himself at a distance and began to meticulously examine the deceased. With his keen insight, he gradually spoke, deducing that the assailant had evaded the patrolling ninjas and that all victims had met their demise with a single strike, indicating that the perpetrator was undoubtedly a formidable ninja, at least of J-nin caliber. Moreover, given that a change of leadership was taking place for the Mizukage, security around Kirigakure had been significantly heightened. Thus, the only individuals capable of infiltrating this area would be the envoys from various countries or those from within the village itself. Consequently, it was highly probable that the culprit was an elite J-nin from Kirigakure. Li Hua continued, noting that based on the wounds, the weapon used appeared to be a specially crafted tachi, a blade not commonly encountered. Tracing its origin could lead them directly to the assailant. An Umbu agent nearby initially intended to dismiss them, but, upon noticing the Konoha forehead protectors adorning Li Hua and Orochimaru, he suppressed his impatience and calmly stated, "Please. You two must leave. We are currently investigating a homicide." At this juncture, Leia stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Li Hua and remarked, "A ninja from Konoha, your thoughts align remarkably with ours." Li Hua, with unwavering determination, boldly replied, "If granted the opportunity to personally inspect the scene, I could offer more valuable insights." Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at his disciple, swiftly comprehending Li Hua's intent. Should Leia acquiesce to the request, it would provide Orochimaru with the chance to collect blood samples, while refusal would bear no consequence for either of them. After a moment of contemplation, Leia appeared to reach a resolution and nodded affirmatively. He then turned to the Umbu, issuing the command, "Allow the Konoha envoys to enter for inspection." Upon hearing these words, Li Hua realized that he had made the right bet. With the imminent change of leadership within the Mist Village, he was certain that they would exert every effort to solve the case, even resorting to the assistance of other hidden villages if necessary. However, the Umbu agents nearby exhibited expressions of anxiety. Such actions could potentially tarnish the reputation of the Mist Village. Failing to apprehend the perpetrator would be the true disgrace. Leia coldly interjected, "As long as we capture the murderer, I shall personally bring him to justice." As he spoke, his gaze turned distant and indifferent, his back faintly shimmering with the glow of lightning, as if he were about to obliterate the assailant miles away into fragments. Thus, accompanied and monitored by a team of Umbu agents, Li Hua and Orochimaru entered the territory of the Yuki clan, commencing a meticulous investigation of the scene. Along the way, while others searched for clues, Orochimaru swiftly collected the blood of the Yuki clan before the Umbu could notice. At that moment, an Umbu agent appeared, bringing with him the hot spring pendant deliberately left by Hato and a button. Leia examined the pendant closely and remarked, "This pendant is quite rare in the Mist Village. It can only be found in the land of hot springs." Suddenly, Li Hua had a moment of inspiration. Observing the pendant's pristine condition indicated that the murderer must have recently visited the land of hot springs, specifically an elite jonin. Nodding in agreement, Leia, after a quick inquiry with his subordinates, discovered that only one individual matched the criteria, Ping Hai. At that moment, the Umbu had already located him. As the task was nearing completion, Li Hua was about to depart with Orochimaru when He-Chue Leia calmly said to Li Hua, "Let us see if your hypothesis holds true." His words conveyed an undeniable authority. The matter was of great significance, and he needed to ensure that all involved parties remained close by. Hearing this, Li Hua relinquished his desire to leave hastily and accompanied the Umbu to apprehend Ping Hai. After the capture of Ping Hai, He-Chue Leia expressed his gratitude to Li Hua and Orochimaru, sending them back to their residence. Subsequently, he escorted Ping Hai to the Umbu for interrogation. In the interrogation room, Ping Hai adamantly denied any involvement in the murder of the Yuki clan, prolonging the questioning into the late hours of the night. However, the testimony from the black market owner, coupled with the discovery of the murder weapon in Hado's backyard, only intensified Ping Hai's suspicion. Why not suspect Hado? The physique matches. The weapon is also found in Hado's home. Moreover, I have never even been to the land of hot springs. After enduring a series of incomprehensible events, even the seasoned Jonin Ping Hai's mental state began to unravel, leading him to shout in desperation. Yet, He-Chue Leia methodically placed evidence upon the table. The shopkeeper confessed that the murderer likely employed transformation techniques. A button from your ninja tool bag was found at the scene, and your presence at Hado's residence could very well indicate an attempt to conceal the weapon. Most crucially, Jonin Hado was already en route to Ghost Wind Island when the crime occurred. It was Hado who bound me. He poisoned and incapacitated me. Yet, there are no signs of restraint upon your person, and no evidence of another presence within your abode, a member of the Umbu remarked coldly. Your discontent stems from the discord between the Yuki clan and the Third Mizukage, leading you to seek refuge with the West, thus prompting such actions, is it not? Upon hearing this litany of accusations, Ping Hai bowed his head in silence, a derisive snort escaping his lips, his countenance pale as ash. Hikaru Raiga observed the disheveled Ping Hai. A vague sense of unease creeping into his mind, as if unseen hands were subtly guiding their investigation. He silently exited the interrogation room and addressed an Umbu operative, instructing, "Send 2 teams of Umbu along the route to Guifeng Island to search for the Jonin Hado. Be vigilant in noting his location. Should it not align with the distance traversed in 2 days, apprehend him immediately." He then turned to another Umbu, inquiring, "Where is the Jonin of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish?" The Umbu responded, "The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen have been dispatched by Lord Mizukage to guard the borders of the Land of Water." Hikaru Raiga sighed inwardly, realizing that without direct inquiry, he could not ascertain whether Ping Hai had ventured to the capital of the Land of Soup. He resolved to expedite communication with the 7 ninja swordsmen involved in that operation, determined to make contact at once. Meanwhile, at the residence of the envoy, a young girl stealthily infiltrated the chamber of Li Hua, a kunai gleaming with a sharp radiance under the moonlight in her grasp. Chapter 66. The Assassination of Konoha's Mei. The Oath of the Sea Warrior. The young maiden moved like a wraith, her footsteps light as she approached the slumbering figure of Li Hua. Remarkably, the entire process transpired without the slightest whisper, as though she had seamlessly melded with her surroundings. Upon reaching Li Hua's side, she stood in silence, her gaze fixed upon the serene visage of the sleeping youth. For reasons unknown, her exquisite eyes began to glisten with crystalline tears, yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable torrent of hatred surged from the depths of her heart, like a volcano ready to erupt. In the next instant, without hesitation, the maiden raised the kunai clutched tightly in her hand and thrust it fiercely downwards towards Li Hua. Just as the kunai was about to make contact with his body, a chillingly cold voice echoed through the previously silent room, sending shivers down her spine. The girl's movement froze as if time itself had been halted, not out of remorse, but because she sensed a violent tremor coursing through her body, as though she were being stalked by a ferocious predator far mightier than herself. "Do not proceed, or you shall regret it." With those menacing words, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the room. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, it revealed itself to be Orochimaru, the neighbor of Li Hua. Realizing that her assassination attempt had been thwarted, Konoha's Mei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yet, she did not resign herself to defeat. Instead, she swiftly formed hand signs, her chakra surging through her body like a torrential flood. Liquid release. A sharp crack pierced the air as a pair of pale hands gripped Mei's wrist with the force of iron, halting her from completing her jutsu. At the same time, a powerful chakra erupted from those hands, crashing into Mei's body and disrupting the normal flow of her chakra. This figure was none other than Li Hua himself. In that moment, with a resounding bang, the tranquil form of Li Hua transformed into a thick cloud of white smoke, dissipating into the air like wisps of vapor. Witnessing this, Konoha's Mei felt a weight settle in her heart. She understood that she stood no chance of success at this juncture. Moreover, should her assassination attempt be revealed, she would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the Umbu. In that moment of realization, memories of her wronged master flooded her mind, igniting an indescribable sense of injustice and a blazing fury within her soul. Her enchanting eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, resembling two fierce bolts of lightning that fixated ominously on the figure before her, as if she sought to annihilate him with her fierce gaze. In the next instant, she let out a sharp cry, pivoted gracefully, and unleashed a devastating kick, striking relentlessly toward his chest. Yet, in the face of this formidable assault, he remained remarkably composed. Parting his lips, he uttered coldly, "Shadow of the serpent." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 colossal, snow-white serpents erupted from his sleeve, akin to 5 streaks of white lightning, surging toward her with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, these 5 great serpents had ensnared her, rendering her utterly immobile. Having successfully subdued her, he and the formidable Orochimaru strolled forward leisurely. Upon nearing her, he inclined his head slightly, employing a gentle yet authoritative tone as he inquired, "Now, do enlighten me. What is the matter?" It turned out that from the moment she had stealthily infiltrated his chamber, both he and Orochimaru had sensed that her intentions were far from benign. However, they remained oblivious to the motivations that propelled her to undertake such a perilous venture. As he posed the pivotal question, the emotion that she had been desperately suppressing surged forth, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood breaking through a dam. Witnessing this, he felt a tremor in his heart and swiftly released her from the binding grip of the shadow of the serpent, gesturing for her to take a seat, signaling his willingness to listen to her tale. Despite her lingering wariness, after a moment of hesitation, she gradually settled down, her gaze fixed upon him as she sought a glimmer of trust and understanding in his eyes. "Why are you suspecting my master?" Her voice quivered slightly, laden with indignation and confusion. He inhaled deeply and began recounting the series of deductions he had made, laying them bare before her. As his narrative unfolded, her expression grew increasingly grave. However, when he mentioned the crucial clue that the pendant from the hot springs indicated the assailant had recently visited the land of hot water, she sprang up from her seat as if a cat had been stepped upon, her cheeks flushed with fervor as she exclaimed, "But during that trip to the land of hot water, my master and I never even disembarked from the ship." This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging his thoughts into a tumult of confusion. Meanwhile, a seemingly indifferent Orochimaru, who appeared to be unconcerned, exhibited subtle yet perceptible shifts in his typically stoic expression. Li Hua, taken aback, rose abruptly, his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently on Terumi Mei, urgently inquiring, "Is this true? Are you certain that you did not disembark at that time?" Upon receiving Terumi Mei's affirmative response, Li Hua realized that Ping Hai had been wrongfully accused. He hurriedly sought confirmation from Terumi Mei regarding Ping Hai's movements before and after the murder case. With each question, Li Hua increasingly suspected that the individual orchestrating the plot against him was none other than the person whom everyone deemed as Ping Hai's scapegoat, Heidu. At that very moment, Heidu found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, surrounded by the elite dark operatives dispatched by the Black Hoe Thunder Fong, forming an impenetrable barrier. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes flickered among the trees, each pair of eyes glinting with a cold and vigilant gleam. As Heidu stepped into this territory, before he could react, he was met with an abrupt ambush. This was no mere coincidence. The distance he had traversed appeared unduly sluggish when compared to the expected speed of an elite jonin, falling far short of the anticipated 2-day journey. 2 teams of dark operatives swiftly and methodically fanned out, creating an airtight encirclement, their movements professional and laden with caution, clearly indicating the high stakes of the mission. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Heidu's face, but it was merely a momentary display of emotion. He quickly recalibrated his mindset and inquired, feigning ignorance, "Esteemed operatives, what is the reason for surrounding me?" The leader of the dark operatives, a stern-faced ninja with piercing eyes, succinctly and forcefully elucidated the situation. His words contained no superfluous detail, directly pointing out Heidu's anomalous journey. Without hesitation, He gestured to take Heido back for further investigation. However, to the astonishment of all present, Heido displayed neither discontent nor surprise. On the contrary, he accepted the captain's request with an unexpected calmness and willingness, even allowing a faint smile to grace his features, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. For he understood that this was an integral part of his scheme, the commencement of his endeavor to earn trust and establish his allegiance. At that moment, Heido had already laid out a grand strategy in his mind, and he was poised to become the pivotal piece on the chessboard, ready to fulfill his crucial role. Chapter 67. The Identification of Heido. A sudden turn of events. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder seemed to tear through the interrogation room, striking Heido's eardrums and leaving them ringing. After a long night of relentless travel, Heido had returned to Misty Hidden Village and was now under the scrutiny of Haishu Leah. Leah slowly raised his hand, the Thunderblade, Fong, resembling a lightning dragon about to break free, ruthlessly unleashed a cacophony of thunder. Blue and violet arcs of electricity danced across Heido's skin, searing him with pain. Heido's brow furrowed deeply. You are unworthy. Have Lord Suedai Mizukic speak with me personally. Heido's voice was low, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an undeniable gravity. This phrase had been repeated countless times since his encounter with Haishu Leah, each utterance slicing through the tension and confrontation like a sharp blade. Impudent. Leah roared, his voice laced with the echoes of thunder. The thunder blade mercilessly pierced Heido's shoulder, instantly solidifying the wound with lightning, preventing even a drop of blood from flowing. Heido's face contorted in agony, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to divulge any information. He understood all too well that once he spoke, he would utterly lose his value. Haishu Leah was equally aware that Heido's obstinacy only indicated the significance of the information he held. Absolutely must not speak, must pry open his lips. This mutual thought surged within both men, the atmosphere thickening to an almost suffocating intensity. Just then, the arrival of a member from the Umbu shattered this oppressive stalemate. Report. Lord Leah, Lord Mizukic has declined your urgent communication request and demands that you conclude the case within a day. The calm voice of the Umbu was like a heavy bomb detonating within the hearts of the two men. Hiss. The Thunderblade, still embedded in Heido's shoulder, erupted in a blinding flash of lightning, blue and violet arcs of electricity ravaging his skin, charring a large patch of flesh. Yet, Heido silently smiled, a victorious grin, for he knew he had gained the upper hand in this contest. In the Mizukic's office, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Haishu Leah stood before Yuzakura, accompanied by a somewhat disheveled Heido, with anxiety palpable in the air. Yuzakura's expression was dark, his brows furrowed with an unmistakable blend of urgency and anger. Leah, 2 days have already passed, and only 3 days remain until the transition ceremony. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the heart. Haishu Leah felt the weight of the Mizukic's wrath, his heart tightening, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor and glanced at Heido beside him. Lord Mizukic, Jonin Heido claims he has a way to assist you in swiftly resolving the case. Leah's voice carried a hint of barely concealed exasperation. Upon hearing this, Yuzakura turned his gaze towards Heido, a flicker of surprise and skepticism crossing his eyes. He scrutinized the somewhat disheveled Jonin, attempting to glean further information from the depths of the other's gaze. Heido, do you have any ideas? Yagura's voice was calm and profound. Heido slightly turned his face, casting a subtle glance at the side of Raiga. Yagura, understanding the unspoken cue, gestured for Raiga to step outside. Though anxious, Raiga silently complied with the Mizukic's command and exited the office. Speak up, what is your plan? Yagura inquired again, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. Heido took a deep breath, as if arriving at a momentous decision. Jonin Hira has slaughtered civilians and brought chaos to the Hidden Mist. His crimes are unforgivable. I am here to expose him. He knelt on one knee, his voice unwavering and loyal. Yagura's curiosity intensified at these words. He appraised Heido from head to toe, as though attempting to penetrate his very essence and discern his true intentions. Is this what you deem a solution? His voice dripped with mockery and disdain. Heido nodded, undeterred. The Mizukic requires a perpetrator. Hira has assumed that role. Furthermore, you lack a crucial piece of evidence, and I am that evidence. Upon hearing this, Yagura's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical of Heido's assertion. However, this case is riddled with uncertainties, and you remain one of the suspects. Heido lifted his gaze to meet Yagura's, a flicker of cunning evident in his eyes. Yet all the clues point towards Hira. If we wish to uncover the true culprit, time is of the essence. Yagura's expression shifted abruptly, a formidable aura emanating from him in an instant as he fixed his gaze on Haitu, as though trying to see through him. How do you know about the clues at the scene? Haitu remained composed in the face of the Mizuki's interrogation. Naturally, it is Black Scythe. He was about to continue when Yagura interrupted him brusquely. I suggest you think carefully. I can summon Black Scythe to confront you right now. Yagura's voice was low and powerful, imbued with a palpable threat. A flicker of change finally crossed Haita's countenance as he clenched his fists tightly, as if engaged in a final contemplation. Very well, it was I who killed them, he murmured. Yet, Yagura did not immediately seize him. Instead, he was interrupted by Haita's next words. But does it truly matter who killed them? In comparison to someone like me, who possesses leverage but lacks evidence. Is not Hira, recently wronged, and still a close confidant of the third Mizuki, a far more suitable perpetrator? Heitu's words plunged Yagura into deep contemplation. As a Mizuki, he understood that at this critical juncture, preserving his own authority was paramount, far beyond the value of lives or truth. Thus, he made a startling decision. From this moment forth, Haitu shall be the full authority on this case. Yagura's voice was calm, yet resolute, as though everything lay within his grasp. The Umbu, though astonished, swiftly executed the Mizuki's command. As Heitu exhaled a sigh of relief, he recognized that he had bet correctly. His back was already drenched with perspiration, yet in this moment, he was acutely aware of his triumph. Yagura fixed his gaze intently upon Heitu, understanding that every step he took was meticulously calculated by this man. However, he also comprehended that in this game of power, only by wielding greater leverage could one remain invincible. Closure within a day, Yagura's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, as if delivering a final ultimatum to Heitu. Heitu inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. As you command. He then vanished with the shadowy division, preparing to initiate his scheme. Yagura, meanwhile, raised his hand once more, signaling for the Black Scythe, Rhea, to enter. Heitu is the murderer. Immediately commenced the search for all evidence of his crime. He added, and once collected, deliver it to me without delay, designating it as top secret. Although Rhea was taken aback by the arrangement orchestrated by Suigetsu, he swiftly complied. Upon returning to the Shadow Division, Heitu's first decree was to declare Pinghai the true culprit behind the murders. Arrest Pinghai at once and await Suigetsu's judgment. A fierce intensity glimmered in Heitu's eyes. Furthermore, he noted that Pinghai's disciple, Karamine, was highly likely to be an accomplice. Immediate apprehension was imperative. Upon hearing this, numerous members of the Shadow Division promptly vanished, setting forth to execute the orders. Chapter 68. Crucial Evidence. Terumi Mei arrested. At this moment, Terumi Mei, having deduced that Kaido is the true culprit, swiftly departed from the messenger's residence in search of evidence. Following closely behind was Riho, eager to rectify his previous erroneous assumptions. Orochimaru, too, had not left, for he had more significant research to pursue. The two eventually arrived at a shop in the black market, where the proprietor bore numerous scars, unmistakably a victim of interrogation by the Umbu. When Riho inquired about the events of that day, the owner trembled, unable to articulate a coherent response. I merely sold a sword and a scroll. Please, no more questions. This statement jolted Riho's senses. A scroll? What kind of scroll? For neither in the homes of Hira nor Kaido, nor in any locations associated with the homicide, had they found any suspicious scrolls. This is a custom scroll from our store, containing a sheath and blade oil. Seeing his affluence, I gifted it to him. The owner produced a scroll, and upon a brief glance, Riho became increasingly convinced that he had never encountered such a scroll before. Contemplatively, he slowly exited the shop, with Terumi Mei trailing behind him. If the scroll still resided with Kaido, it would serve as irrefutable proof of his guilt. Terumi Mei displayed a look of confusion. What if it was secretly placed on Kaido by my master? Riho ruffled Terumi Mei's hair, then quickly withdrew his hand. Hey, what are you doing? She exclaimed, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Ding. Head Pat B rank ninja. Terumi Mei, please select 2 rewards from the following options. Without pausing to examine the system's rewards, Riho continued, fool. Since Kaido had already departed for the Ghost Wind Islands before the incident, how could Hira possibly have placed the scroll on him? With that, Riho's gaze sharpened, as if he had pierced through all illusions. Moreover, I am certain he would never admit to having encountered Hira. Upon hearing Riho's words, Terumi may momentarily set aside her thoughts of his peculiar actions and began to ponder. Meanwhile, Riho examined the rewards from patting Terumi May's head. Water release, hidden mist technique water release, water pillar water release, water dragon bullet liquid release, liquid monster technique boil release, skillful mist technique. Seeing this, Riho scratched his head in bewilderment. Oh dear, how to choose. After a moment of playful hesitation, he decisively selected liquid release, liquid monster technique, and boil release, skillful mist technique. These two techniques are immensely powerful in the later stages, as in the original narrative. The Mizukage Terumi May could even shatter an incomplete Susanoo using them. As a familiar pain coursed through him, Riho's mind was suddenly flooded with the methods and insights pertaining to these two techniques. System. Does acquiring these two techniques mean I now possess both boil release and liquid release? The cold, mechanical voice of the system shattered Li Hui's illusions. Certainly not. The acquisition of these two techniques merely signifies that the host can utilize them, but does not imply that the host possesses any unique bloodline limits. For instance, should the host touch the head of Hashirama Senju and acquire the wood release, birth of the world tree, it indicates that the host has learned and can employ this technique, yet does not mean the host can wield wood release at will. Upon hearing this, Li's lips curled in disappointment. However, in the next instant, he scarcely had time to feel despondent as an alarm rang in his heart, prompting his body to instinctively adopt a defensive stance. The reason for this sudden alertness was none other than the countless members of the Umbu who appeared like phantoms, silently encircling Li Hua and Terumi May in an instant. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Terumi May showed no fear. She straightened her posture and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" One of the Umbu stepped forward, his tone icy as he declared, "Terumi May, you are being accused of the murder of the Yuki clan. By order of Lord Hado, we have come to arrest you." At this proclamation, both Li Hua and Terumi May were rendered speechless, their faces etched with astonishment. They could not comprehend how Hado, who himself bore significant suspicion, had transformed into the one responsible for this case. Yet, at this critical moment, they had no luxury for further contemplation. The Umbu members, armed and poised for action, were evidently prepared to capture at any moment. Li Hua and Terumi May understood all too well that resisting now would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Reluctantly, they were compelled to watch as the Umbu closed in, ultimately subduing Terumi May and leading her away. Before departing, the leading Umbu captain halted, turning back to fix Li Hua with a chilling gaze, delivering a warning laced with foreboding. The messenger of Konoha. The Umbu of Kirigakure solemnly advises you not to meddle in the internal affairs of our village. With that, he ceased to linger, escorting Terumi May further into the distance. Watching her receding figure, Li Hua was consumed by a sense of urgency, yet felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Terumi May turned her head, her gaze locking with Li Hua's. The once enchanting beauty of her visage was now ashen, her eyes slightly reddened, as if all vitality had drained from her. With trembling lips, she managed to squeeze out a few words. "Li Hua, if there is any possibility, please. You must help me." She understood well that in such dire circumstances, the likelihood of Li Hua extending his assistance was nearly negligible. Contemplating this, a bittersweet smile emerged on her face, tinged with self-mockery and helplessness. Subsequently, she silently turned away, her heavy footsteps following the dark members as they departed from this place. Li Hua, as if ensnared by a binding spell, stood frozen in place, motionless. His eyes were void and lifeless, as if his soul had fled. At that moment, an overwhelming tide of regret surged within him, while simultaneously, an inferno of burning rage began to rise and spread in his heart, ultimately consuming him entirely. Meanwhile, a member of the Dark faction was kneeling respectfully before Yagura, diligently reporting every word and action of Hado to the esteemed Water Shadow. Ever since Yagura decided to appoint Hado, he meticulously established countless informants around him, ensuring that they closely monitored and promptly reported every movement of Hado. Yagura was acutely aware that Hado's orders to imprison Hira and to capture Terumi May were blatant abuses of his authority to eliminate those who opposed him or posed a potential threat. As Yagura perused the document detailing the tragic fates of the innocent civilians of the Yuki clan, his previously indifferent heart began to waver. He could not help but recall the words of Elder Jin from earlier. "Yagura, be sure to consider your choices. Do not find yourself in a predicament from which you cannot escape." Yet, he also understood deeply that every decision he made aligned with the best interests of the Water Shadow, even if it meant wronging countless individuals. With this thought, he coldly addressed the Dark Member. Very well, you may leave for now. Remember to urge Heichi to gather more evidence regarding Heido's murders. Li Hua was unaware of how he returned to the envoy's residence. His mind was a tumult of confusion. Orochimaru sensed that something was amiss, as Li Hua seldom exhibited such expressions. After understanding the context of the situation, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, spoke again. Li Hua. Such occurrences are quite common in the ninja world. Li Hua preemptively replied, I know this is the norm, yet I still cannot accept that such events transpired before me due to my negligence. Then change it. Do what you desire, Orochimaru said quietly, placing a hand on Li Hua's shoulder. In that moment, he thought of that passionate white-haired youth who managed to maintain his kindness amidst chaos. Here. There is me and Konoha. Orochimaru gazed into the distance. Upon hearing this, Li Hua lifted his head to look at Orochimaru, nodding resolutely with gratitude shining in his eyes. Chapter 69. The shadow of the water and the commotion at the election ceremony having solidified his thoughts, Li Hua wasted no time and swiftly set his plans into motion. He immediately embarked on a quest to gather all possible evidence that could substantiate the claim of Heido's murderous actions, meticulously scrutinizing every suspicious detail. With merely a day remaining before the election ceremony, Li Hua and Orochimaru attended the rehearsal as envoys. During the rehearsal, Li Hua's eyes were drawn to the specially crafted ceremonial robe intended for Yagura, the esteemed water shadow. The craftsman proudly proclaimed that a new robe had been tailored for the ceremony due to the remarkable physique of the Western water shadow. May I touch it? I have yet to feel the texture of such a robe, Li Hua asked with the eagerness of an innocent child, masking the cunning and anger that flickered within his gaze. The craftsman readily nodded, of course, but please do not soil it. As Li Hua caressed the smooth fabric of the robe, he marveled at its quality while stealthily marking his flying thunder god seal upon it. What of this water shadow's hat? He inquired, placing his hand upon the hat. However, before he could finish, the craftsman interjected, that is sacred. You must not disturb it. He swiftly snatched the hat away and returned it to its rightful place, ushering the group to the next exhibit. Unbeknownst to all, a flying thunder god mark had now emerged within the hat's interior. As Li Hua traversed the venue, he left his mark in increasingly numerous locations. By the time the rehearsal concluded, his seals had been inscribed at every critical juncture of the ceremony. That night, Li Hua found himself restless, uncertain of the consequences his actions might unleash. Yet, he was acutely aware that if this matter were to proceed unchecked, both Ping Hai and Terumi Mei could very well lose their lives. The souls of those slain by Heido would remain forever unavenged. Though he did not consider himself a saint, he was no mere opportunist either. On the following day, the election ceremony officially commenced. Li Hua and Orochimaru, representing Konoha, would only enter once all arrangements were finalized. Observing the slight tension in Li Hua, Orochimaru could not help but chuckle. What is there to fear? In my day, I faced numerous shadow-level adversaries head-on. What you are doing hardly merits such anxiety. Orochimaru had discerned Li Hua's subtle actions during the rehearsal and had begun to surmise the intentions of his apprentice. 7 years old. What was I doing at that age? He mused, reflecting on the passage of time. As envoys from various hidden villages gathered, the much-anticipated election ceremony soon unfolded. Li Hua's expression turned grave as he surveyed the surroundings, his vigilance taut as a drawn bowstring. He keenly observed that at every entrance and critical position within the venue stood numerous members of the Umbu, clad in black attire and masked, their presence unmistakably deliberate and poised for action. The flames of departure keenly discerned that what lies before them is merely the surface manifestation of shadowy forces. The truly elite troops are undoubtedly covertly positioned in more concealed corners by the water shadow. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, these hidden forces will emerge as the absolute power to suppress all. As time inexorably flows, the towering figure of Shakura, the water shadow of the West, appears atop the water shadow building. Behind him stands Heido, stark and resolute. His gaze sweeps slowly over the gathered crowd. From this day forth, he shall bear the responsibility of leading the hidden mist village, becoming the new leader of this community. However, at this moment, Li Hua is preoccupied with anything but Shakura's exuberance. He gazes upward at Shakura, his mind flooded with visions of countless innocent lives lost, and the haunting visage of Terumi Mei, her spirit shattered. This anguish rends Li Hua's heart. Unbeknownst to him, his fists clench tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. As Shakura concludes his speech, a thunderous applause erupts throughout the hall. Subsequently, the conical hat, symbolizing the supreme authority of the water shadow, is reverently presented before Shakura. Once he dons this hat, he shall formally assume the rightful title of Water Shadow of the West. Yet, at that very moment, every muscle in Lihua's body tenses, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Since his entry into the venue, he has been quietly absorbing the natural energy surrounding him, meticulously integrating it into his chakra. At this juncture, after a prolonged period of accumulation and harmonization, the natural energy achieves an almost perfect fusion with his chakra. Sage mode activate. In this moment, the venue becomes a stage for two focal points, one being Shakura, on the verge of wearing the water shadow hat, and the other, Lihua, who suddenly emanates a formidable aura within the envoy's ranks. In an instant, countless shadowy figures materialize like phantoms before Lihua, clad in black, their features obscured by masks. Only their sharp, eagle-like eyes are visible. Numerous cold steel blades glint ominously in the sunlight, encircling Lihua and forming an impenetrable web of death. Yet, in the face of this sudden threat, Lihua merely smiles slightly, his eyes betraying no hint of panic or fear, instead exuding an air of composure and confidence. You are in the wrong place. His voice is calm and resolute. With a flash of scarlet light, Lihua's figure vanishes as if it were an illusion. When the glow dissipates, he stands beside Shakura, his movements astonishingly swift. Gazing at Shakura, who is of similar stature, Lihua hesitates not for a moment. In a flicker, like a specter, he reaches out and snatches the water shadow hat from Shakura's head. This action is executed with precision and undeniable authority. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Their eyes were still filled with astonishment and disbelief. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a black hook pierced through Lihua's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his garments and shocking everyone present. A flicker of pain crossed Lihua's face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was none other than the water shadow of the West generation, Yuzura. At that very instant, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Lihua's mind, ding. You have encountered S-rank ninja, West generation water shadow, Yuzura. Please select 5 rewards from the following options. Water release, water mirror technique, water release, rain cutter, wind release, typhoon's passage, shadow level physical quality, shadow level perception ability, water release, exploding water shockwave, hook technique, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an irresistible force surged from Yuzura's hook, as if it were intent on tearing Lihua apart. Like a kite severed from its string, Lihua was violently flung away, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily against the solid wall of the water shadow building, producing a muffled thud. The wall cracked under the tremendous impact, debris scattering in all directions. Uffed, Lihua painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his attire crimson. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet. In that critical moment of life and death, Haido's figure appeared beside Lihua like a specter. A sharp steel knife plunged fiercely into Lihua's chest. The sound of steel-piercing flesh was distinctly audible, and Lihua's body convulsed violently, blood erupting like a spring. Below, Orochimaru found himself encircled by numerous umbu, their steel blades gleaming ominously, forming a realm of death, as they resolved to ensnare Orochimaru with their lives. Preventing his swift escape, drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, Lihua gritted his teeth and silently intoned, System. I choose water release, water mirror technique, water release, rain cutter, shadow level physical quality, shadow level perception ability, water release, exploding water shockwave. Release them immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of excruciating pain enveloped Lihua's entire being. It felt as though countless sharp blades were slicing through him, the intense bodily transformation exacerbating the bleeding from his wounds. Blood flowed like a stream, soaking the ground. Yet, there was no trace of retreat or fear in Lihua's gaze. Instead, it radiated a resolute determination. In the next heartbeat, an astonishing event unfolded. Haido was sent hurtling backwards by a powerful strike from Lihua, crashing into a distant wall and collapsing to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Trembling yet defiant, Lihua stood up, his body still quaking from the severe pain. He grasped the steel knife embedded in his chest and pulled it out. Blood dripping from his fingertips, yet a victorious smile graced his visage. At this moment, he had already acquired all the reinforcement rewards from the system. Experiencing a qualitative leap in strength, nearly touching the threshold of shadow-level power. Li Hua understood that every minute and every second was of utmost importance. He swiftly retrieved military rations from his ninja tool pouch, stuffing them into his mouth in large handfuls. These precious pills dissolved rapidly within him, transforming into surges of formidable energy that coursed through his every limb. Under the potent restorative effects of life restoration, Li Hua's body began to recover at an astonishing rate. His wounds gradually healed, and his stamina was swiftly replenished. Finally, when the hooked staff of Yitsong struck once more like a bolt of lightning, exuding a fierce murderous intent and an overwhelming aura, Li Hua bellowed, "Yitsong, you lack the qualifications to be the Water Shadow." Chapter 70 Confrontation. Turning point. A piercing whistle echoed through the air as the menacing hooked staff, radiating an aura of dread, hurtled towards Li Hua's head with immense force. Just as this lethal strike was about to shatter his skull, a mere centimeter from its target, the staff abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Nevertheless, the ferocious winds generated by the staff sliced through the air like countless razor-sharp blades, mercilessly lacerating Li Hua's visage. In an instant, slender, crimson lines appeared, blood oozing forth and trickling down his cheek. "What did you say?" Shigura's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the youth adorned with a wooden leaf headband before him. His expression a canvas of incredulity. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly frail boy would dare utter such blasphemous words in his presence. "I say, you are unworthy of being the Mizukichi," Li Hua declared boldly, devoid of fear, his voice ringing clear and resonant, reverberating across the vast expanse of the arena. Lingering long after he spoke, no sooner had the words left his lips than the previously suspended staff erupted with unprecedented force, crashing down towards Li Hua's head. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world trembled in response. As the leader of Kirigakure, Shigura could not abide anyone daring to openly question or denounce his status and authority. Thus, he showed no mercy in his retaliation against Li Hua's audacious provocation. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the next heartbeat, the expression of rage and murderous intent that once dominated Shigura's face morphed into sheer astonishment. This astonishment swiftly transformed into an unprecedented gravity of realization as he comprehended that his seemingly inevitable, powerful strike had completely missed its mark. Moreover, curiously, the surrounding space-time exhibited no discernible signs of disturbance. What could this mean? The youth before him had, through sheer physical prowess, evaded this fatal blow. Almost simultaneously, Li Hua's figure vanished as if a specter, reappearing in the position where Haido had collapsed. He brushed off the dust that clung to him, straightened his posture, and spoke again. "As A.J. Nin, Haido slaughtered dozens of innocents from the Yuki clan, and you, as the Mizukichi, not only failed to investigate but instead aided in his tyranny. Do you deserve to be the Mizukichi?" As his words hung in the air, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, the Yuki clan ninjas exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. "What right do you have to slander Lord Mizukichi?" Suddenly, an elder from the Snow clan stepped forward, his voice trembling with fury. Immediately, a torrent of insults and mockery surged forth from the west, overwhelming Li Hua like a tidal wave. Yet, in the face of this relentless barrage of accusations and abuse, Li Hua remained remarkably composed, his demeanor unwaveringly calm. His grip was like a vice, firmly clutching Haido's collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Li Hua's gaze was piercing, fixated on the stage where Shirtsong stood, as if he intended to penetrate through him. The incision on the button of the ninja tool pouch was smooth, and the deceased had not clenched it tightly. This alone sufficed to prove that the button had been placed there posthumously. Li Hua spoke with a cool demeanor, each word striking the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. Moreover, Haido had departed for Guifeng Islands 2 days prior to the incident. Yet it only took a day to locate and return him, indicating he could not have set out 2 days ago. Li Hua continued, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Most critically, the special scroll given to the murderer by the black market boss contained a scabbard and blade oil. As he spoke, Li Hua reached into Haido's ninja tool pouch and, indeed, retrieved the scroll, presenting it before the crowd. "What further excuses do you have?" His voice thundered with the intensity of a storm as he tightened his hold on Haido's collar, emanating an aura of suffocating power. At that moment, Shirtsong subtly signaled to the nearby Umbu, his eyes flashing with determination, as if he had made a resolute decision. "Bring evidence to me, Hwaleya." Then, in the next instant, Haido regained consciousness, having heard all that Li Hua had articulated, and felt the atmosphere in the west shift. Struggling to open his eyes, he found Shirtsong gazing at him coldly, his expression rife with scrutiny and doubt. Alarm bells rang in Haido's mind. He realized that if he did not act swiftly, it would spell his doom. Thus, he silently bit down on the poison pill concealed within his molar. He understood that the only way to survive was to feign death, to make everyone believe that the Leaf Village's envoy had seized the opportunity to commit murder, thereby temporarily obscuring his own guilt and affording himself ample time to destroy the evidence. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Haido's lips, for Li Hua had seen through his intentions. With a swift motion, he dislocated Haido's jaw, rendering him incapable of swallowing the poison pill. Without hesitation, Li Hua discarded him, and Haido crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. Shui-Ying, keep an eye on him, do not let him die. If he dies, it would mean you have deliberately sheltered him. Li Hua's voice brimmed with threats and warnings. Shirtsong's grip tightened around his hook staff, his heart ablaze with anger and resentment. He yearned to smash this impudent boy into dust to relieve his pin-up fury. However, reason cautioned him against such reckless action. The death of any party at this juncture would profoundly impact his credibility and standing. Yet, Li Hua spoke with unwavering righteousness, declaring that Haido, while serving as the person in charge of this case, had exploited his position to eliminate dissenters. What punishment should he face for such transgressions? In that very moment, as his words echoed in the air, the entire scene erupted into chaos. A cacophony of astonished murmurs arose, as people could no longer contain their surprise and curiosity. Engaging in hushed whispers amongst themselves, their gazes shifted towards Yichang, whose previously unshakable trust was now clouded with a burgeoning sense of doubt and speculation. A wave of anxiety washed over Yichang. He was acutely aware that the situation had grown exceedingly dire. If he did not intervene promptly, the circumstances would spiral beyond recovery. Meanwhile, although Li Hua noticed the crowd's changing attitude towards Yichang, he remained vigilant and unyielding. Without hesitation, he seized handfuls of military rations, consuming them voraciously as if they were mere beans. He could harness the essence of life, return to utilize the abundant nutrients within these rations to expedite the healing of his wounds. On the other hand, Yichang silently observed Li Hua, maintaining his composure amidst the increasingly tumultuous and noisy surroundings. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than He Chualeya,